A luxurious private room hazy with cigarette smoke, the table cluttered with a half-eaten abalone and several bottles of brandy drained to the dregs. Two top courtesans from the wine house clad in high-slit kipayos and exquisitely made up were laughing coquettishly as they sat on either side of Lin Shixiao peeling grapes for him. In the background, a Nikasi band drew mournful notes from an eru. Lavish food and drink accompanied by top winehouse girls were the standard two-part hospitality package the Zillions help offered to honored guests. Lin Shixiao had gone along with local custom and drunk more than usual. Though the two hostesses could not compare in beauty to Zhao Yaji or Shun Hongyu, their emotional intelligence was exceptional. They read his moods with ease, could drink and sing, and coaxed Lin Shixiao into a state of pure, unguarded delight. Lin, how is it? Are you satisfied? Chen Qili laughed as he patted Lin Shixiao on the shoulder. He had drunk quite a bit himself. Thank you for your hospitality, Yabbage. I will remember this deeply. Lin Shixiao felt his tongue was less nimble than usual. Hey, you are no little brother, and I can't bear such a title. If you don't mind, let us call each other brothers. A gleam of expectation flickered in Chen Qili's eyes. He truly wished to draw closer to Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao used a burp to buy himself a moment of rapid thought. He remembered that if he wished to make big money on Baodao, he would certainly need someone powerful and trustworthy. The Zillions' help's reputation was far from spotless, but Chen Qili's loyalty was famed across Hong Kong. He finally nodded. Fine, I'll do as Big Brother says. Chen Qili burst into laughter and stood up, gesturing for the room to quiet down. Listen carefully, from today on, Shixiao is my good brother. Whoever dares bully him is bullying me. A vicious glint flashed in Chen Qili's eyes. Although he did not enjoy violence, had he never resorted to it, he would never have become the leader of the Zillions' help. Congratulations, Big Brother. The gathered brothers were all visibly excited. Everyone knew Lin Shixiao was wealthy and the Zillions' help powerful. Combining the two, it would be hard not to make a fortune. Little brother Shixiao, let's drink together. Chen Qili had no intention of staging any formal oath ceremony. What mattered in brotherhood was the heart, not the rites. All right. Lin Shixiao was faintly stirred. In his previous life, he had watched a short video discussing Chen Qili, a legendary figure of Baodao's underworld. To be able to befriend such a man was an honor. The atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Those who lived by the ways of the street were naturally unrestrained. You could accuse them of lacking morals, yet they valued loyalty above all. Now that Lin Shixiao had become one of their own, formality vanished. They came one after another to toast him. He could not refuse and drank a little with each. Though each cup was small, the sheer number of people overwhelmed him, and by the end his mind was swimming. It was Chen Qili who noticed that Lin Shixiao's condition was off. He barked sharply, "What are you trying to do? Do you want my brother to sleep straight through till tomorrow morning?" The Zillions' help members retreated with embarrassed looks. Big brother, let me wipe your mouth. Big brother, have some fruit to clear your head. The attentive service of the two hostesses stirred Lin Shixiao. Chen Qili took in the scene and instantly understood. Lin Dai Guifei helped brother Shixiao to a room to rest. Top-tier hostesses generally did not provide special services, but that depended on the client. For a man like Lin Shixiao, Lin Dai and Guifei would of course attend to him with their utmost devotion. Naturally, Chen Qili had no intention of shortchanging these two women either. All right, Yabbage. Lin Xing will help you back to your room. Okay, thank you. By now, Lin Shixiao's thoughts had turned entirely to desire. To be blunt, in his previous life, and this one, he had never yet been with a Baodao girl. The debauchery of that night needs no elaboration. When he woke the next day, Lin Shixiao felt himself wrapped in a nest of softness and warmth. Looking down, he found Lin Dai and Guifei leaning against him in languid repose. Seems I still have quite the fighting strength, he thought, recalling his ferocity the previous night with a touch of pride. Lin Xing, are you awake? Along's voice sounded from beyond the door. He and who had kept watch outside all night. You should get some sleep too. We still have things to do outside today. Lin Shixiao spoke gently. Along and whose salaries were not low, yet they were utterly loyal and conscientious, which pleased him greatly. All right, Lin Xing. Ahu and I will take turns resting. If you need anything, just call out. In a foreign land, Along dared not be careless. Fine, do as you like, Lin Shixiao called back loudly. At this moment, Lin Dai and Guifei were waking up as well. Lin Xing. Both wore faintly shy expressions. It was their first time serving one man together. Haha, shall we go again? A wicked smile hung on Lin Shixiao's face. Lin Dai and Guifei exchanged a glance, and each could see the excitement in the other's eyes. Not only was Lin Shixiao handsome and extremely wealthy, he was also impressively vigorous. For such a man, they would gladly pay out of their own pockets to be with him. Lin Xing, let us give you a treatment. And then the two women went to work. By the time Lin Shixiao emerged from the room, it was already 2 in the afternoon, while Lin Dai and Guifei, exhausted beyond endurance, had sunk once more into deep sleep. Sigh, indulgence ruins ambition, Lin Shixiao muttered, stretching lazily. By now he felt no psychological burden about such matters. One should enjoy what there is to enjoy, otherwise living a second life would be a waste. Little brother Shixiao is awake. Having posted underlings nearby, Chen Qili hurried over as soon as he heard the report. Chinga! Lin Shixiao stepped forward and gave Chen Qili a brief hug. Little brother, my apologies. The star I mentioned to you ran into something at the last minute and will arrive later. Don't take it to heart. She absolutely isn't looking down on you." Chen Qili apologized again and again. "It's fine," Lin Shixiao replied with a smile. Having spent so much energy on Lin Dai and Guifei, he now felt little curiosity about the star Chen Qili had mentioned. "Good, I was afraid you'd be angry. Come on, I'll take you for afternoon tea." Chen Qili put an arm around Lin Shixiao's shoulders and let him out without giving him a chance to refuse. "Big brother." Lin Sheng. Nearly 200 zillions help little brothers were waiting outside. The sheer display shocked Lin Shixiao. It was far more exaggerated than anything in Hong Kong. "Ching up for simple afternoon tea, this really isn't necessary. Little brother Shixiao." Chen Qili leaned in to murmur in a low voice. "The zillions help is now the largest force on Baodao. Even leaving aside enemies, if our public appearance is too small in scale, people will laugh at us. Your old brother really has no choice." As he spoke, a trace of bitter humor crossed Chen Qili's face. Lin Shixiao scratched his head. "Doesn't this cost a lot? To gather so many little brothers, one could hardly neglect their food and drink, and there would likely be tips as well, or otherwise would they be pleased?" "A little brother Shixiao, you've put your finger right on my difficulty. Quietly speaking, the zillions helps accounts are nearly empty. Your old brother is so worried that I've lost all interest in women. Fortunately, I'm a solitary man. As long as I'm full, the whole family is fed." Lin Shixiao understood perfectly what Chen Qili meant. He truly did intend to give Chen Qili money, but it was Chen Qili who was anxious. In business, one spoke as businessman. The later he raised the matter, the better it would be for him. Ahaha. Seeing that Lin Shixiao did not take the cue, Chen Qili could only laugh awkwardly and rub his head. Jinlong Hall was one of Baodao's finest tea houses, and today, to host Lin Shixiao, it had been completely cleared. Watching Chen Qili arranging seats for his underlings, Lin Shixiao could not help but feel amused. This meal would not be cheap. Chen Qili was likely feeling the pain in his purse. "Little brother, let's go to the private room." Facing Lin Shixiao, Chen Qili's face was all smiles. All right. Once they entered the private room, the din outside was shut away. Apart from the young woman brewing tea and a few of Chen Qili's closest confidants, there was no one else present. "Little brother, I heard that on this trip you also want to meet Kowloon." "Yes, I'd like to buy the copyrights to his books." Lin Shixiao did not conceal it. After a day of observation, he found that, as rumor had it, Chen Qili was indeed a man one could entrust one's heart to. "You want to buy his copyrights? His books are indeed quite good. When I'm bored, I also take them out to read." Chen Qili, "I heard Kowloon has been facing financial troubles recently. Do you know anything about that, Chinga?" Lin Shixiao asked with a smile. Chen Qili froze for a moment, then burst out laughing again. "Isn't that just perfect? Come, call Kowloon over." Chen Qili waved his hand, and someone quickly left to carry out the order. Oh, a spark of interest flared in Lin Shixiao's heart. He was genuinely looking forward to it. A dozen minutes later, a middle-aged man reeking of alcohol, his body limp like soggy mud, was dragged before Lin Shixiao. His clothes were exquisitely tailored, every piece top of the line. "Lift your head." Even when facing the king-level titan of Treasure Island's wuxia novel scene, Chen Qili still maintained the domineering air of an elder brother. "You, who are you?" Kowloon raised his head. It should have been a sharply defined face, yet years of alcoholism and malnutrition had turned it into a sickly, bloated mask. "You don't even recognize Duck Tyrant brother anymore." One of Chen Qili's trusted men stepped forward and yanked Kowloon by the hair. The man who once basked in glory outside now looked utterly wretched. Actually, he and his wife never registered their marriage. All he needed to do was provide some living expenses, yet this fellow handed over all his savings to that woman and the child. In his way, he is loyal and devoted. Chen Qili added this explanation from the side. Oh, only then did Lin Shixiao truly understand. At this moment, Kowloon was at the peak of his market value. His manuscript fees were calculated per character, and together with the various copyright revenues, he was clearly a certified rich man. By all logic, he should never have fallen behind on his bar tab. "Duck Tyrant brother, give me a few days. Once the next batch of manuscript fees arrives, I'll be able to pay you back." Kowloon finally sobered a little, his expression darkened. He knew the Zhuliang gang was no band of kindly souls. "We'll set the matter of drinking money aside for now. My brother here has a business deal to discuss with you." Chen Qili deliberately pressed down on Kowloon, his usual tactic in negotiations. "And this gentleman is..." Kowloon struggled up from the floor, smoothing his clothes and hair. Once sober, he still cared a great deal about his appearance. "Hong Kong Island Lin Shixiao, Hua Sheng's adopted son." Kowloon's expression shifted. He studied Lin Shixiao anew. "You know of me?" Lin Shixiao felt a flicker of satisfaction. Standing opposite him was a titan in his own field. "I heard of you from the lips of a dancing girl." Lin Shixiao's smile froze. Rumor had it that Kowloon indulged in pleasure day after day, pouring most of his money into unfamiliar women. Now it seemed the tales were not unfounded. "Ahem," Chen Qili said coldly. "Brother Shixiao wishes to acquire the copyrights to your books. Name a fair price." His tone carried no hint of asking whether Kowloon was willing to sell. I don't want to sell. They're not worth much if I sell now. Gulong froze for a moment, then decisively shook his head. Why? Aren't you short of money right now? Chinchili had not expected Gulong to refuse so decisively. From his perspective, with his own pressure bearing down and Gulong's obvious shortage of cash, there was simply no reason not to sell the copyrights. Duck Tyrant brother, I truly am short of money now, but I still have friends. As long as I swallow my pride and beg with this old face, I can still borrow a bit. A flicker of pride passed across Gulong's face. For a moment, Chinchili did not know what to say. His main concern was that this might ruin Lin Shixiao's plans. Very well, if you won't sell, then you won't sell. I'll settle your drinking debt for you. Lin Shixiao suddenly smiled. Gulong's refusal had been outside his expectations, but accidents were part of life, though he would not be thrown off balance by them. Really? You'll really pay my tab? Gulong's eyes widened. At the moment, he truly could not produce the money, and without it the Zhuliang gang would hardly let him walk away easily. Lin Shixiao nodded and said no more. Thank you, Mr. Lin. To everyone's surprise, Gulong bowed to him. You can go now. Lin Shixiao was a little speechless. Talent Gulong indeed possessed, but there was always something slightly off about him. Brother Shixiao, don't be discouraged. I'll think of something for you. As soon as Gulong walked out, Chinchili thumped his chest in reassurance. The methods he spoke of were nothing more than the common tricks of the gangs, harassment, and the like. Gulong was a famous public figure. Even so, Chinchili dared not truly harm him. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Chun, but I'd rather handle this myself. For the moment, Lin Shixiao had no clear plan, yet he knew that letting Chinchili stay involved would only make things worse. Very well, then I'll stay out of it. Chinchili gave a wry smile. He knew he was nowhere near as capable as Lin Shixiao in such matters. Brother Chin, I did in fact come today with a business matter to discuss with you. To soothe Chinchili, Lin Shixiao steered the conversation to another topic. What kind of business? Chinchili instantly straightened up. Now they were touching upon the core interests of the Zhuliang gang. Lighting a cigar, Lin Shixiao said unhurriedly, does the Zhuliang gang control a great many cinemas? And to be honest, the cinemas are an important source of revenue for the Zhuliang gang, especially the midnight screenings. No matter how expensive, there's always an audience. If you're interested, I'll reserve a theater for you tonight and have Lin Dai and the Imperial Consort keep you company. If you grow bored, I'll change the girls for you. A lecherous glint surfaced on Chinchili's face. Only before someone of Lin Shixiao's level would he reveal this side of himself. Thank you for the offer, Brother Chun, but I prefer to take the field myself. The corners of Lin Shixiao's lips curled up. He did not need to think twice to know that these so-called midnight screenings were films designed to set the blood surging. Obviously illegal, yet as Treasure Island's #1 gang, the Zhuliang gang naturally had its own ways. I've heard you're planning to shoot a film. Are you intending to screen it on Treasure Island? Thumping his chest, Chinchili said with bold bravado, say no more. In the cinemas owned by the Zhuliang gang, your film can run for as long as you like. I won't even take a cut from you. Really? Lin Shixiao deliberately showed excitement. Ahem. Embarrassment flickered across Chinchili's face, though he kept his tone stubborn. Of course it's true. Though he was the leader of the Zhuliang gang and usually had the final say, the cinemas involved the interests of many people. In truth, he could not fully make that decision on his own. Thank you for the kindness, Brother Chin. We may be brothers, but business is still business. I don't like seeing brothers earn less because of sentimental favors. It's better for everyone to profit together. That's the way to maintain long-lasting ties. What do you think, Brother Chun? Smiling pleasantly, Lin Shixiao looked at Chinchili. After a whole day together, he had discovered that Chinchili could be rather endearing at times. Ahem, you're right, brother, but the cut taken from your films must be lower than for anyone else. Don't argue with me on this. Chinchili wore a look that said if Lin Shixiao kept arguing, there would be no brotherhood left between them. Very well, I'll do as Brother Chin says. Lin Shixiao lifted his glass and clinked it against Chinchili's. Brother Chin, you must have heard that I've recently signed a great many artistes. I won't let them sit idle. I plan to launch a whole slate of films, and when the time comes, I'll be relying on you for the Treasure Island side. It would be best if cinemas not under the Zhuliang gang could also screen them, and as for the cuts, let them follow normal market rates. Every extra cinema meant additional box office returns, and naturally Lin Shixiao hoped to see his hard work receive greater recognition. That might be a bit difficult, but I'll do my best. Chinchili's expression grew solemn. The cinemas beyond Zhuliang gang control belonged to other factions, and he would have to personally step forward to negotiate. In that case, I must thank you, Brother Chun. Lin Shixiao raised his glass and the two clinked once more. Seeing that Chinchili was not particularly excited, it seemed he did not hold high expectations for the deal, or rather he doubted that the money earned from films would reach the level he hoped for. Lin Shixiao nudged Chinchili's elbow and murmured, Brother Chin, I can guarantee that every single film will break Treasure Island's current box office record. He certainly had that confidence. Scripts whose success had already been proven in his previous life, paired with an exceptionally strong cast and cost-object investment. Every aspect was top tier. There was no reason for the box office to fall short of what it had once been. Really? Chinchili's voice rose. Of course. Lin Shixiao nodded solemnly, then joked, "If any film fails to surpass today's box office champion, I'll forego every last cent of the Treasure Island box office." No, no, no. Chen Qili waved his hands repeatedly. "I still believe in your abilities, little brother." Recalling Lin Shixiao's past brilliant achievements, he felt a renewed confidence in their impending film cooperation. Just then a subordinate of the Zhuliang gang came in to report. "Boss, Mr. Lin. Miss Lin has arrived. Good, let her in." Clapping his hands once, Chen Qili turned to Lin Shixiao with a smile. "Little brother, I know Miss Lin's father. She wants to head to Hong Kong Island to develop her career. I've been fretting about it since I don't know anyone there. Luckily you've come. Take a good look at her later. If you think she'll do, take her with you." "All right." Lin Shixiao nodded, pondering inwardly whether this actress with the surname Lin might be the very woman he had in mind. Moments later, a girl of 18 or 19 entered, the elegant bone structure of her face lending her an air of pristine purity, subtly underscored by a quiet, unyielding strength. "Lin Shixiao." Lin Shixiao couldn't help but exclaim. In his past life, Lin Shixiao's portrayal of Dongfang Bubi had been one of his most cherished martial arts roles. Now that he held the rights to Jin Yang's works, the smiling proud wanderer was certain to be adapted, and having Lin Shixiao reprise that legendary performance would be a singular joy. "Oh." Lin Shixiao started in surprise, but upon seeing Lin Shixiao's striking good looks and evident affluence, a delicate blush rose to her cheeks. Chen Qili could not suppress a knowing smile. "Shixiao, this is Mr. Lin from Hong Kong, the most formidable figure on the island today, whose influence even commands respect from the governor himself." Chen Qili elevated Lin Shixiao with deliberate grandeur. "Oh." A flicker of curiosity lit Lin Shixiao's eyes. She had assumed Lin Shixiao was merely the scion of some prominent family. "You've never considered pursuing your career in Hong Kong?" Lin Shixiao broached the subject without preamble. Lin Shixiao's presence was indispensable to the cinematic retellings of Jin Yang's and Gulong's sagas, and admittedly her extraordinary beauty had stirred his impulse as well. At this time, Lin Shixiao had just emerged onto the scene in Taiwan with her debut film Beyond the Window earning early acclaim. If Lin Shixiao recalled correctly, her family strongly opposed her entering the entertainment industry, yet she possessed an ardent, unwavering passion for acting. "Oh." Lin Shixiao instinctively parted her lips. Of course she longed to go to Hong Kong, but all she knew of Lin Shixiao was his wealth and stature. Without further information, she could hardly commit on the spot. Chen Qili chuckled softly. "You need not doubt Brother Shixiao's integrity. He may admire women, yet always honors propriety and restraint. He is now the wealthiest man in Hong Kong in liquid assets, and his next venture will be a bold expansion into film and television. This is your golden opportunity." There was a subtle note of persuasion in Chen Qili's tone, not born of self-interest, but genuine concern for Lin Shixiao's future. Though Taiwan's population surpassed Hong Kong's, its film and television industries lagged significantly. Only in Hong Kong could her prodigious talent truly flourish. "Mr. Lin, yes." Lin Shixiao's gaze grew markedly warmer. "Do you drink? Would you care for a glass with me?" Lin Shixiao smiled and patted the chair beside him. In his past life, encountering Lin Shixiao would have warranted no more than a timid request for a photograph. Now he stood as a man of accomplishment, while she remained a fledgling starlet, their stations worlds apart. "Yes." Lin Shixiao glanced at Chen Qili, who gave a gentle nod. Slowly she approached and seated herself beside Lin Shixiao. At that moment her cheeks flushed deeply, as though stirred by emotion. Shixiao is my brother. No need to hold back." Chen Qili poured her a glass of red wine, while winking playfully. "Yes, I understand." Suppressing her shyness, Lin Shixiao raised her glass, her beautiful large eyes fixed steadily and unblinkingly upon Lin Shixiao. "Mr. Lin, I toast you." Though freshly graduated, she knew well that for a young woman striving to make her mark, mastering the art of social grace was essential. Fortunately, Lin Shixiao was exceptionally handsome, and scarcely older than she. Thus she felt little inner resistance. "I'll finish mine. You drink as you please." Lin Shixiao naturally would never take advantage of a young woman. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Shixiao felt a wave of warmth and relief wash over her. She took only a small tentative sip, her face flushed even deeper, for she bore little tolerance for alcohol. Their eyes met, each searching the other's gaze as if seeking hidden truths reflected there. Haha. Seeing the moment unfold, Chen Qili instantly realized he ought not linger. Rising swiftly, he grinned. Something urgent has come up. I must attend to it immediately. Brother Shixiao, please see Shixiao home safely after this." He clapped Lin Shixiao firmly on the shoulder. "Of course." Lin Shixiao, fully aware of Chen Qili's thoughtful intent, accepted without hesitation. "Uncle Chen." Lin Shixiao, genuinely flustered, rose and hurried 2 steps after him. He turned back, gesturing reassuringly for her not to fear. "Isn't this very escape you've longed for? Brother Shixiao is your chance. Win his favor, and your future is secured." He had, of course, already weighed certain possibilities in his mind. Lin Shixiao was young, wealthy, and even should matters progress, Lin Shixiao would suffer no disadvantage. Years spent navigating the underworld had honed his perspective, distinct from that of ordinary men. "All right, fine. Sorry, Mr. Lin." I've never done anything like this with a stranger before. At the sight of Lin Shixiao's vulnerable, trembling poise, Lin Shixiao felt only tenderness, no trace of irritation. The door remains open. You may leave at any time. Outside stand many brothers of the Julian gang. I would never compel you to do a thing. Mr. Lin, I truly didn't mean it that way. Hearing his words, Lin Shixiao grew flustered, fearful he might misunderstand. Regardless of all else, he was Uncle Chin's closest friend. Offending him was unthinkable. Don't be agitated. Sit down. Lin Shixiao gently grasped her forearm and guided her back into her seat. The motion startled her. Her body stiffened momentarily, then her blush deepened, spreading all the way to her ears. A tempest of thoughts churned within Lin Shixiao, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lin Shixiao offered a faint, gentle smile and smoothly steered the conversation forward. How was it? Your first experience acting? It was wonderful. At the mention, all other concerns vanished. She spoke with unrestrained enthusiasm. Acting is truly magical. You inhabit another's life, and each role feels like living an entire lifetime. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, bright, clear, utterly unself-conscious. Truly remarkable. Lin Shixiao could not resist praising her. At last he understood why her debut performance had garnered such extraordinary acclaim. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Beyond the Window would become the year's highest-grossing domestic film. Forgive me for making you laugh. After such uninhibited candor, Lin Shixiao suddenly shrank back into modesty. She rarely confided so openly in strangers. Yet inexplicably, Lin Shixiao felt safe, trustworthy. He listened intently, earnestly, never once mocking her. In that moment, she placed him squarely among her friends. No need to apologize. I too love acting. Alas, real-world obligations bind me too tightly to step before the camera. Lin Shixiao feigned wistful regret. Though only 20, his soul carried the weight of profound maturity, and charming a young woman proved effortless. Within half an hour, they were confiding in each other as old friends. Lin Shixiao even recounted how male classmates had harassed her at school. That's only natural. You're breathtakingly beautiful. Their impulses are hardly surprising. Lin Shixiao replied with a warm, easy smile. Is that true? A quiet, unfamiliar delight bloomed in Lin Shixiao's heart. His mature aura captivated her deeply. Noticing the dawning infatuation in her eyes, Lin Shixiao felt a fleeting pang of guilt. Was he truly overstepping, coaxing such innocence with practiced charm? Just as Lin Shixiao drifted into quiet reflection, Lin Shixiao suddenly cried out, "Oh!" and leapt to her. What is it? It's growing late. I must return home or mother will scold me fiercely. Today, I slipped away without permission. Her head bowed low, her fingers twisted nervously at the hem of her dress. Ow! Lin Shixiao stifled a soft chuckle. This woman truly had not yet grown into full adulthood, still trembling at parental authority. I'll escort you home at once. Even without Chen Qili's instruction, he would have seen her safely home. Taiwan's society, especially after dark, was fraught with peril. Every manner of shadow and menace prowled the streets. Yes. As if struck by some private thought, Lin Shixiao's face flared crimson once more. As the convoy drove towards the outskirts, Lin Shixiao began to realize something. Is your home in the countryside? Yes. Lin Shixiao nodded, gently, her expression anxious. Are you afraid your parents will be angry? Lin Shixiao asked with a smile. Yes, I'm afraid of my mother. My father is a military doctor and often away from home. My mother never wanted me to act in movies as she thinks I'm not serious about my life and wants me to find someone to marry. But that's not the life I want. Suddenly Lin Shixiao spoke a lot more. It's okay, I'm here for you. Sensing the pain in Lin Shixiao's heart, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but reach out to gently stroke her head. At that moment, an unusual feeling flashed in both of their hearts. As a girl, it's not easy to land a lead role. It's actually a bit of luck. Director Song just happened to need an actress like me. Flattered by Lin Shixiao's compliment, Lin Shixiao felt a sweetness in her heart. If you didn't have talent, just having looks wouldn't be enough for you to be chosen, Lin Shixiao said seriously. Yes. Lin Shixiao thought for a moment and felt he was right, nodding gently. After a series of bumps, the car finally stopped in front of a humble farmhouse. The yard was very ordinary, indicating that Lin Shixiao came from a common family. You girl finally know to come back. A dark-skinned woman brandished a broom as if to hit someone. Mom! Lin Shixiao called out as she hid behind Lin Shixiao. Have you found a man or what? The woman, seeing this, became even angrier, disregarding who Lin Shixiao was, and swung the broom towards him. Naturally, Lin Shixiao wouldn't let himself be hit and quickly grabbed the broom. Then he felt a lot of fine dust rush into his mouth and eyes. Hawk! Lin Shixiao instinctively spat on the ground and rubbed his eyes. At this moment, the woman gathered herself again and struck at Lin Shixiao. In truth, she was reluctant to hit Lin Shixiao, but her anger needed an outlet, and Lin Shixiao had clearly become the scapegoat. Mom, don't! Lin Shixiao cried out as she rushed to grab the broom. Lin Shixiao was a step ahead, and by the time the woman realized her weapon was gone, several seconds had passed. She placed her hands on her hips and pointed at Lin Shixiao's nose. Did you trick my daughter into going out? Lin Shixiao could only smile wryly. It wasn't me, it was Chen Qili who called for her. He did not hesitate to throw Chen Qili under the bus. It's this guy again. How ridiculous. The woman was furious, but clearly had no way to deal with Chinchili. You come here. Do you really like him? The woman pointed at Lin Shixiao. That. Lin Shixiao timidly glanced at Lin Shixiao. Clearly she didn't want to be close to her mother right now because her mother was still angry, but she didn't dare to go against her, so she slowly stepped forward. The woman's anger intensified. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Her sharp voice surpassed that of. With no other choice, Lin Shixiao could only quicken her pace, arriving in front of her mother and softly calling Mom. The woman grabbed Lin Shixiao's hand and dragged her towards the house. Starting tomorrow, you are not allowed to go out without my permission. Forget about your dream of acting. The son of old Wang from the next village is quite good. You are not young anymore. Mom, no. Lin Shixiao screamed, breaking free from her mother's grip and glaring angrily. What? Are you rebelling? The woman, furious beyond measure, unexpectedly slapped Lin Shixiao across the face. Slap. The sound of the slap was particularly loud in the night. Lin Shixiao had initially prepared to get in the car, but could only quickly approach and shield Lin Shixiao behind him. Annie, don't be impulsive. This is none of your business. Get away from me. Lin Shixiao's presence evidently provoked the woman, further making her even more hysterical. Lin Shixiao, come here. Did you hear me? If you don't come over, don't say I'm not your mother. Do you have talent for acting? Don't think just because you were lucky enough to star in Outside the Window that you are something special. How much did they pay you? Wasn't it still not making any money? The entertainment industry is so competitive. Is this really a place for you? The woman fired questions like a machine gun, and it must be said she made some valid points. But what was unreasonable was her complete disregard for Lin Shixiao's wishes, which struck a chord within Lin Shixiao. He stared intently into the woman's eyes. I want to sign your daughter as an actress. Tell me how much. Huh. The woman was momentarily stunned, and then burst into laughter, tears almost streaming down her face. Ha ha ha. How much can you give? 100,000. Or 200,000. Although Outside the Window did well at the box office because Lin Shixiao is a newcomer without much background, she didn't receive a significant payment, which is also one of the reasons the woman didn't want Lin Shixiao to be an actress. If she didn't earn money from such a popular film, wouldn't she earn even less when the film isn't popular? Lin Shixiao's eyes were teary as she held Lin Shixiao's hand and gently shook her head. Lin Shixiao certainly understood Lin Shixiao's meaning, but having initially intended to sign her, and now witnessing this dramatic scene, he decided to act decisively and take Lin Shixiao under his wing. How about 1 million? Lin Shixiao's lips curled into a slight smile. He was of course referring to new Taiwan dollars, roughly equivalent to 5 million Hong Kong dollars, but to the woman, it was still an astronomical figure. She was momentarily stunned, taking a while to gather her thoughts. Ha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You, a young man, can come up with that much money. Aren't you relying on your father to play the big shot outside? Lin Shixiao's convoy was indeed intimidating, but the woman absolutely did not believe it was Lin Shixiao's own strength. Just say if you agree or not. If you do, I'll have someone prepare the money, and we'll sign a contract. Are you really serious? The woman still did not believe it. Lin Shixiao did not hesitate, waving to the back. One of Chinchili's trusted aides immediately stepped forward, bowing and asking, Lin Shen, what can I do for you? Get me 1 million cash right away, and bring it here. Lin Shixiao said coldly, as if discussing a trivial. The aide was momentarily at a loss for thought. He hadn't expected Lin Shixiao to be serious. The style of wealthy people was indeed different. What? Is Zhu Lianbong unable to come up with this little money? Lin Shixiao looked coldly at the aide, clearly feeling a bit angry. The aide could only brace himself and reply. Understood, Lin Sheng, I'll think of a way right away. More than an hour later, a grand convoy arrived. Chinchili got out of the first vehicle and ran to Lin Shixiao's. Shixiao, what happened? Brother Chen, don't ask for now. Did you bring the money? Chinchili forced a smile. How could I not follow your instructions? Setting aside their current brotherhood, with their recent collaboration established, Chinchili naturally dared not offend Lin Shixiao as he hoped to make a fortune from Lin's film. Bring the money over. Chinchili waved his hand, and immediately a lackey from the Zhu Lian gang unloaded several leather cases from the vehicle. These are. The woman was stunned. Of course this is money. Lin Shixiao walked to one of the cases, opened it with his hand, revealing stacks of white banknotes. He looked up at the woman and asked, There's 10 million here, do you want to sign? You really want to sign my daughter for 10 million? The woman looked at Lin Shixiao in shock, clearly unable to believe that her daughter was worth this much. To be honest, signing Shixiao for 10 million is still a profit for me. Lin Shixiao intentionally said this to support Lin Shixiao. The woman's face showed signs of struggle. Clearly an intense internal conflict was taking place. After a long while, she asked Lin Shixiao, Daughter, what do you think? It was evident that the allure of money prevailed as she no longer mentioned preventing Lin Shixiao from entering the entertainment industry. Woo-woo. Lin Shixiao cried out in pain, running to the vehicle. In a sense, she felt sold by her own mother. Girl. The woman took a few steps forward, her eyes filled with sadness. She still loved her daughter. Is she just disapproved? Lin Shixiao reached out to stop the woman and asked with a smile, Can we sign the contract now? The woman's expression changed rapidly, and when her gaze fell on the money case, she became resolute. Okay, I will sign. Their family was in dire need of money, and this amount could provide them with a good life. Moreover, Lin Shixiao could pursue her dreams, as she felt this was a good outcome. Lin Shixiao smiled, and looked at Chen Qili saying, Brother Chen, please arrange for a lawyer to come tomorrow. Shixiao will sign with the Xiaolong group, and the contract will be for 15 years. Alright. Chen Qili smiled bitterly. At this point, even if he knew Lin Shixiao's father, he wouldn't spoil Xiaolong group. When did this company appear on the island? The woman couldn't help but express her confusion. Didn't you notice? Brother Shixiao is from Hong Kong. It won't be so easy for you to see your daughter in the future. Chen Qili intentionally tried to scare the woman. Oh. The woman immediately panicked, staggering to the front of the vehicle, banging on the window and shouting, Daughter, if you don't want this, get out of the car now, and I can forego the money. Daughter, did you hear me? Under her insistence, Lin Shixiao finally rolled down the window. Her face was streaked with tears, clearly having cried. Mom, I love acting. Lin Sheng is a good person. You don't have to worry. Take good care of brother and sister. After saying this, she rolled up the car window again, evidently still hurt by her mother's inconsistency. Brother Chen, please have someone guard the money. After signing the contract tomorrow, take her to the bank to deposit it, Lin Shixiao instructed Chen Qili. Don't worry, brother, I know. You go ahead. Chen Qili smiled bitterly and patted Lin Shixiao's shoulder. He had something to say to the woman. Alright, it's tough tonight. I will transfer the money tomorrow. Lin Shixiao also didn't want to stay here and got into the vehicle with Lin Shixiao. Lin Sheng. As soon as Lin Shixiao got into the car, Lin Shixiao rushed over, still with tears streaming down. Lin Shixiao had no ill intentions. He only felt heartache and comforted her. Your mother just has a narrow view. She still loves you. Without a doubt, the woman loved Lin Shixiao, but how much those present dared not investigate deeply. Thank you. Lin Shixiao looked up at Lin Shixiao with a pitiful expression. Lin Sheng, from now on, I will be yours. Having just broken ties with her mother, Lin Shixiao needed someone to eat. Lin Shixiao smiled and gently rubbed Lin Shixiao's head, saying, From now on, just focus on acting. When we get to Hong Kong, I will hire the best teachers to teach you. As for the contract duration, I was just intentionally scaring your mother. If you think it's too long, we can. Lin Sheng, I will always be your employee. Lin Shixiao's words were interrupted by Lin Shixiao's soft finger covering his mouth. In the following days, Lin Shixiao transformed into a tour guide, showing Lin Shixiao around the beautiful island of that era. Their laughter echoed through every scenic spot. Meanwhile, Kowloon was not having such a pleasant time. Before the next payment arrived, he temporarily had no money on him, but accustomed to a life of revelry, he could not stop. Others knew he could still afford it, so they allowed him to consume in advance. However, some with bad intentions, while Kowloon was half drunk, encouraged him to gamble a bit. Thus, Kowloon lost a lot of money. That wasn't the main issue, but after getting high, he also borrowed from loan sharks, which was no longer amusing. Social figures followed him daily, demanding that he repay his debts. In an era where the legal system was not yet well established, the interest rates of loan sharks were outrageously high. Kowloon didn't dare to speak to his friends, as he feared they would find out about his gambling. Thus, he began to seriously consider selling his copyrights. He previously thought he could hold out, but now he truly couldn't anymore. However, he didn't seek Lin Shixiao. Instead, he approached a few familiar businessmen. Everyone, you should all know that my copyrights are very valuable. If adapted into films or TV shows, they can earn you quite a bit. So today, don't hold back a bit high. Only the highest bidder will have a chance to close the deal. Although the debt collectors were right outside the door, Kowloon's mood remained high. He felt confident that his copyrights would fetch a good price. However, after he finished speaking, no one spoke up for a long time, let alone make a bid. The businessmen he invited exchanged glances, all frowning deeply. What's wrong? Don't you want my copyright? Kowloon became a bit agitated, raising his voice. Gudaxiao, don't be angry. We certainly want the copyright, but a slightly overweight businessman spoke up. Li, we've known each other for many years. Why can't you just say it directly? Kowloon's eyes widened. He had already arranged for 2 top-notch escort girls for the night, planning to indulge himself. If this copyright deal fell through, he wouldn't have the money for that. Then I will quote a price, and you mustn't get angry. The slightly overweight man chuckled awkwardly. I'll offer 500,000 in new Taiwan dollars. What? As soon as the figure was quoted, Kowloon shot to his feet. In 5 million new Taiwan dollars, less than 1.3 million Hong Kong dollars. Do you even know how much Jin Yong's copyright fetched? And Kowloon grew agitated and seized the slightly portly merchant by the collar. Young Master Gu, please don't get angry. This is only our first offer. After all, initial bids are naturally lower. Fine, here's your second chance. This time hold nothing back. Do you hear me? Otherwise I'll block you outright. Kowloon glared fiercely. Alright. The portly merchant's expression turned solemn. He still intended to secure Kowloon's copyright. And how about this figure? And the portly merchant raised a single finger. And 10 million new Taiwan dollars. You. And Kowloon flared up again. 10 million NT dollars amounted to merely 2.5 million HKD. Just 1/4 of Jin Yong's copyright price. And he naturally refused. No. The portly merchant corrected sternly. Not 10 million. add 1 million more. 6 million new Taiwan dollars total. This is my absolute ceiling. Your novels are immensely popular, but you've never had a single adaptation before. Frankly speaking, acquiring your copyright at this price places tremendous pressure on me. Other merchants nodded in agreement. Indeed. Without market validation, high prices always carry risk. As the saying goes, no merchant is without cunning. They all knew Kowloon desperately needed cash, and seized the moment to drive down his price. Of course, their argument held merit. Kowloon's works would not begin large-scale adaptations until after 1976. You get out. I refuse to negotiate with you any further. And Kowloon felt restraining himself from striking them was already an extraordinary act of forbearance. Young Master Gu, please don't be like this. Price is negotiable. If push comes to shove, we could jointly acquire your copyright, thus sharing the risk and justifying a higher bid. None merchant spoke up. Kowloon pondered briefly, found the proposal viable, and smiled. Very well, you deliberate. I give you half an hour. But remember, you have only one final offer, so spare no boldness. And having spoken, Kowloon stifled a yawn. He'd been sleeping fewer than 5 hours each night. Nan nights were spent entertaining elite hostesses. Now he needed to conserve his strength. He retreated into his bedroom and dozed off. And outside, the merchants exchanged glances. Gentlemen, let us confer. And agreed, will bid boldly. Granted, his works lack adaptation history and entail some risk, but with such a vast readership, even a premium price should yield solid returns once secured. And merchants of that era fixated solely on adapting novels into films or television series, lacking broader strategic vision. Very well, let us deliberate carefully. And whether a deal succeeded hinged entirely upon price. Not once the merchants began debating, loudly yet conspiratorially. And over an hour later, Kowloon awoke, hope flickering in his eyes. Have you reached a decision? Young Master Gu, we unanimously deem 10 million new Taiwan dollars a reasonable offer. One merchant declared. Kowloon blinked in surprise. In NT dollars? Yes. All merchants nodded in unison. And instantly Kowloon's expression darkened. His mouth opened, then closed. He said nothing, merely waving dismissively for them to leave. Young Master Gu, this price is no trifling sum. Surely you'll reconsider. And the merchants had left themselves a sliver of room, but little more. From Kowloon's grim countenance, they knew even a modest increase would not sway him. Kowloon remained silent, continuing to wave them off, his impatience now palpable. Very well. We'll take our leave, for now. Should you change your mind, call us anytime. And the merchants sighed as they departed. Though disappointed at failing to secure the copyright, they truly believed it warranted. Before their retreating backs had fully vanished, a thunderous crash echoed. The door kicked violently inward. Several rough-looking men strode in, faces twisted with menace. Master Gu, you promised payment today, didn't you? Their offer was simply too low. We couldn't close the deal. Now bitter grimace crossed Kowloon's face. Misfortunes had converged. How humiliating for a grandmaster of martial arts fiction to grovel before such men. That's none of our concern. Tomorrow, if you still haven't paid, we'll ensure word spreads across Taiwan. Hong Kong will hear too. After all, you are a public figure. And the ringleader's expression turned mocking. No. Kowloon cried instinctively, you can't do this. My royalties arrive in 2 days. I'll pay interest in full. Ni's voice dropped to a pleading whisper. Master Gu, martial arts grandmaster. Not so grand after all. Tell me, brothers, shall we grant him 2 more days? The ringleader turned to his underlings. And the underlings roared with laughter, clearly seasoned in such coordinated theatrics. Kowloon's face flushed ashen. Tomorrow is the final deadline. Is that correct? Correct. And the ringleader shed his mocking air, stepped forward, pressed his forehead against Kowloon's, and snarled. Master Gu, our patience is finite. Look how tirelessly these brothers have trailed you day after day. Understood. Kowloon slumped defeated. He knew when these men grew desperate, anything could happen, and he certainly couldn't trade blows with a mere lackey. Then, you must, hurry, up, time. And each word struck like a hammer blow. His palm slapped Kowloon's cheek. A humiliation so profound his entire frame trembled violently. And look, he's furious. The grandmaster rages. The ringleader spat a globule of saliva onto Kowloon's shirt. If you're so mighty, why borrow money at all? Did I force you to take the loan? And Kowloon felt his lungs sear with fury. Had they not lured him into that trap, he'd never have gambled or taken the exorbitant loan. He'd already resolved to walk away until they coaxed him back to the table. I've business elsewhere, I'm off. Brothers, keep him in sight. Wherever he goes, follow. And remember, meals and drinks, he pays. If he lacks cash, make him sign an IOU. Double repayment next day, and so on. And the ringleader, apparently sated with torment, swaggered out. Kowloon stared at his departing back, fists clenched, then turned and strode toward the door. Wait. Where are you going? An underling instantly stepped to bar his path. Kowloon shoved the hand aside forcefully. Then before the man could react, snapped, Don't you want money? I'm heading to Hong Kong's wealthiest man. He once offered to acquire my copyright. I simply refuse to sell. Ni's gaze burned with profound anguish, not only for himself, but for them. Fine, you go. We'll follow. And the gangsters exchanged glances and granted Gu Long permission to leave. Lin Shixiao's arrival in Taiwan had long circulated among rival factions. Many powerful figures sought his acquaintance, but Qin Chili guarded access tightly. So far only members of the Bamboo Union had managed to speak with Lin Shixiao. At this moment Lin Shixiao was preparing to pack up and return to the island. He had not been idle these days, having inspected many cinemas, and with the help of Qin Chili had already discussed some potential collaborations, waiting for the film to be completed before it could be fully released on the island. Of course, the market for Chinese films is not limited to the island and the main island. There are also South Asian countries like Malaysia. Lin Shixiao did not have the time to visit these places, so after returning, he would have Shun Hongyu send someone over. He preferred to take the initiative rather than waiting until the last moment. Lin Shixiao helped nearby like a virtuous little wife. At this moment, a younger brother from the Zhulian gang came in to report. Lin Sheng, someone is looking for you. His expression was somewhat strange. Lin Shixiao's heart stirred, and he asked, is it Gu Long? In fact, he had not completely let go of the matter regarding Gu Long's copyright in recent days, but he had not sought out Gu Long again. He knew that with someone like Gu Long, the more you pursued, the more counterproductive it would be. It was better to let things flow naturally. However, the main purpose of this trip was to acquire Gu Long's copyright. Leaving without it always left him feeling a bit unwilling. At this moment, Gu Long came to find him, which likely meant the matter could be settled, and Lin Shixiao felt a subtle anticipation in his heart. Lin Sheng guessed correctly, it is indeed Gu Long. He is accompanied by some gang members. I suspect he is likely in debt to someone, and it is high-interest money. The younger brother from the Zhu Lian gang said. The main island is not big, there are only so many people involved in the underworld, and it is normal for him to recognize those who lend at high interest. Oh, Lin Shixiao stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then said to the younger brother from the Zhu Lian gang, invite Gu Long in. He originally intended to go out and greet him, but recalling that Gu Long had previously rejected him, he did not move. After a while Gu Long walked in. He looked haggard, his entire demeanor was very dispirited, and he could not even stand up straight. Hee Lin Sheng. Gu Long cupped his hands towards Lin Shixiao, wearing a flattering smile. Did you need something from me? Lin Shixiao feigned ignorance. Hee about the matter you mentioned earlier regarding purchasing my copyright. Gu Long was obsequious. Anyone witnessing this scene would not associate him with being a well-known martial arts master on the main island. I'm sorry, I'm no longer interested, Lin Shixiao said deliberately. He wanted to make Gu Long anxious. Only when Gu Long was anxious could the price be negotiated. Sure enough, Gu Long became truly anxious. He quickly took a few steps forward and grabbed Lin Shixiao's arm. Lin Xing, you can't just abandon me. I am currently in a difficult situation. As he spoke, Gu Long's eyes turned red, resembling a wronged little wife. Oh. Lin Shixiao was taken aback. He truly did not expect Gu Long to be in such a pitiful state. In his past life, Gu Long seemed quite arrogant based on the reports he read. Shixiao, please help me tally the total amount, Lin Shixiao instructed. All right. At this moment, Lin Shixiao was also filled with confusion. She certainly knew Gu Long, a significant celebrity whom she admired. Yet now he was so submissive in front of Lin Shixiao. Regardless of the reason, it proved that Lin Shixiao was quite powerful. Let's go inside and talk. Lin Shixiao gestured for Gu Long to follow him into the room. Sure, Lin Sheng. Gu Long dared not object. Even if it were a mountain of knives, he would follow. If the deal could not be made today, he would have no way to settle with the high-interest lenders tomorrow, and his reputation would be ruined. If the lenders pressed him, they could do anything. Inside the room, Lin Shixiao sat, while Gu Long stood. It was not that Lin Shixiao did not allow him to sit. Gu Long simply did not dare. Hee Lin Sheng. With no one else present, Gu Long was even more obsequious. Name your price. Lin Shixiao leaned back casually, crossed his legs, poured himself a cup of water, and took a small sip. Gu Long continuously stared at Lin Shixiao's throat, confirming that he had swallowed the water before smiling, and saying, I heard the copyright for Jin Yong sold for 10 million Hong Kong dollars. I don't need much, they just give me 10 million, and it will be fine. 10 million. Lin Shixiao raised his head and stared blankly at Gu Long. Yes. Gu Long nodded earnestly. 10 million Taiwan dollars. Lin Sheng's question caught Gu Long off guard. Boss, it's Hong Kong dollars, not Taiwan dollars. At this moment, Gu Long gripped his hands tightly, his palms sweating profusely. The room fell silent with only Gu Long's heavy breathing. You can leave now. Lin Shixiao waved his hand, signaling it was time to leave. Oh. Gu Long stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Lin Shixiao, not knowing what to say. All along, in most cases, it was others who sought him out. He had long forgotten how to plead with others. What? Lin Shixiao glanced at Gu Long. Lin Sheng, please name a number, the price. Can be negotiated, Gu Long chuckled awkwardly. The day was already more than half gone, and he had no time to find new buyers. Lin Shixiao was his last hope. Are you really going to sell? Yes. I want to sell. Gu Long nodded vigorously. All the copyrights for my books. Yes. All of them as a package. Gu Long nodded earnestly. Lin Shixiao stood up and paced the room. Gulong quickly followed his gaze. After more than a minute, Lin Shixiao finally spoke and quoted a price. 5 million Hong Kong dollars, this is my final offer. Lin Shun, can't you raise it a bit? Upon hearing this quote, Gulong was nearly in tears. This was significantly lower than his expectations. 5 million Hong Kong dollars was merely equivalent to 20 million Taiwan dollars. Yet Lin Shixiao remained steadfast. This is the price, I won't pay a cent more, and there is only 10 minutes for this offer to be valid. I am about to board a plane. Since they could not negotiate nicely, they could only speak of business. At this moment, he found it hard not to pressure Gulong on the price. All right. Gulong knew he did not have many choices. 5 million Hong Kong dollars was not much, but it was still higher than what those businessmen offered. Are you sure you want to sell? Lin Shixiao suppressed his excitement. Buying all of Gulong's copyrights at this price was undoubtedly a steal. Sell. I want to sell. Gulong bit his teeth and nodded vigorously. Quickly sign the contract. Gulong urged, actively fearing he might change his mind if he waited too long. All right, I'll call my lawyer right away. Although Lin Shixiao did not bring a lawyer on this trip, the Zhu Lian gang employed the best legal team on the main island. Those involved in the underworld generally understood the law very well, which made the situation somewhat ridiculous. The following went quite smoothly. The Zhu Lian gang's legal team drafted the contract, and both Lin Shixiao and Gulong had no objections after reviewing it. They signed, and Lin Shixiao transferred 5 million Hong Kong dollars to Gulong. Thus, Lin Shixiao successfully acquired all the copyrights to Gulong's books, and the duration was permanent. Although the process experienced some twists and turns, the outcome was perfect, and Lin Shixiao was in a very good mood. Master Gu, if you ever have the chance to visit the main island, please let me know, and I will host you warmly. Lin Shixiao extended his hand proactively. Gulong reluctantly shook it. Thinking about how his copyrights had been sold off so cheaply, he felt an impulse to slap himself. Thanks, Lin Shun, I have other business. They'll be off. Gulong took the contract and left without looking back. Congratulations, Lin Shixiao, on securing the rights. Chen Chili did not quite understand why Lin Shixiao placed such value on Gulong's copyright, yet that did not prevent him from offering a sincere congratulations. Shared joy. While Gulong was still there, Lin Shixiao's smile had been somewhat restrained. Now his mouth stretched wide, and anyone could see how delighted he was. After more than an hour under the watchful farewells of the Julian Bang's big shots, a plane slowly lifted into the sky. Our time is so short. We never had the chance to properly talk with Lin Shixiao. I wanted to ask him how he amassed his fortune so quickly, what his secret is. Boss, I actually know a way, a trusted subordinate said in a conspiratorial tone. What way? Chen Chili felt a twitch of surprise. After all, this man was usually not noted for his cleverness. Boss, don't tell anyone. The subordinate glanced around with exaggerated caution. Seeing this, Chen Chili's heart spit it out. Yabago, I heard a shipment of new banknotes has just come out of the central bank. A fellow villager of mine is part of the escort. God, you actually suggest that? Before the subordinate could finish, Chen Chili's hand came down in a merciless slap. Even those who lived by the streets knew such a thing must never be done. This subordinate did not want him to get rich. He was asking for death. Oh, big brother, please stop hitting me. I was wrong. Don't hit me. The man fled with his hands over his head while those nearby exchanged glances, their eyes alight with the guilty pleasure of onlookers who relish a scandal. At Guangdao International Airport, two ravishing, breathtakingly beautiful women walked in. One wore a form-fitting cheapao slit high at the thigh radiating sultry charm. The other wore a modest floral dress, simple in style, yet unable to hide her natural loveliness. Zhao Yaji. Is that really Zhao Yaji? My goodness, she is even more beautiful in person. Who is the other woman? She is gorgeous too. Passers-by murmured. You don't know? She is Lin Shixiao's business partner, Shen Hongyu, general manager of... Whoa, it's her. No wonder she's so stunning. I'm so envious of Lin Shixiao, having two top beauties at his side. If it were me, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. The onlooker's face was full of envy. Indeed, among travelers there were many striking faces, yet none quite matched Zhao Yaji and Shen Hongyu. The confidence that emanated from them was not something ordinary women possessed. Behind them stood Lin Shixiao, who in present-day Guangdao would dare claim to be richer than Lin Shixiao. Backed by someone, a person walks taller and exudes an irresistible inner confidence. Hongyu, do you think that fellow has brought another woman back again? Zhao Yaji paid no mind to the stares around them and continued chatting with Shen Hongyu. How hard to say. Shen Hongyu's lips curled, an inscrutable look on her face. That man. Zhao Yaji stomped reflexively, though she knew she had little leverage over Lin Shixiao. She was tightly held by this man. Let it go, Shen Hongyu soothed, slipping an arm through Zhao Yazi's. The more capable a man is, the more women circle him. This you should understand. I know. Zhao Yaji nodded, inhaled deeply, and shook her head as if to dispel the sour mood. Enough of that. Ah Xiao is back, and Jingwu Yingxiong can now begin filming. In recent days, the creative team of Jingwu Yingxiong had been far from idle. She and Li Xiaolong had worked over the script, while Xiao Yifu organized the crew. Now everything was for all intents and purposes ready. Everyone brimmed with expectation for the film. There was a sense that Guangdao's box office records would be renewed. You are about to become a famous actress. Shen Hongyu's voice was languid. Truth be told, she was a little envious. You are already a well-known female general manager. Countless people envy you. In the future, Xiaolong Group will surely be Gangdao's largest company, without equal. This view was not Zhao Yazi's alone, but the consensus of many in Gangdao. Reporters had pressed Li Jiaqing on the matter. Though his expression soured, he still acknowledged Xiaolong Group's strength. It was well known that Li Jiaqing and Lin Shixiao were at odds. When even your rival admits your strength, then you truly possess power. At that moment, the thunder of the plane touching down rolled across the tarmac. The crowd waiting to meet passengers stirred, and Zhao Yaji and Shen Hongyu instinctively stepped forward. They had not seen Lin Shixiao for days, though neither said much. Both felt a measurable longing. As people streamed out, the two women rose onto their toes and peered ahead. At last they spotted a strikingly handsome figure weaving through the crowd. "Ah Xiao, over here." Zhao Yaji could not help but spring up. The woman beside him. Shen Hongyu's sharper eyes had already seen Lin Shixiao. Zhao Yazi's smile vanished at once. "Heh." Shen Hongyu laughed pleasantly, though she felt a sting of jealousy. Seeing Zhao Yaji react more strongly lifted her spirits considerably. The two women watched silently as Lin Shixiao drew near with Lin Shixiao. "Let me introduce her. This is Lin Shixiao, an artist I just signed. She is 18 and very talented. This is Zhao Yaji. Shixiao, you are close in age, so get along. This is Shen Hongyu, my company's general manager, mature but a little flighty. Take her words with a grain of salt." Lin Shixiao smiled as he made the introductions. When he finished, Zhao Yaji kept her composure, but Shen Hongyu could not. "Lin Shixiao, explain yourself. What do you mean I shouldn't be fully trusted?" Shen Hongyu, heedless of the public airport setting, shouted loudly. Lin Shixiao had not expected such an intense reaction. He had meant only to tease. "Hey, I misspoke. Better now?" Lin Shixiao said with a smile. A true man knows when to yield, though later in private there would be time enough for other matters. Zhao Yaji soothed Hongyu. "There are others here. Show him some face. You are the fool siding with him." Shen Hongyu pouted in displeasure. Her mood passed as quickly as it came. Before long, she was smiling and reached out to shake Lin Qixia's hand. "Sister Qingxia, you have just arrived in Gangdao, and will find some things unfamiliar. If you encounter problems you cannot solve, be sure to tell me. I am in effect your caretaker." She worked for Lin Shixiao and could afford the occasional display of temper, but she knew her limits. "Thank you, sister." Lin Shixiao blushed with shyness. "She seems nice." Zhao Yazi murmured into Lin Shixiao's ear, then affectionately took Lin Qixia's arm. "Qingxiao, welcome to Gangdao. At last I have someone to champion." "Hello, Yazi. So young and already Miss Gangdao champion. How impressive." On the plane, Lin Shixiao had filled Lin Shixiao in on Zhao Yazi's background. He hoped the two women would become sisters in spirit, sharing everything without reserve. Perhaps in other companies they might be rivals, but Xiaolong Group operated on such a scale that shooting 10 films at once posed no problem. If both women possessed talent, he was confident he could groom them into international stars. The next day, Lin Shixiao rested well and spent time nurturing the bonds among the three women. On the third morning at dawn, he arrived at Shao Film City. This was an auspicious day. The film Jingwu Ingxiong would hold its opening ceremony. At the film set, media gathered and many prominent figures sent their congratulatory banners. Outside the Shaw Brothers Film City, numerous fans congregated shouting the names of Li Xiaolong and Zhao Yaji, creating a lively atmosphere. "I hereby announce the filming ceremony for the movie Hero of Jingwu officially begins." The ceremony was hosted by Xiao Yifu, who had not done this for many years. It would have been impossible without Lin Shixiao's significant influence. Xiao Yifu initially wanted Lin Shixiao to come on stage and say a few words, but the latter declined. After a brief speech, they proceeded with the usual proceedings. They prayed to Guangdong for a successful box office. A pig was slaughtered and portions were shared, symbolizing shared blessings and ensuring safety. Then they distributed red packets to every crew member, albeit in small amounts, simply for good luck. At this moment, the media could no longer contain themselves and surrounded Lin Shixiao. While both Li Xiaolong and Zhao Yaji were quite famous and currently popular, the media was more eager to interview Lin Shixiao. He was a controversial figure. Only controversy could generate traffic. "Lin, what are your expectations for the box office of Hero of Jingwu?" "The local box office will not be less than 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Lin Shixiao declared confidently, fully assured of this film. 10 million. Lin, you are so confident. The media did not expect Lin Shixiao to be so bold, making such a grand claim for his first project in the film industry. "I have always been confident because I have never failed," Lin Shixiao said with a domineering expression. The media exchanged surprised glances. They had interviewed so many people, yet only Lin Shixiao was this daring. However, recalling Lin Shixiao's past, it seemed he had the foundation to make such claims. "Lin, what is the budget for this film?" a reporter asked. Many investors set a budget cap for films prohibiting over. In a sense, this somewhat artificially lowers the film's quality, as some shots and scenes cannot be captured without sufficient. However, there is no choice. The investors have their own considerations, and everyone must take responsibility for their investments. Thus, it was believed that Hero of Jingwu also had its budget cap. "The budget is currently 1 million. If it's not enough, we can add more," Lin Shixiao stated calmly. 1 million as a starting point. Lin is so generous. No wonder it's Lin, truly capable. The reporters couldn't help but exclaim. If they remembered correctly, this was the largest film project ever invested in Hong Kong. Then a reporter asked, Lin, with such a large budget, are you not afraid of losing money? Facing this question, Lin Shixiao smiled faintly. Firstly, I have money and can afford to lose. Secondly, I have confidence in the script and the actors and the filming team and in the distribution side. There's something I forgot to tell you. I have already contacted the other side of the Treasure Island, and Hero of Jingwu will be released there first. The people of the Treasure Island can pay attention. Lin Shixiao certainly wouldn't treat this as just an interview. It was also an excellent opportunity to promote the film, and it was free. What? Lin has already opened the channels to the Treasure Island. Lin, will all the cinemas on the Treasure Island show it? The reporters looked at Lin Shixiao eagerly. It is well known that no film company wants to miss out on developing the Treasure Island market, but reality is not always ideal. Most cinemas on the Treasure Island are controlled by gangs, and those people are not easy to deal with. Therefore, even though some films have previously been released on the Treasure Island, they were only shown in a few cinemas and never received full screenings. With such a good film, of course, all the theaters will show it. Lin Shixiao knew the reporters had more questions, but he had already answered enough. It was time to pass the spotlight to Li Xiaolong and Zhao Yaji. After all, he did not intend to become a star and did not need that much exposure. Li, come here. Yaji, come. Lin Shixiao waved over, and Li Xiaolong and Zhao Yaji, who had been waiting for a while, immediately came over. Lin Shixiao put his arms around the shoulders of both, saying to the media reporters, all right, next you can interview them. After Hero of Jingwu airs, there won't be many chances for such interviews. Lin Shixiao was simply giving a friendly reminder. It was predictable that Hero of Jingwu would definitely become a huge success, and the popularity of Li Xiaolong and Zhao Yaji would also see a significant rise. Upon hearing Lin Shixiao say this, the media became excited, surrounding them and thrusting microphones into the face. Excuse me, Xiaolong, what was your impression of Lin the first time you met him? Excuse me, Yaji, does Lin have any special quirks in private? Meanwhile, Lin Shixiao was chatting with Xiao Yifu. Xiao, is everything alright? There seem to be a lot of people today. Please pay attention to safety. Rest assured, Lin, I personally oversee this project, and there won't be any mishaps. Xiao Yifu smiled and patted his chest. Having interacted with Lin Shixiao more, he felt he had become younger. Lin Shixiao nodded. He certainly trusted Xiao Yifu's work. By the way, Xiao, have you been keeping an eye on the stock market? Do you also trade stocks, Xiao? Lin Shixiao asked with a smile. Of course I don't trade stocks, but the stock market is a barometer of the economy, so I need to keep an eye on it. Xiao Yifu chuckled. To be honest, I haven't paid attention recently. Is there something going on in the stock market? Lin Shixiao knew the market hadn't collapsed yet, so he was too lazy to keep track. Xiao Yifu mentioned it, so Lin Shixiao asked him about it. This morning the index officially dropped below 1,000 points. It had been hovering around 1,100 points, and many people said the market had bottomed out. I wonder how those people are feeling now. Xiao Yifu shook his head and laughed. He did not understand the stock market, so even when many made big profits during bull markets, he had no intention of trading. It just dropped below 1,000 points. A bit slow, huh? Lin Shixiao murmured to himself. Xiao Yifu was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Lin Shixiao's borrowing of stocks from foreign banks before the market crash was no secret. The more the stock market drops, the lower the cost for Lin Shixiao to buy back the stocks. If anyone in Hong Kong did not want the market to rise at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Lin Shixiao. Xiao Yifu forced a smile, saying, many people wish they could jump off a building, only Lin is smiling. This was not mockery, but an acknowledgement of Lin Shixiao's stock trading skills. Now if Lin Shixiao claims he is not good at trading stocks, no one in Hong Kong would dare to say they could. Everyone must take responsibility for their choices. Lin Shixiao said something quite philosophical. Xiao Yifu thought about it, and indeed found it to be true. At that time, Lin Shixiao had even warned in the newspaper, yet very few people believed him. After the media interviews, the filming officially began. Lin Shixiao found himself with nothing to do and observed the process, discovering that the team assembled by Xiao Yifu was indeed reliable, with many expressions he wanted to see appearing. At this quality, Hero of Jingwu would be even more classic than in his past life. After watching for about half an hour, Lin Shixiao prepared to leave. After all, his presence would put pressure on many, including Xiao Yifu. Just as he stood up from his chair, a staff member responsible for maintaining order rushed in a panic, loudly shouting, someone is causing trouble. Still someone daring enough to cause trouble. Xiao Yifu strode forward, convinced he had misheard. The staff member wore a bitter, weary expression, clearly having suffered a considerable setback. Who are they? Xiao Yifu's face tightened. He had thrived in Hong Kong not by chance, but through an extensive web of connections. Even the most prominent triads on the island granted him due respect. They just appeared out of nowhere. No one knows them, the staff member sighed wryly. Have you consulted the police? After all, at his request, officers had been stationed nearby that very day. We did. The staff member grimaced. And they said nothing. Nothing. Xiao Yifu froze, suddenly realizing the situation was far more complicated than anticipated. Ordinarily, criminals feared authority, but now it seemed authority feared them. Let's go outside and take a look. Even as he spoke, Lin Shixiao had already stepped ahead, moving toward the entrance. This incident had to be resolved flawlessly. He had amassed a staggering fortune in recent months, surely provoking envy. Yet others held back, deterred by his ties to Ho Yingdong and his apparent closeness with Musa. But these outsiders showed no fear of his influence. That made things intriguing. When Lin Shixiao emerged, he saw several men with hardened, menacing faces. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lin. Hard to invite, aren't you? At their head stood a bald man, his face slashed by a grotesque, jagged scar. Who are you? Lin Shixiao's eyes narrowed. A primal instinct prickled. He sensed genuine danger radiating from the bald man. This was no ordinary thug, but a true outlaw. Call me Wang San. On the streets they call me Third Master. The bald man chuckled darkly. Hey. His henchman echoed the laugh, a chilling hollow sound. What do you want? Lin Shixiao glared fiercely. Nothing much, just a little cash to tide us over. Wang San replied, his gaze turning icy. Cash? Lin Shixiao's eyes narrowed further. Exactly. Wang San sneered coldly. How much? Not much, this much. Wang San raised a single finger. 1 million. Lin Shixiao had already guessed high. Wrong. Wang San shook his head with a chilling smirk. Could it be 10 million? Lin Shixiao feigned astonishment. Correct. Mr. Lin is indeed sharp. Hey. Wang San let out a dry, rasping chuckle. His men joined in, dry, grating laughter. What if I refuse? Nothing drastic. Perhaps just sudden death. A threat naked and unvarnished. You've got tremendous nerve. Xiao Yifu could bear it no longer and bellowed in outrage. Mr. Xiao, do you need a loan too? Wang San didn't flinch. Instead, he grinned lazily at Xiao Yifu. I have money, but I won't lend it. Xiao Yifu struggled to contain his temper. This was outside the Xiao Group film studio, and these men were showing him zero deference. Is Mr. Xiao tired of living? Wang San's smile vanished. His stare locked onto Xiao Yifu like a... His underlings were all desperate fugitives. Men who'd fled their homelands, unable to survive there before smuggling themselves into Hong Kong. Are you threatening me, eh? With so many bystanders and journalists watching, Xiao Yifu nearly lost control. Just as he lunged forward to confront Wang San, Lin Shixiao seized his arm. Let me go, Lin Shixiao. I refuse to believe they can touch me. Xiao Yifu's stubbornness flared. In his youth, he'd fought more than his share of brawls. Harmony brings prosperity. Harmony brings prosperity. Stay calm. Lin Shixiao flashed frantic, urgent glances. Xiao Yifu caught the unspoken warning and fell silent. When will the money be ready? Wang San felt a surge of smug satisfaction. He'd expected Lin Shixiao to resist longer, not capitulate so readily. The sum is substantial. The bank will require considerable time to prepare it. Fine. See you don't betray my trust. Wang San snickered, then jerked his head backward. Instantly, a short man stepped forward. Before anyone could react, he drew a razor-sharp blade from his pocket and severed the tip of his own little finger. Blood dripped steadily. His face paled with agony, but he uttered not a sound. Off. A chorus of terrified shrieks erupted from the crowd. Lin Shixiao finally understood why even the police refused to intervene. These men weren't merely ruthless toward others. They were merciless toward themselves. To draw their attention meant a lifetime of ruin. Well, Wang San fixed Lin Shixiao with a cold, mocking stare. Lin Shixiao appeared shaken. His voice trembled slightly. Don't worry. The money you demanded will be delivered promptly. Good. You'd better not deceive me. I won't. With those words, Lin Shixiao turned without looking back and climbed into his Rolls-Royce. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Along seated in the driver's seat, twisted around, concern etched across his face. He'd wanted to rush out and help, but Lin Shixiao had stopped him. I'm fine. Lin Shixiao waved dismissively. His complexion was flushed and vibrant. Nothing about him suggested fear. Remarkable courage, Mr. Lin. Who instinctively raised a thumb. Trained professionals who'd seen combat, they'd barely blinked at Wang San's theatrics. But Lin Shixiao was different. In their eyes, he'd grown up sheltered, yet astonishingly unflinching. Utterly genuine with no trace of pretense. There's something I'd like to ask you both. Lin Shixiao ignored their silent speculation. Please, Mr. Along and who instantly composed themselves. Lin Shixiao paid them exorbitant salaries, so much so that during idle moments they often felt a quiet pang of guilt, eager for a chance to prove their worth. That chance had arrived. A faint knowing curve lifted Lin Shixiao's lips. So, the Flying Tigers take private jobs now. Huh. Along and who exchanged bewildered glances, completely baffled by his meaning. At Shixiao, Wang San leisurely strolled with a few younger brothers, having just returned victorious from the Shaw Brothers film set. Big brother, I thought Lin Sheng was quite impressive, yet he ended up wetting himself after just a scare from us. Hee. When the stick cut off his finger, I saw his face turn pale. Unfortunately, this time, we can only take his money. I heard his woman is quite beautiful. Well, I wonder if there will be a chance. A young man looked full of expectation. Wang San quickly reprimanded, you can think about it, but without my permission you must not act on your own. He knew all too well what his subordinates were capable of. Once they got impulsive, they could do anything. The reason he could still swagger down the streets of Hong Kong Island was due to his wits. If he had truly committed many heinous acts publicly inciting massive public resentment, even if the police were hesitant, they would have long since wiped them out. He told Lin Shixiao that he was borrowing money. As long as Lin Shixiao said nothing, no one else could intervene. Big brother, I know the rules. Among desperate men, there are still differences. Everyone fears Wang San. There is a rumor that Wang San once did something very impressive. Once when he was drunk he mentioned it, but when everyone pressed for details he denied having ever said it. Once we get the money, let's find a few beautiful girls to have a good time. Wang San had one virtue, which was his generosity towards his subordinates. Thank you, third brother. The group of younger brothers immediately became excited. They put their lives on the line thinking only of those two things. Stick. You worked hard this time, you'll get the most money. Big brother, how can that be? The idea was all yours, you should take the lion's share. The stick was being modest, and at this moment his severed finger was still not bandaged. He was indeed ruthless. Wang San patted the stick's shoulder. We agreed beforehand. We'll do it by the rules. The reason he could gather so many people was due to his trustworthiness. Thank you, third brother. The stick quickly expressed his gratitude. A group of people was lost in the joy of imagining receiving a huge sum of money, even though they had yet to see a shadow of the money. Past successes made them blindly confident. At the private residence of Hua Yingdong in Happy Valley, butler Chen hurriedly walked in. Hua Sheng, something bad has happened. Shixiao is in trouble. His face was anxious, making Hua Yingdong's heart skip a beat. However, Hua Yingdong had experienced many storms and could remain calm at any time. Don't panic, take your time and explain. Here's the thing. Just now a gang went to the Shaw Brothers film base and blocked Shixiao at the entrance, demanding 10 million. It seems Shixiao agreed. Shixiao agreed. Hua Yingdong instinctively widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Yes, those people are not ordinary characters. They are from Shixiao. Many have suffered losses before, but due to face did not spread the word. It's possible that this gang has been more restrained in the past and didn't ask for as much money. Hua Sheng, do you want to help? As a friend's descendant, butler Chen had long regarded Lin Shixiao as his own protege. Seeing Lin Shixiao achieve success brought him genuine joy, but when Lin Shixiao encountered trouble, he would immediately become anxious, losing some of his ability to think. Me help him. Hua Yingdong's face showed bitterness. Butler Chen was taken aback. Hua Sheng, you don't want to help. It's not that I don't want to help. Hua Yingdong's bitterness deepened, but I probably can't help. You may not realize this, but his influence on Hong Kong Island is greater than mine, and even his relationship with Musa is closer than mine. Oh. Butler Chen froze for a moment, realizing it to be true. What should we do then? Are we not going to do anything? We definitely cannot give them the money. If we do, it will only lead to more trouble in the future. I know, and I won't do nothing, but I won't act until he calls me for help. I feel he can resolve this himself. Perhaps his public agreement to pay is just a smokescreen. As expected of a self-made boss, Hua Yingdong immediately guessed some of Lin Shixiao's intentions. Did he deliberately agree? Butler Chen furrowed his brows and thought he had indeed panicked earlier and hadn't taken the time to think things through. Now that Hua Yingdong reminded him, he felt it was very likely. Alright, let's wait and see. Butler Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. This incident was a huge test for Lin Shixiao. If he could overcome it, the future would be smooth sailing. At least on Hong Kong Island, no one would dare to trouble him again. However, if he couldn't get through this, the troubles would only multiply. It could be said that everyone on Hong Kong Island was focused on this incident. For reasons unknown, Musa chose to remain silent on this matter. Some said that the gang represented the poor, a wound Musa dared not expose. Although the economy of Hong Kong was developing rapidly, the gap between rich and poor was also widening, and in some areas people struggled to even have enough to eat. At the Li family gathering place, people were also discussing this matter. Li Xing, I didn't expect Lin Shixiao to have such a day. We can just watch the show. The mood of Li Feng, the head of the Li family, was quite good. This was certainly because he learned that Lin Shixiao was being harassed. Clan leader, if it were you, what would you do? Li Tay asked, flattering. He didn't really want to help Lin Shixiao, but was afraid Lin Shixiao might actually come up with a solution. If Li Feng couldn't think of a solution, it was very likely that Lin Shixiao couldn't either. In that case, he could rest easy. Li Feng pondered for a moment and smiled. To be honest, I don't have a good solution either. At most I would negotiate with them to try to pay less money. Is that so? Li Tay felt relieved. As night fell, many places in Hong Kong Island fell into a deep sleep, but at a metal-roofed house in Shixiao, it was bustling with activity. Third brother, come have a drink. You were really impressive today. That famous Lin Shixiao was scared off by you. What's so great about that? Whoever mentions third brother on the streets would surely wet their pants. Brother Stick, you did great today too. You just said to cut off your finger, and you did it. Third brother, if there's another chance like this, let me know. I want to be famous. Huh. Mousy, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Don't worry, if there's another opportunity to shine, third brother will definitely think of you. Hehe. Then thank you in advance, third brother. The man proposing the toast wasn't particularly eager to experience cutting off fingers. Rather, he knew that by doing so he could earn more money. People like them only cared about money, sometimes even risking their lives for it. Wang San was half drunk, lying on his side, enjoying the flattery of the crowd. Brothers, feel free to drink. Tomorrow someone will be bringing us money. Before Wang San's words could finish, bang. The The door of the metal-roofed house was suddenly smashed open, and a group of heavily armed muscular men barged in. Who is it? Wang San felt that something was amiss, reaching for the firearm hidden under his pillow. As he realized he might not have been noticed, excitement surged within him. With a weapon in hand, he had a chance to escape. I curse you. Wang San raised the firearm, preparing to shoot the person closest to him, hoping to seize the chaos to flee. Just as the muzzle of his gun was lifted, bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. Suddenly the raucous tin house fell eerily silent. The group of desperate fugitives obediently lay flat on the ground. As they looked towards Wang San's direction, cold sweat immediately drenched their bodies. At that moment, a bloody hole had appeared in Wang San's forehead, with red mingling with white fluid gushing out. Brother San is dead. The faces of the fugitives turned pale. In such circumstances, even those who disregarded their lives became fearful. Who exactly are you? A bold fugitive asked. The Flying Tigers are here to eliminate bandits. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. No answer came, but a voice rang out from outside. The members of the Flying Tigers had their faces covered, revealing only their eyes. Even if the fugitives wanted to seek revenge later, they wouldn't know whom to target. On a hillside not far from the tin house, several figures stood silently. They all wore large dark sunglasses, but anyone familiar with Lin Shixiao would surely recognize one among them. Unexpected situation. The bandit leader attempted to resist and was shot dead by our team. Very well, I will immediately arrange for the special sponsorship funds to be transferred to each account. Thank you. In the future, for such good fortune, you must be sure to inform us. The leader of the Flying Tigers struggled to close his mouth. For such a simple task, each team member could receive 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. More such tasks would be welcome. All right, thank you for your hard work. Then, we are leaving. The next day, when people awoke, they received a shocking piece of news. The group of fugitives that had threatened Lin Shixiao was completely captured by the Flying Tigers, and their leader was shot dead for attempting to resist with a firearm. I knew it. In a private residence in Happy Valley, Hua Yingdong couldn't help but jump up. He expected Lin Shixiao to find a solution, but he didn't expect it to be resolved in this way. Ah Xiao is truly ruthless. From now on, no one will dare to steal his money again, sighed Butler Chun. Perhaps from the beginning, Ah Xiao never intended to spare the bandit leader's life. Hua Yingdong gazed at the sky, his expression solemn. Indeed, but now Ah Xiao will bear the reputation of being ruthless. Butler Chun furrowed his brows again. What's wrong with being ruthless? Everyone in this world, including myself, has a past they don't want others to know about. Hua Yingdong shot a glare at Butler Chun. I was just saying, nothing is more important than personal safety. Butler Chun chuckled awkwardly. After this incident, some of the bad elements on the island should no longer dare to target Lin Shixiao. You might get shot at any moment. It's one thing to have money, but another to lose a life. At the Li family's gathering place, Li Feng's expression was somewhat complicated. To be honest, he had considered that Lin Shixiao might get through this crisis, but he never expected him to handle it so decisively and ruthlessly. In the past, we thought he only knew how to speculate in stocks and make money. We never expected he could be so decisive and ruthless, giving money to the Flying Tigers to deal with the bandits. Anyone who dares to take aim at him in the future must consider whether their lives can be preserved. This Lin Shixiao directly leaped over Musa. Isn't he afraid of making Musa angry? Li Te's face was filled with indignation. When Lin Shixiao did well, his mood soured. Can you not see the situation clearly? Li Feng once again felt that Li Te was not of much use. Clan Li Te broke out in a cold sweat. He relied on Li Feng's favor to survive on the island. If Li Feng looked down on him, he would have no good days ahead. You should understand that one day the island will return. So why has Musa come all this way to take office? What is he? Is he really looking to manage the island well? Is it for money? Li Te seemed to understand all at once. For Musa, Lin Shixiao is his fortune god. I can guess this without thinking. Musa must have known about the Flying Tiger's actions this time, and since he didn't stop it, he must have tacitly approved the operation because Lin Shixiao had paid well. Li Feng continued to analyze. But Li Te still felt puzzled. Lin Shixiao's money is for the Flying Tigers. It's true that the money is for the Flying Tigers, but can the Flying Tigers refuse to share some with Musa? Li Feng smiled. Li Te thought for a moment and nodded. That's probably how it is. Do you know what the biggest difference between you and Lin Shixiao is? Li Feng suddenly stared intensely at Li Te. I don't know. Li Te felt somewhat dejected. Although he didn't want to admit it, the gap between him and Lin Shixiao was indeed vast. But he really didn't know in which aspect the gap was the greatest. Overall perspective. Li Te seemed to understand, but was still confused. Exactly. Your vision is too shallow. You have no judgment on the larger direction. Sometimes whether a person can succeed in doing something is often not about their ability, but about the environment, and whether the broader aspects are favorable to them. Recently, I have been pondering why I was kicked out of TVB so easily. I always found it incomprehensible, but now I get it. The overall situation was not in my favor. Those shareholders had long wanted to sell their shares. It was just that the offers they received were not suitable. Lin Shixiao seized this point. and since he had money and dared to bid, TVB became his. That is not the most admirable aspect. What I admire most is that he could have kicked Xiao Yifu out of TVB and become the sole shareholder, but he did not. Do you know why? Why? Li Te felt his brain was not functioning well enough. You can't even analyze this and still want to be his rival. I advise you to give up that thought, otherwise you'll be played to the point of not knowing why. Li Feng's face revealed a hint of mockery. Clan leader, you are right. Li Te felt somewhat unconvinced, but he did not dare to contradict Li Feng. I will now tell you why he didn't kick Xiao Yifu out. Li Feng looked up towards the distance where the direction was exactly toward. He knows that Xiao Yifu has a knack for managing the television station. By leaving Xiao Yifu's shares intact, he wants Xiao Yifu to work for him, maximizing benefits. Even if he is more capable, his energy is limited. He cannot balance both TVB and Xiaolong Group. To be honest, I do not have his overall perspective or his broad-mindedness. Thus, losing to him, I can accept it wholeheartedly. Clan leader, you have given up. No longer seeking trouble with Lin Shixiao. Li Te's eyes widened. He clearly understood that Li Feng had not given up his obsession with revenge against Lin Shixiao. After leaving TVB in disgrace, Li Feng was mocked by many in secret. It's not that I want to give up, but the circumstances force me to. A person must have self-awareness. Without it, one might die without knowing how. Li Feng was educating Li Te while also educating himself. Li Te felt a deep sense of frustration. All along, Li Feng had been his idol, but now even his idol had surrendered. Clan leader, I understand. Li Te nodded vigorously. At that moment, he confronted the gap between himself and Lin Shixiao. Before he made significant improvements in his own strength, he would absolutely not seek trouble with Lin Shixiao again. After the Wang San incident, Lin Shixiao received even more respect. That day, he arrived once again at the Global Plaza, the headquarters of Xiaolong Group. The last of the 4 heavenly kings, Li Ming, had also been found, and now the 4 children were waiting for him. Furthermore, his plan for a top-tier boy band could now begin to be implemented. Oh, Director Lin is here again. As Lin Shixiao stepped out of the elevator, Shen Hongyu approached with a cheerful smile. The weather on the island was delightful today, with the sun shining brightly. Shen Hongyu wore a super-thin, form-fitting qipao, perfectly highlighting her figure. Lin Shixiao noticed from the corner of his eye that several male colleagues seemed somewhat distracted at work. General Manager, shouldn't you be a bit more discreet? With her like this, who can focus on work? Lin Shixiao deliberately gave the woman a suggestive look. Oh, does Director Lin even have to manage what the employees wear? Shen Hongyu suddenly raised her voice. Or should I just wear nothing at all? Instantly, everyone nearby turned to look. Lin Shixiao could only be speechless. He didn't expect this woman to be so bold, and had to change the subject. Have the children arrived? The moment Lin Shixiao uttered the word children, he felt a sense of absurdity. The 4 heavenly kings were really just little kids. They arrived a long time ago. To facilitate communication with Director Lin, I specifically sent their parents away. Shen Hongyu had a smirk on her face. What do you think I am? With a raised eyebrow, Lin Shixiao knew this woman was up to no good. Shen Hongyu leaned in deliberately. Isn't it said that Director Lin likes children? Especially boys? Lin Shixiao felt a chill run down his spine. Ignoring the many people watching, he reached out and pinched a particularly voluptuous spot on the woman. General Manager, food can be eaten randomly, but words must be used carefully. Shen Hongyu cried out, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. This man really had no pity for the ladies. Hey, don't look at me with that gaze. Let's go see the kids. They are like money trees, very precious. Lin Shixiao quickly changed the subject. Money tree. Shen Hongyu deliberately shouted. Director Lin, are you planning to let them serve customers? Regardless of whether the law allows it, this is too unethical. Her gaze was filled with doubt about Lin Shixiao's character. Lin Shixiao's face darkened, and he ignored her, heading straight into the office. Lin Sheng is here. Lu Dehua with keen eyes was the first to spot Lin Shixiao. Hello, Lin Sheng. Hello, Lin Sheng. Hello, Lin Sheng. The other 3 little boys also stood up, quickly looking at Lin Shixiao with admiration. In their eyes, Lin Shixiao was the most impressive figure on the island, who otherwise Shen Hongyu wouldn't have been able to gather them so easily. Hello, everyone. Please take a seat. Lin Shixiao smiled warmly at the others except for Lu Dehua. At this moment, Guo Fuqing was only 8 years old, still a primary school student, but he had big eyes and well-proportioned features, clearly a star in the making. Zhang Shuiyo was 12, and also in elementary school, his appearance quite ordinary. However, Zhang Shuiyo would later be crowned the god of song for his perfect singing voice, not for his looks. Li Ming was even younger, only 7. Shinzong, is there any law that prohibits children from debuting? Suddenly Lin Shixiao felt a headache coming on. He realized he was a bit hasty. Shen Hongyu rolled her eyes and replied seriously, no. Then that's good. That's good. If the law doesn't restrict it, then it would be much easier. At worst, he could let the children eat more, grow up quickly, and debut in 2 years. Do you want to become stars? Lin Shixiao prepared to give the 3 who were not Lu Dehua a motivational talk. He had already educated Lu Dehua, who was now very eager to become a star. But we're still in school. Zhang Shuiyo said shyly. Yeah, I just started elementary school. Li Ming had lived in Kyoto and spoke Mandarin very fluently. Only Guo Fuqing nodded vigorously. His big eyes were full of eagerness. Oh, why do you want to become a star? To be famous. To be impressive. Guo Fuqing shouted out loud. Perhaps realizing that this was the biggest opportunity of his life, he cast aside his inner fears and became very brave. Very good. Very courageous, I like it. Lin Shixiao began to take a liking to this kid. Lin Sheng, I want to become a star too. Lu Dehua noticed that Lin Shixiao paid more attention to Guo Fuqing, and he immediately felt a sense of crisis. He had known Lin Shixiao first, and subconsciously didn't want anyone else to get too close. I know you want to become a star to help your family improve their lives, Lin Shixiao smiled at Lu Dehua. Among these kids, Lu Dehua was not only the oldest, but also the most mature in thinking. Can being a star involve singing? Zhang Shuiyo suddenly asked. Both Lin Shixiao and Shen Hongyu were. Shen Hongyu couldn't help but pat Zhang Zuyi's head. Silly child, of course being a star involves singing. Not only can you sing, but if you sign with a company you can act too. Although Shen Hongyu didn't quite understand why Lin Shixiao attached so much importance to these kids, as the general manager and the most important work partner of Lin Shixiao's company, she had to fully support him. Then I want to be a star too. Zhang Shuiyo shouted loudly. You're the last one. Lin Shixiao fixed his gaze on Li Ming. The little elementary school student looked a bit nervous. What a joke. Nowadays Lin Shixiao was undoubtedly one of the most impressive figures on the island, and the aura he inadvertently released was somewhat intimidating. I am afraid my parents won't agree. Li Ming was almost in tears from fear. Alright, don't scare the child. Let me handle it. Shen Hongyu pulled Lin Shixiao aside, squatting down next to Li Ming. She spoke in a very gentle voice. We will communicate with your parents. Besides, even after signing you still need to go to school, so it won't affect your studies. Then, I want to give it a try. Seeing that the other three had already agreed, Li Ming thought it would be wrong. Great. Lin Shixiao suddenly became excited. I hereby announce that the Four Heavenly Kings group is officially established today. Really called the Four Heavenly Kings. Shen Hongyu stared at Lin Shixiao in disbelief. She thought he was joking. No, do you think I'm joking? But with just a few kids calling them the Four Heavenly Kings, wouldn't it make people laugh until their teeth fall out? Shen Hongyu argued rationally. She felt that Lin Shixiao was being a bit willful in this matter. A group's name shouldn't be taken so lightly. If the name was wrong, many people's efforts would be wasted and the company's investment would go down the drain. Of course, Lin Shixiao might not lack this little money, but as the general manager, she had to consider. At first people might laugh, but soon they won't, because the great Four Heavenly Kings group will demonstrate undeniable strength and make everyone bow down. Lin Shixiao raised his hands high, resembling a priest performing a prayer ritual. Shen Hongyu rolled her eyes as she felt defeated by Lin Shixiao. Fine, you're the chairman, you have the final say. Shenzong, you might not understand now, but in a few years you will apologize for your words and actions today. Lin Shixiao's face was filled with a confident smile. Alright, I hope so. If that day really comes, I will apologize. Good. I'm waiting. Lin Shixiao chuckled as some inappropriate images flashed through his mind. Lin Sheng, can I go home now? Li Ming suddenly stood up and said. Yes, I miss my mom and dad. Li Ming's eyes were a bit red. Lin Shixiao was taken aback, murmuring, weren't you just fine a moment ago? Didn't you say you wanted to be a star? Li Ming immediately burst into tears. Lin Shixiao didn't know what to do. In his past life he had no children and didn't know how to comfort them. He could only look at Shen Hongyu for help with pleading eyes. Fortunately, you don't have children. Shen Hongyu smiled happily. Witnessing Lin Shixiao's difficulty was a reason to celebrate. Don't cry, dear sister, will give you candy. Under the assault of sugary promises, Li Ming quickly stopped crying, but still insisted on going home. With no other choice, Shen Hongyu had to call the parents to take Li Ming home. However, Lin Shixiao's concerns did not materialize. Upon hearing that Lin Shixiao planned to promote Li Ming, his parents immediately agreed. They knew this was a life-changing opportunity for Li Ming. You all don't want to go home too, right? Lin Shixiao looked at the remaining three. Lin Sheng, I have plans with my friends to play games. Guo Fuqing said softly. A black line crossed Lin Shixiao's forehead. What about the others? Do you have things to do too? Lin Sheng, I need to go home to cook. Today my parents are out for drinks and my brothers, and I need to make dinner ourselves, Lu Dehua said softly. Lin Sheng, I haven't finished my homework. I need to go back to catch up. Zhang Shuiyo raised her head, looking at Lin Shixiao with eager eyes. Is homework that easy to do? Lin Shixiao was a bit puzzled, but still let them go. Let's leave it at that for today. When the teacher is arranged, next time you can come back to study. Then I realized what I said wasn't very appealing, so I quickly added there will be delicious food. Then I promise you won't be able to finish it. Okay, Lin Sheng, I can't wait to start training. Guo Fuqing looked like a greedy cat, seemingly forgetting about going home. Lu Dehua and Zhang Shuiyo expressed themselves more subtly, just swallowing hard in excitement. After the Four Heavenly Kings left, Lin Shixiao looked at Shen Hongyu with some exasperation. He truly did not expect children to be so difficult to handle. Haha. Shen Hongyu suddenly burst out laughing, unable to straighten up. Still laughing? Don't laugh. Stop laughing. Haha. Shen Hongyu laughed again and again, not stopping for a long time. At that moment it seemed she had lost a lot of energy, and even standing was a problem. Lin Shixiao thoughtfully walked over and hugged the woman's waist. "Shenzong, do you need help?" Lin Shixiao's eyes held some desire. "What?" Shen Hongyu hadn't reacted, yet when Lin Shixiao's lips had already sealed hers. It was unclear how long it had been before Shen Hongyu was released, and at that moment her face was flushed, clearly moved. "Lin Dong, you're so bad." Shen Hongyu's eyes had a mix of rejection and invitation. At this point Lin Shixiao really couldn't hold back. Shen Hongyu's heart raced, quickly reaching out to block Lin Shixiao. "No, we have a meeting soon." Lin Shixiao quickly hit the brakes, almost forgetting that he had called the main artists of the company today to discuss the next steps. Having signed many capable artists, Lin Shixiao naturally would not let them be idle, but he also didn't want to just throw together some projects to placate them. Everyone needed to play to their strengths to create maximum benefits for the company. Most importantly, he had a lot of ideas in his mind. If he didn't get them out, it would be very frustrating. Lin Sheng. At that moment, a curly-haired man pushed the door and entered. Shen Hongyu felt guilty and took a step back. "I am sorry, I heard Lin Sheng was here and got a bit excited forgetting to knock." The curly-haired man looked apologetic and was about to back out. "Come in." Lin Shixiao was somewhat speechless. In his past life, Cheng Long, who held a prestigious position in the entertainment industry and was known as Big Brother, was now acting somewhat timid. It was no wonder Cheng Long was only 19 years old at this time and was still an ordinary martial arts stuntman. Even if Lin Shixiao told Cheng Long that he would become a world-renowned martial arts superstar in the future, Cheng Long probably wouldn't believe it. Of course, there were benefits to not being famous. Shen Hongyu easily signed Cheng Long without much effort. If it weren't for Lin Shixiao's good conscience, he could have signed Cheng Long to a slave contract, exploiting him for life under the Xiaolong Group, never allowing him to turn his life around. Lin Sheng Shenzong. "I'm really sorry." Cheng Long kept apologizing. "All right, just tell me what's the—" Lin Shixiao looked at Cheng Long with a smile. He certainly would develop Cheng Long, but he wanted to see if Cheng Long had the awareness to become a superstar. Lin Sheng, I came to ask if there are any suitable roles for me in Hero of the Martial Arts. Even a minor role would be fine." Lin Shixiao couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. Cheng Long was indeed someone who couldn't stand being idle. There were many potential new stars signed under Xiaolong Group, but currently only Cheng Long directly asked him for a role. "Do you think you can handle it?" Lin Shixiao pretended to keep a serious face. He wanted to suppress Cheng Long a bit, otherwise it would be hard to manage him once he became famous. He could only apologize to the respected Cheng Long from his past life, in his heart sorry. "Lin Sheng, really just a minor role is fine. I don't want to be a stuntman forever." Cheng Long thought Lin Shixiao wouldn't agree, and the flesh on his face was almost wrinkled together. "No." Lin Shixiao waved his hand, seemingly wanting to cut off Cheng Long's thoughts. "Then, fine." Cheng Long was clearly discouraged, looking dejected and preparing to walk out. Before leaving, he politely closed the door and bowed to Lin Shixiao. "Thank you, Lin Sheng." Lin Shixiao couldn't help. "Have we finished talking? You're about to leave. Is there something urgent?" No. Cheng Long quickly shook his head. He wasn't foolish and knew Lin Shixiao was giving him a chance, so he hurried back into the office. "Do you want to be the main character?" Hearing this, Cheng Long was completely shocked, thinking he had misheard. "I'm sorry, Lin Sheng, I didn't hear clearly. Could you please say it again?" Cheng Long's expression became excited. Director Lin wants to ask you, do you want to be the main character?" Beside them, Shen Hongyu couldn't help but laugh. She knew very well that Lin Shixiao was playing a prank. However, Lin Shixiao might not realize that although he was young, he held great prestige in the hearts of artists. Undoubtedly, much of this prestige came from Lin Shixiao's bank savings. Nowadays, producing a decent film costs at least a few $100,000, and with so much money, Lin Shixiao could make many films. For actors, it's simply about wanting the chance to play good roles, and being close to Lin Shixiao means plenty of opportunities. Many big shots in Hong Kong have money, but few are willing to invest in movies and TV shows. Of course I want to. Confirming that he hadn't misheard, Cheng Long was immensely excited, clenching his fists tightly, his facial muscles twitching. "Do you also have the idea of directing yourself?" This sudden question from Lin Shixiao stunned not only Cheng Long, but also Shen Hongyu. "Director Lin, he is just a martial arts stuntman." Shen Hongyu didn't mean to look down on Cheng Long. She was just stating the truth. How does Lin Sheng know? Cheng Long widened his eyes. At this moment, he wasn't that confident. He had indeed secretly written scripts, but had never dared to let anyone know. "Don't worry about how I know, just answer if you wanna." Lin Shixiao smirked, as he certainly knew from the gossip news. "Yes." Cheng Long nervously swallowed. He didn't know whether Lin Shixiao knowing about this was a blessing or a curse for him. "Do you want to make a movie yourself? You will be the director and the lead." Lin Shixiao pressed his lips together. Nowadays in Hong Kong, perhaps only he would dare to invest in Cheng Long. After all, apart from a good martial arts foundation and being willing to work hard, Cheng Long seemed to have no other advantages. His looks were average, and even Xiao Yifu wouldn't cast him as the lead. "Lin Sheng, are you serious?" Cheng Long instinctively took 2 steps forward. He was genuinely excited and almost grabbed Lin Shixiao's shoulder, but managed to restrain himself at the last moment. Shen Hongyu rolled her eyes listening to this. In her view, Lin Shixiao was simply someone with money to spare. but you have to show me the script first. I have to approve it. As long as I give the nod for a budget under 1 million, you can have as much as you need. Lin Shixiao said firmly. 1 million. Hearing this figure, Chen Long felt his mind go blank. This was a treatment reserved for Li Xiaolong, and he was worlds apart from Li Xiaolong. You should thank Lin Sheng. He has money to spare. Shen Hongyu couldn't help but add. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Chen Long repeatedly bowed, nearly touching his head to the ground. If it weren't for his good flexibility, he probably would have fallen to the floor by now. Don't mention it. Oh, I also think you can help me make money. Lin Shixiao smiled and patted Chen Long on the shoulder. What kind of movie are you planning to make? Tell me. Lin Sheng, currently martial arts films are quite popular in Hong Kong, and since I excel in martial arts, I naturally want to shoot a martial arts film. However, I feel that today's martial arts films are too serious. In planning to make it a bit more lighthearted and humorous, I wonder what Lin Sheng thinks. Chen Long looked at Lin Shixiao somewhat nervously. Lin Shixiao stroked his chin, pacing back and forth in the room. After a while he nodded. Well, this idea of yours is great, go for it. He could have made a decision sooner, but he did this just to tease Chen Long. In his past life, he never had the chance to shake hands with Chen Long. Now that Chen Long had no fame, he had to take the opportunity to play a little. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Chen Long looked grateful and excited. At this moment, he held Lin Shixiao in higher regard than his own parents. At that moment, a beautiful secretary came in to remind them. Director Lin, General Manager Shin, everyone else is already in the conference room, just waiting for you. Okay, we'll be right there. Meanwhile, the conference room was quite lively. Chu Yuan, Su Guanwen, Hong Jinbao, Di Long, and others gathered. I just visited the set of Hero of the Martial Arts. The atmosphere there is really nice and everyone is full of energy. Haha. Of course. It's the largest investment in film history, and Director Lin promised that if the box office exceeds 10 million, all the salaries will be doubled. This is genuine encouragement. To be honest, I'm even thinking about going to that crew to do some odd jobs. Jinbao, with your hefty frame, it seems you're not suited for odd jobs. Everyone was familiar, so they could joke freely. Hey, don't underestimate me. I'm stronger than you think, believe it. Hong Jinbao rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sturdy short arms. Let me squeeze. Di Long couldn't help but reach out and touch him. Wow, this is really solid. No wonder you practice martial arts. Of course, do you think I'm joking? At this moment, a noise came from outside the door, and everyone instinctively looked over, becoming excited upon seeing the newcomer. Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, you've arrived. Everyone's eyes were filled with eagerness, and it was clear that they all hoped Lin Shixiao would support them. Indeed, Lin Shixiao had the ability to do so. Hello everyone. Lin Shixiao took a moment to recognize them. Although he had watched their films and dramas several times in his past life, at this moment these people were still young, and their appearances inevitably differed from his fixed impressions. Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng. Each time Lin Shixiao looked at someone, the person would beam with a smile. If this scene were to be seen by fans, it would surely break their hearts. Their once lofty older brothers and sisters were now lowering themselves so much. Hongyu, today's meeting is a bit special, so let's not sit while chatting, shall we? Lin Shixiao had a bit of selfishness. If they were sitting, he wouldn't be able to get so close to these big stars. Sure, today is just a casual chat anyway. Although she said this, Shun Hongyu still signaled the beautiful secretary with her eyes to take notes. Later on, many of the topics Lin Shixiao discussed would need to be finalized. As the highest leader of the company, whatever Lin Shixiao said and promised must be taken seriously, otherwise it would dampen the spirits of the big stars. Okay, General Manager Shin, I understand. The beautiful secretary was becoming increasingly accustomed to her role. Lin Shin, what are your plans next? Di Long asked the question he had prepared for a long time. The others all sat up straight, eagerly watching Lin Shixiao. To be honest, I have no specific plans, but since you all have ideas, I will naturally support you. Lin Shixiao laughed heartily, fully aware of why these individuals were asking. Hearing Lin Shixiao's response, the group of big stars let out a sigh of relief. Their greatest fear upon arriving at Xiaolong Group was being sidelined by the company and wasting their golden development time. If you have any thoughts or requests, feel free to share. If they are reasonable, I will support them. You should know that I have money. Upon hearing Lin Shixiao's words, the smiles on the faces of the big stars grew even brighter. Lin Sheng, I do have some ideas. A few hours later, Lin Shixiao walked out of the conference room somewhat fatigued. Finally, every star had been assigned a project. Some projects involved several people working together, while others had one person taking the lead. After all, some of them, despite being big stars in later years, weren't very famous at this moment and still needed development. Director Lin, you are truly impressive. Shin Hongyu looked at Lin Shixiao with a hint of admiration. Earlier, during discussions about projects with the stars, Lin Shixiao was targeted and made many very professional points, as if he had been in the film industry for many years. If anyone thought they could fool Lin Shixiao, they were sorely mistaken. A day later, Hongyu Daily published a sensational news report. Xiaolong Group launched 10 film and television projects all at once, including the TV series Shanghai Dan, starring Zhou Ruanfa and Lin Shixiao, Kuliuxiang, starring Zheng Xiaoqiu by Jiazi, starring Hong Jinbao, Years of a Thief, starring Rindawa. As expected of Lin Sheng, it seems like making movies is costless. Now Jiaha has pressure. Besides Shaw Brothers, there's now another super strong competitor. As soon as the news broke, it immediately caused a huge response in Hong Kong Island, with many people eagerly awaiting the release of these films. However, some were skeptical. Undeniably, Lin Shixiao is indeed skilled in stock trading, but the film industry is a realm that only professionals can master. There have been big shots in the past who entered the film industry with the intention of making money, but they all left in disgrace, not even understanding how they lost their money. A media outlet interviewed the leader of Jiahe Pictures, who replied, "We wish Lin Shixiao good luck." Currently, it seems that Jiahe isn't particularly worried. On the contrary, they are somewhat pleased because Lin Shixiao's entry has attracted more attention to the film industry. According to insiders, after the news broke, the number of viewers in theaters increased by 20% year-on-year. Many people think about investing in various industries after making quick money in the short term, but most facts prove that entering a field one is not proficient and often leads to major lessons. Regardless, the film projects led by Xiaolong Group have garnered maximum attention. This is exactly the effect Lin Shixiao wanted. Controversy brings more attention. On this day, Cheng Long walked into Lin Shixiao's office with the script he had written after several sleepless nights. "Lin Shixiao, I finished writing it, take a look." Cheng Long looked somewhat haggard, yet he was highly energized. Lin Shixiao glanced at his deep dark circles and sighed silently. "You must take care of your health. Without a good body, how can you be a good actor?" He finally understood why it was Cheng Long who emerged as an international superstar and not someone else. In his past life, he had seen many clips of Cheng Long's relentless efforts. It was this tenacity that had created numerous classic films. "Thank you for your concern, Lin Shixiao." Cheng Long felt deeply moved. In many ways, Lin Shixiao was his role model, and he was extremely happy to receive Lin Shixiao's care. "Let me take a look." Lin Shixiao took the script from Cheng Long's hands and began to browse through it. The A-Plan. A few brothers joke around while punishing evil and promoting good. Integrating the acrobatics of Peking opera into modern action design, combined with humorous street humor. After about 10 minutes, Lin Shixiao calmly set the script down. "What do you think?" At this moment, Cheng Long's palms were sweaty. "It's good." Lin Shixiao raised his head and looked at Cheng Long in shock. To be honest, he did not expect Cheng Long's script to be this good. In his previous life, A Plan was indeed one of Cheng Long's representative works. But at this moment, Cheng Long was still not even 20 years old. "Thank you for the praise, Lin Shixiao. If you have any comments or suggestions, please feel free to share. I will accept them all." Cheng Long chuckled. "There are indeed a few areas that need improvement, but it's not a big deal." Lin Shixiao said, having watched A Plan several times in his past life, he was well aware of its unreasonable aspects and understood where improvements could be made. In short, with his guidance, the first A Plan would definitely be more successful than in his previous life. "All right, Lin Shixiao." Cheng Long bent slightly, his expression somewhat comical, a mix of eagerness and timidity. "I'll first approve a budget of 500,000. Is that enough?" Previously, he had mentioned that he would approve any budget within 1 million, but for a martial art style film like Cheng Long's, which mainly relies on actors performing difficult actions to please the audience, the cost of filming one is very low. 500,000 is more than enough. 500,000 is enough. Completely enough. It might even be a bit too much. Cheng Long was so excited that the skin on his face began to tremble unconsciously. If Lin Shixiao had let him speak up, he would have only dared to ask for 200,000. Now 500,000 was entirely beyond expectations. "It's impossible for it to be too much. You must use it all up, understood?" Lin Shixiao's expression grew serious. "The quality of the film is key. Don't think about saving money for me." Yes, I understand." Cheng Long nodded vigorously. At the same time, he was also very astonished. This was the first time he had seen a boss who urged others to fully utilize the investment money. Deep down, he felt a surge of determination. With Lin Shixiao supporting him and not dismissing him just because he was a martial artist, he was determined to rise to the occasion and achieve some results. If the film does not perform well and incurs losses, he would not be able to forgive himself. "You can choose the actors as you see fit. I won't interfere, nor will I let others interfere." Even though Cheng Long was still young, Lin Shixiao chose to trust him completely. For Cheng Long, this was also an opportunity. "Thank you, Lin Shixiao." Cheng Long became excited again. To be honest, he had this worry on his way here. What if Lin Shixiao insisted on actors he didn't like? After thinking it over, it seemed like there was no way to solve it. After all, with Lin Shixiao supporting him so much, he couldn't go against Lin Shixiao's wishes. Now that Lin Shixiao had taken the initiative to propose not interfering with casting, giving him maximum freedom, he felt a huge sense of relief inside. After discussing some details, Lin Shixiao sent Cheng Long away. From now on, all matters, including team building, would need to be decided by Cheng Long. Of course, Xiaolong Group would provide the utmost support. Only Lin Shixiao could achieve such a level on the entire island, a martial artist who seamlessly transitioned into a director and lead actor while also managing a staggering sum of 500,000. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. After Cheng Long left, Shun Hongyu spoke leisurely. She was not polite at all, directly walking over to sit on Lin Shixiao's lap. With numerous projects recently, Lin Shixiao often came to the company, and the two had grown quite close. Now Shun Hongyu exuded more femininity and any man lacking self-control would find it hard to move upon seeing her. There is only one Lin Sheng in the world. Having taken advantage of Shun Hongyu, Lin Shixiao naturally wanted to retaliate, his hands becoming mischievous. "Don't move, my dear, it's inconvenient today." Shun Hongyu felt a bit uncomfortable from his teasing and swatted away Lin Shixiao's unruly hand. "What's wrong?" She rolled her eyes. "A relative is here." Can't you make it leave?" Lin Shixiao said, a bit frustrated. "How do I do that? Are you a doctor?" Shun Hongyu unceremoniously pinched the soft flesh at Lin Shixiao's waist. "Ouch, dear lady, be gentle." Lin Shixiao feigned a loud cry as it didn't actually hurt much. "Don't be mad, I'll help you." And then, Lin Sheng. When Lin Shixiao walked in, she happened to witness an inappropriate scene. Her mind went blank at that moment. "It's nothing. You all go ahead." Shun Hongyu looked up half smiling as she gazed at Lin. "It seems like we did something wrong. He'll go explain." Naturally, the pleasant moment couldn't continue, and feeling uncomfortable in the office, Lin Shixiao rushed out to intercept Lin Shixiao at the elevator. "Shixiao, looking for me?" Lin Shixiao said earnestly, as if nothing had happened. Lin Shixiao took a deep breath, forcing herself not to recall certain images. I want to buy some clothes, but am not very familiar with the island. He'll accompany you." Lin Shixiao didn't give Lin Shixiao a chance to refuse, stepping into the elevator first. In the TVB conference room, the main figures gathered together. The meeting was hosted by Xiao Yifu, with the largest shareholder Lin Shixiao present, along with TVB's current top host Wang Mingquan. In the past month, our flagship variety show Unforgettable Tonight has seen a drop in ratings, partly due to the competition from leased television stations' similar program Unforgettable Long Night, as well as audience fatigue. We need to create a new flagship program to firmly consolidate our position as the ratings leader at TVB. A few minutes later, after Xiao Yifu finished speaking, he looked at Lin Shixiao. "Lin Sheng, do you have anything to say?" Lin Shixiao cleared his throat and coughed lightly. "Then he'll say a few words. Regarding the ratings issue, everyone need not worry. As you might know, the Xiaolong Group is filming over 10 dramas simultaneously. Once these productions are released, TVB will not lack for ratings. However, I'm not saying we shouldn't think of new flagship variety shows. I just want to tell everyone that there's no need to be so anxious." He said this because he noticed the anxiety in many, including Xiao Yifu. Securing the top rating is no easy feat, and everyone wants to maintain that position. Cough, cough. "With Lin Sheng as our great Buddha, no one can shake our position." Xiao Yifu awkwardly flattered, continuing, "Let's continue discussing new variety shows. If anyone has ideas, feel free to share them." Wang Mingquan was the first to speak, already well prepared. "Currently, there is a craze for horseback riding on the island. Why don't we invite some celebrities to practice various riding techniques under the guidance of a master growing in front of the audience? Lin Sheng has so many excellent artists under his wing. Once the project is finalized, the broadcast will be very swift." That's a great idea." Xiao Yifu couldn't help but nod. Wang Mingquan's rise to be the top host at TVB and in the entire television industry on the island is not without reason. "I think it's good. We can give it a try." Others nodded in agreement. Then everyone looked at Lin Shixiao, awaiting his decision. If Lin Shixiao disagreed, it wouldn't matter how many others agreed. He held the veto power as the major shareholder. Miss Wang is indeed an experienced veteran in the variety show industry, and the program proposed is excellent, but Lin Shixiao's made everyone's hearts leap to their throats. Wang Mingquan smiled wryly. "Lin Sheng, feel free to say what's on your mind. I'm not that fragile." "All right, then I'll speak frankly." Seeing that Wang Mingquan didn't seem to be angry, Lin Shixiao felt relieved. He wasn't afraid of Wang Mingquan. He simply valued talent and considered others' feelings. Lin Shixiao always believed that to earn others' respect, one must first learn to respect others. "The program proposed by Miss Wang is indeed good, but it still falls short of my requirements. Everyone might consider this. Even if this outdoor program becomes a tremendous success, can its peak ratings surpass Unforgettable Tonight?" As soon as Lin Shixiao spoke, everyone started to think seriously. Earlier they had been in a state of excitement, thinking Wang Mingquan's proposal was excellent without delving into how good it actually was, let alone comparing it with Unforgettable Tonight. Lin Sheng is still calm. "I find it hard to surpass Unforgettable Tonight. After all, Unforgettable Tonight appeals to both young and old audiences, making it more widely received. The audience for outdoor programs is mostly young viewers, and their numbers simply don't compare to those of Unforgettable Tonight." Wang Mingquan first reflected on this. Xiao Yifu also echoed, "Lin Sheng's insight is spot on. Treating this horseback riding outdoor program as an ordinary show is feasible, but to consider it as TVB's flagship, it's still lacking." He rubbed his temples. With Wang Mingquan's proposal overturned and no new proposals emerging, was TVB going to do nothing next? But TVB currently did not lack competitors. Doing nothing meant taking on significant risk. If things went poorly, the position of number one in ratings might no longer belong to TVB in a few months. As everyone felt at a loss, Lin Shixiao's voice rang out. "I have a program that is also suitable for all ages, and I can guarantee that once the project is launched, the ratings will definitely surpass Unforgettable Tonight." "Moi. What a..." Suddenly, everyone's expectations in the conference room soared to the highest point. That is, Lin Shixiao leaned on the table, his eyes filled with excitement. That is Super Voice. In my previous life, the toilet channel thrived on the show Super Voice, creating a wave of glory. The reason this show became popular was that it allowed for universal participation with no barriers to entry. Anyone could join. Another reason is that the audience can determine the fate of the contestants. Although mobile phones are not yet widespread with over 4 million people in Hong Kong, it is entirely feasible to set up voting boxes in major districts to replace mobile voting from my previous life. In short, within the scope of Hong Kong, Lin Shixiao believed that the program had a strong possibility of success, and the odds of it succeeding were very high. Super Voice. Lin Shen, can you elaborate? Wang Mingquan looked at Lin Shixiao eagerly, her appetite. Of course. Lin Shixiao began to explain some mechanisms of Super Voice. We can find some controversial or high-profile contestants, which will certainly spark discussions all over Hong Kong. Thus, success for this program will be inevitable. Lin Shixiao emphasized this point because regardless of age or gender, everyone possesses a gene for gossip. This idea is excellent. Xiao Yifu slammed the table heavily, a bit excited. One could easily foresee that on the day of the Super Voice finals, the streets of Hong Kong would be filled with people voting for their favorite contestants. I think it's feasible. It's much more interesting than the horse racing program. It can be implemented. Others nodded vigorously. No wonder it's Lin Sheng. His mind is just exceptional. Anyone could think of such a program. Luckily, Lin Sheng isn't planning to be the program planner, otherwise we'd all be out of jobs. Someone indirectly flattered him. Lin Shixiao was also looking forward to the program, ready to participate throughout. Since everyone has no objections, let's discuss the details and aim to kick off auditions within a week. Lin Shixiao pounded the table with his fist. Xiao Yifu couldn't help but frown. Lin Shen, 1 week might be a bit rushed. More preparation time would make the program better. The prospects for this program are too good. I don't want any mishaps to occur. As long as the funds are sufficient, I believe 1 week is more than enough. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but smile. While most people work during the day, as long as the funds are sufficient, they can work. Of course, this is only a temporary measure. Once the program is on track, the workload will be less. We can recruit some temporary helpers if funds are tight. Just let me know. What could be more reassuring than this statement? Since Lin Sheng says so, then there's no problem. Xiao Yifu, this project will be personally overseen by me and Lin Sheng. While Mingquan, you will assist. We will strive to create a new flagship variety show for TVB. As long as the first season goes well, we can proceed with the second and third seasons. By then, Li TV will have no chance to compete with our ratings. Understood, Xiao Sheng. I won't be going home. Anyway, I'm in a cold war with my wife at home. What cold war? I saw the two of you kissing at the TV station entrance this morning. If you want to earn overtime pay, just say so. The atmosphere in the conference room became cheerful. After Lin Shixiao took charge, TVB's overtime pay could be said to be the most generous in the industry. That day, TVB completed a full mobilization, and for the next few months all resources would be directed towards Super Voice. The following day, the program process and details were finalized. This was thanks to Lin Shixiao's personal involvement. He had followed a season of Super Voice in his previous life, and was very clear about the program's process. Xiao Yifu and Wang Mingquan made some supplementary comments from the side, achieving an incredibly high efficiency. On the third day, from Hongyu daily major media outlets in Hong Kong began to promote Super Voice, TVB's super blockbuster variety show, Super Voice. We're waiting for your participation. An opportunity for ordinary people to rise to stardom. As long as you enter the top 5, you will sign with Xiaolong Entertainment, have a chance to hold a concert, and become the leading lady in a film or TV drama. If you have a dream and some talent, what are you waiting for? Join the Super Voice family. An ultra-luxurious panel of judges: Lin Shixiao, Xiao Yifu, Su Guanjie, and Deng Lijun. Deng Lijun becoming a judge was somewhat dramatic. This woman had just suffered a heartbreak. She came to Hong Kong to relax, and coincidentally bumped into Lin Shixiao. The two had a meal during which Lin Shixiao mentioned the new program. Deng Lijun needed something to distract her, so she agreed to participate. Oh, by the way, she had no place to stay in Hong Kong, and was temporarily living in Lin Shixiao's villa. Of course, they were just interacting as ordinary friends, and had not crossed any boundaries. A few days later, Super Voice officially opened for registration. In just a few days, the total number of applicants exceeded 3,000. It's worth noting that Hong Kong's total population is only 4 million. Among women aged 18 to 40, there are only about 1 million. About 1/3 of those who met the criteria registered. This result was astounding. As soon as the news broke, the media exclaimed that the golden age of variety shows in Hong Kong had arrived. By the time registration closed, over 5,000 contestants had signed up. While Xiao Yifu was excited, he also had to bear some worries. For example, with so many contestants, how would they be filtered? Just relying on 4 mentors would definitely not be enough. In the end, at Lin Shixiao's suggestion, the mentor lineup was expanded. Of course, the additional mentors were temporary, only responsible for the audition stage. Xiaolong Group itself had many artists who were temporarily pulled in to help out for a day or two. At the entrances of major residential areas in Hong Kong, initial audition points were visible everywhere. People's enthusiasm was very high, especially as they could see stars they usually only saw on TV right in front of their homes, which excited many. Among the 500 applicants, Lin Shixiao planned to screen out 100 to enter the television recordings. Of course, during the selection of contestants, Lin Shixiao specifically instructed that contestants with controversy and buzz could have the standards adjusted appropriately. The audition part would not be live-streamed. Instead, some footage would be filmed and edited to air as a special program. This day marked the premiere of the first episode. Not only was Xiao Yifu paying close attention, but the rival Li TV was also monitoring the situation closely. When Super Voice had just launched, Li TV's head Guo Xiangdong had considered imitating it, but Lin Shixiao's speed left no time for Li TV to prepare. In the end, Guo Xiangdong had no choice but to give up, watching Super Voice explode in popularity. Everyone guess what will tonight's ratings be? Today, Guo Xiangdong specifically gathered the main executives of Li TV to pay attention to TVB's rate. Currently, this program is very hot. Although it is just a special program, I feel that the ratings will exceed 30% without a doubt. One executive frowned and said, undoubtedly, the higher the ratings on TVB's side, the greater their pressure would be. Recently, Li TV's revenue had significantly dropped. If Guo Xiangdong hadn't urgently injected funds, Li TV might have gone bankrupt. This was also why everyone was anxious. Otherwise, on such a beautiful night, enjoying drinks with a couple of familiar women would be the ultimate joy in life. I don't expect the ratings to climb very high. After all, this is merely the preliminary round, and none of the 4 senior mentors have even appeared on screen. I watched the live taping. Most camera time was devoted to the contestants, none of whom were familiar to the audience, and none had undergone professional training. Their overall competence is deeply concerning. Frankly, a 20% viewership would be an outstanding result. Another executive offered a reasoned analysis. I agree. It's unlikely to be exceptionally high. In his view, audiences still craved high-quality programming. The current popularity of Supergirl Voice stemmed solely from novelty. Yet whether that fleeting enthusiasm would translate into tonight's viewership remained highly uncertain. Many viewers, he surmised, would tune in for just the opening moments, lose interest, and switch channels. Let's hope it stays below 30%. Otherwise, no one can stop this show. All executives frowned in grim silence. Yet no countermeasure came to mind. Amid this tense atmosphere, 8 p.m. arrived. After an interminable string of commercials, Wang Mingquan appeared on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to TVB's newest mass audience music variety show, Supergirl Voice. Tonight you'll follow our lens as we discover promising talents. Who among them will rise to become the ultimate champion? No one is born a singer, but courage is all you need. Supergirl Voice gives every dreamer a stage to shine. After Wang Mingquan's stirring address, footage cut to audition scenes. A fishmonger's daughter rushing straight from her stall to audition without even applying makeup. How utterly disrespectful to the audience. And this plump girl. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Can such a person really appear on television? Oh, her voice does possess striking contrast, but her appearance. She'll likely appeal to almost no one. What? Wasn't the age limit set at 40? Then who is this elderly woman? Ha ha ha. Is she here to sabotage the show? A chorus of smug mocking laughter erupted in ATV's conference room. Mr. We're safe. Their ratings won't breach 20% tonight if they keep airing material like this. These contestants are simply too unpolished. Surely they should have recruited some professionally trained performers. A wave of relief spread across every ATV executive's face. To them, Lin Shixiao's decision to spotlight utterly ordinary, unremarkable people was his gravest miscalculation. We'll wait for the official ratings before drawing conclusions. Guo Xiangdong exhaled in quiet relief. His assessment aligned perfectly with theirs. Meanwhile, in households across the city, ordinary viewers were also discussing the contestants, but their tone bore little resemblance to the schadenfreude echoing in ATV's boardroom. Dad, I absolutely adore that fish seller sister. Her parents opposed her, yet she came anyway. I'll support her. Though she may lack innate talent, the sheer determination with which she chases her dreams is truly inspiring. Isn't that Annie Wong from next door? Good heavens, she's actually competing. Back then she practiced singing daily. Despite her age, her lung capacity and vocal power rival those of any young performer. Go Annie Wong, give it your all. Wow, this sister is missing one leg, yet her voice moves me deeply. And she writes all her own songs. What extraordinary talent. I love her. 20 minutes into the broadcast, official rating agencies began conducting live surveys. Hello, may I ask, are you watching television right now? Which program? Supergirl Voice. How do you find tonight's episode? Absolutely wonderful. I love it. Thank you for your time. Wishing you joy and peace. Hello, may I ask what program you're watching? Shallow Bay Villa. Shenhong Yu Zhao Yazi Lin Shixiao and Deng Lijun sat together snacking and chatting idly while watching TV. This show is genuinely intriguing. Deng Lijun had never seen anything so refreshingly original. Truly impressive. How does that man's mind work to conceive such a brilliant idea? Though reluctant to admit it, Shun Hongyu conceded Lin Shixiao was indeed sharper than she was. Thank goodness Lin Shixiao took over TVB. Otherwise we'd never get to enjoy such a captivating show. Zhao Yazi beamed with pride. It's making me want to audition myself. Lin Shixiao tilted her head playfully. She'd slipped away from filming. She'd returned to set at dawn. Lin Shixiao had arranged a private car just for her. Xingxia, you absolutely should audition. Wear a mask and give that fellow a delightful surprise. Shun Hongyu immediately egged her on. Little sister Xingxia, your vocal potential is exceptional. I'll personally coach you. You could easily crack the top 10. Deng Lijun chimed in enthusiastically. Go for it. Zhao Yazi was already laughing uncontrollably. Just imagining it delighted her. But, might Mr. Lin be upset if he finds out? Lin Qingxia hesitated. Don't worry, we've got you. Zhao Yazi patted her chest confidently. You must go. Deng Lijun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Registration may be closed, but I know a way. Shun Hongyu sealed the decision with finality. All right, I'll do it. Sister Hongyu, please arrange everything for me. Lin Qingxia had made up her mind. Meanwhile, real-time ratings data began flowing in. In ATV's conference room, executives snapped out of their, well, did it stay under 20%? Forget 20, 15 seems optimistic. This show is unbearably dull. The executives exchanged grinning glances, until the reporting staff entered wearing an awkward, strained expression. Guo Xiangdong sensed something amiss and raised a hand, silencing the room. What's the rating? Reporting, Mr. Guo. The current rating for Supergirl Voice stands at 35%, significantly exceeding all expectations. What? Are you certain? That's impossible. The ATV executives stared, disbelief etched across every face. Their earlier confident projection of 20%, 15% had been utterly shattered. The staffer offered a wry smile. Gentlemen, I understand the stakes, so I double and triple checked. It's accurate 35%, and still rising. Still climbing it. Is there no justice? How can such a tedious show draw so many viewers? One executive wore a look of profound despair. 35%. Of course, nothing Lin Shixiao undertakes ever fails. Guo Xiangdong's heart filled with bitter resignation. He'd foolishly shared the same assumption mere moments ago, that Supergirl Voice would mark Lin Shixiao's first humiliating stumble. Mr. Guo, what do we do now? All executives fixed their hopeful, anxious gazes upon Guo Xiangdong. If we do nothing and the public becomes accustomed to only watching TVB, the ratings for Lise will continue to decline. It will become increasingly difficult to enjoy even a bowl of soup. Some executives started to feel anxious. They also knew that the Snapdragon Group had begun filming many dramas, and once these dramas aired, TVB's foundation would be even more secure. The Guo family has been deeply entrenched in the retail industry for many years, but when it comes to cash flow, they cannot compare to Lin Shixiao. Moreover, the Guo family would not allocate most of their resources to Lise television station. The situation is truly very unfavorable for Lise. I know. Guo Xiangdong's voice was weak. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just when he had managed to rekindle a bit of confidence, it was crushed again. It seemed that Lin Shixiao had 1,000 ways to bring down Lise. The show Supergirl was not aimed at Lise, but the impact on Lise was still very significant. In the private residence of Hua Ingdong in Happy Valley, Butler Chen walked in with coffee. Mr. Hua, this is the new coffee that just arrived, please have a taste. Hua Ingdong had not liked coffee in the past, but recently he often felt a lack of energy, so he occasionally drank some. All right, thank you. Hua Yingdong's gaze remained fixed on the television screen, and he didn't turn his head while receiving the coffee. Mr. Hua also enjoys watching this show. Butler Chen couldn't help but laugh. This show is interesting. I see some of my own shadows in these people. I was just an ordinary person back then, but through sheer determination, I've reached my current position. A Xiao show is truly wonderful. It gives ordinary people the chance to become stars of great merit. I heard the ratings are quite good. At this moment it was advertisement time, and Hua Ingdong finally turned his head to look at Butler Chen. The latest ratings have exceeded 40% and user engagement is very high. Once many people start watching, they basically won't switch channels. Butler Chen was somewhat excited. Seeing Lin Shixiao succeed brought him joy. This is just the first episode, and this episode doesn't even have the 4 main mentors. I've seen the preview. The mentors' evaluations during the competition will be very sharp. I'm looking forward to seeing the contestants' reactions. Ha! Hua Ingdong laughed heartily. Haha, it seems Mr. Hua will be watching television often in the future. Butler Chen couldn't help but smile. The television in the villa had been bought a long time ago, but apart from watching the news every day, Hua Ingdong hardly ever watched it. He hadn't even seen TVB's previously most popular show, Unforgettable Tonight. It's only A Xiao show that I'm so interested in, Hua Ingdong said with a smile. Mr. Hua really cares. Butler Chen laughed sincerely. Neither he nor Hua Ingdong had expected Lin Shixiao to rise so quickly. He probably hardly needs me now, but I will never forget how his father died. No matter what he does, I will support him. There was a deep sadness in Hua Yingdong's tone. Oh, if Guodong were here, he would certainly be very happy. Butler Chen also felt somewhat sentimental. He is a fool not knowing how capable his own son is. Every time Hua Ingdong thought of this, he found it somewhat. Lin Guodong had such an impressive son, yet he was completely unaware and was always worried about his son's future after graduation. The ratings for the first episode of Supergirl exploded. The fish seller sparked heated discussions. Ordinary people can also have dreams. The grandmother gained fans through her talent. Is this the lung capacity that a 60-year-old should have? Unexpectedly disabled, she did not give up on herself and rebuilt a wonderful life through music. Contrast. The fat girl's voice is intoxicating. The next day, all newspapers on Hong Kong Island reported on the first episode of Supergirl on the front page. This was not entirely their intention, as TVB was controlled by Lin Shixiao, and the media mogul Hanyu Daily was also Lin Shixiao's property. However, they had no choice but to report. Nowadays, all the traffic is on Supergirl. Those who do not report will definitely see a significant drop in sales. Who would dare take that risk? Lin, congratulations. In the TVB president's office, Xiao Yifu was excitedly pacing back and forth. The performance of the first episode of Supergirl exceeded everyone's expectations. Now some topics have also begun to ferment. It can be anticipated that the next episode will be even better. Have you heard? The fish sold by the fish seller was snatched up early in the morning by enthusiastic fans. Lin Shixiao was also paying attention to some gossip. He liked some of the contestants that emerged from Supergirl. I also heard that someone proposed to that old lady, and he is a somewhat prominent figure. Xiao Yifu's smile was hard to contain. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. With such talent, it's only natural for the old lady to be liked. Lin, just as you anticipated, the ratings exploded, the topic exploded. Now even if Supergirl wanted to fail, it would. Xiao Yifu excitedly clapped his hands. The advertisers must have blocked your front door by now. Lin Shixiao smiled as he looked at Xiao Yifu. Yes, but I heed your advice, Lin, and am not in a hurry to finalize the naming sponsor. If it were someone else, they would definitely rush to finalize the naming sponsor in this heat and get the money, but only someone like Lin Shixiao could remain calm. In fact, anyone with a bit of rationality knows that Supergirl has just begun and its value has not yet fully manifested. To finalize a naming sponsor at this time would be an extraordinary loss. But knowing is one thing and being able to execute is another. Even Xiao Yifu himself, if Lin Shixiao had not given him a heads up, would have probably finalized the naming sponsor and other cooperative partners. The sincerity shown by the advertisers is also quite substantial. No need to rush, after all, we're not short on money. Lin Shixiao crossed his arms and turned to look out the window. He did not care how much Supergirl could earn, he simply enjoyed experiencing the sense of accomplishment. Xiao Yifu could only smile wryly. He wanted to say it is you, Lin, who is not short on money, not us. The preliminary selection lasted a month and a total of 100 contestants were chosen to enter the recording phase at the television station. During this time, there was one contestant who stood out. She always wore a face veil whenever she appeared on camera, making it impossible to see her face. Some said she was the daughter of a wealthy family, while others claimed she had suffered facial injuries and could not show her face. In any case, there were all sorts of speculations. However, this contestant had a very captivating voice, quickly accumulating some followers. Once during an interview, this contestant boldly declared that if she could make it to the finals, she would reveal her face. Instantly, discussions about the masked contestant intensified. Some even petitioned TVB, urging the production team to give the masked contestant a green light. They wanted to see the true face of the masked contestant. Of course, some also spoke out against such measures, arguing it would be unfair to the other contestants. The final episode of the talent show Supergirl has achieved a viewership rate exceeding 60%. This is an astonishing figure considering that every contestant is a newcomer with no fan base. On this day, the first recording session at the television station commenced. Early in the morning, countless citizens gathered outside TVB. Several nearby streets experienced severe congestion. Had it not been for the police's prompt intervention, the surrounding roads would have been paralyzed. Many people raised handmade signs in support of their favorite contestants. The media presence at the scene was overwhelming. The popularity of Supergirl was soaring, and the public pursued news daily. Journalists had to work hard to prevent their publication sales from plummeting. Lin Sheng, it's quite lively. On the rooftop of the TVB building, Xiao Yifu gazed at the crowd below and couldn't help but express his admiration. Today is yet another test. I hope to achieve full marks. Supergirl gradually found its footing, with some talents finally being discovered, alleviating Lin Shixiao's burden. As long as the team works well together, he wouldn't have to be Hansen for future shows. With Lin Sheng around, there won't be any accidents. Xiao Yifu rarely made a humorous remark. Xiao Sheng, are you still unwilling to tell me who the masked singer is? Lin Shixiao had his suspicions about the masked singer, but dared not confirm them completely. Lin Sheng wouldn't revealing it now spoil the anticipation. All I can say is she wasn't a singer before entering the competition. No kidding, do you really need to say that? Lin Shixiao could only roll his eyes. If the masked singer were a former singer, he would definitely recognize her. Xiao Yifu could only scratch his nose. Despite being much older than Lin Shixiao, they interacted as equals, and he wouldn't put on airs in front of Lin Shixiao. By the time it was 7 p.m., and being a weekend, the streets of Hong Kong were almost deserted. People were either staying at home to prepare for watching Supergirl, or gathering in small squares to watch it together. As before, Lin Shixiao set up televisions in areas where crowds gathered, providing viewing for families without a TV. In the past month, television sales in Hong Kong had surged, leading to a shortage of stock. Some families even borrowed money to buy televisions just to watch Supergirl more effectively. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Supergirl. Today marks the first indoor recording of Supergirl, and it's a live broadcast. Soon 100 contestants emerging from ordinary backgrounds will take the stage. We need to remind everyone that tonight some contestants will be eliminated. Voting boxes have been set up in major districts, allowing every citizen of Hong Kong to vote for their 3 favorite contestants. The 5 contestants with the fewest votes, along with the 5 with the lowest scores from the judges, will be eliminated. As soon as this rule was announced, the audience erupted in exclamations. Viewers in front of their televisions became anxious. Hurry, write your votes, we'll take them to the voting box. The fishmonger is so inspirational, she absolutely cannot be eliminated. I like the old lady. Mom and Dad, please vote for her. Previous variety shows in Hong Kong rarely featured such an engaging element. Suddenly, all of Hong Kong was buzzing with excitement. Countless figures were running in front of the voting boxes. At the scene, contestants had already taken the stage. In the past few days, Lin Shixiao had invited teachers to give lessons to the contestants, and their professional skills had improved compared to before. The street auditions brought a fresh experience to the audience. The indoor stage must demonstrate growth, which was Lin Shixiao's requirement. He wanted the audience to feel a sense of accomplishment alongside the contestants, as this would greatly enhance fan loyalty. In the future, when the contestants debut, the fans they gain now will be diehard supporters. Some contestants excelled, bringing waves of amazement to the audience. Others faltered due to nerves, eliciting sighs from the crowd. In any case, regardless of how the contestants performed, they tugged at the hearts of countless viewers. The audience understood that the contestants came from humble beginnings and were very forgiving, often encouraging those who faltered rather than resorting to insults. Finally, the first highly anticipated contestant took the stage. The fishmonger. Hello everyone, I am the fishmonger. My name is Huang Wei. Wow. The cheers at the scene were significantly louder, indicating the fishmonger's immense popularity. Hello Huang Wei. Deng Lijun sweetly greeted her. Hello teacher Deng Lijun, I'm your fan. The fishmonger appeared somewhat excited. He. The audience below erupted in friendly laughter at the sight. They saw their own reflections in the fishmonger. When they encountered their favorite stars, they too felt this excited. Thank you. Deng Lijun nodded slightly and asked, what song do you plan to sing today? I want to sing a song by teacher Deng Lijun. Huang Wei paused for a moment and playfully smiled. I'll sing the song You Like the Moon Represents My Heart. Ha! This unexpected twist provoked hearty laughter from both the live audience and those watching on television. The laughter grew louder as everyone looked at Deng Lijun's startled expression. Meanwhile, Deng Lijun stole a glance at Lin Shixiao, her eyes seemingly asking, how did I perform? Indeed, the dialogue between Huang Wei and Deng Lijun was specially designed to present a better show effect. At first, Deng Lijun was somewhat resistant to accepting the task. Now, seeing the positive audience reaction, she was glad she hadn't gone against Lin Shixiao's wishes. Please begin your performance. Deng Lijun displayed an expectant expression. Okay. Huang Wei closed her eyes as the stage lights began to dim. This time, the stage for Supergirl was constructed with great investment solely to provide the audience with a top-tier audiovisual feast. You asked me how deep my love for you is. How much do I love you? As Huang Wei's voice filled the air, the audience couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Previously, the preliminary auditions were held outdoors and conditions were limited, preventing Huang Wei's excellent voice from being showcased. Now, with top-notch sound systems, her voice was like a balm for the soul. Many audience members closed their eyes, quietly savoring the moment. The judges also wore smiles on their faces. Perhaps Huang Wei's performance had its flaws, but it didn't detract from the enjoyment it brought to everyone. In front of their televisions, countless people were thrilled. Wow, Sister Huang Wei is amazing. I want to be that amazing too. In a living room, a 7 or 80-year-old girl jumped up. If you like singing, your dad and I will support you. Her mother smiled as she patted the girl's head. Really, Mommy? Didn't you say I couldn't sing before? The little girl could hardly believe such happiness came so suddenly. A hint of guilt flashed across her mother's face. I was just afraid you'd neglect your studies, but now I feel singing can have a bright future, so I support you. Supergirl has unknowingly changed many people's perceptions. A vegetable market now closed, yet many stalls still have their lights on as vendors laboriously finish their tasks. At this moment, an ant suddenly rushed to a fish stall shouting loudly, Huang Wei's mom, come quick, Huang Wei is singing. What's there to see? I haven't finished my work yet. Huang Wei's mother replied with some resentment as Huang Wei was busy participating in a television program today and could not help out. In her eyes, singing was a distraction from work. Selling fish was more profitable, so she hoped Huang Wei would obediently stay with her to sell fish rather than chase an elusive dream of becoming a star. Huang Wei's voice is truly beautiful. Even my husband, who usually doesn't like to listen to songs, says it's great. The aunt insisted, pulling Huang Wei's mother to a television set. Pointing at the screen, she said, look, your daughter Wei Wei. Huang Wei's mom rubbed her eyes vigorously, her face filled with disbelief. Is that really my daughter? At that moment, the girl on the screen exuded charm with a melodious voice. She really is your daughter. I've always thought she sang beautifully. The aunt was extremely excited, feeling as if her idol had finally achieved success. She really is my daughter. She really is my daughter. Huang Wei's mom suddenly became emotional, tightly gripping the aunt's hand, while tears streamed down her face. The aunt took the opportunity to persuade her Huang Wei truly loves singing, and has great talent. Now that she has such popularity, she can earn a lot even without selling fish. You should support her. Support. I will support her. I definitely will. At this moment, Huang Wei's mom was a bit incoherent. She had never imagined her daughter was so outstanding. Are you serious, Huang Wei's mom? The aunt found it hard to believe, as Huang Wei had been scolded frequently by her mother for singing while selling fish. I was wrong before. When she comes back, I will apologize, or I was wrong all along, truly wrong. Huang Wei, good. It should be like this. Huang Wei will definitely become a great star in the future. Huang Wei's mom had a change of heart, and the aunt was a bit excited, feeling happy for Huang Wei. Yes, she will definitely become a big star. Huang Wei's mom wept tears of joy. Meanwhile, someone in a nearby corner was recording this moment with a camera. Leveraging experiences from his past life, Lin Shixiao dispatched many filming crews to capture valuable behind-the-scenes footage. The airing of this footage would surely spark a new wave of discussion. On stage, Huang Wei's voice gradually faded as she finished singing "The Moon Represents My Heart." Thundering applause and cheers erupted. Great. Su Guanjie couldn't contain his excitement and stood up, clapping vigorously. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Yifu was also thrilled. He enjoyed Huang Wei's voice. Well sung. Deng Lijun also applauded enthusiastically. However, when the camera panned to Lin Shixiao, he appeared as still as a mountain, completely out of place in the lively atmosphere. Lin, don't be in a daze. How was Miss Huang's performance? Or is it not to your liking? Wang Mingquan approached Lin Shixiao, shaking his hand. Huh, is it over? I was still immersed in the singing. Lin Shixiao exaggeratedly shivered. The audience finally realized that Lin Shixiao was not dissatisfied with Huang Wei's singing, but rather that her performance was so outstanding, he had become entranced. Huh. Countless viewers, both on-site and in front of their televisions, shared a knowing smile. Grandma, this Big Brother is really funny. This show is so good, I love it. In a household, a little girl said in a sweet voice, hee, not just you, Grandma loves it too. The grandmother chuckled and patted her granddaughter's head. Honey, what do you think of this show? The little girl's mother asked her husband with a smile. Earlier, she had called him to watch TV and had been scolded, told that there was nothing interesting about a singing show. Now her husband was completely absorbed in watching the television, not even hearing her speak. Honey. The little girl's mother poked her husband's arm. Huh. Her husband finally came to his senses, looking confused. What did you ask me? Is the show good? It's good, it's good. Her husband replied perfunctorily, continuing to focus intently on the television, as it was now the judges' feedback segment. The judges spoke brilliantly, leaving the men in awe. Following that, other popular contestants appeared one after another, pushing the show to new heights. 60-year-old Grandma Li Xiaoxiao performed Tears and Laughter, originally sung by Xian Dula. This song tests the transition between chest and falsetto voice, and requires a strong penetrating power, as most of the accompaniment is orchestral. Without strong projection, the audience cannot hear the singer at all. Grandma Li passed this test with flying colors, showcasing her lung capacity during the climax, the prolonged high notes leaving the audience in awe. Wow, is that lung capacity really something a 60-year-old can possess? In front of Grandma, no one can claim they sing well. Hard work creates miracles. Neighbors of Grandma say she practices singing for no less than 3 hours a day, and she has persisted for at least 20 years. This show Supergirl is truly wonderful, providing a stage for ordinary people to perform and allowing us to Following Grandma, the disabled singer Tong Tong took the stage. Her singing skills were certainly not as strong as Grandma's, but her original songs were highly energetic, and although the audience had heard them before, they were still greatly moved. I love her songs, they give me so much motivation. She's also a genius. There's a saying, when God closes a door, he opens a window for you. Ha! Lin is in tears. Ha! Lin Shixiao of course did not cry easily, but he was indeed. Tong Tong's lyrics were very direct and powerful, striking a deep chord. No matter what place you ultimately achieve, I will personally fund your album release. This was Lin Shixiao's promise made on the spot. Tong Tong was naturally overjoyed, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Lin. Thank you, Lin. Even if I am eliminated now, my journey in Supergirl has no regrets. The audience naturally applauded warmly for Lin Shixiao's actions, greatly praising his character. Many people have money, but few are willing to help others. Afterwards, the chubby girl took the stage, bringing the audience a performance of Wine and Coffee, with an incredibly sweet voice. This stark contrast made the audience, both on-site and in front of the television, instinctively cover their heads. God, how can she have such a voice? Compared to the preliminary round, the chubby girl's singing skills have improved greatly. She knows how to leverage her strengths. 4 popular singers brought different shocks to the audience. However, everyone was still most looking forward to the match. She is enigmatic and undeniably powerful. Is her mystery deliberate, or does it conceal a deeper truth? We cannot know. Host Wang Mingquan had barely finished speaking when a mellow saxophone solo filled the air, instantly transporting the audience back decades. Soon after, the stage lights softened into amber and deep crimson, evoking a nocturnal ambience, luxurious, intoxicating, yet tinged with melancholy decadence. Then several backup dancers entered, clad in emerald green brocade cheongsams with high-side slits, their arms draped in ivory lace shawls. Moving in perfect unison to the jazz drumbeat, the tassels and hems of their gowns swayed with hypnotic grace. Wow, what an extravagant production! Even before the masked singer appeared, anticipation soared to its peak among both the live audience and viewers at home. Lin Shixiao leaned over and whispered to Xiao Yifu, "Xiao, did you arrange this?" He supported all contestants equally, yet no one else commanded such grandeur. "Brother Lin, without your approval, how dare I?" Xiao Yifu replied with a wry smile. "Truly not." Lin Shixiao remained skeptical. Mounting such a spectacle required not only immense resources, but also influential connections. "Absolutely not." Xiao Yifu shook his head emphatically. Lin Shixiao fell silent, his gaze fixed steadily on the center of the stage, awaiting the masked singer's entrance. With such lavish build-up, a lackluster performance would surely become a laughingstock. "Yi Shanghai, Yi Shanghai." A languid, velvety voice seeped through the music, melting bones, stirring souls. "I'm sold. Mother, this voice has ruined me forever." The men in the audience squirmed, scratching their heads, unable to sit still. Unnoticed by all, Deng Lijun struggled to suppress a smile. Tonight's stage presentation for Lin Shixiao had been meticulously orchestrated by her, designed to leave everyone utterly spellbound. Previous guest performers had already demonstrated remarkable talent, by Lin Shixiao, too, must have felt mounting pressure. Wine does not intoxicate, the heart intoxicates itself, fooling around, squandering youth. When Lin Shixiao emerged from the shadows into full view, every male spectator erupted in excitement. Though her face remained veiled, her dancer's attire, accentuating an almost surreal waist-to-hip ratio, left the audience breathless, feverish. "Brother Lin, what do you think?" Deng Lijun asked, eyes twinkling. Instantly, Xiao Yifu and Su Guanjia turned their attention toward him. Impressive." Lin Shixiao replied sincerely. He was incapable of insincere praise. "Do you like her?" Deng Lijun pressed. The first question was harmless, but this one carried unmistakable undertones. "Well, any man would, I imagine." Cough, cough. Lin Shixiao cleared his throat lightly. Who could resist beauty? With such a figure, even if her face were unremarkable, she would still captivate every man in the room. "Ha ha. After the competition ends, I'll introduce you." Deng Lijun continued, smiling serenely. "You know her?" Lin Shixiao sensed something amiss. "Ah." Deng Lijun clapped a hand over her mouth, realizing her slip. "Well, she consulted me on musical matters." A full denial would only deepen his suspicion, so half-truths were the safest veil. "Ah, I see." Lin Shixiao nodded faintly as if convinced. Su Guanjia chuckled. "So, does that make the masked singer Master Deng's apprentice?" Though young, Deng Lijun held immense stature in the music industry. "Teacher Su, please don't say that. I was paid for my consultation." Deng Lijun replied, still smiling warmly. Su Guanjia gave a soft laugh, not fully believing her, yet choosing not to press further. Sometimes mystery lingers more beautifully than revelation. When Lin Shixiao finished her performance, every man in the auditorium rose as one, applauding and cheering wildly. Her rendition of Yi Shanghai had ensnared countless restless hearts and propelled the show's ratings to an unprecedented zenith. "What are the current ratings?" Zhou Zhihui, general manager of TVB, asked anxiously backstage. "Sir Zhou, the current rating stands at 91%. The staff member responded with exhilaration. 91%. Zhou Zhihui blinked, then broke into unrestrained elation. This far exceeded his expectations. He'd anticipated no more than 80%. After all, this was merely the first studio-taped episode. Such astronomical figures defied convention. To hit 91% in the premiere. Where on earth do we go from here? Zhou Zhihui sighed wryly. His colleagues exchanged glances, speechless. Occasionally, extraordinary success brings its own quiet burden. Zhou Zhihui wasn't acting unilaterally. He knew full well that Lin Shixiao and Xiao Yifu, upon learning the numbers, would reach the exact same conclusion. Yes, sir. Though workload had intensified, staff morale remained sky-high. They all knew Lin Shixiao was generous, and that strong TVB revenues meant better futures for everyone. News of Supergirl Voice's latest ratings soon reached ATV. 91%. Are you certain? Could there be a mistake? A senior executive voiced disbelief. The figure seemed almost unreal. No need to doubt. He added, waving a hand listlessly. Guo Xiangdong's expression was grim. He'd expected high ratings, but never imagined they'd soar past 90%. What are our current ratings? Guo Xiangdong asked instinctively. Sir Guo, I'll check immediately. A staffer bolted from the conference room, only to rush back moments later. Seeing his ashen face, Guo Xiangdong, it's truly dire, isn't it? In his worst estimation, they'd scraped 6%. If even that slipped away, ATV's very existence would hang in the balance. Sir Guo, only 3%. The executive's voice cracked. 3%. Guo Guo Xiangdong repeated, staring hard at him. Yes, sir. I've verified it repeatedly. There's no error. Silence fell. Every pair of eyes locked onto Guo Xiangdong. All understood ATV stood at its most perilous hour. Does anyone else have thoughts? Guo Xiangdong remained silent for a long, while then his tone suddenly surged with an eerie fervor, as if something delightful had just occurred to him. Mr. Guo. One senior executive felt a pang in his chest, gazing at Guo Xiangdong with sorrowful eyes. Let me ask you all a question, Guo Xiangdong said with a wretched hollow smile. Mr. Guo, please ask. If things continue like this, what will remain of Rediffusion Television 1 year from now? Silence. Terrifying, suffocating silence. No one dared answer the question, no one wished to. No one speaks. Guo Xiangdong's voice hardened abruptly. I pay each of you handsomely every month. Was it to buy your silence? He slammed his palm hard onto the table. Bang. Every executive flinched violently. None had ever seen Guo Xiangdong lose his temper so fiercely. I've decided to sell Rediffusion Television to Lin Shixiao. If anyone objects, keep it to yourself. Alternatively, you may purchase my shares. Mr. Guo. A pall of ashen despair fell across Rediffusion's executives. They knew their capabilities were limited. Once Lin Shixiao took control, there would be no place left for them. But purchasing Guo Xiangdong's shares, even setting aside whether they possessed the funds, why would anyone seize Rediffusion now when even Guo Xiangdong himself was powerless? Who among them could possibly stand against Lin Shixiao? Mr. Guo, your decision is final. Absolutely, we follow your lead. With matters settled, the executives could only pray Guo Xiangdong, moved by past loyalties, would grant them continued employment. After all, Guo Xiangdong owned far more than just Rediffusion. Very well, so be it. Guo Xiangdong suddenly felt light, lighter than he'd ever been before. Since Lin Shixiao assumed control of TVB, Guo Xiangdong had not slept a single restful night. Even in moments of intimacy with his wife, his mind raced with strategies to preserve Rediffusion against TVB's relentless advance, leaving his wife brimming with grievance. Now at last he could shed Rediffusion, the colossal burden, and devote himself fully to his other enterprises. Countless profitable ventures existed in the world. There was no need to hang one's fortune on a single television network. Approaching midnight, the recording studio of Supergirl was abuzz. Every contestant had taken the stage. Host Wang Mingquan strode onto the platform, heart pounding with exhilaration. Tell me, was tonight's performance spectacular? Spectacular. Was it captivating? Captivating. Though filming had lasted nearly 4 hours, the audience remained electrified, their enthusiasm undimmed. A reminder: off-site voting is being tallied urgently. The polls close shortly. If you haven't cast your vote yet, please head immediately to the voting stations and submit your 3 sacred ballots. We can reveal, right now, over 70% of Hong Kong residents have already voted. This marks the highest public engagement ever recorded for a variety show. Thunderous applause erupted once more. The audience adored Supergirl and cherished witnessing its evolution. Lin Shixiao had established a dedicated feedback hotline, inviting viewers to call in with suggestions or comments. Daddy, have you voted yet? Hurry up and vote. If you haven't. Brother, have you voted? Don't delay. Vote for the Masked Singer. She's absolutely stunning. She's my idol. Across homes and neighborhoods, people dashed out in a flurry, racing to cast their precious 3 votes before the deadline. On stage, Wang Mingquan beamed warmly toward Lin Shixiao and the others. Next, our panel of judges will deliberate to select 5 contestants for elimination. Should any of these 5 coincide with the off-site voting results, no additional eliminations will be made, meaning tonight's total eliminations may number fewer than 10,987. The moment Wang Mingquan spoke, many contestants exhaled in quiet relief. Fewer eliminations meant higher odds of advancement. Is this truly so cruel? Can I possibly decline this task? Deng Lijun feigned terror. No one wished to play the villain. That's simply not possible. You've signed a contract with the network and must abide by its rules, Lin Shixiao replied, smiling gently. Deng Lijun instantly pouted. How heartless can a man be? Ha ha ha. The audience burst into uproarious laughter. Such light-hearted banter had become a hallmark of the evening. The playful sparring among mentors was itself a major draw of the show. Minutes later, the 4 mentors' final. All right, here are the 5 contestants selected for elimination by the mentors. Liang Yu, Wang Mei. Each name announced summoned a wave of collective sighs from the crowd. The mentors eliminated contestants strictly on grounds of fairness and impartiality, but every contestant had grown visibly before the audience's eyes, making each departure poignant. Some contestants wept openly, those eliminated and those spared alike. In recent days, they had trained side by side, forging deep bonds of camaraderie. Liang Yu, you simply didn't perform at your best tonight. Believe in yourself. You possess genuine vocal talent. Never abandon your dream. Keep striving. Wang Mei, you've already triumphed over yourself by joining this program. You've grown immensely. If there's another season, promise you'll sign up again. Footage of contestants embracing backstage in tears was broadcast live, moving countless viewers to tears. This gentleman Lin, what sinister motive does he harbor, deliberately making us cry? With his vast wealth he simply rank all 100 contestants from 1st to 100th, and launch them all as stars. Wah! I can't take it. I love Wang Mei most of all. The deeper the audience wept, the stronger their devotion to the show. In an era starved of entertainment, this program emerged like a meteor, destined to leave an indelible luminous mark upon Hong Kong's television history. Shortly thereafter, the off-site voting results were tabulated. 2 contestants overlapped with the judges' selections, resulting in 8 actual eliminations and 92 advancing to the next round. Now please vote for tonight's top 3 finalists. I neglected to mention earlier, the first place winner advances directly to the grand finals. Indeed, direct entry into the grand finals. So please vote thoughtfully. Each viewer may cast 3 votes for 3 different favorites. A slip of paper and pencil lie beneath your seat. Write down each chosen contestant's name or number. Thank you. After a tense 15-minute wait, the votes were finally counted. And now, the third place finalist of tonight's episode is Fishmonger Girl. Wow. Huang Wei burst into tears the instant her name was called. She never imagined such a high ranking, knowing full well her skill paled beside many others. Yet the audience chose her, perhaps moved by her unwavering pursuit of dreams. Strictly speaking, Supergirl was not a fiercely competitive music contest, but rather a growth-driven conversation-sparking phenomenon. Now, the second place finalist. The second place goes to Lin Shixiao, also commonly known as Grandma Wang. In fact, Wang is not Lin Shixiao's surname, but her husband's, and people have been accustomed to calling her that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Lin Shixiao was very emotional, breaking down in tears. After all these years, this second place is her greatest achievement. She lived an ordinary life, but it was the show Supergirl that gave her the opportunity to be recognized by the public. Yay! Cheers erupted in the venue. There might be some minor controversy regarding Huang Wei's third place, as both the chubby girl and the disabled singer were extremely strong competitors. However, Lin Shixiao's second place faced no disputes. Everyone accepted that she was among the top 2. I believe everyone is eager to know, so I announced that the first place winner is Wang Mingquan. Drew out the suspense, heightening the audience's anticipation before revealing the name of the first place winner. She is the Masked Singer. Wow. In fact, after Lin Shixiao was awarded second place, many people guessed that the first place would go to the Masked Singer since both had outstanding performances that night. Thank you, everyone. Lin Shixiao excitedly ran on stage and blew a kiss to the audience. Whether intentional or not, that kiss was aimed right at Lin Shixiao's location. Supergirl had a successful first studio recording. After it ended, Lin Shixiao promptly funded a late-night feast for all the staff and contestants. This gesture won unanimous support from the staff. Lin is mighty. Some male staff members in their excitement even blew kisses at Lin Shixiao, causing laughter around. Lin Shixiao was at a loss for words, yet he enjoyed the warm atmosphere. Even though he was now wealthy, he didn't feel superior or distanced from ordinary people. Miss Deng, shall we go together? Lin Shixiao asked with a smile in front of the golden Rolls-Royce. He was already planning to drive Deng Lijun home, making the question somewhat redundant. Deng Lijun was very cooperative, clasping her hands behind her back, her eyes crescent-shaped. With a gentleman like Lin inviting me, I am more than happy to accept. Please get in the car. Thank you, Mr. Lin. After a chance encounter with Lin Shixiao, especially after temporarily staying at the shallow water bay villa, Deng Lijun gradually emerged from the sorrow of her breakup. Upon arriving at the late-night dining place, Lin Shixiao noticed the staff already eyeing him eagerly. I have something else to do, I'll head out first. Realizing something was off, Lin Shixiao immediately wanted to leave, but some female staff members were already prepared and came to pull him back. Lin, this is a rare opportunity, let's have a drink before you go. Lin, are you perhaps put off by our wait? These few female staff members had a natural flair for performance, nearly making Lin Shixiao burst out laughing. Oh, fine. I'm not really good at drinking. No worries, we won't force you. The male staff members wore friendly smile. All right. Lin Shixiao grit his teeth and stayed. He soon experienced 100 different ways of being persuaded. In short, he lost part of his memory later on. The next day, as Lin Shixiao just woke up, he received a phone call. Hello, is this Lin? I am Guxiangdong. I would like to discuss something with you. Oh, I'm not sure if you have time. You are Guxiangdong. Lin Shixiao, still somewhat dazed from the hangover, became fully alert. As a competitor, Guxiangdong seeking him out must involve something important. Fu Lin Min is a high-end Cantonese restaurant known for its top-quality ingredients and exquisite culinary skills, particularly its signature dish, the popular fried chicken, which is beloved by the wealthy on Hong Kong Island. Many business tycoons are regulars here, and Guxiangdong is one of them. The meeting was set for noon, but Guxiangdong arrived at the restaurant by 11. Mr. Guo, is it still the same room? As soon as Guxiangdong walked in, the restaurant manager came to greet him. No, let's switch to the best one. Guxiangdong's expression was rather flat. He hadn't slept well the night before. Although he had resolved to sell Li's television station, he felt a bit reluctant at the last moment. All right. The restaurant manager instinctively asked, are the guests for today very important? Extremely important. The popular fried chicken of Hong Kong Island. Is it, Mr. Lin? The manager's breath quickened. Lin Shixiao had never been here before. They had long awaited this day. If the most prominent figure on Hong Kong Island had never visited Fu Lin Min, it would be a loss for the restaurant's reputation. Exactly. Guo Xiangdong nodded, his gaze serious as he stared at the restaurant manager. What I want to discuss today is very important, and you must not make any mistakes. The restaurant manager's heart skipped a beat. Guo Xiangdong had always been easygoing during past visits and rarely appeared this serious. Mr. Guo, would you like me to attend to you in the room? Typically, the restaurant manager wouldn't do such things as she was already a mid-level leader in the restaurant. That's fine, but I hope you can keep everything you hear confidential. Guo Xiangdong knew the restaurant manager well enough to trust that she wouldn't be gossipy. You can rest assured about that, Mr. Guo. None of the guests will leak a word about business talks at Fu Lin Min. The restaurant manager's expression was serious. This was also why Fu Lin Min was favored by so many big shots. Very well. Please order the dishes for me. There's no budget limit today. Guo Xiangdong tidied up his suit and quickly walked upstairs. At that moment, he felt extremely anxious. Reason told him that Lin Shixiao would not refuse the acquisition of lease, but it was merely a matter of price. However, Lin Shixiao did not nod. He could not shake off his unease. At 11:50, the golden Rolls-Royce with license plate 18 stopped in front of the Fu Lin Min restaurant. The waiting restaurant manager immediately went up to greet him, opening the door. Without even seeing Lin Shixiao, she enthusiastically said, "Welcome, Mr. Lin, to Fu Lin Min." Her voice was loud enough for passers-by to hear. Lin Shixiao didn't expect the restaurant to be so welcoming, but he was already used to such scenes. Has Mr. Guo arrived? He got here an hour early, waiting for you in the Supreme Room. The restaurant manager smiled broadly. Her smile was both warm and sincere, making people feel very comfortable. Good, lead the way. With onlookers gathering, Lin Shixiao hurried into the restaurant. Along and who closely followed behind. Now that Lin Shixiao's fame was growing as his personal bodyguards, they dared not be careless. I've been wanting to meet Mr. Lin for a long time. Seeing you today, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Guo Xiangdong came to greet him at the entrance of the Supreme Room upon hearing footsteps. Hello, Mr. Guo. It's a pleasure. Lin Shixiao extended his hand and shook it with Guo Xiangdong. In truth, he never regarded Li as a competitor. He hadn't expected Li to crumble so quickly. It's a pleasure indeed. Let's go inside and talk. For some reason, Guo Xiangdong felt a bit flushed. Especially when nearby people cast their gazes over, he felt embarrassed. In fact, others did not know why he was hosting Lin Shixiao today. It was his own sensitivity. Mr. Lin, this is our restaurant's signature dish, crispy fried chicken. It's perfectly suited for you. A stream of waitstaff carried dishes into the private dining room while the restaurant manager stood nearby to introduce them. We select only the finest Sanhuang chickens available on the market, glossy-skinned and tender-fleshed. First, the skin is scalded with hot water to tighten it, then plunged into cold water to enhance its elasticity. Finally, the cavity is thoroughly rubbed with Huai salt infused with 5-spice powder for marination. Then a glaze, our proprietary skin syrup, is brushed over the chicken, a delicate blend of spring water, maltose, red vinegar, and Shaoxing wine. The manager described each step with meticulous precision, so detailed that even a master chef like Lin Shixiao could nearly replicate the technique. Of course, such replication would achieve only outward resemblance. Just looking at it whets the appetite. By the time the manager finished his elaborate introduction, Lin Shixiao's hunger had long since surged beyond restraint. Mr. Lin, the most delectable parts of this chicken are the phoenix head, the chicken's head, and the phoenix spleen, the chicken's leg. Please try them while they're still piping hot. Guo Xiangdong smiled warmly, in no hurry to broach business matters. After decades navigating the cutthroat world of commerce, he possessed ample composure. Allow me. With practiced ease, the manager plucked the phoenix head and phoenix spleen from the platter and placed them gently into Lin Shixiao's bowl. Very well, I'll give them a taste. Though Lin Shixiao rarely ate chicken heads, this one was fried to ethereal crispness, like golden potato chips, its bones brittle and shatteringly delicate. A light bite confirmed its extraordinary texture. Delicious. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but praise it aloud. In his past life, he'd tasted similar dishes, but none approached this depth of flavor. Try the phoenix spleen too. It's equally exquisite. Seeing Lin Shixiao's appetite blossom, Guo Xiangdong felt genuine delight. In negotiations, harmony paves the way for success. Earlier, he'd harbored quiet apprehension about Lin Shixiao's temperament. Now, he found him remarkably approachable. Mr. Guo, please help yourself. I'd hardly enjoy this alone. Lin Shixiao gestured for Guo Xiangdong to relax. Though Lin was the guest today, Guo clearly lacked the commanding presence. When one seeks favor, passivity is inevitable. Thus, Lin Shixiao resolved to grow ever stronger, until the day he'd never need to ask anything of anyone. Excellent. Thereafter, the two men turned their attention to the feast before them, exchanging thoughtful remarks on each dish. To an outsider, they might have appeared merely as friends sharing a leisurely meal. Half an hour later, both were pleasantly satiated. How was it, Mr. Lin? Did you enjoy your meal? Many thanks for your generous hospitality, Mr. Guo. I'll return the favor soon. Lin Shixiao patted his gently rounded belly and let out a contented belch. I'll hold you to that. Absolutely, I mean it. Both men wore broad smiles. At that moment the waitstaff arrived with dessert. This is our signature coconut milk bird's nest, a delicately sweet velvety confection that cuts through richness and nourishes skin and vitality. Of course, Mr. Lin's complexion needs no enhancement, but an old fellow like me certainly does. Guo Xiangdong's remark carried double meaning. Though vastly senior to Lin Shixiao in age and commercial experience, he'd been decisively outmaneuvered, compelled to yield. A faint bitterness lingered beneath his smile. Lin Shixiao's expression softened then settled into quiet gravity. Mr. Guo, you invited me here today for something important, didn't you? When hesitation lingered, he took the lead. Indeed, an extremely important matter. Guo Xiangdong set aside his spoon. Tell me, Mr. Lin, do you have any interest in rediffusion television? Are you selling, or inviting me to invest? If I offered investment, you'd likely decline. So I'll simply sell. Name your price, Mr. Lin, I won't haggle. Oh, Lin Shixiao raised an eyebrow, surprised by Guo Xiangdong's boldness. Among figures of stature, words spoken carry binding weight. Should he quote an unreasonably low sum, Guo Xiangdong would have no recourse but to accept. Mr. Guo, you aren't afraid I'll name a shockingly low price? Ah, ahem. Guo Xiangdong coughed, dryly forcing a smile. Surely someone as kind-hearted as you wouldn't. That remains to be seen. Lin Shixiao's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. After several silent minutes, he delivered his offer. 15 million Hong Kong dollars. Agreed. Guo Xiangdong paused briefly before accepting. The figure was fair under current market conditions. Truth be told, even if Lin Shixiao had offered 10 million or less, he would have had no choice but to consent. Guo Xiangdong beamed and bowed deeply. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. From now on, no television network in Hong Kong will rival TVB. Isn't there another broadcaster in preparation? Lin Shixiao referred to Jia Yi Television, already licensed and in its final preparatory phase though recently silent. You may not yet know, Mr. Lin. Guo Xiangdong replied with a wry smile. Jia Yi shareholders have all withdrawn. Since your takeover of TVB, its dominance has intimidated every potential competitor. At the very least, for the next several years, no threat to TVB will emerge. Then the burden upon my shoulders grows heavy. Lin Shixiao could only chuckle ruefully. Monopoly brings its own burdens with no alternatives. Even minor shortcomings in TVB's programming would invite public censure. The capable bear greater responsibility. Alas, I'm simply born to labor. Lin Shixiao feigned modesty. Ha ha ha. Guo Xiangdong burst into unrestrained laughter. Days later, the formal acquisition agreement was signed. Rediffusion Television merged into TVB. Simultaneously, sponsorship sales for the talent show Supergirl Voice commenced. On the day of the event, attendance far exceeded expectations. Though Rediffusion had struggled under TVB's overwhelming dominance, it remained, at least theoretically, a viable alternative. Had Lin Shixiao not acquired it, so many entrepreneurs would never have gathered to show support. Now, however, that option had vanished. For those wishing to advertise on television, TVB was now the sole platform, and Supergirl Voice, its flagship program, boasted a viewership exceeding 90%. Advertising during this show promised exceptional value. The bidding for the Supergirl Voice naming rights begins now, with a starting price of HK10000. No sooner had the auctioneer concluded than bids erupted. Shinong Group offers HK2000. Finfong Group offers HK3000. Chongshek Group offers HK5000. At the mention of Chongshek Group, murmurs rippled across the room. Everyone knew of the long-standing friction between Lin Shixiao and Li Jiaqing. Why then would Chongshek Group participate, effectively enriching Lin Shixiao? Sensing the collective confusion, Chongshek's representative spoke up firmly. Our chairman stated that Supergirl Voice is a cultural phenomenon. Chongshek has numerous residential projects nearing completion. Massive promotion is essential. We respectfully request a fair chance to compete. His words rang sincere and unassailable. In front of such an audience, Lin Shixiao could hardly refuse. Many thanks, Mr. Li, for your patronage. Truthfully, he had no desire to refuse. Though tensions existed with Li Jiaqing, this was money willingly offered, and declining would reek of pettiness. No rational person turns away from wealth. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Chongshek's representative exhaled in quiet relief. If Lin Shixiao had barred them, their advertising campaign would have collapsed. They had come fully prepared, determined to secure the naming rights. Li Jiaqing himself had commissioned expert analysis. Acquiring them for under 2 million Hong Kong dollars would deliver outstanding ROI in reach and influence. Yet would fortune favor Chongshek Group? 800,000. A resonant voice rang out, bold and unwavering. Everyone turned around only to realize it was Shun Zhongfu, the owner of Taigu Auto Sales. It's Boss Shin. Why is Boss Shin participating in the bidding? Everyone knew that Shun Zhongfu had a good relationship with Lin Shixiao. Thank you for your support, Boss Shin. Lin Shixiao stood up and smiled, cupping his hands towards Shin Zhongfu. You are too kind, Lin Shixiao. I am not just here to support you, Shin Zhongfu replied with a chuckle. The two continued to engage in small talk. Meanwhile, the representative of the Chongshek Group had a rather grim expression. 800,000 is not a very high price, but Shun Zhongfu clearly came prepared. 800,000 was just the starting point. When they set off, Li Jiaqing had instructed him to secure the naming rights. Li Jiaqing and Lin Shixiao had some grudges, yet he was determined to secure the naming rights, which showed how much Li Jiaqing valued this auction. Changshe Group, 1 million. The representative of the Changshe Group gritted his teeth and raised the bid by 200,000. He could not afford to lose face. 120,000. Shun Zhongfu wasted no time in matching the bid. The representatives of the companies that had previously participated in the bidding exchanged glances and wisely withdrew. 150,000. The representative of the Changshe Group's expression turned somewhat grim. He sensed that he would fail to complete his task this time. 2 million. Shin Zhongfu was ruthless, directly raising the bid by 500,000. The hall erupted in commotion. As expected of Boss Shin, so generous. 2 million. How many cars must he sell to afford that? The spectators felt their scalps tingle. What do you know? Boss Shin is not just in the car business, and with Lin Shixiao's character of repaying kindness, will he ever shortchange Boss Shin in the future? The onlookers could only feel envious. They were not qualified to participate in a bidding of this level. Mr. Shin bids 2 million. Changshe Group, will you raise your bid? The auctioneer was a bit excited as she did not expect the naming rights to fetch such a high price. Consequently, her reward would also be greater. Sorry, we give up. The representative of the Changshe Group declared decisively as they withdrew. They needed to think carefully about how to report back to Li Jiaqing without angering him. 2 million once. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? 2 million twice. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? 2 million 3 times. Congratulations to Taigo Auto Sales for securing the naming rights to Supergirl. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, Shin Zhongfu officially obtained the naming rights for the first season of Supergirl. Congratulations, Boss Shun. You truly have the strength. I am not talented, but I wish to meet Mr. Lin. Please introduce me, Boss Shun. Instantly, a crowd gathered around Shin Zhongfu. Although he was a well-known businessman in Hong Kong, he had never received such a level of welcome. He understood very well that everyone was not here for him, but for Lin Shixiao. Uncle Shun. Lin Shixiao walked over with Zhao Yaji. He wanted to express his gratitude. Thank you for your support, Uncle Shin. I will have General Manager Zhou keep a close eye on things. Please feel free to voice any concerns at any time. Their hands naturally clasped tightly. Good with Mr. Lin's words. I feel that even at 2 million I have gained a bargain, haha. Shin Zhongfu laughed heartily. There is one more thing. Oh, please speak, Mr. Lin. Shin Zhongfu straightened his expression, preparing to listen attentively. The surrounding crowd also quieted down. All eyes turned to Lin Shixiao. The Xiaolong Group is preparing to purchase a batch of official vehicles for the daily transport of senior executives and reception. I trouble Uncle Shun to arrange for someone to come over and have a good communication with General Shin Hongyu. Lin Shixiao smiled. The idea of purchasing official vehicles was not new, he just had not found the time to browse through the dealerships. Given the current situation, he spoke it out also to inform others that supporting him, Lin Shixiao, would yield rewards. Ha ha ha. Now that there was a return, it felt like the money was well spent. In this give and take, Mr. Lin is quite the person. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have also bid earlier. It's just 2 million. Now that there was a return, it felt like the money was well spent. In this give and take, Mr. Lin is quite the person. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have also bid earlier. It's just 2 million. Who doesn't have that? Some people patted their thighs in frustration, having missed an opportunity to get close to Lin Shixiao. Record-breaking naming price. Mr. Lin reciprocates kindness. The Xiaolong Group's official vehicle procurement is set at Taigo Auto Sales. The popularity of Supergirl remains high. Everyone talks about it in the streets. After the auction, many newspapers provided follow-up coverage. Nowadays, half of the news in Hong Kong is directly or indirectly related to Lin Shixiao. That day, Lin Shixiao was basking in the sun in the yard when a blonde, blue-eyed woman suddenly walked in. This woman had an explosive figure and was dressed very scantily, making Aha's throat go dry. What do you want? Ahu was very duty-conscious and spread his arms to block the woman. Although she was unarmed, one must always be cautious. Lin Shixiao paid him a high salary. If he were still slack, he would truly be inhumane. I'm here to find Mr. Lin. The blonde's gaze fell on Lin Shixiao. Is there something you need? Lin Shixiao sat up from the sofa, revealing his well-defined muscles. He had been working out every day, wanting to live a bit longer after starting off so smoothly in this life. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the authorized agent of the landlord. This villa is up for sale. I heard you are interested in purchasing it, so the landlord sent me to discuss it with you. As the woman spoke, she walked inside. Ahu initially wanted to stop her, but Lin Shixiao waved his hand, signaling it was unnecessary. He had a good instinct about people. This woman did not seem to have any malice. Wasn't he not willing to sell before? More than a month ago, Lin Shixiao had asked the real estate agent to contact the landlord as he wanted to buy this villa. He had lived here for some time and had gotten used to it. Even if the price was a bit high, he could accept it. But the reply was that the landlord was not planning to sell. Lin Shixiao had been quite annoyed about this matter for a long time. It wasn't his house, so living there was never that comfortable, and he certainly had the money to buy it. The landlord has encountered some financial issues, and he now wishes to sell, the blonde said with a smile. Oh, Lin Shixiao's heart stirred. He wouldn't have agreed to let you be his agent willingly, would he yet? Lin Shixiao realized that the landlord might have been scammed abroad. Such things were not uncommon in his previous life, now it was even more so. Chinese people abroad were quite popular. Mr. Lin, this seems to have nothing to do with you, right? The blonde's smile faded, clearly indicating that Lin Shixiao had touched on a sensitive point. Do you have the authorization certificate? Of course. As long as Mr. Lin can meet the price, this house will be yours, no need for any worries. The blonde took out several printed papers with fingerprints from her backpack. Lin Shixiao took them, glanced at them, and found nothing suspicious. However, he was quite cautious. Can I have someone? Of course, but if our negotiations fall through, you must return the documents to me. That's only natural. Lin, my name is Awire. The tall mare introduced herself proactively. She seemed to have a bit of a crush on Lin Shixiao, her emerald eyes fixated on him since she entered. Miss Awire. Lin Shixiao nodded slightly, then turned to look at Along and Ahu. Tonight, Miss Awire will be entrusted to you two brothers. I will cover all expenses and make sure she experiences the vibrant life of the island. Lin, I would rather have you accompany me. Awire cast flirtatious glances at Lin Shixiao. Sorry, I have other matters to attend to tonight and cannot accompany you. Lin Shixiao knew that if he wanted to, he could easily spend a wonderful night with Awire, but he wasn't that kind of person. As long as he wished, he could change to a pristine tall mare every day. Awire clearly seemed like a woman who frequently indulged in pleasures, and such women did not appeal to him. Well, all right. Awire looked a bit resentful, but this was the island Lin Shixiao's territory, and she couldn't be too willful. Lin, where are you planning to take Miss Awire for fun? Just go wherever you want. You must have gone to a lot of places while in the special duties unit, right? Lin Shixiao smiled. I got it. Ahu's eyes began to wander, finally getting a day off, and since it was Lin Shixiao's order to accompany Awire, he had to take it seriously. Lin, you aren't planning to feed me to the sharks, are you? Awire listened to the two talking, her heart starting to heat up. Although Along and Ahu couldn't compare to Lin Shixiao, in looks they were quite strong. Don't worry, Miss Awire, you are safe until the housing transaction is completed. After chatting a bit more, Lin Shixiao sent the three away. Watching Ahu tiptoeing as he walked, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but want to laugh. After the three left the courtyard, Lin Shixiao called Shen Hongyu. Hey Hongyu, please call the company's legal team for me. As a professional company, having a legal team was essential. In his past life, Lin Shixiao had seen some formidable legal teams online and admired them greatly. Therefore, when the Xiaolong Group was established, he specifically instructed Shen Hongyu to form the strongest legal team in the island. In this day and age, it might still be possible to get things done through connections, but starting next year, the laws on the island would gradually become more robust. To exploit loopholes would require professional guidance, otherwise one wouldn't know when they might end up in trouble. As long as Musa was in power, he would be worry-free. But no one could guarantee that Musa would always stay on the island. He could be replaced at any time, and the temperament of the new governor was uncertain. Lin Shixiao had to plan ahead. All right, Director Lin, I will go right away. Shen Hongyu's reply was, I will go right away, not tell them to go right away, as she intended to come herself. When with Lin Shixiao, Shen Hongyu often got angry, but after not seeing him for half a day, she found herself missing him. Sometimes she felt a bit masochistic, but she couldn't help it. There seemed to be some kind of magic about Lin Shixiao that deeply attracted her. The next afternoon, Lin Shixiao met Along, Ahu, and Awire again. All three had heavy dark circles under their eyes, clearly having been quite busy for most of the day. Awire, how was it? Are my two bodyguards all right? Lin Shixiao didn't need to ask. He already knew something must have happened between the three. Respected Lin, Along and Ahu are very good. I plan to stay another couple of days before returning home. Awire's gaze held a glimmer of something as it flickered. No problem, as long as you're on the island, all expenses will be covered by me. Lin Shixiao patted his chest. Awire felt a bit touched. Thank you, Lin. She had been having a wonderful time since arriving on the island, and she had Lin Shixiao to thank for that. Lin'll be frank. The landlord owes us 5 million from gambling. Just offer a price above 5 million, and the decision is not really up to the landlord. Awire's sudden honesty surprised Lin Shixiao. It seemed this woman did have a sense of gratitude. In that case, I will offer 550,000, leaving some for the landlord. Lin Shixiao felt a bit reluctant. Leaving 50,000 for the landlord's turnover, he guessed the landlord probably didn't even have money for food now. Many people abroad are eyeing the wallets of Chinese people, trying every means to bring them to ruin, and the landlord had clearly fallen into someone else's trap. Lin, you are benevolent, so let's sign the contract. Awire urged. Lin Shixiao saw through her intentions, smilingly saying, Miss Awire, you aren't planning to take my two bodyguards out tonight, are you? As he spoke, Lin Shixiao's peripheral vision deliberately checked Along and Ahu's expressions. A flash of fear crossed their faces. If Lin doesn't mind, then I would like to. Awire didn't hide her intentions either. Since there were no acquaintances here, why not be a bit more indulgent? Thank you for your hard work. Lin Shixiao smiled at Along and Ahu. Lin, it's the least we could do. Ahu's face was a bit pale. Soon, under the auspices of the Xiaolong legal team, Lin Shixiao and Awire signed the housing sale contract. The landlord signed a full power of attorney, meaning Iwire's signature held the same legal effect as the landlord's. Lin, the payment can be made now. As soon as they finished signing, Iwire urged. Are you afraid I might back out? Lin Shixiao squinted his eyes. To be honest, I am a bit afraid since this is Lin's territory. Iwire wasn't only clinging to Along and Ahu last night, she had also inquired about Lin Shixiao with locals. The information she received was that Lin Shixiao was currently the most powerful man on the island. At that moment, Iwire felt a bit scared. If she had known this, she wouldn't have come alone. If Lin Shixiao were to play tricks now, she genuinely wouldn't have a good way out. He let the bank transfer the money. Lin Shixiao knew that it would be very easy for him not to pay this money, but that wasn't his character. A gentleman loves wealth, but does so through just means. Alright, Lin. Now Lin Shixiao was a super VIP at Huifeng Bank. Transferring funds was just a matter of a few words. A few minutes later, Iwire called to confirm and received the news that the money had been credited. As expected of Lin, impressive. Iwire was a bit excited and gave Lin Shixiao a thumbs up. I should also thank Miss Iwire for informing me of the bottom price, otherwise I would have spent more for no reason. No need to thank me, it's the merit of your two bodyguards. Iwire's gaze fell on Along and Ahu, her mind already filled with some novel ideas. Along Ahu continued to accompany Miss Iwire. Well, I will give you double the salary for these few days. Thank you, Lin. Thank you, Lin. Along and Ahu looked grateful. Where could they find such a good employer? Not only did he arrange happiness for them, but he also paid them well. Their loyalty immediately increased. The show's Super Voice and Unforgettable Tonight are the dual trump cards of TVB, airing punctually every weekend. Without the restraint from Lee's side, Super Voice has maintained viewership around 95%, making it incredibly. Shen Zhongfu could hardly contain his smile. After the advertisement launched, the foot traffic in his store tripled, and the sales volume increased significantly. Although it is difficult to cover the huge advertising costs in the short term, considering the long-term benefits, acquiring the naming rights for Super Voice is undoubtedly a great deal. Lin Shixiao, apart from being a judge on Super Voice every weekend, has been participating less and less in TVB's affairs. Xiao Yifu is incredibly capable, and he doesn't need to seek out trouble for himself. Moreover, regardless of TVB's revenue, it is merely pocket change for him. Most of his wealth is still to be made in the capital market. After some time, the movies he invested in gradually completed post-production and were ready for release. Is Chung Long's plan also finished? In the spacious office on the top floor of the global building, Lin Shixiao gazed at the list of films set to be released, momentarily lost in thought. Yes, this guy has been filming day and night, fearing to disappoint your trust. Shen Hongyu shot Lin Shixiao an unhappy glare. Why are you glaring at me? Lin Shixiao shot back. This woman always gave him a hard time when she didn't hit him for a day. Aren't you the one exploiting him? What if something goes wrong? Filming is important, but health is also crucial. Shen Hongyu was genuinely concerned about the staff. You're the general manager, you can tell them to take a break. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but laugh. Shen Hongyu looked dejected. If only they would listen to me. Alright, I'll tell him to be more careful next time. Even though I say that I estimate Chung Long won't listen to me. This guy was known for his hard work in his previous life, and now that he has the chance to be the main character, he surely wants to give his all to impress himself. So which movie do you think should be released first? My suggestion is Ren Dawa's Thief of Time, as he is quite well known in Hong Kong Island. I don't think so. I plan to let Chung Long's plan take the lead. Lin Shixiao pointed at the words a plan. A plan? Shen Hongyu was taken aback. This was unexpected. She frowned and said Chung Long was just a stunt double before completely unknown. He may be unknown, but a plan will pioneer the genre of comedic martial arts films. Lin Shixiao seemed Alright, I'll go with your suggestion. Shen Hongyu pouted. You don't seem convinced, do you? Lin Shixiao looked at Shen Hongyu. What are you scheming? Shen Hongyu crossed her arms and took 2 steps back. How about a bet? Lin Shixiao's smile turned mischievous. He only acted this way in front of close women. Not betting. Shen Hongyu decisively shook her head. She had never won a bet against Lin Shixiao. Are you sure? If you win, I'll buy you a villa. Lin Shixiao had long had plans to buy several villas in Repulse Bay. With more women, there always needed to be places to stay, and they couldn't be too far apart. Really? Shen Hongyu's eyes lit up. You as a man must keep your word. A gentleman's word. A swift, but I haven't said what you need to sacrifice if I win. Lin Shixiao looked at the woman before him with a bold gaze. Shen Hongyu winked playfully. What I want? We'll talk about it later. Lin Shixiao turned around. Shen Hongyu was momentarily stunned, then sweetly smiled and said, alright. Is Chung Long in the company? Lin Shixiao's playful demeanor faded as he prepared to take the bet seriously. Yes, this guy is here. Every day his beard has grown long. Remembering Chung Long's scruffy appearance, Shen Hongyu couldn't help but laugh. Please call him over. I have something to discuss with him. Alright, Mr. Lin. Shen Hongyu sweetly responded and swayed her hips as she left. Shortly after, she returned with Chung Long. Lin Xing, you called for me. Chung Long looked exhausted at the moment. How have you been recently? Reporting to Lin Xing, not bad. Good, much more confident than before. It's all thanks to Lin Sheng. You gave me a lot of authority, otherwise a plan couldn't have been finished so quickly. Chung Long looked grateful. He never imagined he would encounter such a good boss who not only provided the greatest financial support, but also considered him in every other aspect, allowing him to boldly implement his various ideas. Chen Long felt a surge of loyalty. Ah, this is all to be expected. Lin Shixiao waved his hand and smiled. I heard the final cut of a plan is ready. Yes, Lin Sheng, am preparing to report to you. Chen Long rubbed his hands, hesitating to speak. Speak freely. Lin Shixiao displayed great tolerance towards Chen Long. In his previous life, the disparity in status between him and Chen Long was vast. Chen Long was already an international superstar, the pride of Chinese stars. But at this moment, Chen Long was still a young man of less than 20 with a significant gap in status. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Lin Shixiao spoke out, Chen Long would struggle to make a name for himself in Hong Kong Island. I want a plan to be released early, but I heard there are several movies waiting. Oh, so confident. Lin Shixiao instinctively looked at Shun Hongyu, both of them smiling. Haha, it's not that I'm confident, I'm just afraid that if I delay it I won't have the confidence to let a plan be released, so it's better to release it earlier for peace of mind. I see. Lin Shixiao was momentarily stunned, stroking his chin in silence. At that moment, Chen Long felt a lot of pressure. He didn't know Lin Shixiao's current thoughts. Lin Dong just mentioned wanting a plan to be released first. He has great confidence in this film, but unexpectedly you yourself lack confidence. Shen Hongyu looked at Lin Shixiao with a smirk, not forgetting the bet they had just made. I might disappoint Lin Sheng. It's okay, it's normal not to be confident, as long as I have confidence that suffices. Lin Shixiao quickly understood. At this time, Chen Long had never filmed a movie before. Even if he exerted himself to the utmost, he wouldn't know how the audience would react after its release. This was all normal. If it weren't for him knowing the historical trajectory and that a plan would become a huge hit, he might not have confidence either. Chen Long and Shun Hongyu fell silent, eagerly watching Lin Shixiao, waiting for him to make a decision. Hongyu, organize a premiere, make it grand, invite everyone you can, and heavily promote it in newspapers and TV stations. Don't worry about spending money. I want a plan to be a sensation throughout Hong Kong Island. Lin Shixiao's voice suddenly became passionate as he decided to push forward according to his own ideas. All right, Mr. Lin. Shen Hongyu did not dare to be negligent, heading out to gather personnel to discuss plans. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Chen Long deeply bowed to Lin Shixiao. It's a small matter. Lin Shixiao waved his hand half seriously. I only hope that once you become famous you won't. No, I won't. I Chen Long swear to the heavens that I will never betray Lin Sheng in this life. Chen Long became anxious, raising his hand to swear, but was pressed down by Lin Shixiao. 2 days later, the promotional campaign for Project A exploded across Hong Kong, blanketing newspapers, television broadcasts, and streetside billboards. For the first time, Hong Kong residents experienced what it meant to be bombarded with information. Chen Long. Who is this young man suddenly appearing out of nowhere? No idea. But Mr. Lin is backing him strongly. He must have real talent. And have you heard? Project A is unlike any kung fu film that's come before. How so? What makes it different? I'm just speculating. I'll leave the details for audiences to discover when the film opens. Public discussion about Project A briefly eclipsed even that of Supergirl. Today was its premiere day, a grand premiere event held at Shaw Studios' Clearwater Bay Film City. Not only did all artists under Xiao Long Group, Shaw Studios, and TVB attend, but numerous industry titans also came to lend their support. Among them were Sir Yaodong Ho Run Shaw and Chung Fu Shun. Lin Shixiao even secured the attendance of Governor Musa, though the governor would only make a brief appearance as he held little interest in Chinese-language cinema. With so many luminaries and stars present, Hong Kong's media descended en masse, fervent, self-motivated, requiring neither formal invitations nor red envelopes. Whoever commands the stars commands the media, a truth Lin Shixiao had grasped long ago in his The premiere began at 3 p.m. Yet by noon, crowds of fans and curious onlookers already swarmed the area surrounding Shaw Studios Film City. Nervous, in from atop a building at Shaw Studios Film City, Lin Shixiao asked Chen Long. And yes, terrified, but also exhilarated. At that moment, Chen Long clenched his fists tightly. Lin Shixiao had orchestrated this monumental event, and all he hoped for was that Chen Long's film would deliver. Relax. You've given your all, and success will surely follow. Thank you, Mr. Lin. And though Lin Shixiao was scarcely older than Chen Long, his life experience ran far deeper, and his temperament markedly more mature. After Lin Shixiao's reassurance, Chen Long finally calmed somewhat. Ready. The future international martial arts superstar. A faint, enigmatic smile flickered across Lin Shixiao's face. I'm ready. And the title, International Martial Arts Superstar, Chen Long quietly dismissed. Let's go down. Lin Shixiao strode confidently toward the stairs. With so many distinguished guests in attendance, Lin Shixiao, as host, was obliged to greet them personally. And Chen Long, as both lead actor and director of Project A, stood among the evening's central figures. There'll be many reporters shortly. Just stay relaxed, no need to be nervous. And inwardly, Lin Shixiao felt like a mentor guiding a child. Yes, Mr. Lin, I understand. Chen Long remained anxious. but he knew Lin Shixiao would stand firmly behind him. In reporters, Mr. Lin, say a few words. In Lin Shixiao, it's an honor to welcome you all. Thank you to every guest who has graced us with your presence, and thank you all. Reporters, Mr. Lin, why release a newcomer's film ahead of others? In Lin Shixiao, I firmly believe exceptional films earn recognition from the market. Yes, he's new, but his talent is undeniable and he will not disappoint your expectations. Reporters, Mr. Lin, what if Project A underperforms at the box office? In Lin Shixiao, nothing extraordinary. Sunrise will come as usual. With a mere HK5000 budget, I can afford the loss. In stunned into silence by Lin Shixiao's unshakable confidence, the reporters collectively fell mute. Lin Shixiao gently guided Cheng Long forward to center stage. And he is tonight's true protagonist. Please interview him. Such opportunities won't arise often. Ni's tone brimmed with unmistakable admiration for Cheng Long. Instantly reporters' interest ignited. In reporters, Cheng Long, how were you discovered by Mr. Lin? Cheng Long, to be honest, I was genuinely surprised when Mr. Shin approached me. I'd only been a stunt double. After signing Mr. Lin gave me unwavering support, constant encouragement, and full creative freedom to make the film I envisioned. He truly is my benefactor. Reporters, does Mr. Lin's faith weigh heavily upon you? In Cheng Long, actually, not really. In reporters, what do you estimate Project A's local box office will be? Could it surpass 10 million? And this question carried a trap. The 10 million Hong Kong dollars target had been set for Li Xiaolong's Fist of Legend. Well, I dare not dream so high. Li Xiaolong is a legend. I'm still unknown. 5 million would fulfill me completely. It was precisely after watching Li Xiaolong's films that Cheng Long had first stepped on a film sets as a stunt double. In following the resounding premiere, Project A officially launched island-wide at 5 p.m. Driven by curiosity, many flocked to cinemas and purchased tickets. When audiences watched Cheng Long portraying Ma Rulong, battle pirates atop a clock tower, then with no safety harness plummet from dizzying heights to seize the rotating clock hand midair, a collective gasp erupted. The shot was captured in wide angle, revealing Cheng Long's daring leap as genuine. This man has no regard for his own life. And viewers marveled at his fearless courage. But the spectacle didn't end there. Cheng Long transformed the entire clock tower into his playground, executing repeated leaps and acrobatic maneuvers that delivered one breathtaking, heart-stopping sequence after another. Accompanied by his wildly exaggerated comedic expressions, the fusion of peril and absurdity created a uniquely electrifying visual impact, leaving audiences gripping their seats in suspense, yet bursting into laughter. When viewers saw Ma Rulong, on bicycle, chase pirates through narrow alleyways using handlebars, wheels, and alley obstacles to send enemies sprawling in chaotic tumbles, waves of delighted laughter swept the theater. When Ma Rulong as a drill instructor solemnly demonstrated grenade usage, only to accidentally hurl it directly into a cluster of trainees, sending them scrambling in panicked disarray, the scene spiraled into glorious riotous chaos. Audiences roared with unrestrained, side-splitting laughter. When Ma Rulong, evading his superior's wrath, scaled a towering flagpole, then exploited its springy elasticity and height differential to perform a series of ludicrous climbs and slides, all while contorting his face into a comically bitter grimace. And audiences erupted once more in peals of uncontrollable laughter. And ha ha ha, absolutely hilarious. Never before have I seen a martial arts film so brilliantly funny. Mr. Lin should hand out tissues. My eyes are streaming tears, and though Cheng Long is a newcomer, his performance feels utterly natural. His expressions are wildly exaggerated, yet never overdone. A born genius. A new star has risen in Chinese martial arts cinema, and before the film even ended, audiences were already declaring their verdict. As the first screening concluded and viewers streamed outside, they were met by swarms of reporters and by hesitant passers-by still debating whether to buy a ticket. May I ask your opinion of the film Project A? Absolutely brilliant and hilariously entertaining. I highly recommend it for audiences of all ages. How would you rate Project A? 9.5 out of 10. I withheld half a point only to keep Cheng Long humble. He's still new to the industry. Exactly. Which scenes from Project A left the strongest impression on you? So many. I'm honestly at a loss for where to begin. Ajin, you've just stepped out of the theater after watching Project A. How was it? I've got nothing scheduled today, or I think I'll catch. It's fantastic. Truly outstanding. Buy your tickets now, or they'll sell out. Word-of-mouth acclaim for Project A spread like wildfire. Hesitant viewers, once reassured by friends who had already seen it, abandoned their doubts and rushed to purchase tickets. They in turn became a second wave of unpaid ambassadors. Though Lin Shixiao had invested heavily in pre-release promotion, ensuring nearly everyone in Hong Kong knew Project A was coming, the film's debut run saw sparsely filled theaters, largely due to Cheng Long's status as an unproven newcomer with limited drawing power. Yet once buzz-ignited, demand surged, tickets vanished overnight. Project A swept across Hong Kong that weekend like a tempest. People rallied their friends and families to see Project A. Some watched it not once, but but twice thrice, because its comedic set pieces retained their charm even on the 10th viewing. Typically after midnight, many cinemas shifted to adult-oriented films as serious moviegoers had long since returned home to rest. But tonight was different. Even past midnight, Project A remained sold out. Mr. Lin, today's box office is in $15,000. That nearly broke the record. A staff member monitoring ticket sales entered the penthouse of Universal Tower to report. Excellent. A subtle smile curved Lin Shixiao's lips. Frankly, this result exceeded his expectations. He'd anticipated a slower start requiring time for word of mouth to build before box office momentum gathered. Instead, opening day performance proved astonishingly robust. At this pace, Project A's box office would undoubtedly surpass 5 million. Don't underestimate that figure. Since cinema first arrived in Hong Kong, fewer than a handful of films have ever crossed that threshold. No sooner had the staffer departed than Chung Long burst into the room. Mr. Lin, opening day revenue has soared past $15,000. His elation bordered on euphoria. Mr. Lin already knows. Shun Hongyu couldn't help but chuckle. Chung Long was on the cusp of stardom, yet before Lin Shixiao, he remained as guileless and unrestrained as a child. Oh, Mr. Lin already knows. Chung Long flushed with mild embarrassment. In his excitement, he'd forgotten such news would be relayed to Lin Shixiao the moment it arrived. Well done. You're rising in popularity at rocket speed. Lin Shixiao genuinely rejoiced for Chung Long. Clearly with his guidance, Chung Long's trajectory far outpaced his original life's path. A person's peak vitality spans but a brief arc of life. The earlier Chung Long achieved fame, the greater his lifetime accomplishments would become. Am I truly becoming a major star already? Chung Long still struggled to believe it. The world was changing too swiftly. Oh, I forgot to brief you on the etiquette expected of top-tier stars. Shun Hongyu's eyes crinkled with amusement. Now that Long is a bona fide superstar, assign him a personal assistant, chauffeur, nanny, even a car. The company is well-funded, we must never let him feel undervalued. As you wish, miss. Shun, Lin Shixiao replied, smiling warmly. Chung Long stood flustered, waving his hands modestly. Mr. Lin, it's truly unnecessary. I can manage perfectly well on my own. That decision isn't yours to make. As an artist under Xiao Long Entertainment, every word you speak and every step you take reflects not just yourself, but the company's image. These arrangements exist solely to free you to focus entirely on cinematic artistry. Nothing more, nothing less. On matters of principle, Lin Shixiao never compromised. Cultivating Chung Long's sense of belonging to Xiao Long Entertainment ensured that even rival studios would find poaching him exceedingly difficult. Understood, Chairman Lin. Shun Hongyu nodded gravely toward Chung Long. Very well. Thank you, Chairman Lin, and thank you, General Manager Shun. Joy radiated across Chung Long's face. Truthfully, he'd long admired celebrities who moved through life surrounded by entourages, and now imagining his old friend's astonished awe at his newfound grandeur, he felt a quiet, deeply human pride. All people harbor vanity. Chung Long was no exception. We must intensify promotion for Project A. Ms. Shin, assemble a dedicated team. Send Long onto the streets to rally support for the film. Though Lin Shixiao had never worked directly in entertainment, he understood its mechanics intimately. Like one who's never raised pigs yet knows them thoroughly by observation. His grasp of how to maximize a star's market value was decades ahead of his time. Understood, Chairman Lin. I'll handle it immediately. When matters turned serious, Shun Hongyu never contested Lin Shixiao's directives. She was after all a woman of exceptional intelligence. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Chung Long's gratitude shone brightly in his eyes. Project A opened with resounding success, but Lin Shixiao hoped it would soar even higher. This was Chung Long's debut film. The more spectacular its performance, the greater the momentum it would lend his future career. Though Lin Shixiao treated him generously, Xiao Long Entertainment housed numerous talents, and competition among them was inevitable. Chung Long understood clearly resources would always flow toward those deemed exceptional. When Chung Long took to the streets to promote Project A, he ignited the film's popularity anew. Screenings sold out nightly. Entire families, elders and children alike, flocked to theaters. Hong Kong hadn't witnessed such collective fervor in years. Amidst this surge, Project A's box office swiftly eclipsed 1 million, marching steadily toward the blockbuster benchmark of 5 million. That very day, the film officially launched in Taiwan. Thanks to Lin Shixiao's prior diplomatic overtures with major Taiwanese syndicates, cinemas across Taiwan granted Project A generous initial screen allocations. Yet promotional efforts in Taiwan lagged behind Hong Kong's intensity, and Chung Long, still an undisputed newcomer, faced tepid initial attendance. Nonetheless, excellence finds its audience. Project A's timeless comedic sequences sparked lively discussion, and through organic word of mouth, its reputation steadily rose, drawing ever-growing crowds into theaters. This growing confidence emboldened theater owners to expand screenings, and occupancy rates climbed accordingly. On its third day of release, Project A shattered Taiwan's single-day box office record. At Bamboo Union headquarters, a subordinate reported to Chinchilli. Boss, Project A's attendance keeps climbing. We're glad we maintained strong screen allocations. Now every syndicate head is calling to express gratitude. This film will bring us tremendous profits. His voice rang with exhilaration. Haha, neither did I anticipate Brother Shixiao's prowess. If each of his films performs this strongly, our bamboo union's financial struggles will soon belong to history. I could then phase out high-risk ventures, ensuring the syndicate's stability even should authorities launch intensified crackdowns. Chen Chili belonged to a rare cohort of syndicate leaders with foresight. He knew the era of operating in shadows wouldn't last. Once the government turned its full attention to organized crime, retribution would follow. Transitioning early, earning wealth through legitimate channels, was the sole path to preserving the bamboo union. Brilliant leadership, boss. Brothers are thrilled. They see hope for brighter days ahead. Let's also thank Brother Shixiao. Keep close watch on all theaters. Ensure they maintain robust allocations. After all, this is my brother's debut film. It deserves to break the all-time box office record. Chen Chili knew Lin Shixiao would deeply value such recognition. Boss, judging by current trends, there's no doubt. In 1973 on Hong Kong Island, a film typically gets taken down a week after its release to make way for new ones. This is because regular films see a significant drop in box office revenue after 7 days, and hardly anyone buys tickets to watch them again, with only a few blockbuster films being exceptions, and Project A is evidently one of those. Only by surpassing the 7-day threshold can a film hope to achieve the milestone of 5 million in box office. Cinemas and film companies generally engage in a revenue-sharing partnership where lower attendance results in reduced screening frequency replaced by films with higher attendance. Project A is a film that can be watched multiple times, even 2 or 3 times, so its attendance rate after a week of release is quite impressive. Chen Long also became a household name on Hong Kong Island thanks to Project A. A month after its release, Project A successfully surpassed 350,000 in box office revenue. Breaking 5 million is just a matter of time. Chen Long also entered the club of male leads in blockbuster films, and what's more remarkable is that Project A is both directed and starred by him, making this achievement even more extraordinary. Jia Film quickly sprang into action trying to poach Chen Long, but Chen Long, feeling grateful to Lin Shixiao, didn't even give them a chance to speak before he kicked them out. As long as Lin is still with Xiaolong Entertainment, I Chen Long could never betray. Chen Long declared loudly to Jia Film's representatives, and this scene was captured by entertainment reporters, sparking widespread discussion once published. While everyone praised Chen Long for his loyalty, they also admired Lin Shixiao's vision and ability to discover new talent. Even a fool could foresee that Chen Long was about to become a cash cow for Xiaolong Entertainment. Project A not only performed well at the box office on Hong Kong Island, but also achieved impressive sales on Baodao, breaking the box office record set by Lin Shixiao's previous films. It won't be long before Project A reaches over 10 million in box office receipts across both locations. This is a miracle. Considering that this is Lin Shixiao's first foray into the industry and Chen Long is still a rookie actor and director, this achievement is even more striking. After Project A, other films began to release one after another. The Prodigal Son starring Hong Jinbao has a similar style to Project A and was the next to be brought up, as Lin Shixiao also intended to capitalize on the momentum to establish Xiaolong Film's dominance in the comedic martial arts genre. The Prodigal Son may not have achieved the explosive results of Project A, but it performed quite well with a box office exceeding 300,000 on Hong Kong Island and over 200,000 on Baodao. Next came Time Thief starring Rin Dahua. With the good reputation accumulated from the previous 2 films, Time Thief also achieved commendable results. Lin Shixiao was willing to invest, and these films did not disappoint his expectations. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shixiao had earned the title of godfather of the entertainment industry. Some big-name stars saw others thriving under Xiaolong Entertainment and voluntarily sought to join, and Lin Shixiao accepted them all, signing contracts since he had plenty of cash on hand capable of producing hundreds of films a year without issue. On this day, the finals of Super Voice arrived. In the past 2 months, Super Voice had stirred up a wave of discussion on Hong Kong Island, with contestants rising in popularity. Lin Shixiao wasn't shy, either directly signing some of the popular contestants to Xiaolong Entertainment, as all contestants had signed agreements during registration, making it impossible for them to sign with other companies unless Xiaolong Entertainment chose not to. As a mentor of the program, and one of the most watched figures, Lin Shixiao naturally had to attend the finals of Super Voice. The venue for the finals was also somewhat special, as Lin Shixiao chose the newly completed Victoria Park. This was also a privilege of his gentleman status. For such special places, one cannot host any event without approval from the relevant government departments. Before nightfall, Victoria Park was already packed with people. If it weren't for the organizers implementing crowd control, there probably wouldn't have been anywhere to stand in the park. Lin. As soon as Lin Shixiao arrived at the park, he went backstage to visit the contestants. Compared to 2 months ago, the contestants had undergone tremendous changes in temperament, all glowing with confidence. During non-competition days, the contestants focused on learning, leading to rapid improvement in their professional skills. Hello everyone. Don't feel nervous tonight, just perform well. Seeing the contestants in good spirits, Lin Shixiao was also very happy. If there were no accidents, he wouldn't participate as deeply in a variety show like this in the future. Many contestants naturally gathered around. Many of them were older than Lin Shixiao, but collectively their achievements did not even amount to 1% of Lin Shixiao's, leading to genuine respect from everyone towards him. It seems everyone is expecting something, right? Lin Shixiao suddenly said with a smile. Yes. The contestants realized something and immediately became excited. Thinking of Lin Shixiao's generosity, many felt a fire burning in their hearts. Has anyone mentioned that there are prizes for this program? Lin Shixiao smiled. The idea of the prize was a spuro-thement decision, mainly because the recent film's box office earnings had been good and he didn't plan to pocket that money. Lin, no one said there would be a prize. Could it be? There is it. One contestant's breath began to quicken. Lin, how much is the prize? Please tell us. Some contestants, anxious, directly grabbed Lin Shixiao's arm. Many of them came from ordinary families and their desire to earn money was very strong. Thank you all for achieving such high ratings for TVB. Super Voice has also received excellent reviews, so I announce that all contestants in the top 10 will receive prizes with a total prize pool of 200,000. 200,000. My God. Upon hearing the figure of 200,000, many contestants held their heads, their faces in disbelief. At this time, the average monthly salary for ordinary people on Hong Kong Island was only 1,000, making 200,000 an astronomical figure for many. At this moment, Lin Shixiao's gaze fell upon a woman wearing a veil. After so many episodes of recording, he still couldn't identify who she was. This made him very frustrated. This woman was progressing rapidly. Barring any accidents, she would definitely be in the top 3. At that time, this woman would have to keep her promise and reveal her face, and not only him, but he believed that the vast majority of viewers on Hong Kong Island were also eagerly anticipating. Hello, Lin Sheng. The masked singer smiled and nodded politely toward Lin Shixiao. Who exactly are you? A strange sensation flickered in Lin Shixiao's mind. Was it his imagination, or had her voice subtly shifted again? Each time he met this woman, her timbre seemed to change just enough to elude recognition. Precisely why he could never pin down her identity. He was certain he knew her, yet the memory remained maddeningly out of reach. Perhaps sensing his inner turmoil, the masked singer let out a light, tinkling laugh. Do we know each other? Lin Shixiao stepped forward several paces, halting directly before the enigmatic singer, his gaze sharp and unwavering. We didn't know each other before the competition, but surely we do now that it's underway. Her voice, deliberately altered, retained its captivating resonance, seamless and effortlessly melodious. Who put you up to this? Lin Shixiao pressed further, just as Deng Lijun entered the room. Oh, what on earth is Lin Sheng doing here? Interrogating a young lady. Be careful, word might spread, and that wouldn't sound quite proper. A playful smile danced across Deng Lijun's face. She clearly relished the spectacle. Do you know who she is? A sudden flash of insight struck Lin Shixiao. He'd noticed each time he spoke with the masked singer, Deng Lijun grew inexplicably tense. Of course I know. Who else but the masked singer? Her voice is exquisite, and her vocal mentor must be truly exceptional. Deng Lijun declared, utterly earnest. Ahem. Suddenly the masked singer broke into a violent cough. Deng Lijun reacted, instantly rushing to her side to offer support. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Surely you're not planning to unveil yourself right here. Thank you, teacher Deng Lijun, for your concern. It's just a minor cold, ahem. And, I've suddenly grown rather urgent. I must excuse myself. Before her words even faded, the masked singer had vanished from their sight. Something's off, definitely off. You two know each other. Lin Shixiao locked eyes with Deng Lijun, whose gaze flickered, just for an instant, with unmistakable ahem. Indeed, Lin Sheng, you see through everything. Very well, I'll confess, she once consulted me on vocal techniques. So yes, beyond rehearsal hours we've met privately, but she always wore her veil. Even I don't know her true identity. Deng Lijun spoke with sincere candor. Really? Lin Shixiao remained unconvinced. Deng Lijun's expression instantly fell, her eyes shimmering with quiet reproach. Lin Sheng, every word is true. If you refuse to believe me, there's nothing more I can do. As she spoke, the air thickened, as if a downpour were moments away. All right, please don't look like that. I can't bear it. Lin Shixiao surrendered. Pushed further, and Deng Lijun might genuinely burst into tears. He suspected she still hadn't fully recovered from heartbreak, rendering her unusually sensitive. As dusk settled, park lanterns glowed softly to life. By later standards, the illumination was modest. Yet for people of that era, such nightscapes stirred genuine delight. Look at that lamp. It's absolutely stunning. Lucky we got in. Otherwise we'd have missed this breathtaking light show entirely. Truly impressive, Mr. Lin. The very picture of a gentleman. Even securing a venue like this seems effortless. Still, I must admit, watching the gala here is pure indulgence. Hey, did you hear? Mr. Lin has just announced a prize pool of 2,000 yuan. The champion takes home 1,000. How magnificently generous. Crowds feasted on homemade delicacies, breathing in the sea breeze as they awaited the finale of Supergirl Voice. At last, 7 o'clock arrived. The park lights pulsed once and speakers scattered across the grounds hummed to life. It was as if adrenaline surged through every vein. Spectators leapt and roared in unison. Huang Wei, Huang Wei, Li Shixiao, Li Shixiao, Tong Tong, Tong Tong, the masked singer, the masked singer. Chants erupted like rival armies, each faction vying to drown the others in sheer volume. Then the central stage dimmed. Ahawk! Wow! Anticipation peaked. Screams tore through the air as euphoria reached its zenith. When Wang Mingquan emerged from backstage resplendent in formal attire, even she recoiled slightly at the overwhelming scale of the crowd. During the morning rehearsal, the venue had been half empty. Now it teemed with humanity, a sea of faces stretching as far as the eye could see. Good heavens! Wang Mingquan marveled inwardly. She'd never imagined Supergirl voice could ignite such fervor offline. After all, live attendance wasn't free, and tickets carried a steep price tag. Initially, she and her team had fretted over sluggish sales. But faced with this spectacle, she realized many must have paid exorbitant sums for resale tickets. She drew a slow, steadying breath, determination anchoring her calm. As host, a touch of nerves was permissible, but excessive anxiety risked memory lapses and missteps. Good, she opened with a warm greeting. Good evening. The reply crashed over her like a tidal wave, thunderous, unified, immense. Wang Mingquan surged with exhilaration, her earlier jitters dissolving completely. What brings us together? The Supergirl voice finale. The crowd responded as one, disciplined, electrifying. And who do you hope will claim the crown? Wang Mingquan grinned, slyly improvising. Granny. Huang Wei. Tong Tong. The masked singer. Anonymous. Answers exploded chaotically. Some even shouted family members' names. Laughter erupted across the park. Excellent. I'm thrilled to see you've all found your champions. When they take the stage, cheer for them with all your might. Agreed. Agreed. Do you want to see them now? Yes. Instinctively, the crowd surged forward. 2 months of televised rivalry had forged fierce, devoted followings. For most, this was their first chance to meet their idols in person. Close, tangible, real, and excitement thrummed in every heartbeat. Is there truly no one eager to meet our beloved and respected judges? No. This time the response thundered with overwhelming volume, leaving the judges backstage exchanging wry, helpless smiles. Teacher Lin, it seems the contestants' fans aren't particularly fond of you, Xiao Yifu said with a warm, teasing grin as he glanced at Lin Shixiao. Having worked closely together for some time, their rapport had deepened considerably since the beginning. Teacher Xiao, didn't I just hear them say it's you they dislike? Lin Shixiao's smile broke through, barely containable. Even from backstage, the electric clamor beyond the curtain promised an unforgettable final night. Ha. I'm not exactly handsome, so how could they possibly dislike me? Xiao Yifu chuckled lightly. Of the 4 judges, he was the eldest, and though his youthful appearance had never been especially striking, he gracefully conceded supremacy in looks to the others. Say, since they dislike us so much, shall we give all their favorite idols low scores tonight? Deng Lijun, rarely playful, offered the jest with a twinkle in her eye. Amit, Su Guanjia, the usually most taciturn of the panel, immediately voiced his enthusiastic assent. Oh no, please teachers. A chorus of desperate groans rose from nearby. The 4 judges turned and found several top-ranked contestants standing silently beside them, having appeared without warning. Is there something we can help you with? Lin Shixiao felt a sudden prickling unease, as if watched by unseen eyes. Nothing at all. We're perfectly fine, just listening in on your delightful conversation. Huang Wei's eyes crinkled into radiant crescents. Confident and poised, she bore no trace of her former life as a fishmonger's daughter. Aha! We mentors have other matters to attend to. Do prepare yourselves well. Xiao Yifu, ever unflappable, delivered the line with a breezy chuckle before striding confidently away. Lin Shixiao was quick to follow suit. Sudden urgency. I'll be right back. Teacher Deng, you're close in age to them, and you've competed yourself. Why not guide them a little? Su Guanjia gently patted Deng Lijun's shoulder and vanished just as swiftly. Within seconds, only Deng Lijun remained facing the contestants' blazing, expectant gazes. Well, Deng Lijun stood flustered, unable to decide whether to stay or flee. Haha. Huang Wei and the others could no longer restrain themselves. They burst into unrestrained laughter. Deng Lijun's cheeks flushed crimson as she summoned every ounce of mentorly authority, her expression hardening. Enough? Now, listen carefully to the stage protocol I'm about to outline. The moment her demeanor turned stern, the contestants instantly fell silent. Though young Deng Lijun held an exalted position in the Chinese language music industry. Back on stage, the segment introducing the judges had begun. The audience's response was tepid, some even booed. In recent episodes, for dramatic effect, Lin Shixiao had instructed all mentors to adopt incisively candid critiques. Though sharp-tongued, the mentors' remarks were always precise and insightful. So contestants themselves bore. Yet the contestants' devoted fans cared little for nuance. Their perception of the mentors plummeted sharply, and even Lin Shixiao amassed a growing legion of detractors. Hello everyone. The mentors, ever tactful, made brief, light-hearted appearances on stage before settling into their judging seats. Next came the finalists' grand entrance, and the arena erupted with fervor. Huang Wei. Many screamed themselves hoarse. Hello, I'm Huang Wei. Hello, I'm Lin Shixiao. Hello, I'm Tong Tong. Each finalist had undergone meticulous preparation, radiating starlight, so vivid they outshone even established celebrities. In that era, stars paid far less attention to personal presentation. Take Li Xiaolong, for instance. His attire changed little before and after fame, grounded perhaps, but hardly electrifying to fans. Yet humanity's yearning for beauty remains timeless. Lin Shixiao forbade his artists from appearing overly artificial, but demanded they stand out unmistakably amid the crowd. As the saying goes, makeup is a kind of sorcery, capable of utterly transforming one's visage. Even Huang Wei's own mother, watching live, could not recognize her daughter at first glance. So stunning. Huang Wei is absolutely radiant. Granny Li looks so vibrant. That leather jacket and pants, utterly cool and fierce. Every finalist looks completely transformed. Indeed, Xiaolong Entertainment delivers excellence. Just one contestant's debut left many feeling the ticket price was already repaid. Nervous? Not at all. On stage, Wang Mingquan began interviewing each finalist individually. In earlier episodes with more contestants and tighter time constraints, screen time had been severely limited. Tonight, however, was different. Fewer finalists, ample time. Each would shine brightly on national television. That's my daughter. That's my daughter. At a local wet market, Huang Wei's mother stroked her newly purchased television, tears streaming down her face. Even before the finals, nearby shopping malls had approached Huang Wei for promotional collaborations, not only offering generous compensation, but gifting her mother a state-of-the-art television. This gesture solidified her mother's unwavering support. Mrs. Huang, what luck you have. Such an outstanding daughter. Huang Wei will soon be a bona fide superstar, and you'll no longer need to sell fish. Your days of comfort await. Mrs. Huang, what luck you have. Such an outstanding daughter. Huang Wei will soon be a bona fide superstar, and you'll no longer need to sell fish. So overcome was she that she actually raised her hand, ready to strike herself, prompting frantic intervention from those around. Mrs. Huang, don't do it. If Huang Wei were here, she'd never wish this upon you. Yes, your better days are coming. So spare yourself, and her, the drama. That alone would make Huang Wei happy. After much coaxing, Mrs. Huang finally calmed. What virtuous deeds must I have performed in my past life to be blessed with such an extraordinary daughter? Back at the venue, the finals had officially commenced. Each finalist would perform twice tonight. First, a song selected from the official repertoire. Second, a freely chosen act, be it singing, dancing, or even comedy, if they dared. Though none would risk such folly, not when victory meant 20,000 yuan in prize money. The finalists' exceptional artistry held the audience spellbound. Across Hong Kong Island, nearly every television set glowed with Supergirl voice. No survey was needed excluding the live audience. The show's viewership tonight undoubtedly surpassed 98%, even accounting for those unavoidably occupied elsewhere. Without such exceptions, the rating might well have edged toward 100%. By now, record-shattering ratings for Supergirl voice had become commonplace. Should the finale dip below 95%, that would be the true anomaly. After 3 sublime, sweeping hours, the program neared its conclusion. The moment of ranking announcements had arrived. Combining audience votes and judges' scores, the final rankings have been determined. Now, let us announce tonight's champion. The winner of the first place is The Masked Singer. Congratulations to her. This result is somewhat unexpected, yet within reason, as The Masked Singer has shown the most significant improvement throughout the entire competition of Super Voice. After a moment of silence, the venue erupted in cheers. Reveal the face. Reveal the face. Reveal the face. Everyone was eager to see the true identity of The Masked Singer. Lin Shixiao did not hesitate and directly pulled down her veil. Suddenly, the entire venue, having recently collaborated with Li Xiaolong on a film, Lin Shixiao's popularity in Hong Kong is quite high. Many media outlets had been speculating about the identity of The Masked Singer, yet none had guessed it was her. Damn, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but curse. At first he did suspect it was Lin Shixiao, but as the show progressed he ruled out that possibility because the traces of Lin Shixiao on The Masked Singer became fewer. Lin Sheng, how do you feel? Deng Lijun had been waiting for this moment. She had kept it a secret for so long and had struggled several times, almost revealing the truth to Lin Shixiao. You all have kept it from me so well. Deng Lijun laughed in front of the camera. In the luxury mansion at Repulse Bay, Zhao Yaji and others were not doing much better. Everyone look at this guy's expression, or it seems like he's genuinely surprised. This is too funny. Shen Hongyu laughed while pounding the table. He had tested me before, but fortunately I passed the test. Zhao Yaji also wore an expression of mischievous triumph. Is what we did really okay? A girl around 18 stuck out her tongue. She is Hong Zhu, who had just been allowed into the villa in the past few days. What's wrong with that? This guy is usually so bad. I just wanted to see his gloomy expression. Thinking of some scenes where she was bullied, Shen Hongyu's heart ignited with passion. At the scene, Lin Shixiao asked, how did you do it? Even your voice has changed, and your physical form. If it weren't for the drastic changes Lin Shixiao made to her voice and physical appearance, Lin Shixiao would still have recognized her. Changing the voice is simple, this is what I do. Shixiao is also very talented in this regard. As for the physical changes, she figured that out herself, but she truly is a genius actress. Deng Lijun's eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Shixiao. Both women are indeed geniuses in their respective fields. Alright, Lin Shixiao continued to smile wryly. He turned to Lin Shixiao and asked what made you participate in this show. It was Sister Han Yu's encouragement. Lin Shixiao did not hesitate to throw Shin Han Yu under the bus. Alright, we'll talk about this later. Lin Shixiao began to stroke his chin, brewing some thoughts. These women actually united to make fun of him. He must give them a profound lesson, or else they would take advantage of him in the future. Xiao Yifu and the others merely laughed from the side, without speaking. They were very aware that Lin Shixiao had many close female friends, and at this moment their interjection might seem like a third wheel. I have something to say. At that moment Lin Shixiao suddenly snatched the microphone from Wang Mingquan and said, I can take this first place, but I can't take the prize money. Please share my prize with the other contestants. Are you sure? This question came from Lin Shixiao. In fact, Lin Shixiao doesn't have much money either, and he wouldn't directly give her a lot, as that would be a form of disrespect. I'm sure. The other contestants need this money more than I do. Lin Xixiao's gaze was resolute, clearly having thought this through. Shixiao. Thank you. Shixiao, you are truly great. The other contestants on stage were also very touched. The champion's prize is not a small amount, and divided among others each would receive a considerable sum. Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao. At this moment, whether or not they were fans of Lin Shixiao, everyone shouted loudly. Many contestants come from underprivileged backgrounds and truly need money. They also hope that the contestants they like can focus on making music without being troubled by life's mundane issues. Hug. Wang Mingquan's eyes were a bit red. She knew that during this time the contestants had developed deep feelings for each other through their daily interactions. Thank you, Sister Mingquan. Say a few more words. This is Wang Mingquan's little thought, as she wanted Lin Shixiao to appear on camera for a longer time. At this moment, almost everyone in Hong Kong was watching Super Voice. It was the best time to increase her visibility. Alright. Lin Shixiao took a deep breath, her heart racing with excitement, and said, I'm honored to participate in this show. I have truly grown a lot and made many friends. I hope we can support each other as partners for a long time. Here I also earnestly request Lin Sheng to nurture them well. They are truly talented. Lin Shixiao looked in Lin Shixiao's direction and stuck out her tongue, making a request in her familiar identity. Everyone turned to look at Lin Shixiao. No problem. Lin Shixiao responded with a smile. In fact, even without Lin Shixiao asking, he would nurture the contestants on stage well. Although these contestants still have a slight gap from professional singers, they are recognized by the public and have high fan loyalty. There's no reason not to focus on their cultivation. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Thank you, Lin Sheng. The contestants on stage became excited. They were genuinely afraid that once the show ended, everything would be over. After all, with so many famous singers under Xiaolong Entertainment, resources might not be inclined toward them. Now that they have Lin Shixiao's assurance, their future looked much brighter. Godfather! 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 The audience at the scene began to shout loudly. This was the moment Lin Shixiao was most recognized in the show. Thank you, everyone. In fact, Lin Shixiao also breathed a sigh of relief. The show was over and he no longer needed to play the villain. I can testify that Lin Sheng's malice on the show is all an act. He is actually very kind-hearted. Su Guanjia suddenly said into the microphone. I can also vouch for that. Guanjia and I are truly sharp-tongued. Lin Sheng is definitely not. Xiao Yifu followed closely. Su Guanjia was momentarily stunned. No, Xiao Sheng, I'm not really like that either. It's all an act, isn't it? He. Wang Mingquan couldn't help but laugh. I can attest that the mentors are all acting. It's all for the sake of the show. I hope everyone won't blame them. The 4 mentors have truly put in a lot of effort to help the contestants improve quickly. Thank you to the 4 mentors. At this moment, the contestants on stage deeply bowed to the mentors. They have the most authority to speak on whether the mentors are good or not. Lin Sheng, I will definitely disturb you more in the future, Huang Wei said with a smile. After spending some time together, she found Lin Shixiao to be a very interesting person. Okay, Lin Shixiao replied cutely. Lin Sheng, we will disturb you, as well you won't mind, right? Li Xiuxia and others chimed in with cheerful smiles. I don't mind, please feel free to disturb me. After some light-hearted banter, they entered the tense and exciting segment of announcing the rankings. I announced that the contestant who won second place is Li Xiuxia. Wang Mingquan announced loudly. Oh, the venue erupted in cheers. This ranking was actually not surprising. Li Xiuxia's strength had always been outstanding among all the contestants. Moreover, standing on stage at the age of 60 to compete with younger contestants garnered her a lot of attention. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Although she had anticipated this outcome, Li Xiuxiao was still very excited. Second place not only meant more prize money, but also more resources directed her way. At her age, unlike many young contestants, she did not have the luxury of time or opportunities to wait. She must seize the moment. Congratulations, sisterly. Congratulations, sisterly. The contestants rushed over to give Li Xiuxia a big hug. At that moment, they were not competitors, but good sisters. Next we will announce the contestant who won third place. She is Huang Wei. This ranking was somewhat unexpected because even at this point Huang Wei's strength could only be considered average among all contestants. However, her popularity among the citizens of the island was extremely high, which was partly due to the reality show. At the beginning of Supergirl, many had criticisms of Huang Wei's mother, but as the show progressed, people saw her mother's changes and began to understand her intentions. She just wanted her daughter to have a good life. Singing is indeed a luxury for children from ordinary families. It was only due to Huang Wei's exceptional talent coupled with some luck that she stood out today. In short, everyone transferred their love for Huang Wei's mother onto Huang Wei, which led to her winning third place. The contestant who won fourth place is Tong Tong. Wang Mingquan announced this ranking with a very loud voice. Although Tong Tong has physical disabilities, she has not given up on her musical dreams. The songs she writes are very powerful, and I believe they have inspired many. Let's congratulate Tong Tong. Applause erupted from both the stage and the audience. This strong girl had won everyone's love. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Tong Tong had already turned into a tearful mess. Having been disabled, she was once very insecure, locking herself in her room and afraid to talk to strangers. After participating in Supergirl, she became much more confident and made great progress in songwriting. Lin Shixiao had instructed Shun Hongyu to focus on nurturing Tong Tong. Although he had many classic songs from the later years in mind, any company, even an entertainment company, must have innovation and people who can write songs. Next is 5th, 6th, 7th. At 11:30 at night, the finals of Supergirl finally came to a close. Many people were reluctant to leave shouting the contestants' names, and the park was filled with excited crowds. Some were reluctant because over the past 2 months the show Supergirl had brought them too many memories. Some were grateful because they found energy in Huang Wei and Tong Tong's songs. Although the show has ended, discussions about it may continue for a month or two, as there are simply too many points to talk about. Without a doubt, this was the most successful variety show in the history of the island, even surpassing Unforgettable Tonight. Although it was already very late, a celebration ceremony still had to be held. Naturally, Lin Shixiao became the target of the contestants' revenge, with everyone gathering around him, holding up their glasses whether they drank or not. Lin Sheng, I heard you deliberately made the other mentors say unpleasant things. Lin Sheng, there was an episode where Huang Wei cried, and you had a hand in that, right? Lin Sheng, you once said that masked singers have a tendency to be mysterious. What do you say now? Drink up, drink up. Lin Shixiao felt somewhat awkward and could only deflect by drinking, but the contestants were not willing to let him off. They all understood that they were from two different worlds from Lin Shixiao. After today, it would not be easy to talk to him. Lin Sheng, you promised us before to give each of us a good development plan. Do you have any plans now? Huang Wei looked at Lin Shixiao with eager eyes as she was eager to embark on her own path to glory. I have one. Mentioning serious matters, Lin Shixiao's dazed mind suddenly became clear. Lin Sheng, what's the... I want to hear it too. Hearing that Lin Shixiao already had subsequent plans, not only the contestants were curious, but even Deng Lijun leaned in with interest. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Shixiao pretended to push Deng Lijun away. He still harbored some resentment for hiding the fact that Lin Shixiao was the masked singer. Lin Sheng, don't be like that, I know I was wrong. Deng Lijun threw a flirtatious glance, looking playful. Lin Shixiao could only remain speechless, maintaining a serious face. You should spend less time with Shun Hongyu. You'll learn bad things. Lin Sheng, I'll go tell Hongyu right away. Deng Lijun's smile grew even wider. She knew that Lin Shixiao had many female friends. At first she couldn't accept it, but later, seeing everyone getting along harmoniously and each person very happy, she gradually accepted it. Alright, if you want to listen, then listen. Lin Shixiao made a gesture of surrender. He was certainly not afraid of Shun Hongyu. Hurry up and tell us. Deng Lijun squinted her eyes, genuinely looking forward to it. When she first heard that Lin Shixiao was doing a variety show, to be honest, she was somewhat skeptical, as she had only heard that he was good at stock trading. Producing a show requires a certain threshold that outsiders, especially big bosses like Lin Shixiao, can easily invest money without gaining anything in return. Initially, she agreed to be a judge on the show out of a sense of helping out. But as she delved deeper into understanding the show, and as a Supergirl became increasingly popular on the island, Deng Lijun grew more and more impressed with Lin Shixiao's planning ability. She felt that Lin Shixiao was a genius, and women often have little resistance to very capable men. Unknowingly, Deng Lijun's attitude toward Lin Shixiao had also changed. However, this change was something she herself had yet to notice. Listen carefully. Next, you several will work together. Lin Shixiao deliberately made a long pause, causing a group of women to be unable to restrain themselves, launching small punches like raindrops onto Lin Shixiao. Lin Sheng, you are so bad. Such a bad person. Lin Shixiao could only plead for mercy. The women continued to tease Lin Shixiao for a while before finally letting him go. Quick, tell us. Huang Wei stared with wide eyes. I plan to let you all hold a concert together. We together? Hold a concert? The contestants were both surprised and delighted. Holding a concert could be said to be one of their biggest dreams. But Lin Sheng, can we really do it? 2 months ago they were still ordinary people, and now they were to hold a concert which made them somewhat insecure. You might be underestimating your own influence. Not to mention if today's venue were a bit larger, having more than 10,000 audience members would not be a problem at all. Lin Shixiao was not exaggerating at all when in fact he was being somewhat conservative. The audience clearly favored singers from ordinary backgrounds more as they could see their own reflections in the contestants. If Lin Xing says it's possible, then it must be possible. After the initial shock, Huang Wei became excited. We will listen to Lin Sheng. The contestants looked at each other with bright eyes. It seemed as if they wanted the concert to take place the very next day. Everyone, don't rush. We need to plan this out, send you some songs, otherwise if the concert ends up featuring other songs it would tarnish the reputation of my Xianglong Entertainment. Lin Shixiao had countless classic songs in mind, just pulling a few out could greatly enhance the contestants' fame. Send us songs. So soon. The contestants were once again shocked and ecstatic, not expecting Lin Shixiao to act so quickly. I will distribute the bonuses as soon as possible. In the next few days, spend some quality time with your families. The concert is entering the preparation stage, so you'll have quite a bit to do. Just a friendly reminder, my standards for the concert are very high. Make sure to bring plenty of tissues. Oh, Lin Sheng, don't do this. Look at us, so delicate, how can you be so ruthless? A group of women began to act coy, having experienced Lin Shixiao's ruthlessness on the show. The celebration ceremony didn't disperse until 3 in the morning. Considering that the contestants had no transportation and that Hong Kong wasn't safe at this time, he arranged for cars to take everyone home. Once everything was settled, it was almost dawn. Fortunately, Shen Hongyu had been by his side the whole time, so it didn't feel too tiring. Lin Sheng, shouldn't you go rest? Shen Hongyu yawned. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but cast his gaze over. Have you been working out lately? Huh, you noticed? Shen Hongyu appeared lazy. This demeanor stirred something within Lin Shixiao. The bet, do you remember? Huh, I lost. What's wrong? Shen Hongyu feigned ignorance. This made the heat within Lin Shixiao surge even stronger. Everyone has left. Yeah, it's just us now. Shen Hongyu hadn't reacted yet. Then in the next moment she collapsed directly onto the ground. In the Xianglong Group conference room, everyone was discussing the concert for Supergirl. Everything else is fine, but the song issue is a bit tricky, but it's hard to find so many good songs that match the contestants. Xiao Yifu frowned. Supergirl is a program by TVB, so this concert is co-hosted by Xianglong Entertainment and TVB, which also allows TVB to share some profits to improve employee welfare. Lin Dong has a solution, right? Remembering the absurdity of the celebration ceremony, Shen Hongyu couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. Currently her body was still bruised all over. Of course there is a solution. Lin Shixiao didn't waste words and directly threw the printed songs onto the table. Bang! The table shook. What is this? Shen Hongyu was momentarily stunned. Songs, Lin Shixiao said calmly. Songs? Lin Sheng is here to surprise us. Xiao Yifu reacted quickly, snatching the large stack of When Dreams Awaken. Laughing through life. Strolling through life. Xiao Yifu's expression completely lost control. Although he couldn't write songs, he could understand them. These are all great songs, each one could possibly be a hit. Xiao Yifu stared blankly at Lin Shixiao. He had always regarded Lin Shixiao highly, but today Lin Shixiao had once again refreshed his understanding. What great songs! Shen Hongyu, realizing this later, snatched the papers from Xiao Yifu's hands. A moment later, she also widened her eyes. Wow! Lin Dong, Lin Sheng, Lin Gu, did you write all these songs? I didn't write them, did you? Lin Shixiao appeared modest, hiding his achievements. Shen Hongyu could only roll her eyes. She distributed the song drafts to everyone in the conference room. Everyone take a look, these are all Lin Sheng's masterpieces. If anyone has any opinions or suggestions, feel free to share. Our Lin Sheng is not that stingy. Alright Shenzong. Shen Hongyu dared to speak in a joking tone, but others did not dare. Lin Shixiao still held a considerable authority in their eyes. A cash king in his early 20s from Hong Kong, just thinking about it was stressful. These songs are all quite good, just need a little more refinement. Today Shen Hongyu had invited some well-known lyricists and composers from Hong Kong. She valued the Supergirl IP highly. I just wrote casually, many things indeed need to be improved. Lin Shixiao nodded with a smile. He had never studied vocal music. He just wrote down some lyrics and melodies from memory, but based on the drafts, any professional producer could restore the songs. Then let's first complete the songs before considering who sings which one, Shen Hongyu concluded. Originally she intended to hold this meeting for several days, because there were so many contestants, and arranging suitable songs for each person wasn't an easy task. But with Lin Shixiao suddenly producing so many great song drafts, the biggest issue was directly resolved. Whatever matter comes to Lin Sheng seems to become incredibly simple. Xiao Yifu couldn't help but exclaim. His shock still hadn't dissipated. Anyone with these songs could become the most outstanding lyricist and composer in the music industry. Yet Lin Shixiao was merely an investor capable of handling tasks that required high talent like songwriting and composing, and he was far superior to the vast majority. If not seen with his own eyes, Xiao Yifu would definitely not have believed it. Had he not known Lin Shixiao's character, he would have suspected that these songs were purchased at a high price from elsewhere. A few days later, the contestants each received at least 3 songs that truly belonged to them. Wow, I love this song. Who wrote it? Lin Shixiao. No way. OMG. Am I seeing things? Huang Wei's expression shifted from excitement to shock. I'm experiencing the same here. Lin Shixiao quickly checked the credits of her song, and indeed, it was Lin Shixiao. Mine is too. The chubby girl exclaimed. All the songs are written by Lin Shixiao. This is unbelievable. Lin Shixiao was also joining the tour, so even though the crew had filming today, she still came over. Sisterly, pinch me, tell me this isn't real. Huang Wei urged Lin Shixiao to pinch her. Words could not describe the turmoil within her heart at this moment. She had once attempted to learn songwriting, but ultimately gave up as she simply did not possess the talent. Wei, stop messing around. Lin Shixiao was also speechless as she had yet to recover from her shock. The quality of these songs is exceptionally high. The disabled singer Tong Tong finally spoke. Wow. If even Tong Tong says, so then these songs must be really good. Everyone highly recognized Tong Tong's songwriting abilities as she had reached the finals with one heartfelt song after another. I never expected the Lin Shixiao I know to be such a talented songwriter. Huang Wei continued to radiate her charm. Her eyes were wide with astonishment, a sight that was hard to resist a smile at. Alright Wei, let's get these songs practiced. We have recording tomorrow, and the concert venue has already been decided. Lin Shixiao, being older, quickly suppressed her astonishment. It's been decided? Where? Huang Wei eagerly pressed for more information. The others also looked over. Sister Li, who told you this? I haven't heard anything. Lin Shixiao shook her head. Generally speaking, she would know about such matters first as she was closest to Lin Shixiao. I ran into President Shun when I came in as she's been busy preparing for our concert. As for the location, you can take a guess. Feel free to guess boldly. Lin Shixiao purposely left them in suspense. I can't guess. Sister Li, just tell us. Huang Wei, too lazy to think directly, went over to tickle Lin Shixiao. Giggling, stop. Now Lin Shixiao could only plead for mercy, who although she was in her 60s, her mindset was youthful, and she blended well with the younger crowd. Cough, cough. At this moment, a woman in a sexy qipao walked in. Huang Wei and the others instantly adopted serious expressions. President Shun. Hello, President Shun. In the Xiaolong group, Shen Hongyu was a figure of great authority, and as newcomers in the company, they naturally showed her utmost respect as it related to their futures. Why the serious faces? Shen Hongyu found it somewhat amusing as she had been wearing a stern expression when entering due to a minor conflict with Lin Shixiao. Hee, President Shen, you look beautiful today. Huang Wei's mouth was now sweetened. Thank you. Shen Hongyu beamed. Aside from Lin Shixiao, anyone who complimented her beauty made her happy. I heard that the address for our concert has been finalized. Tong Tong asked anxiously. Each contestant's performance time on the show was limited as she felt she hadn't sung enough. However, concerts were different, allowing each person to sing at least 4 to 5 songs, which was a chance to indulge. She also hoped that her career could develop faster so she could hold a personal concert soon. Yes, at the usual place. The finals venue. Huang Wei's eyes widened in surprise. Currently, the newly completed park in Hong Kong Island was the best concert venue, but it was not originally designed for concerts. Will the Hong Kong government agree? Lin Shixiao found it hard to believe it was already a great concession for the Hong Kong government to allow the finals of Supergirl to be held in the newly completed park, and she couldn't imagine a concert there as well. As for others, Musa might not agree, but if Lin Xing speaks up, Musa will surely give him face. Shen Hongyu's lips curled slightly, as she felt proud of Lin Shixiao's prowess. Lin Sheng is truly impressive. I've heard that Musa can be quite ruthless. The contestants felt a jolt. Without direct involvement, they couldn't fully grasp Lin Shixiao's influence in Hong Kong Island. In any case, with Lin Sheng backing you, your future prospects are limitless. As long as your abilities are sufficient, you can go to Taiwan, Malaysia, or even venture into Europe and America. It's not impossible. Shen Hongyu wasn't just painting a rosy picture. As long as Xiaolong Entertainment's artists had the ability, Lin Shixiao would invest heavily in their promotion. In Lin Shixiao's heart, there has always been an obsession to promote Chinese culture worldwide. We can still go to Taiwan. We can still go to Malaysia. This was something they hadn't dared to think about before. Entering other markets required a strong background and good relations with local powers. In short, it wasn't an easy task. Exactly. So you all need to work hard. Shen Hongyu encouraged. These contestants from humble backgrounds, though improving rapidly, were only average among all the artists in Xiaolong Group. However, they did have talent, and she would find good teachers for their training. Ultimately, their future achievements depended entirely on their level of effort. Don't worry, President Shun, I will definitely work hard. Huang Wei reignited her fighting spirit. Previously, her dreams were limited to Hong Kong Island, but now her heart was wilder and larger. I hope one day I can perform on the Grammy stage. Li Xiaoxia's gaze also became fervent. In fact, she had always harbored a dream. To sing in the world's highest hall. This dream was something she had never dared to share with anyone as it felt too grand and unrealistic. Now she dared to dream because she had the backing of Xiaolong Group and Lin Shixiao. In Kowloon Tong, a golden Rolls-Royce drove into Jend Road. The outside noise seemed to be separated by an invisible wall. Amidst the chaos, this is truly a wonderful place. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but exclaim. He had mentioned wanting to visit the shipping king, but for a period the king had been abroad handling affairs and only returned to the country in the last couple of days. On the first day of the shipping king's return, he had someone send a message inviting Lin Shixiao over for a meeting, which led to Lin Shixiao's visit today. Gazing at the scenery outside, Lin Shixiao pondered. The impending international oil crisis was about to arrive. If he collaborated with the shipping king's fleet, there would surely be significant opportunities. His wealth could multiply several times then. Do not be fooled by his recent forays into the entertainment sector seeming somewhat unfocused. It's merely that the time opportunities to make significant money aren't always present. During times without opportunities, one must learn to lie low. Aimless hustle can not only fail to earn money, but also lead to massive losses. Investment is like a giant snake hunting for food, mostly lying in wait, and when the time comes it strikes swiftly to reap abundant rewards. Lin Sheng, we've arrived. A Long's voice came through. Lin Shixiao raised his eyes, and through the front windshield saw two heavy iron gates slowly sliding open, revealing a grand English mansion hidden among towering ancient trees. Outside the window is the night view of Victoria Harbor, and on the table are steaming sweetened turtle and milk soup yellow fish. These are all dishes personally cooked by my wife. Oh, I wonder if they suit Lin Sheng's taste. The boat king smiled as he poured a cup of warm, aged Huadiao wine for Lin Shixiao. Your wife personally cooked. Lin Shixiao quickly displayed a look of pleasant surprise. I wonder where Madame Huang is. Let's have dinner together. Madame Huang is the boat king's wife, and it is rumored that they have always been very loving. She hasn't been feeling well recently, so she won't join us. I hope Lin Sheng doesn't mind. The boat king said with a smile. Oh, then Madame should take care of her health. Lin Shixiao no longer pressed the issue. Come give it a try. The boat king gestured for Lin Shixiao to hurry up and use his chopsticks. He held his partner's culinary skills in high regard and hoped to receive Lin Shixiao's praise. Despite being young, Lin Shixiao was extremely important to the boat king. All right then, I won't be polite. Lin Shixiao had also developed composure. Although he sat across from the renowned boat king, the legendary tycoon of the island, he remained calm and relaxed. This demeanor made the boat king nod inwardly. Delicious. After just one bite, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He was not flattering. Really, Lin Sheng, you mustn't speak falsely. The smile on the boat king's face was hard. Bao Sheng, I wouldn't lie to you. While speaking, Lin Shixiao was not idle. His mouth was nearly full. Now the boat king was finally convinced he wasn't being flattered. Slow down, I'm an old man, and can't eat much. No one is competing with you. At this moment the boat king realized that Lin Shixiao was still a very young man. The meal was relaxed and enjoyable. The two deliberately avoided business topics, instead discussing hobbies and insights on international affairs among other things. Many of Lin Shixiao's arguments and judgments left the boat king astonished. International oil prices are going to skyrocket in the next 2 to 3 months. Hearing this judgment from Lin Shixiao, the boat king was stunned for a while. He was in the shipping business and was very knowledgeable about international oil price trends. But there are currently no signs that such a thing will happen. Lin Sheng, it's not that I don't believe you, but Bao Sheng, the beautiful country is going to war with the Persian cat. It's because of the war. The beautiful country is going to war with the Persian cat. The boat king's eyes widened further. This was explosive news. How does Lin Sheng know this? The boat king could no longer maintain his composure. You don't need to inquire about the source, Bao Sheng, just know it won't be wrong. Lin Shixiao appeared confident. I see. The boat king frowned in deep thought, clearly weighing the accuracy of this information. Lin Shixiao did not disturb him. A few minutes later the boat king began to speak again. I truly apologize for zoning out. The boat king expressed his apology immediately, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Shixiao. He did not believe that Lin Shixiao would share such explosive news without further details. I wonder how Bao Sheng's ships are rented. Is Lin Sheng looking to rent my ships? The boat king was once again taken aback, feeling that his brain was not functioning properly. He must be getting old, the boat king thought for the first time. That's right, I'm planning to stock up on oil. Lin Shixiao was also straightforward. These days there were no crude oil futures, so even knowing that oil prices would skyrocket, he had no way to profit through futures contracts. He could only resort to practical methods, which involved buying crude oil in large amounts while the prices were relatively low, then not selling until the prices soared, thereby earning a huge profit from the price difference. This is also why Lin Shixiao had not taken any action in the capital market for the past 2 to 3 months. Storing crude oil was very troublesome, and entering too early would incur significant costs. Now was the perfect timing. Is Lin Sheng planning to sell for cash after the oil prices skyrocket? The boat king easily figured out Lin Shixiao's plan. That's right, I hope all of Bao Sheng's ships will serve me. Lin Shixiao's voice grew impassioned. Previously his operations in the island stock market were just small-scale antics. The international market was the real stage, and he was very much looking forward to what would happen in the coming months. Is Lin Sheng aiming that high? The boat king couldn't help but smile wryly. People called him the boat king because he had numerous ships. If Lin Sheng needs all the oil tankers, conservatively speaking, you need to prepare around 1.5 billion in cash, not including freight costs. The boat king knew Lin Shixiao had ample cash, but there was still a considerable gap with the figure of 1.5 5 billion. 1. 5 billion is not too much. Lin Shixiao nodded slightly. Currently, he still had over 400 million in cash. Ending the stock loan agreement with foreign banks early would free up a few hundred million totaling around 1 billion. The remaining 500 million would likely need to be borrowed. He still had some confidence. Given his current fame, borrowing 500 million shouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, Lin Shixiao had some ideas in mind, perhaps he wouldn't need to ask any big shots. As expected of Lin Shixiao, so bold. The Boat King couldn't help but admire him. 5 billion was a considerable sum for him, yet Lin Shixiao remained unfazed. Has Bao Sheng agreed to lend me the ships for a few months? I can lend them. I'll give you an 80% discount on freight. The Boat King slapped the table vigorously. Not discussing how much profit this deal could generate, he was already very excited to be involved in such a big business. No need for a discount. As long as Bao Sheng allows me to pay the rental fee later, that's fine. Lin Shixiao's smile was somewhat sly. Lin Shixiao has a good plan. The Boat King fell into deep thought. If he truly executed Lin Shixiao's plan, he would have to bear some risks. After all, the assertion that oil prices would soar was merely Lin Shixiao's claim, and it was likely that only Lin Shixiao in the entire island was making such a prediction. If oil prices did not soar, Lin Shixiao would undoubtedly incur losses, leading to the risk of being unable to pay for the shipping costs. Bao Sheng, what do you think? Despite Lin Shixiao's calm exterior, he felt somewhat nervous inside. The amount of capital needed for this operation was too large, and he had to save as much as possible everywhere. Since Lin Shixiao has spoken, it's just 2 or 3 months, I agree. The Boat King readily took a big gulp of wine. He may be old, but he still had spirit. Lin Shixiao was undoubtedly the most capable businessman in the island's future. Taking this opportunity to build a good relationship with him would greatly benefit his fleet in the future. Thank you, Boat King, but I won't let you suffer losses for nothing. I have a money-making idea that suits you very well. Would you like to hear it? Without a doubt, if the Boat King did not agree to the request for deferred payment, he would not be able to hear the so-called money-making idea. I want to hear it. The Boat King's expression became serious. He could doubt Lin Shixiao's judgment on future oil prices, but he had no doubt about the reliability of Lin Shixiao's money-making ideas. No matter what this guy does, he can succeed and earn a lot of money. If oil prices surge dramatically, the real economy will suffer severe blows. International shipping volumes will decline and second-hand vessel prices will plummet accordingly. If Mr. Bao intends to expand his fleet, now is the ideal time to begin raising capital. Purchasing second-hand vessels later will cost significantly less. That's certainly feasible. Mr. Bao, the shipping magnate, began mulling it over. Merely preparing funds entailed minimal risk. If oil prices failed to spike, he could simply refrain from buying vessels, incurring no substantial loss. Actually, I believe Mr. Bao could think even more boldly. Please, Mr. Lin, enlighten us. Mr. Bao's gaze upon Lin Shixiao burned with keen anticipation. Does Mr. Bao harbor no ambition to build vessels himself? Lin Shixiao smiled warmly as he gazed at the shipping magnate. He found it inconceivable that a man commanding such a vast fleet would not contemplate shipbuilding, a venture that would drastically reduce acquisition costs while itself yielding substantial profits. Of course, the idea has long taken root. Mr. Bao stroked his chin, his eyes gradually brightening. Do you mean I should survey shipyards worldwide? Once the shipping industry falters, shipbuilding orders will collapse. Many buyers may default on contracts, forcing numerous yards into insolvency. That moment indeed would present an exceptional opportunity to acquire assets at rock-bottom prices. Shipbuilding underpins national strength, Mr. Bao must devote serious attention to this sector. For a great nation, especially one with maritime domains as vast as China's, the aircraft carrier holds unparalleled strategic significance. Lin Shixiao could not possibly engage in every industry, yet Mr. Bao was a patriotic entrepreneur. Offering such counsel therefore amounted to laying another brick in China's path toward rejuvenation. I fully understand. Mr. Bao nodded emphatically. Having traveled abroad frequently, he knew intimately how national strength elevated an individual's standing abroad. Even with a personal fortune exceeding hundreds of millions, he still encountered disrespect in many places, even in nations far poorer than his own. A nation's power remained the unshakable foundation upon which any citizen walked the world. The two men continued conversing late into the night before Lin Shixiao departed, leaving Mr. Bao visibly reluctant to part ways. Their dialogue had profoundly enriched him. Mr. Lin, please visit again whenever you have time. I welcome you here anytime. At the farewell, Mr. Bao clasped Lin Shixiao's hand firmly. At the Hong Kong headquarters of the wharf bank, leaders of most foreign banks operating in Hong Kong had gathered that day. Mr. Lin, what new business venture brings us together today? Jack Standard Chartered's Hong Kong regional head spoke with eager warmth. When they had previously lent shares to Lin Shixiao, none anticipated the stock market crash or its staggering severity. Within half a year, the index plunged from roughly 2,000 points to just over 600. Per their original agreement, Lin Shixiao owed only the same number of shares he borrowed. Yet during the bull market, share prices had soared far above bear market levels. This arbitrage alone netted him countless percentage points of profit. He had quite simply won spectacularly. Upon completion of the agreement, Lin Shixiao's wealth would swell by several hundred million Hong Kong dollars, making him an undisputed financial titan. Any bank executive with ambition naturally sought his favor, for wherever Lin deposited his funds, that institution prospered. Beyond mere capital operations, Lin Shixiao's growing influence across Hong Kong meant the chosen bank would likely attract numerous new depositors, an effect far more potent than spending millions on advertising. After all, if Lin Shixiao trusted a bank, ordinary Hong Kong citizens would follow suit. Indeed, there is new business to discuss. But first, let us conclude our existing arrangement. A practiced smile graced Lin Shixiao's face. Is Mr. Lin planning to terminate the contract ahead of schedule? Smith, HSBC's Hong Kong regional head, hurried forward. Other foreign bank executives ceased conversation and gathered around instantly. This was without question a momentous development. Yes, I intend to terminate the contract prematurely. Lin Shixiao felt a quiet resignation. Undoubtedly, the market retained further downward momentum. Waiting longer would allow him to repurchase identical shares even more cheaply on the secondary market. Yet the impending oil crisis presented a vastly greater opportunity and required him to consolidate capital immediately. Thus, he resolved to settle his share lending agreements with foreign banks ahead of schedule. Recently, he had been quietly acquiring shares, so discreetly that his purchases caused virtually no market. Naturally, the downward pressure on the broader market had slightly weakened due to his buying activity, a necessary albeit unavoidable consequence. Per our agreement, though the term hasn't reached 1 year, Mr. Lin remains liable for a full year's interest, Smith reminded him. I'm aware. Please deduct the interest directly from my frozen account at HSBC. To secure the share loans from foreign banks, Lin Shixiao had voluntarily frozen over 700 million Hong Kong dollars in his HSBC account. After exchanging glances, all foreign bank executives nodded in unison, agreed. Once Mr. Lin returns all originally borrowed shares, our agreement shall be terminated. Mr. Lin has truly opened our eyes. We've never heard of profiting from a stock crash before. What a valuable lesson. Mr. Lin is a genius among stock traders. Honoring your acquaintance is my privilege. A torrent of unrestrained flattery poured forth. Wealth commands reverence, everywhere, always. Immediately, each bank summoned its senior trading specialists to verify both the types and quantities of shares returned by Lin Shixiao, a meticulous process consuming the better part of a day. Standard Chartered confirms no discrepancies. Mr. Lin has fully repaid all originally lent shares. Congratulations on your windfall, Mr. Lin. The average price at which we lent those shares stands at merely 1/8 of their bull market peak. You've acquired them back for just 1/8 the original cost, keeping the remaining 7/8 as pure arbitrage profit. Fortunate indeed that we never intended to sell these shares ourselves. Otherwise, we'd surely be out of jobs by now. Banks maintained rigorous risk control frameworks. The shares lent to Lin Shixiao were explicitly earmarked for non-disposal within the coming year. Had they planned otherwise, they would now be consumed by profound regret. Mr. Lin, your frozen account, exceeding 700 million Hong Kong dollars, has now been unfrozen. Simply call us when you wish to initiate a transfer. Ordinarily, unfreezing such a sum demanded formal procedural adherence, not swift execution. Yet Smith, seeking to cultivate Lin Shixiao's loyalty, granted an extraordinary exception. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Lin Shixiao's smile widened with genuine pleasure. Having sold the borrowed shares, he had initially secured approximately 600 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. Our repurchasing equivalent shares now cost less than 200 million Hong Kong dollars, netting him nearly 400 million Hong Kong dollars in arbitrage profit within 6 months. Admittedly, he had allocated portions of those proceeds, over 70 million Hong Kong dollars, to acquire TVB, nearly 20 million Hong Kong dollars for the rights to Kowloon and Jin Yang's literary works, and more than 10 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire rediffusion television, among other expenditures. All told, he had spent roughly 120 million Hong Kong dollars over these months. Factoring in the recently unfrozen 700 million Hong Kong dollars, his liquid assets now stood near 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yet confronting the looming oil crisis demanded a minimum of 1 Hong Kong dollar. 5 billion. Accounting for essential liquidity reserves, he still needed to raise at least 600,700 million Hong Kong dollars more. It's our utmost duty. You are, after all, our most valued client. Smith beamed. His successful retention of Lin Shixiao's multi-hundred million dollar deposits had earned him commendation from global headquarters. Mr. Lin, do tell us, what is this new venture? Yes, please share it with us. Several foreign bank executives could barely contain their eagerness. Lin Shixiao's investment acumen and massive cash holdings marked him as an exceptionally premium client. Very well, I'd like to borrow something else from you. Lin Shixiao's expression turned solemn. Borrow what? Stocks again? A senior executive from a foreign bank asked naively. Certainly not stocks. Lin Shixiao's gaze sharpened with quiet intensity. This time, we're borrowing money. Ha ha ha. How much does Mr. Lin plan to borrow? Tom, head of Uli Bank's Hong Kong region, responded with enthusiastic eagerness. $1 billion. 1,500 million would be allocated to hoard oil. The remaining 500 million would fund other strategic operations. This was Lin Shixiao's calculated plan. 1 billion. At that figure, the foreign bank executives exchanged stunned glances, visibly shaken. Jack, head of Standard Chartered Bank's Hong Kong region, watched Lin Shixiao intently. He was eager to land, but such an enormous sum demanded absolute clarity on its intended use. 8 billion is substantial, yet with coordination it's certainly within reach. Smith, head of HSBC's Hong Kong region, set the tone. Provided Lin Shixiao's rationale held merit, they were prepared to lend. I'm afraid I cannot disclose where the funds will go, though I assure you there is no cause for concern regarding risk. A faint composed smile lingered on Lin Shixiao's lips. He'd raised the matter casually. If it succeeded, excellent. If not, he had contingencies ready. In any case, $2 billion. He would secure them. I see. Smith's brow furrowed tightly. Mr. Lin, without knowing the purpose of these funds, we cannot justify the request to our headquarters. We trust you implicitly, but without their approval, disbursement is impossible. Tom wore an expression of genuine regret. Indeed, Mr. Lin, you must understand our constraints. Jack added, his voice edged with urgency. They all wished to continue collaborating with Lin Shixiao, but banks operated under strict protocols, and as regional heads their authority was inherently limited. Silence fell as all eyes turned to Lin Shixiao, awaiting his concession. No matter. If you won't lend, then so be it, he replied with serene composure, no trace of disappointment. Mr. Lin, truly not even the smallest hint. Just a single word would suffice. Smith offered a tentative compromise. Others quickly echoed him. Yes, even the tiniest detail would help us satisfy headquarters. Yet Lin Shixiao shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, I cannot reveal a single word. Then this collaboration cannot proceed. The foreign bank executives wore expressions of sincere regret. After brief further discussion, Lin Shixiao departed HSBC's Hong Kong headquarters. Privately, he harbored no desire to rely further on foreign banks. Borrowing entailed interest, and since capital could be sourced elsewhere, why enrich outsiders? Where to next, Mr. Lin? Ahu opened the car door, while Ah Long glanced back from the driver's seat. Behind the gleaming gold Rolls-Royce trailed several unmarked vans, the newly reinforced security detail. Happy Valley. To Mr. Ho's residence. Exactly. It's been too long. I'd like to pay my respects to the elder. Respecting elders and cherishing youth remained a cornerstone of Chinese tradition. With his own father gone, Ho Yingdong stood as Lin Shixiao's sole paternal figure. Though he now stood independently, that bond still required careful cultivation. Though Ho Yingdong had many children, they were them. And he was himself. Shall we bring a gift? I hear Mr. Ho has taken a recent fondness for coffee. An excellent idea. Lin Shixiao nodded with a warm smile. His relationship with Ah Long and Ah Hu transcended employer-employee. It was one of mutual trust and friendship. There's a mall nearby. We'll drive there now. Ah Long instantly sharpened his focus. Lin Shixiao's safety was paramount. Any lapse was unthinkable. Already crowds gathered around the convoy. Curious onlookers raised cameras to capture the moment. If one were to name the most celebrated figure in Hong Kong today, it would unquestionably be Lin Shixiao. His popularity eclipsed even that of the brightest stars. Ah Long had even mused that with Lin Shixiao's exceptional looks and peerless charisma, he could captivate legions of young women across Hong Kong, if he chose to become an entertainer. That evening, a gentle breeze swept through Ho Yingdong's Happy Valley mansion, carrying with it sweeping views of the tranquil coastline, a scene evoking profound serenity. Haha, I truly didn't expect you to visit. Ho Yingdong beamed with genuine delight at Lin Shixiao's unexpected arrival. Though he had several sons, collectively they paled beside even a single finger of Lin Shixiao's worth. Having Lin Shixiao as his adopted son ranked among the greatest blessings of his life. I've long wished to see you. How is your health lately? Lin Shixiao settled comfortably, legs crossed, utterly at ease. Ho Yingdong showed no displeasure. In fact, he cherished Lin Shixiao's relaxed, unguarded manner in his presence. I'm in excellent health. Having a son as extraordinary as you ensures my spirits remain high. Ha ha ha. Ho Yingdong laughed heartily. Mr. Ho watches TVB daily now. He's become one of their most devoted viewers. Chan the steward added with a chuckle. Oh. Lin Shixiao raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Uncle Ho, do you have any feedback or suggestions? Please share. I'm eager to improve. No formal criticisms. Your work is already outstanding. Mr. Shaw is a master in this field, yet as a viewer, I do have a few humble observations. A broad, unrestrained smile spread across Ho Yingdong's face. Please, Uncle Ho, speak freely. Lin Shixiao sat upright, listening with rapt attention. I believe programming should grow more diverse. Today, TVB remains Hong Kong's sole terrestrial broadcaster. Your content is superb, yet audience tastes vary widely. Of course, expanding offerings would require considerable investment. An excellent suggestion, Uncle Ho. Lin Shixiao nodded approvingly. He'd contemplated this himself, but his current focus remained fixed on the looming oil crisis, leaving little bandwidth for refinement. I'll allocate additional funding, Mr. Shaw may proceed, boldly assured of your satisfaction. Lin Shixiao said with a warm, confident smile. Ha ha ha. Ho Ingdong roared with laughter. You must also advise him directly. Your ideas are unmatched. As he spoke, he raised a proud thumb. Mr. Ho still watches reruns of Supergirl Voice. He admires the contestants deeply, saying he sees echoes of his younger self in them. Sean the steward remarked with a smile. Really? A spark lit in Lin Shixiao's eyes. Uncle Ho, the Supergirl Voice concert is imminent. Would you consider attending? Lin Shixiao believed elders ought never remain confined indoors. Venturing out, especially engaging with youth, kept the spirit vibrant and youthful. To others, Ho Ingdong remained an undisputed titan of Hong Kong. But to Lin Shixiao, he was simply a beloved elder, gentle and human. Lin Shixiao now stood on equal footing with Ho Ingdong, not beneath, not above, but side by side. Sure, you must save me a ticket. Ho Ingdong immediately became excited, and it was clear that he genuinely liked this for sure. By the way, many of the songs they will sing are written by me. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but show off in front of Ho Ingdong. Really? Then I definitely want to see this concert. Ho Ingdong was even more thrilled. He knew that Lin Shixiao had great abilities, so he wasn't surprised that Lin Shixiao could suddenly write songs. To put it simply, Lin Shixiao had created so many surprises that now some surprises felt less impactful. Ah Xiao, save me a ticket too. Butler Chen joked. In reality, Ho Ingdong couldn't possibly not go. He also knew that Lin Shixiao would take care of everything. No problem. Leave it all to me. Lin Shixiao patted his chest vigorously, looking a bit reckless. Only in front of Ho Ingdong and Butler Chen would he act this way. Ho Ingdong suddenly stopped smiling. I heard you were borrowing money. It was clear that the news about Lin Shixiao borrowing money from a foreign bank had reached Ho Ingdong's ears. Lin Shixiao wasn't surprised. It was normal that Ho Ingdong with his influence would know about this. I planned to borrow some money, but they were timid and didn't finalize the cooperation. What do you want to do with so much money? Ho Ingdong knew that Lin Shixiao currently controlled nearly $1 billion in cash flow, which should be enough for me. The oil crisis is about to come. I plan to make a big move internationally. Oil crisis. Ho Ingdong and Butler Chen instinctively exchanged glances. Yes, within 2 months international oil prices are sure to soar. Lin Shixiao proceeded to explain the origins of the oil crisis in detail, even more thoroughly than when speaking to the shipping king. No matter how reliable the shipping king was, he was still an outsider. After listening to Lin Shixiao's account, Ho Ingdong and Butler Chen fell into silence, needing time to digest the vast amount of information. Ah Xiao, how did you determine this? After a while, Ho Ingdong still found it hard to believe. If the oil crisis really happened, some of his industries would also be impacted, so he needed to make relevant preparations to minimize losses during the crisis. But if the oil crisis didn't occur, then his current preparations would be somewhat excessive. Uncle Ho, I deduced this from some clues. Trust me. Lin Shixiao smiled wryly, realizing there were some things he could never truly explain. After a moment of silence, Ho Ingdong asked, I have prepared 100 million in cash. Do you need it? Thank you, Uncle Ho, but I don't need it. Lin Shixiao felt a bit touched. He and Ho Ingdong weren't related by blood, yet Ho Ingdong's support in many matters surpassed that of several sons. Really don't need it. Ho Ingdong's expression turned serious. I really don't need it. I have my methods. Lin Shixiao smiled. What methods do you have? Ho Ingdong immediately followed up with a question. You'll know when the time comes. Lin Shixiao began to deal with the tea in his cup. Seeing this, Ho Ingdong didn't insist further. All right, just let me know if you need anything. Although Lin Shixiao said he didn't need it, Ho Ingdong would still reserve that 100 million in cash for a while. Thank you, Uncle Ho. Lin Shixiao was once again touched. Even a biological father might only provide this. We don't need to be so formal with each other. Ho Ingdong waved his hand and asked, what can I do during the oil crisis? I mean, can I make some money from it? He was asking a bit unashamedly, as his experience was richer from any perspective. Yet he knew what he was good at and what he wasn't, which was respectable about Ho Ingdong. Many big shots could not admit that once a person reaches a certain position, it becomes difficult to step down. Sometimes they must put on a brave face even when it hurts. It depends on whether Uncle Ho wants to bear the risk. I prefer stability. At Ho Ingdong's age, it was hard to expect him to have a spirit of adventure. Then by gold, the surge in oil prices will certainly impact the real economy. And at that time, risk aversion funds will buy gold in large quantities, leading to a dramatic increase in gold prices. This presents a certain opportunity for profit, and gold has a large volume, able to accommodate substantial funds. The oil crisis would give rise to several major profit opportunities, and buying gold was the most prudent option. However, Lin Shixiao looked down upon it a bit. While buying gold was safe, obtaining high returns was also very difficult. High risk leads to high returns, and this is an unchanging truth. Buy gold. Ho Ingdong began to ponder seriously. Lin Shixiao's suggestion was very reliable and aligned with his temperament. Alright, if the oil prices really soar, I will decisively buy some gold. After all, I have some spare cash recently, and am not sure what to do with it. It would be a bit late to buy after the oil price rises. I will inform Uncle Ho in advance when the time comes, and then you can just make the purchase. Naturally, Lin Shixiao wouldn't go to this extent with ordinary people, but Ho Ingdong had helped him a lot, and he had to repay him in kind. Alright. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Ho Ingdong smiled and clasped his hands together. Lin Shixiao could only feel embarrassed. Uncle Ho, don't embarrass me. Ha ha ha. Hua Ingdong laughed heartily. When he took Lin Shixiao as his godson, he only intended to repay a favor. He never dared to imagine that one day he could make money by following Lin Shixiao's advice. The next day at the top floor of the global building in the newly established investment department meeting room, Lin Shixiao, Wang Jianhua, Wang Huan, and Wang Jiqiang were present. Lin Sheng, according to reports from our informants in beautiful country, the military there indeed shows signs of preparing for war. The fast food restaurant near their Ministry of Defense has recently seen a surge in late-night orders. Wang Jianhua was somewhat excited. He had only discovered this shocking information under Lin Shixiao's guidance. What about international oil prices? Have they risen recently? The news of beautiful country possibly taking military action against the Persian cat was what Lin Shixiao feared most, as any leak would cause oil prices to rise prematurely, severely affecting his plans. They haven't risen, or in fact they've even dropped a bit. Wang Huan was the one answering. She and Wang Jianhua appeared significantly steadier. Although they hadn't been in the investment department of the Xiaolong Group for long, the training opportunities they received far surpassed what they had experienced in several lifetimes. Very good. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but smile. It seems beautiful country's confidentiality is quite effective. We should be grateful. The shipping king has already agreed to rent all the oil-capable ships to me, solving the issue of crude oil storage. Yay? As soon as Lin Shixiao's words fell, Wang Jiqiang jumped up joyfully. Figuring out how to store the purchased oil until prices rise for selling later was a very tricky issue. They also investigated and found that using land warehouses for storage would not only incur significant losses, but labor and other costs would be very high, drastically compressing profits. But Lin Sheng, according to the plan you provided earlier, to store the target amount of oil, we need at least 1.5 billion in cash. We currently only have 1 billion. Where do we find the remaining 500 million? Wang Huan raised a more difficult question. Yes, we're still short 500 million. Where can we get it? Wang Jianhua and Wang Jiqiang also looked at Lin Shixiao eagerly. Such a large sum, they definitely couldn't manage it, but they believed Lin Shixiao would have a solution. They didn't know when it started, but Lin Shixiao had become an omnipotent figure in their minds. I was just about to mention this. Lin Shixiao's expression grew serious. To be precise, we are short 10 billion, not 5 billion. 10 billion. Wang Jianhua and the others were utterly shocked. 5 billion is already hard enough. Where on earth can we find 10 billion? Wang Jiqiang felt his head. Lin Sheng, do we really need this much money? Wang Huan asked. Do you think I'm only looking to profit from the oil? As soon as Lin Shixiao asked this question, Wang Jianhua and the others exchanged glances. They were completely following Lin Shixiao's line of thought and currently lacked the capacity for independent thinking. However, what Lin Shixiao asked them to do was mainly auxiliary tasks requiring no extraordinary skills from them. The oil crisis will inevitably lead to a plunge in the dollar. At that time, we will short the dollar and long the mark and yen. The profits from this will not be insignificant. This was the first time Lin Shixiao revealed his second-step plan to his companions. Lin Sheng is also going to deal with foreign exchange. Wang Jianhua and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They never expected Lin Shixiao's ambition to be so great. If that's the case, we indeed need to prepare over 20 billion in cash. Messing around in the foreign exchange market requires a substantial amount of money. Wang Huan spoke slowly. But if that's the case, our funding gap is even larger. It's unlikely anyone on the island can lend us 10 billion. Wang Jiqiang clutched his hair tightly, racking his brain for a way to gather so much money. I already have a plan to raise money. This time we won't borrow from the banks or any big shots. We will borrow from the people of the island. Lin Shixiao's tone became passionate. Borrow from the people of the island. Lin Sheng, with all due respect, if it were a few hundred million, the people of the island would definitely lend it to you without hesitation, but for 10 billion, they can't be that foolish. Wang Jianhua's eyes widened again. That's right, we don't have collateral worth 10 billion either. Wang Jiqiang frowned. Don't rush, I'll let Lin Sheng finish. Wang Huan gestured for the two to be quiet. She understood Lin Shixiao. He definitely had already considered the questions they were thinking of. They wouldn't lend it for nothing, but what if I promise a high interest rate? Lin Shixiao's plan was actually not complicated. Many had done this in his previous life, but most ended up in prison. However, in this era on the island, there were no laws prohibiting private financing. Thus, Lin Shixiao had significant operational space. With his prominence on the island, everyone knew he was skilled at making money, and as long as he promised high returns, the people of the island would certainly be tempted. When the time comes, forget 10 billion, even 20 billion could be borrowed. High interest. That is indeed feasible. Wang Huan's eyes lit up. If the interest is high enough, even ordinary citizens would be tempted. Currently, the bank's deposit interest rate is generally 5%. How much does Lin Sheng plan to offer? Wang Jianhua, who had previously worked as a business manager at a securities company and dealt with banks frequently, was very clear about deposit interest rates. Is 8% enough? Lin Shixiao smirked. The borrowing rate at the securities company was 8%, which was considered relatively high in terms of interest yield. Ordinary people had no choice but to deposit their money in banks, and receiving 5% interest was already quite 8%. Combined with Lin Sheng's reputation and fame, borrowing 10 billion shouldn't be too difficult. Wang Jianhua quickly calculated in his mind and felt this plan was feasible. Jiqiang, what do you think? Lin Shixiao's gaze fell on Wang Jiqiang. Lin Sheng, as long as you think it's feasible, I'm on board. Just let me know what specifically you need me to do. Wang Jiqiang chuckled. He knew his abilities were limited, so he usually didn't offer suggestions, and mainly did. Since you've joined this team, you need to think more. In the future, if you have the capability, it'll give you money, and whatever you earn, we will split 50-50. If there's a loss, it's on me. Lin Shixiao spoke in an encouraging tone, then looked at Wang Jianhua and Wang Huan. You two are the same. Although these few people currently had average abilities, their character was very trustworthy. Lin Shixiao's primary consideration for the investment department was character, as it involved large sums of money. If a person's character was poor, no matter how capable they were, Lin Shixiao would not employ them. All right, Lin Sheng, I understand. Wang Huan was extremely excited as she knew what this meant, that as long as her abilities were strong enough, she could become a billionaire. Lin Sheng, I will work hard. Wang Jianhua's fighting spirit was also fully ignited. The reason he followed Lin Shixiao was that he had limited funds, and even if he saw some opportunities, he couldn't participate. With Lin Shixiao's guarantee, it meant that when he found a certain money-making opportunity in the future, Lin Shixiao would provide the funds, and Lin Shixiao had said, if there was a loss, it would be on him. This left Wang Jianhua with no psychological burden at all. Very good, keep up with global events, and work hard. Lin Shixiao still had some expectations for the three. All right, Lin Sheng. Don't worry, Lin Sheng, I will definitely study hard, and strive to improve quickly. I will learn more from my brother-in-law. From then on, Wang Jianhua and the others gained more motivation to learn. Investment is truly an endeavor that relies on intellect. All right, let's get to the point and discuss the specific borrowing plan. See if there's anything you want to add. A few days later, explosive news spread across the island. Lin Sheng is borrowing money from all the citizens of the island, promising an annualized rate no less than 8%. This news was first published by Hongyu Daily, followed by TVB, so no one doubted the accuracy of the information. Lin Sheng wants to borrow money from us. I can't believe it. What qualifications do we have to lend money to Lin Sheng? 8% annualized rate, that's not low. I just happen to have some deposits maturing I can lend to Lin Sheng. Of course, some raised doubts and concerns. A person as wealthy as Lin Sheng suddenly says he wants to borrow money, don't you think there's something fishy about it? Or is Lin Sheng planning to run away? Hey, don't question Lin Sheng's character. Besides, he has so many businesses on the island. Why would he run away? That's right, you don't understand Lin Sheng. He is giving us benefits. Moreover, you can borrow less to reduce the risk. It must be said that Lin Shixiao still had quite a few fans at this time. These people had nothing more to say and rushed to the headquarters of the Xiaolong Group to handle the borrowing matters. Longshore Group, Li Jiaqing's office. You say he wants to borrow money from the people of Hong Kong. How much? Upon hearing the news, Li Jiaqing was extremely astonished. He was aware of how much cash Lin Shixiao had, and logically Lin Shixiao shouldn't be short on money unless he was planning something major. I don't know the exact amount, but I've asked some people. It's estimated to be several hundred million. The promised interest isn't low, 8%, which has caught the attention of many people in Hong Kong. The assistant was equally perplexed. No one could guess what Lin Shixiao was preparing. Do you think he might be planning to come back and take revenge? Li Jiaqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Come back? Where is he coming back to? The assistant still hadn't fully grasped the situation. Where else? The stock market. In the past 6 months, the stock market has plummeted so much, it's the perfect time to buy at the bottom. Lin Shixiao made his fortune through the stock market. How could he possibly miss such an opportunity? If he raised that much money, it could only be to buy stocks at the bottom right. Li Jiaqing became increasingly convinced of his judgment. There really is a possibility. The assistant also found this reasoning quite sound, but he had a doubt. Li Sheng, do you want to get involved in this? Li Jiaqing did not hide his thoughts. The assistant had been with him for many years and was a trusted person. Isn't it true that Li Sheng has never liked taking risks? This isn't a risk, it's picking up money. Li Jiaqing's eyes sparkled. If Lin Shixiao is really preparing to enter the stock market to buy at the bottom, then it's indeed a certain profit opportunity. The assistant completely agreed with Li Jiaqing's assessment. So now investing in stocks isn't speculating, it's investing in a certain profit opportunity. Li Jiaqing appeared to be explaining to the assistant, but was actually convincing himself. Recently, he had been planning a project, but was short on funds, and had thought of various ways to raise money, but none had worked out. Understood. The assistant looked at Li Jiaqing, waiting for him to give the final order. I have 30 million in my personal account. Help me buy shares of Longshore Group, but buy secretly, without letting anyone know. As the chairman of Longshore Group, Li Jiaqing was supposed to report any increase in his shares, but once he reported it could attract funds, and he didn't want to help others raise their positions. Okay, Li Sheng will take care of it right away. The assistant was about to leave when Li Jiaqing called him back. Buy in batches to keep the holding cost low. Understood. The investment department isolated at the top of the global building. Report to Lin Sheng, we have already raised 350 million. The fundraising is proceeding smoothly. At this rate, we won't need a week to raise 10 billion. Wang Jianhua and the others were very excited. They had not expected the people of Hong Kong to be so eager. If it weren't for the procedural requirements, they estimated that over 500 million cash would have already been received. Fine. Lin Shixiao nodded. To be honest, before the fundraising began, he was a bit worried. After all, raising such a large amount of money without any substantial collateral relied solely on the trust he had built in the past. If the people of Hong Kong didn't buy into it, he would lose face. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Lin Sheng, why don't we run away after we finish raising the money? After all, no one is watching. Wang Jiqiang suddenly said. Instantly, Lin Shixiao's expression turned extremely serious. Remember, I am borrowing money, not deceiving people. The people of Hong Kong trust me so much, the promised interest cannot be less by a single cent. If the profits are substantial, I will pay even more interest. He had never entertained the thought of running away. If he fled, he could indeed walk away with over 10 billion in cash, but he would no longer be able to have any ties to Hong Kong or the mainland, and in reality, he would have lost a fortune. Since the reform and opening up in the mainland, let alone 10 billion, if he wanted to, he could casually earn hundreds of billions. Most importantly, he wasn't that kind of person. You rascal, what are you saying? Wang Jianhua was somewhat angry and was about to hit Wang Jiqiang's head when Lin Shixiao stopped him. Forget it, he was just speaking casually. He believed Wang Jiqiang had no malicious intent. I'm sorry, Lin Sheng, I spoke out of turn. Wang Jiqiang quickly admitted his mistake. At the same time, he felt even more respect for Lin Shixiao's character. Wang Huan spoke up. To be honest, when Lin Sheng first proposed this plan, I also doubted whether Lin Sheng would run away after getting the money. She understood Lin Shixiao's character, so she dared to say such things. It's natural for you to have such thought. Lin Shixiao was not angry. Now, apart from Shun Hongyu, these few people in front of him were the closest to him. Following Lin Sheng, you can truly learn a lot, even if it's just as an unpaid intern. I am willing to do so. Wang Jianhua looked at Lin Shixiao with admiration. Others borrowing money was just small-time play. Only Lin Shixiao could stir up such a huge commotion. That's right, Lin Sheng is the most formidable person in all of Hong Kong. Wang Jiqiang gave a big thumbs up. However, his flattery was a bit awkward. You rascal, read some more books when you have the... Wang Jianhua's slap landed on Wang Jiqiang's head just a little later than expected. Ouch! Wang Jiqiang winced in pain, looking at Wang Jianhua with resentment. Brother-in-law, be gentle, or I'll tell my sister. You dare? Wang Jianhua glared at him. I dare. Wang Jiqiang clearly lacked confidence. His current achievements were all due to Wang Jianhua. Without him, he would never have had the chance to meet the greatest benefactor of his life, Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao and Wang Huan couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, Lin Shixiao solemnly instructed, everyone work hard in the next few days. If we take too long, the enthusiasm of the people to lend money will decrease. We must sign the agreements as quickly as possible and expedite the arrival of funds. As long as someone is willing to lend money, we need to be ready to receive them at 3 in the morning. Lin Sheng, we've already arranged for that. We're on a 3-shift system. Wang Huan replied immediately. Lin Shixiao had not yet appointed a manager for the investment department, so she was temporarily responsible for some daily affairs. Some tasks are more meticulously done by women. Wang Jianhua did not contest this. He knew that working under Lin Shixiao meant there was no need for competition. As long as you worked diligently, you would receive rewards beyond expectations. Just like this time, Lin Shixiao did not mention any rewards for the 3 after the deal was done, and the 3 did not bring it up, nor would they doubt that their hard work would not yield corresponding returns. This was mutual understanding. This was trust. Very well, there's a concert today, so I'll go ahead. Lin Shixiao glanced at the wall clock. The Supergirl concert was about to start in more than an hour, and he wanted to go show his support. All right, Lin Sheng, you take care. Wang Huan and the others responded and continued to be busy. Wang Jiqiang had clearly grown a lot, communicating confidently and calmly with potential borrowers, starting to feel a bit independent. Lin Shixiao took one last look before striding out. As night began to fall, over 50,000 people gathered in the newly completed park of the island. At this moment, concert tickets for star performances generally cost only a few dollars, so it's quite a feat for Lin Shixiao to sell the Supergirl concert tickets at such a high price. At 7 in the evening, the concert began on time. A series of delightful songs were performed by exceptionally talented contestants, delighting the audience. What these songs were all written by Gentleman Lin. The audience was taken aback upon realizing that many songs were penned by Lin Shixiao. They never imagined that such a lucrative person would also write songs. Thus, countless beautiful young women were Some women may not be so sensitive to money, but if a man is both very wealthy and very talented, they simply cannot resist. Lin Shixiao was originally enjoying standing among the crowd, relishing the shared joy. Unexpectedly, a throng of overly emotional women surged towards him. Gentleman Lin, I'm still an unmarried girl. You really should consider me, if not consider my daughter. Gentleman Lin, I have already asked my husband. He said our birth dates are very compatible. Gentleman Lin, I come from a traditional family skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The concert was momentarily interrupted, and the scene spiraled out of control. Lin Sheng, we need to leave quickly, or it will be too late. Along and Ahu were also flustered. Oh, no matter how capable they were, they could not handle the current situation. All right, let's go. Lin Shixiao chuckled helplessly. He recalled a saying sometimes being too outstanding can also— Gentleman Lin, don't go. I want to eat you. Gentleman Lin, leave your birth date before you go. Huoying Dong and Xiao Yifu, who came to watch the concert, couldn't help but find the scene amusing. Xiao Sheng, did you have such great charm when you were young? Huoying Dong asked with a smile. In response to Huoying Sheng, I considered myself quite handsome in my youth, but I definitely wasn't as popular as Gentleman Lin. Xiao Yifu smiled wryly. He could hardly believe this exaggerated scene without witnessing it himself. My adopted son is truly remarkable. Huoying Dong beamed with pride. After the commotion, the concert resumed. Without Lin Shixiao, the eye-catching package, everyone could enjoy the concert properly. At 10 in the evening, after 3 hours, the concert ended, and the contestants took their bows, leaving the audience reluctant. One more song. One more song. The contestants conquered the hearts of countless fans with their solid singing skills. Thank you. Thank you all. And thank you, Lin Sheng, for giving us such a grand stage. Huang Wei and others were equally excited. Many years later, when they think back to 1973 and that night, they would remember it fondly. Lin Shixiao personally brought the program Supergirl to a perfect conclusion. On that day, he hurriedly walked into his office on the top floor of the Universal Building. What happened? Shin Hongyu said on the phone that Jia He was causing trouble, but what trouble she did not specify. The legend of the heroic warrior was supposed to be released, but Jia He suddenly backtracked and won't allow the film to show in their theaters, putting us in a very passive position. Shin Hongyu's expression was not good. Are they envious? Or scared? Recently, films under Xiaolong Entertainment have been screening at Jia He, and although they are competitors, neither side would want to miss out on profits. Both. Shin Hongyu furrowed her brows tightly, unable to think of a good solution. Have you talked to them? Lin Shixiao's expression also darkened. Xiao's and Jia He's are the two giants of the island's cinema, and Jia He has more theaters than Xiao's, accounting for over 50%. If Jia He's theaters do not screen the legend of the heroic warrior, the local box office will be severely affected. Lin Shixiao was ambitious, wanting the legend of the heroic warrior to be the first film to break 10 million. They refused to engage in dialogue with us. Currently, Xiao Sheng is still at Jia He, but their management is collectively on a business trip, leaving only those who cannot make decisions in Hong Kong. Coming in at this time, Jia He really is something. In fact, Lin Shixiao had already sensed that such a day would come. The quality of films produced by Xiaolong Entertainment far exceeded that of other companies. If Jia He continued to screen films under Xiaolong Entertainment, soon no one would want to watch their own films. For long-term benefits, Jia He had to cut off short-term profits. The management was not foolish, they just employed somewhat blunt tactics. Yes, they have made their decision. What about Li Xiaolong? Is he alright? He's fine, he said. Lin Sheng will definitely have a solution. Shin Hongyu looked at Lin Shixiao with a smile. Lin Shixiao could only smile wryly. Sometimes being overly trusted is not a good thing. The so-called those capable do more work is just like this. Does Lin Sheng have a solution now? Unexpectedly, Shin Hongyu leaned closer. Let me think. Lin Shixiao's mind became a bit chaotic. This woman had recently become like a fairy, her skills improving every day. Over an hour later, Lin Shixiao finally regained his clarity, while Shin Hongyu looked exhausted. You are some— Haha, isn't that trying to find a solution? Lin Shixiao chuckled awkwardly. So has Lin Sheng thought of a way? Got it. Lin Shixiao nodded vigorously. What solution? A one-time solution: drive Jia He out of Hong Kong. A glint flashed in Lin Shixiao's eyes. He usually does not proactively seek trouble, but once he does, he does not intend to leave anyone a way out, for he fears the same situation may happen again. Drive them out of Hong Kong. How do we do that? Shin Hongyu's brows furrowed again. Even if they do not screen Xiaolong Entertainment's films, Jia He could still survive, as they also produce films. It would just mean a significant decrease in revenue. You'll find out then, Lin Shixiao said, dropping the line, and quickly walked out. Hey, where are you going? Shin Hongyu chased after him. Governor's office. Lin Shixiao's voice came from the nearly closed elevator doors. Is the governor present? Mr. Lin, yes, the governor is in. He instructed me to escort you in directly upon your arrival. Very well, thank you for guiding me. As Lin Shixiao strode through the inner courtyard of the governor's residence, he moved with the ease of a man returning home, utterly unself-conscious and at ease. Mr. Lin, what wind has carried you here today? Governor Musa, having received word of his guest's arrival, hurried out to greet him personally, both men clasping hands firmly. Governor, your Mandarin has improved remarkably. Haha, you caught me. I've recently engaged a Mandarin tutor and am determined to master the language. Clearly, Musa had reaped substantial benefits from his dealings with Lin Shixiao and now sought to deepen their collaboration. A faintly perfunctory expression flickered across Lin Shixiao's face. To be candid, Musa was on the whole a reliable man, fulfilling every promise with unwavering precision. Yet Lin Shixiao could not bring himself to like him. After all, Musa represented a nation occupying territory that rightfully belonged to Huaxia. Mr. Lin, please, do come in. With effusive warmth, Governor Musa ushered Lin Shixiao into his private office. Governor, these women. Lin Shixiao stood momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Several black female servants knelt motionless on the floor of Musa's office. Ha ha ha. Which one takes your fancy, Mr. Lin? I'd be delighted to gift her to you, even all of them if you wish. Knowing full well that Lin Shixiao never visited without purpose, Musa extended this gesture of goodwill first. Governor, I confess I hold no particular affinity for this complexion. After all, in darkness, I might lose sight of them entirely. Lin Shixiao rubbed his nose lightly. Ha ha ha. Musa burst into hearty laughter. Truly, Mr. Lin, you possess a rare wit. Then with a casual wave of his hand, he dismissed the servants. Though Lin Shixiao had declined his overture, Musa showed no sign of offense. Mr. Lin, speak plainly, what brings you here today? Musa lit a cigar and leaned forward, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Governor, I've brought money. For you. A subtle knowing smile bloomed across Lin Shixiao's face. Oh, is that so? Musa rose instantly from his chair. Tell me, how exactly will you deliver it? Musa was no naive. He understood Lin Shixiao would demand. Governor, as you know, I've recently completed several films, but with more films comes greater demand for screening venues. So, I intend to open 2 additional cinemas. Might Governor Musa be interested in partnering? Establishing new cinemas involved myriad logistical hurdles, yet with Musa's support the process would proceed smoothly. At the very least, no one would dare cause disturbances, and all desired premises would be secured without resistance. What benefit accrues to me? 3% of net profits, valid for the duration of your governorship. Lin Shixiao was no fool. He would not continue paying dividends after Musa left office. 3% is far too modest. I demand at least 8. Any obstacle you cannot overcome, I shall remove. Musa spoke with commanding authority, and indeed possessed the power to back his words. In Hong Island, Musa ruled as an undisputed sovereign. 5%. That is my absolute limit. Exceed it, and the new cinemas will remain unrealized. Lin Shixiao furrowed his brow tightly, a deliberate negotiation tactic. Agreed, 5% it is. When shall we begin? Musa seemed even more eager than Lin Shixiao himself. If your excellency commits fully, we may commence this very afternoon. I assure you capital is no constraint. Ha ha ha. Musa laughed heartily. Indeed, no man in Hong Island commands greater wealth than Mr. Lin. Not even Jiahua itself holds significance in comparison. Ah. You already know of it. Lin Shixiao scratched his head with feigned embarrassment. There are few matters in Hong Island of which I remain unaware. Musa's expression abruptly hardened, another veiled warning. Lin Shixiao remained unfazed. Governor, you know well my nature. I am generous without reservation. Precisely so, Mr. Lin is a man of decisive action and unwavering integrity. Musa voiced his admiration without restraint. He held no interest in alliances with the inept or incapable. In the presidential suite of a lavish hotel on Taiwan Island sat 3 middle-aged men, each in their mid-40s. The co-founders of Jiahua Film Company, Zhou Wenhua, He Guanchang, and Liang Feng. Guanchang, any developments concerning Lin Shixiao? Not yet. I've assigned people to monitor him closely, He Guanchang replied to Zhou Wenhua. Are we acting dishonorably? Liang Feng asked quietly. Brother, have you lost your senses? With time running short, compassion serves no purpose. If we delay further, Jiahua will collapse beyond recovery. Zhou Wenhua's voice rose sharply. Indeed, Brother Wenhua speaks truth. We allowed ourselves to be blinded by short-term gains, never foreseeing Lin Shixiao's extraordinary talent. Every film he produces achieves classic status. Today, Hong Island audiences recognize only the Xiaolong brand. Before long, rival studios, including ours, will vanish. Though we still operate cinemas and could continue collaborating with him, without our own productions, we forfeit all bargaining leverage. Then he alone will dictate profit shares, and will have no say whatsoever. He Guanchang spoke gravely. Jiahua had taken years to reach its current stature, and he refused to see it reduced to a supplicant dancing to Lin Shixiao's tune. But you must understand, Lin Shixiao is no ordinary adversary. Provoking him thus will yield only calamity. Liang Feng was no coward. He had studied Lin Shixiao's past thoroughly and assessed his character with care. He knew Zhou Wenhua, and He Guanchang's current course would invite devastating retribution, plunging Jiahua into ruin far deeper than its present plight. Yet his voice carried little weight. Though all 3 were founders, strategic decisions had always rested with Zhou Wenhua, who also held the largest equity stake. Old Liang, the die is cast. We must advance boldly. He Guanchang sighed deeply and placed a reassuring hand on Liang Feng's shoulder. Rest assured, Lin Shixiao places immense value on Fist of Legend. Moreover, he publicly pledged to surpass 10 million local box office revenue for this film. Without Jiahua's cinema chain, that target remains nothing but a mirage. Zhou Wenhua remained composed. I've reviewed the film. It truly is exceptional. It stands a genuine chance of exceeding 10 million. As he spoke, He Guanchang's expression grew somber. Cinema competition hinges upon film quality. Severing ties with Lin Shixiao would leave Jiahua's theaters increasingly isolated. A bitter choice between 2 poisons, forcing us to drink the less lethal. We face only 2 options. Either he yields, raising our profit share and permitting our participation in Xiaolong Entertainment's productions, or we engage in outright confrontation, resulting in mutual devastation. Zhou Wenhua set the tone decisively. Indecision was foreign to him, but once resolved, he executed without hesitation. Very well, I defer to your judgment. Even with reservations, Liang Feng now fell silent. Enough, let us relax. Jiahua is our life's work. We will not allow it to fall so easily. He Guanchang drew a deep breath and clenched his fist, both encouraging Liang Feng and steeling himself for the— Are you leaving this storefront empty? Yes, Arthur, is there a problem? No problem, here is a lease contract for you to sign. Arthur, what lease contract? Is the government opening a store? Don't ask too many questions, just sign it. The rent is so low, can I not sign it? Low rent. This is the market price. But I wanted a higher rent. There was an offer even higher than this, and I didn't rent it. Not renting, huh? Fine, your property has fire hazards and needs to be temporarily sealed. It can't be rented out until it passes inspection. No way, Arthur, didn't you just say you wanted to rent my place? How suddenly does my property have fire hazards? Let me reveal something to you. This is the intention of Governor Musa. Alright, Arthur, actually the price is reasonable, I'll sign it. Don't write anything in the lease term. Arthur, what do you mean? How many years do you want to rent? I don't know until we no longer want to rent, and if you decide to sell this property, we have the right of first refusal. Arthur, you can't do business like this, you're being too unreasonable. This is the intention of Governor Musa, and your property has not just fire hazards, there are other risks too, it needs to be properly inspected. Alright, I'll rent it to you, but how will the rent be calculated later? Won't it go up at all? The economy in Hong Kong is so good, renting at this price is a loss. Don't worry about this, whatever the rent is for the neighboring property, it will be the same for yours. When the market is good, the rent can be reasonably raised. That's fine then, Arthur, I'll sign the contract. Similar scenes unfolded all over Hong Kong Island. Musa operates this way. If you give him benefits, he will certainly work hard for you. Moreover, Lin Shixiao granted him profit-sharing rights, which motivated Musa even more. Lin Shixiao's choice of locations was also very calculated, mostly next to Jiahe's theaters. He aimed to snatch Jiahe's customers, leaving them no room to breathe. At first, the people of Jiahe did not notice anything unusual, but as coincidences piled up, they finally realized something was off. Hey, are you doing this on purpose? How coincidental, all the newly opened theaters are next to ours. The people of Jiahe could no longer contain their frustration and questioned a staff member from Xiaolong Entertainment. What a coincidence, what's the problem? Is there any law in Hong Kong that prohibits opening theaters here? Jiahe was causing trouble, and the staff from Xiaolong Entertainment were feeling pent-up frustration, seeking a release. Aren't you stealing our business? Is there no logic in this? The people of Jiahe were extremely angry, and both sides began to shove each other. Logic? You changed your mind without notifying us. Did you follow any logic? The staff from Xiaolong Entertainment stood firm, and as the conflict was about to escalate, a patrolling officer passed by. Hey, don't act impulsively, be careful not to get arrested. Arthur, they're causing trouble, you need to intervene. The people of Jiahe in desperation quickly sought help from the police. What's going on? Tell me about it. The police became interested. He often visited Jiahe's theaters during his leisure time and had a favorable impression of the company. Seeing the police siding with him, the people of Jiahe immediately smiled. Arthur, it's like this, you know, theaters are generally spaced far apart, so everyone can do business. They're breaking this unwritten agreement by planning to open right next to us. Can we tolerate that? Doing this is indeed not ideal. The police, with good intentions, tentatively asked, can you negotiate with your boss to choose a farther location? It would be better for everyone. Arthur, I suggest you contact your superior first. The staff from Xiaolong Entertainment were emboldened. Previously, they felt intimidated by the police, but since joining Xiaolong Entertainment, that fear mysteriously vanished. They knew it was the confidence Lin Shixiao had given them. Does my superior know about this? The police were somewhat surprised. You'll know if you make a call. The staff from Xiaolong Entertainment held their head high, looking elsewhere. The people of Jiahe felt something was off and hurriedly grabbed the police officer who was about to make a call. Arthur, for matters like this, you can decide on your own. There's no need to trouble your superior. In the midst of speaking, he slipped a $50 bill into the police officer's hand. What do you mean by this? The police officer immediately glared. He was an upright person who never accepted bribes. Haha, it's nothing, Arthur can take it for tea. The people of Jiahe awkwardly smiled. Take your money back, I will resolve this matter for you. The police officer spoke with authority. He did not shy away from helping just because the people from Jiahe behaved inappropriately. Alright, thank you, Arthur. The people of Jiahe reluctantly accepted the money. The police quickly found a public phone booth. Hello, Lancet, there's something I'd like to ask. Oh, I can't handle this. Why? Alright, I understand. After hanging up, the police officer was covered in cold. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively earlier, otherwise his job would be at risk. Although he was relatively upright, he was not naive. He understood what he could or could not participate in. Initially wanting to walk away, he thought about it and decided to bring the matter to a close. How did it go, Arthur? The people of Jiahe felt a pang of worry seeing Arthur's grim expression as he returned. I'm very sorry, I can't help you with this matter. Arthur looked at the people of Jiahe with an apologetic gaze. Why not? The people of Jiahe, somewhat unwilling to give up, pressed for an explanation. Don't ask and don't trouble them, or you will be in serious trouble. Before leaving, Arthur still kindly advised, The people of Jiahe felt a wave of anxiety, with the police having such an attitude this matter was not simple. Thank you, Arthur. Afterward, the people of Jiahe no longer dared to linger, and quickly called their superiors who were staying on Treasure Island. What? Xiaolong is aggressively building cinemas. And all next to us. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Wenhuai stood frozen for 3 seconds. Yes, and their pace is lightning fast. They spare no expense. They bought up all the screens on Gangdao. Many small cinemas dismantled their own screens to sell to Xiaolong Entertainment, which then purchased new ones, and some even made a profit. That Lin Shixiao is ruthless and truly wealthy. Zhou Wenhuai stamped his foot in anger. He had expected Lin Shixiao to act, but not with such decisiveness. A tactic that harms the enemy 1,000 while wounding oneself 800. Yet Zhou Wenhuai also understood that although Lin Shixiao's short-term costs were high, once Jiahe fell, Xiaolong Entertainment would recoup all its losses. Under Lin Shixiao's ferocious offensive, how long Jiahe could survive was an open question. What shall we do now? After the call ended, the 3 magnates of Jiahe fell into deep thought. Do nothing for the moment. Lin Shixiao's move puts us on the back foot, but we still have some films in hand and we can hold on. After this period, we'll negotiate with him. We cannot get good prices now. There was no doubt that Zhou Wenhuai had already decided to leave. He Guanchong and Liang Feng exchanged glances and could only sigh. Alas, there is no other choice. The 3 titans imagined that after the storm passed, they might give Lin Shixiao another chance to acquire Jiahe. But Lin Shixiao had no such intention. In only half a month, Lin Shixiao had established 100 cinemas across Gangdao, each situated next to a Jiahe venue. Every day, at least one new cinema opened. Of course, with time so limited, the cinema's interiors were somewhat neglected, an unavoidable consequence. But Lin Shixiao had ways to draw crowds in. On the day that after fierce promotion Jingwu Ingxiong premiered, the public's expectations were sky-high. Yet when choosing where to watch, many discovered that Jiahe was not screening it, which surprised and unsettled a great number of people. Why isn't Jiahe showing Jingwu Ingxiong? I'm used to watching movies at this cinema. Big brother, how out of touch are you? Jiahe and Lin Shixiao have fallen out. Oh, why? Weren't they on good terms? Good. Jiahe's own films are nearly unwatched now. After seeing Xiaolong's films, watching Jiahe's is on a completely different level. Also, have you noticed the actors under Xiaolong act better? Had you not mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized, but it's true. Anyway, Jiahe isn't showing Jingwu Ingxiong. Where can I go to watch it? Big brother, are you really from around here? Yes, I've lived here for over 10 years. Then how did you not notice the new cinema that opened at the corner? Huh, where? I didn't see it. Brother, at the corner, just a few steps. There really is one Xiaolong cinema, opened by Lin Shixiao. Who on Gangdao would dare to fly the Xiaolong banner otherwise? But the decoration looks shabby, run down. As long as you can watch, that's fine. And did you hear? At Xiaolong Cinema, you can win up to 50,000 in cash through a lucky draw. What? Is that real? Why would I lie? You haven't read the newspapers these 2 days, have you? To be honest, I recently went abroad. No wonder you know nothing. There's not only cash, there's the chance to take a photo with Ms. Zhao Yaji and to get a signed poster from Li Xiaolong. In short, many perks. Even if Jingwu Ingxiong weren't premiering today, I'd still be going to Xiaolong Cinema to see a film. Let's go, hurry, it's crowded. Before the 2 reached the Xiaolong Cinema entrance, a shout came from there. Wow, I won. $1,000. You can really win prizes by watching movies. Lin Shixiao keeps his word. Impressive. Give me 2 tickets for Jingwu Ingxiong. What? All the recent showings are sold out. Even a midnight one is fine. Lin Shixiao's lottery policy ignited the enthusiasm of Gangdao's populace. In the past, going to the movies was merely a simple expenditure. Now film-going came with lotteries and the chance to win an array of benefits. As for ticket prices being 20% higher than before, that was a trifling matter. People seldom had much money to begin with. At midnight, Xiaolong Group's headquarters still shone with lights. Lin Shixiao, Shen Hongyu, Xiao Yifu, Zhao Yaji, Li Xiaolong, and others were all present. Lin Sheng, today's box office numbers are in. A staff member rushed in excitedly. How much? Li Xiaolong could hardly contain himself and stood up. 300,000. How much? Li Xiaolong couldn't believe his ears. He had estimated under 200,000. This had already shattered Gangdao's single-day box office record. 300,000. You heard correctly. The staffer looked at Li Xiaolong with envy. He had once dreamed of becoming an actor himself, just lacking Li Xiaolong's luck. Congratulations, Xiaolong. You're about to break another record. Xiao Yifu was likewise thrilled. Li Xiaolong was his actor, and Li's success reflected on him. We owe everything to Lin Sheng. Without him, there would be no Jingwu Ingxiong, no today's glory. Li Xiaolong was a man who knew gratitude. Indeed, we must thank Lin Sheng for leaving a classic for Gangdao Cinema. Xiao Yifu excitedly approached and gripped Lin Shixiao's hand, refusing to let go. Xiao Sheng, don't be like that. I'm not interested in men. Lin Shixiao feigned a frown. Immediately Xiao Yifu's expression was mortifyingly awkward. Ha ha ha. The others couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Zhao Yaji trembled with excitement. Chairman Lin, want you steady, Yaji. Shen Hongyu hurriedly urged Lin Shixiao. Aji, are you alright? Seeing Zhao Yaji lose control of her emotions, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but smile. I'm fine, I'm just a little excited. Zhao Yaji babbled incoherently. Xiao Yifu saw this and laughed. Miss Yazi, if I were you, I'd probably faint from excitement. The lead's first film is such a success. Who knows how many on Gangdao envy you. Indeed, my first film nearly flopped. Li Xiaolong envied Zhao Yaji. If he had such extraordinary resources, he might already be an international star. Xiao, thank you. Zhao Yaji leapt into Lin Shixiao's arms. This tender scene drew smiles from everyone. Before Lin Sheng said Jingwu Yingxiang's box office could exceed 10 million, I had my doubts. But now I feel it could top 15 million because many people are watching repeatedly today. Besides the film's high quality and Xiaolong's fine fight choreography, there's another crucial reason Lin Sheng's marketing is brilliant. With only a small cost, he can make the people of Gangdao flock. Even if Lin Sheng didn't invest, as a marketing director had accomplished great things. Xiao Yifu was profoundly impressed, completely won over. Even if Lin Shixiao one day claimed he could build a rocket to reach the moon, Xiao would believe him. Shrewd merchant. Shun Hongyu quipped from the side. She had participated in devising the entire marketing plan for Jingwu Yingxiang and knew that Lin Shixiao had not allocated much cash for the lottery. Most of the big prizes had already been handed out today, making it unlikely for later audiences to win large sums, though smaller amounts would continue to be distributed. It could only be said that Lin Shixiao was masterful at manipulating people's emotions, utterly captivating the populace of Gangdao. How can you say that? Jingwu Yingxiang is of such high quality, it's worth seeing multiple times. After the film you can enter the lottery. Why not? Lin Shixiao wore a certain pride on his face. These marketing tactics might be commonplace in later eras, but in this time, they seemed extraordinary. If someday someone hailed him as the father of marketing, he would not be bashful at all. Meanwhile, at a high-end hotel on Gangdao, Zhou Wenhui and others also received the battle report on Jingwu Yingxiang. The first day's box office for Hero of Jingwu has exceeded 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. This. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Wenhui was completely taken aback. In the past, breaking 10,000 on the first day was already remarkable, but now Hero of Jingwu has directly skyrocketed to 300,000. This Lin Shixiao is truly extraordinary. We underestimated him. He Guanshang, one of the three founders of Jaya, shook his head with a bitter smile. I said long ago that you made a mistake. Another founder, Liang Feng, felt a bit defeated. If these two incompetent teammates had listened to him, the results of Hero of Jingwu wouldn't have been so explosive. Lin Shixiao would never have given Hero of Jingwu such strong support. It was the three of them who motivated the other side. What do we do now? Zhou Wenhui, usually decisive, was at a loss. It is foreseeable that the business of the theaters under Jia will plummet. In the Xiaolong Theater, watching a movie can even earn cash rewards. Who can resist such temptation? I've heard that Xiaolong Theater is already in talks with other copyright companies for collaboration. In the future, Xiaolong Theater will screen movies produced by other companies to fill the time gaps. At that time, no one will go to Jia to watch movies. He Guanshang grew more worried as he thought about it. After so many years in business, he had never been in such a passive situation. It was all because they had misjudged the strength of their opponent. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are willing to listen. Liang Feng's expression was unusually serious. Old Liang, it's already this time. Oh, what can't you say? Guanshang is right. We misjudged the situation before and didn't heed your advice. I apologize now. Feel free to share any ideas you have. Let's discuss it together. Zhou Wenhui realized he had been somewhat domineering and had not seriously considered Liang Feng's opinions, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a passive position now. While Jaya still has some value, let's find Lin Shixiao and sell. Sell it. Will he still want it? Zhou Wenhui and He Guanshang's expressions turned extremely grim. Although they didn't want to admit it, Liang Feng's suggestion was undoubtedly the most correct one at the moment. We have to at least try. Liang Feng bit his lower lip. If you agree, I'm willing to go and talk to Lin Shixiao. Well, okay. Zhou Wenhui and He Guanshang exchanged helpless glances, both sighing. The next day, Hero of Jingwu landed on the Treasure Island. Unlike previous films, Lin Shixiao spent a large sum on advertising, so almost everyone on the island knew that Li Xiaolong had a remarkable film about to be released. Gather the brothers, let's support Brother Shixiao's movie tonight. As night fell, the headquarters of the Julian gang was filled with countless young people from the community, all displaying excitement on their faces. Chen Chili had learned about the events happening in Hong Kong and decided to show his support for Lin Shixiao with tangible actions. Of course, the little brothers of the Julian gang would only watch movies at theaters owned by the gang. Even so, it was still a significant support for Lin Shixiao. At the moment tickets went on sale, Hero of Jingwu faced a situation where tickets were hard to come by. The harder they were to get, the more people wanted to see it. With his previous films, Li Xiaolong had already established a significant influence on Treasure Island. Even without Lin Shixiao's involvement, his films naturally had appeal on the island. Such scenes haven't appeared on Treasure Island for a long time. Upon arriving at the cinema, Chen Chili couldn't help but exclaim at the bustling scene. He was already contemplating how to collaborate further with Lin Shixiao. With good box office performance, the profits would be considerable, and more importantly, such profits were entirely legitimate. Even if the government were to conduct a review later, there would be no issues. The Julian gang had reached a crucial point where reform was necessary, and he had to be decisive. He was very grateful to have seized the brief opportunity to build a relationship with Lin Shixiao. Currently, Lin Shixiao was a person who valued friendship greatly and was worth cultivating a deep relationship with. Brothers, if the movie is good, bring your girlfriends and family to watch it, and let Brother Shixiao see the fighting spirit of our brothers on Treasure Island. At the cinema entrance, Chun Chili called out loudly, "Good, good, good." A group of Julian gang members responded loudly. Those who lived in the underworld naturally enjoyed action films, and now their enthusiasm for watching movies was even more heightened. Lin Hero of Jingwu has broken 20,000 at the box office on its first day on Treasure Island, setting a new record far surpassing previous films. At the headquarters of Xiaolong Group in the Universal Building, a staff member came in to report to Lin Shixiao. "Not bad. Very good." Lin Shixiao nodded repeatedly. The population on Treasure Island is larger, and the economic conditions are decent. Normally, a film's box office on Treasure Island should definitely exceed that of Hong Kong. However, it hadn't been this way before. The film industry on Treasure Island was underdeveloped, resulting in a scarcity of good films. Although the quality of films in Hong Kong was higher, due to some special reasons they had never been able to achieve great success on Treasure Island. I believe that after Hero of Jingwu, more and more films from Hong Kong will achieve good box office results on Treasure. Lin Shixiao could easily sign a monopoly agreement with theaters on Treasure Island, preventing Hong Kong films from screening there, at most giving up some profits. Given his close relationship with Chun Chili, the leader of the Julian gang, I believe the theaters on Treasure Island would. However, he did not do so. As he always said, he makes films not just for profit. He also hopes for the birth of more excellent films to greatly promote the outstanding culture of China. Congratulations, Lin. You've struck it rich. Just as the staff left, Shen Hongyu approached with a smile, her demeanor a bit too familiar. Recently, she had been much more proactive than Lin Shixiao. This was unavoidable. Lin Shixiao had to face multiple women, while Shen Hongyu had only Lin Shixiao. It's just a bit of money. Lin Shixiao waved his hand in a domineering manner. Shen Hongyu thought about it carefully and agreed. Even if Hero of Jingwu ultimately earned over 30 million at the box office, after sharing with the theaters, they would only see a little over 10 million. Of course, after the film is out of theaters, the rights can also be sold to Southeast Asia or other regions of the world. Conservatively estimating the profit from Hero of Jingwu will not be less than 20 million, a result that everyone except Lin Shixiao had previously dared not imagine. For previous films, achieving a profit of 500,000 was already remarkable. Indeed, whatever Lin Shixiao does, he is the most outstanding, which is why Shen Hongyu found it increasingly hard to extricate herself. This man has flaws, but as long as a woman stays by his side long enough, she believes any woman will fall for him regardless of age. "Mr. Lin, Miss Shen, someone from Jia is here." At this moment, a beautiful female assistant "Who is it?" Lin Shixiao had already suspected Jiahe would send someone. Liang Feng, the elegant assistant. Shen Hongyu, fearing Lin Shixiao might not recognize the name, smiled and explained, "Liang Feng is Jiahe's third largest shareholder and one of its founding shareholders, though his influence is limited." "Limited influence? What is he doing here? See him out." Lin Shixiao waved dismissively. "He came from afar. He at least deserves a meeting, don't you think?" Shen pleaded. Shen Hongyu reasoned gently. She suspected Liang Feng had hurried over from Baodao. "No meeting," Lin insisted. Shen had no recourse but to look helplessly at the assistant. "Go out and tell him be tactful." "Yes, Miss Shen." The assistant glanced at Lin Shixiao, but she had always thought him easy to deal with and had never seen him behave this way. Inwardly, she found this sterner Lin Shixiao strangely more compelling. "What? No meeting? Is Director Lin not in?" Liang Feng's voice rose when he heard the assistant. He had the information Lin Shixiao was inside. "Director Lin is here, but he is feeling a bit unwell. Please come another time," the assistant said. The assistant made a courteous gesture to see him out, but Liang grew frantic. He could not leave. He had to settle matters today. Delay would only erode Jiahe's value. "No, I will see Mr. Lin today no matter what." With that, he shoved past the assistant and barged into the office. Lin Shixiao was leaning back with his eyes closed. "Sorry, Director Lin." He forced his way in. The assistant followed in, anxious and apologetic. She feared that a single displeasure from Lin Shixiao might cost her position, as she did not want to be moved away from his side, not merely for the opportunities his proximity afforded. "It's fine, you may go." Shen Hongyu signaled the assistant not to worry. Although nominally Lin Shixiao's assistant, she spent most of her time working with Shen because Lin was often absent. Shen found her capable in every way and secretly hoped to enlist her as an ally. There were too many women around Lin, and Shen had to make plans accordingly. "Thank you, Miss Shen." The assistant smiled gratefully, backed out, and closed the door. Mr. Lin." Liang Feng stepped a few paces closer and called softly, but there was no air. Cough, cough. Liang's face flushed immediately. After all, he was one of Jiahe Group's 3 major shareholders and a recognizable figure in Gangdao. Even a fool could see Lin was feigning sleep. "Mr. Liang, please sit and wait for Director Lin to wake." Shin Hongyu did not know what Lin was thinking and dared not disturb him. She had felt the consequences of his anger once and did not wish to endure it again. Ms. Shin, could you please call Mr. Lin? He obviously. Liang sounded extremely anxious. At this moment, Jingwu Hero was sweeping the market and triumphant reports would come in one after another. Time was not on his side. Mr. Liang, please sit down. Shin's expression cooled. Liang's behavior was becoming unreasonable. All right. Fine. He muttered, his face falling. Liang's expression suddenly collapsed. If the matter were not urgent, he surely would have turned and left. Then a loud snore filled the office. Soon the office echoed with a robust snore. Liang clenched his fists, curled his toes, and gritted his teeth. If he could, Liang wanted to stride up and strike Lin, but he dared not. This man had gone too far. After an unknown span of time, Lin finally stirred. Director Lin, you're awake. Did you sleep well? Shun's eyes held a hint of amusement. Ah, quite well. And who is this? Lin rubbed his eyes as if he were unaware someone had entered. Shun's smile widened. This is Liang Feng, one of Jiahe Group's 3 founding shareholders. Mr. Lin. Liang forced a pleasant smile despite his anger and extended his hands. Lin offered a perfunctory handshake and cast a sideways glance at him. I wasn't aware of your visit. What brings you? He'll be frank. Mr. Lin, have you considered acquiring Jiahe? You could then unify the cinemas across Guangdao. Is Xiaolong Cinema not dominant enough already? Lin countered, leaving Liang without a ready reply. Liang stood awkward and exposed. Well, Director Lin, Jiahe's theaters do have decent facilities. Shin interjected, feeling some pity for him. She believed acquiring Jiahe could be sensible now and assumed Liang would not ask for extravagant terms. But Lin did not accept the olive branch. His face turned serious. Mr. Liang, had you come before we went to war, I might have shown some interest. But now it is too late. In truth, the takeover was not impossible. Jingwu Hero's extraordinary success had left many audiences waiting and harmed the viewing experience. Buying Jiahe at a fair price would immediately ease that pressure. Although Guangdao had hundreds of cinemas, it remained inadequate. Yet Lin had his own plan. Before meeting Musa, he had resolved that even if Jiahe were for sale, he would not purchase it. He thought of the future. If every rival imitated Jiahe by creating turmoil and then seeking peace or a buyout, he would be endlessly bothered. Frankly, Jiahe would be the example he used to warn others. Mr. Lin, please reconsider. Liang's face contorted with anguish. He looked ready to cry. He had never imagined that after waiting so long he would be met with a refusal so decisive it did not resemble negotiation. Shun Hongyu, perceptive as ever, remained silent as she knew the limits. I have thought this through thoroughly. Mr. Liang, please leave. Lin rose and made a gesture to see the guest out. Liang grew frantic and grabbed Lin's arm. Mr. Lin, please give Jiahe one last chance. His plea was pure supplication. But Lin's resolve was hard. He understood perfectly that mercy to enemies was a degradation of oneself. Liang before him might never oppose him again, but what of the 2 shareholders who had not come? Who could guarantee they would not nurse resentments and retaliate when the chance arose? Sorry, I don't have time for idle talk. Lin left the words behind and strode from the office, leaving Liang. And after a long while, Liang let out a heavy sigh. He understood that Jiahe was finished this time. Jiahe had once had a promising future. Had it proactively sought cooperation with Lin Shixiao and conceded some interest, a mutually beneficial alliance with Xiaolong Entertainment would have been attainable. After all, building cinemas required investment. Lin had simply lacked the inclination before. But his 2 partners, Zhou Wenhui and He Guanchang, chose the irrevocable path of confrontation. Now the bitter fruit had ripened. Mr. Liang, perhaps you should look elsewhere. Someone might be interested, Shin offered. In truth, she knew that at this moment no one on Guangdao would dare to take Jiahe on. With Lin and Musa allied, any bidder would be powerless. Thank you, Miss Shin, thank you. Liang left hunched over as if aged decades overnight. Watching his forlorn retreat, Shun could only be glad she was Lin Shixiao's ally, not his adversary. The sustained success of Fist of Legend had also drawn the attention of numerous overseas distributors, many of whom dispatched representatives to Hong Kong to discuss licensing rights, most notably a delegation from Warner Brothers of the United States. Hello, Mr. Ross. Welcome to Hong Kong. Lin Shixiao accorded Ross's arrival the utmost importance. Warner Brothers, ranked among the largest film distributors in the United States with distribution networks spanning major countries worldwide. Lin Shixiao held great confidence in Fist of Legend, believing it would ignite a powerful global resonance and achieve extraordinary box office success. Mr. Lin, it is an honor to meet you at last. Ross stood under 5 feet 3 inches tall with a thick bushy beard that lent his smile a faintly comical air. Please come in. Please step inside. Meanwhile, numerous journalists had gathered on site. For Hong Kong's film industry, this day was undeniably historic. Do you think Mr. Lin will entrust Fist of Legend to Warner Brothers for distribution? Of course he will. Warner Brothers commands immense influence. Their recent release, The Exorcist, ignited fierce global debate. Even my relatives in the United States called me, specifically urging me to watch it as soon as possible. I wonder what buyout fee Warner Brothers will offer. Everyone understood clearly. Warner Brothers had traveled all the way to Hong Kong to acquire exclusive theatrical distribution rights for Fist of Legend across Europe and North America. Hard to say, but I suspect Mr. Lin won't sell unless the price is substantial. Naturally, Mr. Lin is hardly short of funds and Fist of Legend has already recouped its investment. It stands poised for tremendous profit. Let's hope it fetches a stellar price, perhaps the most glorious day in the history of Hong Kong cinema. Lin Shixiao's negotiations with Ross gripped the hearts of countless Hong Kongers. Mr. Ross, it is a pleasure to meet you. Inside the conference room, Li Xiaolong felt deeply stirred. When Fist of Legend first entered production, he had never imagined it would capture Warner Brothers' attention, let alone prompt them to journey so far. This visit affirmed the film's artistic merit, and as its lead actor, Li Xiaolong swelled with quiet pride. Mr. Li Xiaolong, your martial arts skill is exceptional. I'd love to spar with you sometime. Ross, intrigued, gave Li Xiaolong's bicep a light, playful squeeze. Well, Mr. Ross, I'm afraid you might not withstand it. Li Xiaolong, seldom interacting with foreigners, spoke with characteristic modesty. Haha, just a joke. Ross laughed heartily. Before arriving, he had indeed harbored fleeting thoughts, but after feeling the dense muscle beneath Li Xiaolong's sleeve, those notions vanished entirely. Mr. Ross, Sha Yifu had also arrived, and he too brimmed with excitement. He felt profound pride, not merely for the film, but for Hong Kong cinema itself. Mr. Sha, a pleasure. Though Ross's Mandarin was not fluent, it proved more than sufficient for conversation. Mr. Ross, your Mandarin is excellent. You may not know this, but I've cherished Chinese culture since childhood. Oh, really? Martial arts are a crown jewel of Chinese civilization. Fist of Legend is certain to become a global phenomenon. Sha Yifu deliberately elevated the film's stature. I share your high regard for this film, or else I wouldn't be here today. Ross's laughter faded, the tone shifted decisively into formal negotiation. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Given the significance of the meeting, Shun Hongyu herself presided over the proceedings. Mr. Ross, may we ask what acquisition budget Warner Brothers has allocated? Lin Shixiao cut straight to the point. If the offer met his expectations, he would willingly cede European and North American distribution rights. After all, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Ahem. Mr. Lin, our offer reflects sincere intent. How does 1 million Hong Kong dollars sound? At this figure, everyone present, except Lin Shixiao, recoiled slightly in surprise. When had a Hong Kong film ever commanded such a sum? I'm sorry, I cannot accept this price, Lin Shixiao replied, unequivocal and firm. Ross faltered, momentarily speechless. He believed his bid genuinely generous, yet Lin Shixiao appeared profoundly unimpressed. He knew instinctively that even a marginal increase would still fall far short of Lin Shixiao's threshold. The negotiation stalled, tension thickening the air. Li Xiaolong longed intensely to urge Lin Shixiao to accept Ross's offer. He yearned almost desperately for Fist of Legend to grace Western screens. Yet he fully understood his role. Such decisions lay beyond his authority. After a long, heavy silence, Ross finally managed to utter, "May I ask, Mr. Lin, what price do you have in mind?" All eyes turned to Lin Shixiao. This number. He raised a single finger. Tisk. Ross's brow furrowed deeply. That solitary digit could not possibly signify 1 million. Mr. Lin, is it 100 million Hong Kong dollars? Precisely. Mr. Ross, how perceptive you are. Lin Shixiao's expression remained effortlessly affable. Sha Yifu and the others were utterly stunned. They had never imagined Lin Shixiao would dare demand such a sum. In their minds, they assumed he was merely inflating his asking price to draw out protracted bargaining with Ross. Ross shared that assumption. Though his expression grew grave, he maintained his composure with practiced patience. Mr. Lin, 100 million is simply unrealistic. We approach this with genuine sincerity, and Warner Brothers wields unparalleled influence across Europe and North America. Surely you wish for US to distribute Fist of Legend. Let me raise our offer 2 million Hong Kong dollars. How does that sound? 2 million. Mr. Lin, 2 million. As the figure echoed through the room, Sha Yifu, Shun Hongyu, and Li Xiaolong visibly shifted in their seats, unable to contain their eagerness. Their gazes locked onto Lin Shixiao, burning with unmistakable entreaty. To them, selling European and North American rights for 2 million HKD represented an outstanding, even unprecedented deal. Yet Lin Shixiao's brow remained tightly knit. I regret to inform you, my final offer stands at 100 million. Below that, collaboration is impossible. This. Ross was flustered, unaccustomed to such unyielding negotiation. Mr. Lin, our sincerity is absolute. He clung stubbornly to hope. I understand. And precisely because you came personally to Hong Kong, allow me to host you tonight at the city's finest restaurant. Lin Shixiao smiled warmly. A profound silence descended upon the conference room. Each person sat immersed in private contemplation, thoughts churning beneath the stillness. 100 million. Once word spread, jaws would drop across the industry. Mr. Lin, is there truly no room for negotiation? Ross's expression darkened. In his view, he had arrived in good faith, only to feel mocked. 100 million HKD was a figure reserved for Hollywood blockbusters. He could not fathom any Hong Kong film, however successful Fist of Legend might be, justifying such a budget. Should you wish to pursue an outright acquisition, this is the sole price, non-negotiable regardless of who sits across the table. However, I do have a second proposal. Would you care to hear it, Mr. Ross? All right, tell us then, Luosi said after coming from afar. He did not want the trip to be in vain. Jingwu Yingxiong can be released to you, but not as an outright buyout. It will be on a revenue-sharing basis. Revenue sharing. Not only Luosi was taken aback, Xiao Yifu and the others were equally surprised. Lin Sheng insisted on a buyout. Yes, a buyout would be much better. From the start, Xiao Yifu and the others resisted the revenue-sharing proposal. Frankly, they lacked confidence. They had no faith in Jingwu Yingxiong's prospects in Europe and America. You do not believe Jingwu Yingxiong can explode overseas? Lin Shixiao's eyes narrowed. Well, Chairman Lin, I also hope Jingwu Yingxiong will be a hit in the West, but we must be realistic. Shen Hongyu offered a gentle, tactful protest. Shall we make a bet? Lin Shixiao smiled at her. As she blushed, he added another line with a playful look. Never mind. There's nothing to wager with you. You lose every time. Irritated though she was, Shen Hongyu had to acknowledge that whenever she doubted Lin Shixiao's choices or moves, she was later proven wrong. Would this time be any different? She truly could not believe Jingwu Yingxiong would draw blockbuster numbers in the West. Films from Guangdao had never truly succeeded there. Lin Sheng revenue sharing is acceptable, but we must hold preview screenings in certain territories. Only if the response is strong should we proceed with a full release. Luosi pondered for a moment and reluctantly accepted the split revenue arrangement. In truth, he did see promise in Jingwu Yingxiong's Western prospects, otherwise he would not have opened with a buyout offer. For Huana Xiongdi, revenue sharing was the lower-risk option. No problem. Do some marketing back home, and he'll bring a team over. Lin Shixiao prepared to travel to Pyongyang, partly to promote the film and partly to seek out the future tycoon by Airgai CI. If memory served, Werewon was founded in 1975. If one could get in early and secure a large allotment of original shares, one might become the richest in the world without lifting a finger. Of course, even if he managed to get in on Werewon early, Lin Shixiao would not stop stirring things up. Life lay in the struggle. Besides, cashing out Werewon stock would be many years hence. Very well, then it's settled. Luosi rose and shook Lin Shixiao's hand. This trip had not been wasted. Let us in advance wish Jingwu Yingxiong a tremendous success. Lin Shixiao beamed, his smile brilliant against the sullen faces of Xiao Yifu and the others. Good. I hope we have opportunities to collaborate in the future. Luosi's unspoken meaning was clear. If Jingwu Yingxiong flopped, Huana Xiongdi would likely not cooperate with Xiaolong and Ye again. There will certainly be more chances. After Luosi left, Lin Shixiao faced several burning gazes. What is the matter with you people? He asked, feigning ignorance. Lin Sheng, are you really so confident in Jingwu Yingxiong? Xiao Yifu could not believe Lin had opted for revenue. If they had pushed the negotiation further, Luosi might have accepted a 20 million Hong Kong dollar buyout. What did you expect? Lin Shixiao smiled at Li Xiaolong. Even a fool could see Li Xiaolong was in low spirits. What's the matter? If we lose, he'll shoulder the larger burden. He'll make up your expected 5% profit for you. Before filming Jingwu Yingxiong, they had agreed that Li Xiaolong would receive 5% of the film's profits. The very reason he had poured so much effort into it. No, Lin Sheng, that's not what I mean. Li Xiaolong waved his hands anxiously. I'm just feeling a bit unsure. Lin Shixiao could not help laughing. Would you feel better if it were a buyout? Hearing that, Li Xiaolong could only force a wry smile. It's not the same. If it's a buyout, they assume all profit and loss. I wouldn't carry so heavy a burden. Lin Shixiao patted Li's shoulder and said earnestly, rest easy. Lin Shixiao would never undertake a deal that loses money. Lin Shixiao remembered vividly that in a previous life, it was Li Xiaolong's kung fu films that had broken into Heilou and achieved staggering global box office. Jingwu Yingxiong was of such quality that there was no reason for it to perform poorly. Lin Shixiao simply would not believe otherwise. Li Xiaolong continued to smile ruefully. Let's follow Lin Sheng's lead. If one must follow, there's nothing to be done now. Shen Hongyu sighed helplessly as she felt that Lin Shixiao had grown a little arrogant after his earlier success. If the Western market could be opened so readily, it would not be left to Jingwu Yingxiong to blaze the trail. There had been fine films before that met with lukewarm reactions overseas. Thank you, President Shin, for upholding the company's spirit. Lin Shixiao teased lightly. In his mind, he was already plotting what diversion he might suggest to Shen Hongyu that evening. This woman could only be corrected with more instruction, he thought. News that Lin would sign a revenue-sharing agreement with Huana Xiongdi quickly spread across Guangdao, igniting heated debate. What? Revenue sharing? Has Gentleman Lin lost his mind this time? What are you saying? When has Gentleman Lin ever been muddled? That may be, but I still feel it's risky. I also feel it's risky. But didn't you just say? I mean, Gentleman Lin has never been foolish before, yet this time he seems to be. So you don't favor Jingwu Yingxiong's revenue-sharing plan either? The film is excellent, but foreigners may not appreciate it, one voice said with worry. Meanwhile, at Changshe Group headquarters, Li Jiaqing had just finished with some documents and reclined on the sofa with his eyes closed. At that moment, his assistant entered. Mr. Lin Shixiao has caused another stir. The assistant knew how closely Li Jiaqing watched Lin's every move. He bought newspapers several times a day to keep him informed. Whenever the papers ran a story about Lin Shixiao, the assistant made sure Li Jiaqing learned of it at once. What commotion has he made this time? Li Jiaqing's spirits immediately lifted. Lately, he had been studying Lin Shixiao's series of actions, hoping to glean some lessons in success. He was far older and far more experienced in commerce, yet he had to admit that Lin Shixiao outshone him in many ways. Heilewis Huana Xiongdi Pictures sent representatives to Guangdao to negotiate Jingwu Yingxiang's rights for Western release. They opened with a very sincere buyout offer, 10 million Hong Kong dollars, not a small sum. Guess what happened? Lin Shixiao refused outright, and then quoted a sky-high price no one expected. What sky-high price? Li Jiaqing unconsciously leaned forward. 100 million. 100 million. Li Jiaqing instinctively widened his eyes. Yes, 100 million. The assistant nodded vigorously. How dare he? He dared. Didn't he scare them away? Li Jiaqing knew that Warner Brothers would never agree. No. The assistant shook his head. No. Li Jiaqing was puzzled. Yes, and they later negotiated revenue sharing. Although Li Jiaqing was not involved in filmmaking, he still had some understanding of the film industry. Since a buyout agreement could not be reached, Lin Shixiao could only negotiate revenue sharing with Warner Brothers. However, revenue sharing also meant greater risks. In any case, he did not have high hopes for the box office performance of The Legend of the Martial Hero in Europe and America. The Legend of the Martial Hero was indeed a good film, but Chinese films had little foundation in Europe and America, and whether Western audiences could accept such intense martial arts films remained a question. Yes, revenue sharing has already been agreed upon. They will preview it in the beautiful country, and if it performs well, Warner Brothers will fully release it. The assistant wore an indescribable smile. Deep down, he felt that Lin Shixiao was somewhat foolish. He was willing to risk money that was readily available, and this risk was highly unlikely to succeed. No normal person would have high hopes. Aha! This Lin Shixiao is just too fortunate. Li Jiaqing couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, he is still a bit inexperienced in business, not comparable to Li Sheng. Hey, don't say that. As a young person, he is already very outstanding. Though he said this, Li Jiaqing still felt very pleased inside. Recently, some media liked to compare him with Lin Shixiao, and in their insinuations, there was always a tone of devaluation towards him. This point left him somewhat dissatisfied. He admitted that he could not match Lin Shixiao in stock trading, but in other areas he absolutely did not think he was inferior. How are the stocks? Previously, Li Jiaqing had his assistant buy several tens of millions of his own stocks, betting that Lin Shixiao was raising so much money to prepare for a market bottom. He usually did not take risks unless he felt the opportunity was certain. The assistant's expression suddenly turned grim. Li Sheng, it's not good. Lost a lot. Li Jiaqing's voice instinctively rose. How much did we lose? 10%. Li Jiaqing instinctively stood up. How long has it been? He knew the risks of the stock market, but he felt that since it had already fallen so much, there was no reason for it to continue falling. Otherwise, how could Lin Shixiao be preparing to buy at the bottom? Because many people need to borrow money to lend to Lin Shixiao, causing cash to be tight in the market. So the stock market has been falling for the past few days, and the decline is not small. The assistant cautiously looked at Li Jiaqing. Although this situation was not caused by him, it was possible that Li Jiaqing might vent his anger on him, since he was the one operating it. Those who did not understand Li Jiaqing thought he was a very kind person. Only those close to him knew that he could suddenly explode in anger at unexpected times, and something might fly over in a moment. After all, he had only seen that happen twice. However, the assistant was obviously too nervous, and Li Jiaqing soon calmed down. Buy and hold, the loss is just temporary. Rather than saying Li Jiaqing was comforting the assistant, it would be more accurate to say he was persuading himself. In fact, at this time, he wouldn't lose much even if he exited, but he would never exit without making a profit, as that would mean his decision had failed, something he could never accept. If our judgment is correct, we will earn a lot later. The assistant also agreed with Li Jiaqing's viewpoint. Lin Shixiao had raised so much money, even resorting to private lending, which had a high interest rate. Lin Shixiao must be aiming to make a profit, and with so much money there was no other place to go but the stock market. Moreover, he had already heard news that the island was brewing laws and regulations regarding securities. In the future, manipulating the stock market would not be so easy, and Lin Shixiao must want to make a profit before these laws were implemented. In short, through various signs, they believed Lin Shixiao was preparing to buy at the bottom of the stock market. As long as we can earn 2 to 3 million, the funds on the account will be much more sufficient. Li Jiaqing remained optimistic. In the days that followed, the Legend of the Martial Hero continued to sweep across the island and the Treasure Island, with people never having seen such thrilling martial arts films. One viewing was not enough, and they watched it 2 or 3 times. The Legend of the Martial Hero had become a phenomenon-level movie. Television stations and newspapers opened columns to analyze and promote it. Some who were originally not interested in martial arts films also entered the cinema out of curiosity. During this period, the way people greeted each other also changed. It was no longer "have you eaten?" but rather "did you go to see the legend of the martial hero today?" This film also gradually made its way to Southeast Asia, performing very well at the box office, bringing joy to the copyright company. The next film that Lin Shixiao and Li Xiaolong collaborated on would surely sell for an even higher price. That's a story for later. The Legend of the Martial Hero's box office in the island successfully broke 5 million. The box office of The Legend of the Martial Hero on the island exceeded 10 million, setting a record. Originally, the vast majority of people thought that the 10 million box office was unattainable, but The Legend of the Martial Hero easily broke through it. When this moment arrived, people were surprisingly calm, as everyone had long accepted this result. If The Legend of the Martial Hero did not break 10 million, that would be strange. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the metropolitan city of Los Angeles, a test for The Legend of the Martial Hero was, "Mr. Lin, we will first screen it in this small theater for a week, and if The Legend of the Martial Hero has a good attendance rate and reputation, we will fully promote it." Ross looked at Lin Shixiao with an apologetic expression. All right. At this moment, Lin Shixiao wore large sunglasses, making it hard to discern his facial expression. It was only after arriving in the beautiful country that Lin Shixiao realized that some of Warner's previous commitments had not been fulfilled. More accurately, they had downgraded the treatment of The Legend of the Martial Hero. Originally, the preview was scheduled for a large theater, but now it was in a small one, and it was near a community that was not very friendly to Chinese people. He did not know why this was the case, and did not want to delve into it. However, if The Legend of the Martial Hero did not perform well, that would be one thing, but if it truly exploded as he wished, then whether to continue cooperating with Warner Brothers would be uncertain. After chatting for a while, Ross took his leave. Under normal circumstances, Warner Brothers would definitely send staff to cooperate on site. After all, this was the beautiful country, and although Lin Shixiao brought some people, it was still inconvenient. But there was none. Li Xiaolong's expression was somewhat grim. On the plane, he was still full of ambition, but now reality had slapped him hard. This made him deeply feel the capriciousness of business. "It's all right, we don't rely on them." Lin Shixiao waved his hand, beginning to scan the street. "Li Shen, what are you looking for?" Li Xiaolong leaned over. In the eyes of others, he was a big star, but beside Lin Shixiao, he could just be an ordinary staff member. "Do you see that printing shop? Let's go print some advertisements and promote ourselves." Lin Shixiao had no intention of returning to Hong Kong Island in defeat. At that time, there were no computers, and the operation mode of the printing shop was quite different from that of later years. It still relied on clerks using typewriters to produce the first draft before making copies. "Okay." Li Xiaolong nodded, taking 2 staff members who spoke foreign languages with him. Half an hour later, the 3 returned with large stacks of advertisement papers. "Lin, it's done. Distribute them." Lin Shixiao took a small stack and began handing them out to passersby. "Hey, watch the Chinese action movie. Are you interested? Oh, watch out for the mine. Hey, watch the Chinese action film. Do you want to see it? Oh, no time." Half an hour later, everyone gathered again, their expressions filled with disappointment. "Lin, it seems like nobody is interested." Li Xiaolong looked utterly dejected. He had just arrived and was already dealing with jet lag, and now this blow. "Lin, what should we do?" Everyone looked eagerly at Lin Shixiao. They had no ideas and could only rely on him. "Like this." Lin Shixiao gritted his teeth. "Let everyone watch for free and throw in some laundry detergent or something. In any case, we must get people into the cinema. It should be clear that this promotion is only for today, and tickets will be required for future viewings." Reluctantly, Lin Shixiao had to pull out his identity as a marketing master. "Lin, are we only giving away laundry detergent?" "I'm afraid they won't be interested," someone said with concern. They did not question Lin Shixiao's decision. After all, no one was watching. Starting with free admissions to build a reputation made sense, but they felt that the incentive could be a bit more generous. Just do as I say, don't think too highly of foreigners. They also like to take advantage of small benefits. Although the U.S. is developing well now, there are still poor people. Lin Shixiao was full of confidence. "Well, okay." Seeing Lin Shixiao's determined attitude, everyone could only proceed. Yet deep down, they still held doubts. "Hey, watch the movie and get laundry detergent. Are you interested?" "Of course it's real. The whole family can go." "Get a free razor with the movie. Are you interested?" 2 hours later, the group reassembled, but this time smiles adorned everyone's faces. No wonder Lin is amazing. Li Xiaolong looked somewhat tired, but his eyes sparkled with joy. Clearly Lin Shixiao's marketing strategy had worked. Lin really understands foreigners. I had indeed overestimated them before. I didn't expect that once they heard about the bargains, they would immediately insist on coming. All the tickets for today have been given away, and now it's all about the word of mouth. Everyone felt both anticipation and anxiety. Don't worry, a hard work will definitely pay off. Most importantly, Kung Fu Hero is a film that can stand the test. From beginning to end, Lin Shixiao never doubted Kung Fu Hero, otherwise he wouldn't have rejected Ross' buyout offer. Before long, it was time for the first screening, and everyone waited at the cinema entrance. Watching the steady stream of people arriving, everyone let out a sigh of relief. These foreigners really keep their promises. It must be our laundry detergent that attracts them. Everyone wore smiles on their faces. Once the audience was seated, the first screening officially began. Young man, let me tell you, the best way to take down an opponent is with a handgun. The purpose of practicing martial arts is to push human physical capabilities to their utmost limits. If you want to achieve this realm, you must understand the universe and all living beings. I have never seen a stone hit someone. You should know that our opponents are living beings. Mr. Shinkai's martial arts are the best, and it's due to his martial arts training, not his killing techniques. Some things in life are more important than love. The version shown to European and American audiences had foreign subtitles, so the audience experienced no barriers. Wow. Oh. As the thrilling and intense scenes unfolded, the audience in the U.S. couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Seeing the excitement, some could not resist whistling. Witnessing this, Li Xiaolong and the others finally felt relieved. Lin, it seems to be working. Li Xiaolong unconsciously seized Lin Shixiao's arm and held on tightly. Li, could you please let go of my arm first? Lin Shixiao tried to shake free, but was unsuccessful. Despite Li Xiaolong not being overly muscular, he was surprisingly strong. Oh, I'm sorry, Lin, I got too excited. Li Xiaolong kept apologizing. Are you ready to accept the love of foreign women? Lin Shixiao laughed while rubbing his arm. Lin. Li Xiaolong's face turned red. He understood Lin Shixiao's implication. After Kung Fu Hero became a hit in Europe and America, he would likely gain many female fans from the West. If I get the chance to date a Western girl, it would also be a way to bring glory to our country. Lin Shixiao patted Li Xiaolong on the shoulder, making the latter even more embarrassed. 90 minutes later, the screening ended, and the audience in the U.S. all stood up, some applauding, others screaming. Everyone was extremely excited. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Today I really opened my eyes. Is this what Chinese martial arts is like? Is this the main actor? The muscles look really solid. Some excited women directly squeezed Li Xiaolong's arm. Fearing it would cause a scene, Li Xiaolong dared not move, allowing the woman to be overly familiar. If you enjoyed it, please introduce your friends to come and watch. We will provide a small reward for each person you bring. Lin Shixiao seized every opportunity for promotion. Sure, I'll bring my parents tomorrow. I have a friend who loves watching your Chinese action films, so I'll bring him. Out of love for Kung Fu Hero and the allure of small gifts, most of the audience indicated they would promote it. Then came the second and third screenings. The reactions were equally enthusiastic, with some getting so engrossed that they even wanted to take Li Xiaolong as their master, causing quite a commotion. At 10 o'clock in the evening, all screenings were finished. After settling accounts with the cinema, everyone collapsed at the cinema entrance. Xiaolong, take them to eat something, I'll pay later. Lin Shixiao noticed how hard everyone had worked today and kept it in mind. Okay, Lin. Li Xiaolong happily accepted the task, also feeling famished. Lin, aren't you coming with us? Someone asked in confusion. No, I want to take a walk. Though the night in Los Angeles felt somewhat unsafe, Lin Shixiao still wanted to stroll. All right, Lin, see you later. As he watched everyone walk away chatting and laughing, Lin Shixiao set his sights on a direction and strode forward. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of screeching brakes, a red Porsche 911T stopped beside Lin Shixiao. A Chinese person. Inside the car was a stunning blonde beauty with deep-set eyes and an oval face. This woman. Lin Shixiao felt a sense of familiarity with her, but couldn't recall where he had seen her. Hello, handsome. It wasn't until the second greeting that Lin Shixiao began to respond. Who are you? Jane Fonda. Lin Shixiao struggled to describe his feelings at that moment. The woman before him was extraordinary, the hottest actress in the neighborhood, who had just won an Oscar for Best Actress the previous year. In China, she was a household name, especially after her fitness video series sparked a nationwide workout craze, making her an icon among the older generation. He knew about Jane Fonda solely because his parents were fans, often practicing along with her fitness videos. Get in the car. Jane Fonda whistled. At this moment, she was in her early 30s, but due to her long-term fitness routine, her skin was incredibly tight, making her appear more vibrant than a 20-year-old. Are you sure? Lin Shixiao wasn't worried about any malicious intent from Jane Fonda. After all, he was a man. Why would he fear a woman? Besides, she was a stunning beauty. Let's go have some fun at a bar. Okay. Once in the car, Jane Fonda's first sentence nearly made Lin Shixiao bite his tongue. How did your movie perform? Do you know who I am? Lin Shixiao instinctively widened his eyes. I have a friend at Warner Brothers. She told me about you. She also said you're quite impressive, showed me your photo, and I looked you up a bit. You really are quite remarkable and most importantly handsome. Your charisma is quite exceptional. Although it was their first meeting, Jane Fonda was completely unreserved, saying whatever came to her mind, which is a characteristic of foreign women, unrestrained. What about your boyfriend? He won't get angry, will he? In his past life, Lin Shixiao had specifically researched Jane Fonda and knew she should have a politician boyfriend by now, and they were even at the stage of discussing marriage. Don't mention him. Jane Fonda's expression darkened, and Lin Shixiao instantly realized he had made a mistake. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine, just don't bring him up again. Jane Fonda turned back, giving Lin Shixiao a brilliant and charming smile. The bar was small and chaotic. If it weren't for Jane Fonda leading the way, Lin Shixiao would never dare to come to such a place. What a joke, this was America, where people carried firearms. Oh, a big beauty. And a big star. As soon as they entered the bar, Jane Fonda was recognized. Some people whistled loudly, while others smiled lecherously. Jane Fonda grabbed Lin Shixiao's hand. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything. After a while, Lin Shixiao finally understood Jane Fonda's confidence. This is Jerry, my childhood friend, and the owner of this bar. Before him stood a man covered in menacing tattoos, clearly not someone who was engaged in legitimate business. Hey Jane, aren't you afraid that guy will find out? He'll definitely go crazy. Jerry scrutinized Lin Shixiao. Oh, very few yellow-skinned people frequented his bar. At first glance, he felt that Lin Shixiao was extraordinary. How well someone was doing could sometimes be seen from their aura. Don't mention that guy to me. Jane Fonda shot Jerry a hard look. I've always said that politicians are no good. If you mention him again, we won't be. Jane Fonda stared seriously at Jerry. Ahem. Jane, don't be mad. We're friends who have seen each other naked. Jerry chuckled. Give me a glass of whiskey on the rocks. And what about you? Jane Fonda looked at Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao's clumsy English made Jane Fonda unable to hold back her laughter. Did you hear that? I did. Jerry left with a smile. You two, are you having an affair? As soon as Jerry left, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but ask, knowing that foreigners tended to be more mature and open-minded in such matters. I wish. But he has no interest in women. Jane Fonda shrugged helplessly. Suddenly Lin Shixiao's heart raced. He felt that Jerry's earlier gaze had been a bit off. Fortunately, Jerry did not appear again, allowing Lin Shixiao to breathe a sigh of relief. So can you dance? Jane Fonda invited. I can. Lin Shixiao nodded vigorously. As a man, he could not possibly say he couldn't at this moment. Come on. Jane Fonda grabbed Lin Shixiao's hand again. Having had a drink, she seemed a bit heated. The two jumped into the dance floor while the local ruffians around continued to make various strange noises, some even making indecent gestures at Jane Fonda, but she completely ignored them. At that moment, her eyes were only on Lin Shixiao. You are a very charming man. I've never seen anyone like you. Jane Fonda was right. In this era, there were not many Chinese people in America, and most lived in the same circle, so her opportunities for contact were certainly limited. So do you have a little interest in me? Lin Shixiao's gaze was fiery. In his younger days, he had always wanted to find a foreign girlfriend to experience something new, but for various reasons he had never succeeded. The woman before him was not only beautiful, but also a big star. It was undeniable that the star's aura could make a man more eager to conquer her. Yes, I want to see if you are good in that department. Jane Fonda's hand landed directly on Lin Shixiao's chest. Oh, shit. A wail erupted around them. The events that followed were quite natural. Lin Shixiao woke up the next day with the sun already high in the sky. He felt a bit of pain in his waist. This was his first time after being reborn. What's wrong, Lin? Are you not feeling well? Jane Fonda was also awake, her body completely exposed to the air. This was the most fit woman Lin Shixiao had ever seen in both his lives. It was no exaggeration to say she had no excess fat at all. Jane, you are truly a very charming woman. Lin Shixiao sincerely exclaimed. It was his first time communicating with a foreign woman, and it was a perfect experience. So do you want to possess me? Jane Fonda's gaze seemed to be full of encouragement. What about your boyfriend? Are you done with him? Lin Shixiao knew very well that he could not become a boyfriend with Jane Fonda. Having fun was fine. Stop mentioning him. Jane Fonda, annoyed, got out of bed and walked into the bathroom. Lin Shixiao. At the entrance of the community cinema, Li Xiaolong and others had been waiting for a long time. Where is Lin Sheng? Why hasn't he arrived yet? What if something happens? A female staff member looked worried. Last night, when they went out for late-night snacks, they ran into some delinquents. If it weren't for Li Xiaolong's exceptional fighting skills, they would have definitely suffered. She regretted letting Lin Shixiao go alone last night. If anything really happened, she would feel very upset. It wasn't that she had any romantic feelings for Lin Shixiao, but merely out of respect for him. Xiaolong Group's salaries for the same positions are at least 50% higher than those of other companies, and the benefits are unparalleled. Most importantly, Lin Shixiao is exceptionally capable. Having such a leader is a blessing for every employee. I hope nothing has happened. Let's wait another half hour. If he doesn't come back, we'll call the police. Li Xiaolong actually knew that calling the police wouldn't be very helpful because they were foreigners. At that moment, a red Porsche 911T stopped in front of everyone. Li Xiaolong immediately spotted Lin Shixiao in the passenger seat, and of course, he also noticed the beautiful blonde Jane Fonda. Suppressing his surprise, Li Xiaolong ran over to help Lin Shixiao open the car door. Lin Sheng, you finally made it. Everyone was a bit worried. I'm fine. I just drank too much last night. Li Xiaolong noticed the marks on Lin Shixiao's neck and smiled without saying anything. Wow, what a beautiful woman. The others were captivated by Jane Fonda. Hello everyone. Jane Fonda spoke in the Mandarin she had just learned. You are Jane Fonda. An employee recognized her. Although the movie Good Will Hunting wouldn't be shown in Hong Kong, some pirated tapes had made their way across the sea. Hello, Jane Fonda graciously admitted. That's great. Finally meeting the real person. A few female employees excitedly surrounded Jane Fonda. Lin Sheng, did you spend the night with her? A curious employee inquired. The charm is too great, there's no way around it. Lin Shixiao patted his sleeve, looking modest. Congratulations, Lin Sheng, for bringing glory to the country. Li Xiaolong rarely made a joke. Come on, you can do it too. Lin Shixiao earnestly patted Li Xiaolong's shoulder. Hee ha. Li Xiaolong chuckled, remaining silent. He was still quite shy when it came to matters of the heart. Lin, I'm very interested in Chinese martial arts, so will you accompany me inside to take a look? Sure. Jane Fonda came over and hugged Lin Shixiao's arm. Let's go. Lin Shixiao smiled at Jane Fonda, and then said to Li Xiaolong and the others, everyone bear with me for a moment. Not at all. Lin Sheng is the one who has worked hard. Including Li Xiaolong, everyone wore a teasing smile. Today's screening started charging fees, but yesterday's positive word of mouth had already taken effect. With 10 minutes left until the movie officially began, the cinema was already packed. Wow, so many people. Jane Fonda was a bit surprised. Some Chinese-language films had previously been screened in the beautiful country, but they did not perform well at the box office. The insiders in the industry were not very supportive of Chinese films. Here a Coke. Lin Shixiao thoughtfully bought a bottle of Coke. In this era, Coca-Cola already held a very high market share in the beautiful country. Not only was it a beverage, but it also symbolized the culture and optimistic spirit of the beautiful country, and basically everyone loved to drink it. Thank you, Lin. You're welcome. Lin Shixiao responded with a radiant smile. Jane Fonda gave a light peck on Lin Shixiao's cheek. Some people noticed and recognized Jane Fonda, but no one approached. People in the beautiful country tend to maintain personal boundaries. No need to mention it. Lin Shixiao beamed. Jane, you're a professional. Help me see if there are any shortcomings. Lin, I've done my research. You played a significant role in the success of this movie. I never imagined you are not only an outstanding investor, but also a remarkable screenwriter. Jane Fonda looked at him with some surprise. When did you find this out? Just now while I was in the restroom. Jane Fonda chuckled slyly. Thank you for the compliment. Gaining recognition from Jane Fonda made Lin Shixiao feel a bit pleased. Soon the movie began screening and Jane Fonda was quickly captivated by the exciting plot and thrilling action scenes. She tightly grasped Lin Shixiao's arm. She completely lost track of time. When the movie ended and the credits rolled, she finally came back to reality. Oh, Lin, this movie is fantastic. It will surely be a hit. This was the first time Kung Fu Hero received acknowledgement from a professional, and Lin Shixiao was very happy. Thank you, Jane. Are there any areas for improvement? After serious thought, Jane Fonda said, I think. If we could get people from our country to do the dubbing, the box office should do even better. Actually, Lin Shixiao had considered this matter as well. Sorry, Jane, but I can't do that. Why not? Jane Fonda, because I want people from all over the world to know about the Chinese language. Upon hearing Lin Shixiao's answer, Jane Fonda fell silent for a while, then gave a thumbs up. Lin, you are a person to be admired. That day Kung Fu Hero was fully booked, and the cinema even had to open additional screening times. The same thing happened in the following days. The word of mouth had taken effect, and people came in droves to watch the film with the allure of Chinese martial arts, leaving foreigners completely defenseless. Reluctantly, Lin Shixiao had to urgently contact nearby cinemas to increase the number of screenings. That afternoon he met with Warner Brothers. Representative Ross again. Lin, you're amazing. It seems Kung Fu Hero truly is a great movie. Looking at the crowd eagerly lining up to buy tickets, Ross was beaming with joy. Warner Brothers hadn't had any strong films released recently, and Kung Fu Hero perfectly filled that gap. Some shareholders who had previously opposed should also have no objections now. Come on, let's go upstairs and sign the contract. Ross pulled Lin Shixiao's arm. Mr. Ross, what contract? Lin Shixiao didn't walk away. Instead he smiled. Ross was momentarily taken aback, feeling puzzled, but didn't. The profit-sharing agreement for Kung Fu Hero in the European and American markets. Didn't we agree that if the movie performed well we would promote it worldwide? We did agree, but I've changed my mind now. Lin Shixiao suddenly withdrew his smile. Lin, what do you mean? Ross' heart sank. I'm saying I'm preparing to start over. Lin Shixiao's face began to show a smile. You can't do this, we had an agreement. Ross reacted, raising his voice. At that moment Li Xiaolong rushed over and began to speak. Mr. Ross, how did we negotiate in Hong Kong? Li Xiaolong nodded seriously. At this point Lin Shixiao had surpassed Xiao Yifu in Li Xiaolong's heart. Lin Shixiao's encouragement, he had long been suppressing his anger. Ross knew he was in the wrong and suddenly didn't know how to respond. I will invite all the distributors in your country. Whoever shows sincere intent, I will collaborate with. At that time you are also welcome to come to discuss with Warner Brothers. Lin Shixiao spoke firmly. Lin Sheng. Ross looked at him with pleading eyes. At that moment he deeply regretted not realizing earlier how much the people of the beautiful country loved Kung Fu Hero. No matter what, he should have insisted on fulfilling the agreement. Mr. Ross, don't say any more. Otherwise I will have to exclude you. If you want to secure the global distribution rights for Kung Fu Hero, please show enough sincerity. You should have seen that the people from your country really love this movie. Lin Shixiao's tone was unwavering. Well, okay. Ross reluctantly swallowed his bitter pill. Without a doubt Warner Brothers would need to pay a higher price than before to secure the global rights for Kung Fu Hero. Global Avenue, Hilton Hotel. Today the bidding ceremony for the screening rights of the heroic legend is being held. Originally Lin Shixiao did not have much influence in the beautiful country, but once he released the news that Warner Brothers placed great importance on the heroic legend, many distributors showed interest. In addition to Warner Brothers, representatives from Paramount, MGM, and Fox also came. Isn't that Ross? What are you doing here? A tall Caucasian man walked in and provoked Ross. Lillard, today's bidding is just a formality, don't get your hope. Ross' expression darkened. This person is his old rival from Paramount Pictures. Warner Brothers and Paramount have been fiercely competing in various aspects in recent years, which is also why Ross is very reluctant about Lin Shixiao's auction of the screening rights for the heroic legend. He knows that once Paramount gets wind of it, they will definitely interfere. Ross, don't think him a fool. You did make a deal, but after you returned to your country, you changed your mind. If I were you, I wouldn't let the untrustworthy Warner Brothers participate today. Lillard had a smug expression. His only purpose for coming today was to annoy Ross and irritate Warner Brothers. Sometimes to undermine a competitor sacrificing some profit is a long-term business consideration. Lillard, your information might not be accurate. Lin and I are very good friends. Ross looked a bit grim, but he refused to admit defeat. Is that so? We'll see about that, Lillard said, ignoring Ross as he had already spotted Jane Fonda. Beautiful Jane, what are you doing here? Lin is my friend, and I had nothing to do so, I just came to take a look. Jane Fonda replied, moving a bit closer to Lin Shixiao. Lillard sized up Lin Shixiao for a moment before extending his hand. Esteemed Lin, I am Lillard from Paramount. We have high hopes for the heroic legend. Hello, Paramount is a big company, and I look forward to collaborating. If everything goes smoothly this time, I will ensure that more films from Hong Kong Island are screened in the beautiful country. Lin Shixiao knew that Lillard did not think highly of him, otherwise he would have greeted him first. But this was not important. As his wealth increased, his tolerance was also expanding. Oh, then I must study this well. I hear you can see the heroic legend now, right? Lillard's expression became serious, clearly contemplating something. Yes, I will have the staff take you there. Lin Shixiao called over a staff member to lead Lillard to the screening room. Only by watching the film will he be more generous when setting conditions later. The Hilton originally did not have the facilities to screen films, but Lin Shixiao negotiated with the hotel to transform a few small screening rooms. Of course, money was essential. Compared to the substantial profits gained after the film is released in the beautiful country, this current expenditure is negligible. A few more screening agents came over to chat, and Lin Shixiao was not shy, responding with ease. Ross watched all of this, gradually feeling anxious inside. Finally, when there was a gap with no one around, he walked over. Esteemed Lin, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Whatever conditions you have, feel free to mention them. The heroic legend is a good film, and we at Warner Brothers hope it can be released as soon as possible. If Ross had been somewhat proud before, at this moment, he carried a hint of humility. Mr. Ross, no matter what favorable conditions Warner Brothers has prepared, I don't want to hear them right now, as it wouldn't be fair to the other invitees. With that, Lin Shixiao left with Jane Fonda. At first, he did want to collaborate with Warner Brothers. After all, they were the first Western distributor to approach him, but subsequent events made him question Warner Brothers. When you distrust a potential partner, no matter how good the terms they offer, it's hard to convince yourself to cooperate, as you will doubt whether the favorable conditions can be fully realized. Looking at Lin Shixiao's departing figure, Ross' fists clenched involuntarily. He regretted not considering things thoroughly before and failing to strictly enforce the agreement reached in Hong Kong Island. Of course, if the test screening of the heroic legend hadn't gone so well, he probably wouldn't feel this way. 3 hours later, in a small conference hall, most of the screening agents from the beautiful country gathered, although many companies came with a mere curiosity. They might have some interest in films from Hong Kong Island, but their enthusiasm for participating in the bidding was low, mainly focusing on Warner Brothers and Paramount. Alright, if everyone is confident in the box office of the heroic legend, you can speak now. We will consider all the conditions you present and choose the most suitable partner. In such an important occasion, Lin Shixiao naturally presided over it personally. Esteemed Lin. As soon as Lin Shixiao's voice fell, Ross couldn't wait to stand up. We at Warner Brothers are truly sincere. Otherwise, I wouldn't have personally gone to Hong Kong Island. Everything that happened before was a misunderstanding, and I apologize to you again. Next, please allow me to seriously state the favorable conditions we at Warner Brothers offer. First, once the cooperation is established, we will invest heavily in promotion, and all cooperating theaters will display posters of the heroic legend in the most prominent positions. At first, the expressions of the other screening agents were normal, but the more they listened, the more shocked their faces became. Warner Brothers essentially offered the heroic legend the highest level of treatment akin to that reserved for blockbuster films from Hollywood. Clearly, Ross was anxious. Currently, Warner Brothers does not have any noteworthy films to present and is in a lull period. The excellent reputation from the test screening of the heroic legend gives them reason to believe this will be a blockbuster. Mr. Ross, the most important profit-sharing terms you haven't mentioned. Lin Shixiao's expression remained very calm. It seemed that whatever favorable conditions Ross offered were all within his expectations. Ahem. Considering the huge promotional cost, your side can receive a 35% pure profit share. Believe me, Lin, this is the result of my efforts with the board of directors. Ross was not speaking nonsense. At this moment, films from Hong Kong Island were basically begging Western distributors, and they often made significant compromises on profit sharing. Of course, this was also related to the low quality of those films. If the heroic legend were of the same quality as those films, Ross probably wouldn't be here today. Ha ha ha. As soon as Ross finished speaking, Lillard from Paramount stood up. Lillard, what are you laughing about? Ross pointed at Lillard with an angry expression. Only 35%. How dare you? Lillard was not intimidated and stared back at Ross. Then how much can your Paramount give? Ross found it hard to believe that Paramount would offer more profit. Listen carefully. Lillard looked around, adjusted his suit and tie, and reported a figure. Paramount offers 40%. Oh. As Lillard's voice faded, astonishment rippled through the room. Few had anticipated such generosity from him. Thank you for your support. Lin Shixiao's smile widened at the corners of his mouth. Yet this still fell short of his psychological threshold. Mr. Ross, it's your turn. If Warner Brothers has no new proposal, I shall proceed with Paramount, and all future films I produce will prioritize partnerships with them. Ross felt immense pressure. He clenched his teeth. Warner Brothers can offer you 41%. Oh. A collective gasp followed Ross's words, but this time it carried a different nuanced disbelief tinged with quiet disdain for his parsimony. The mighty Warner Brothers, raising its bid by a mere 1 percentage point. Lillard seized the opening to deliver a barbed jibe. Ross drew a deep breath, suppressing the surge of fury within. Such a setting clearly demanded decorum, not confrontation, yet he refused to yield even in rhetoric. If Paramount possesses the capability, please present your next proposal. He even gestured with an exaggerated theatrical flourish. Haha. Lillard burst into hearty, unreserved laughter. Paramount offers 45%. Whoosh. The room erupted instantly. 45%. Has Lillard lost his mind? He's clearly aiming to poach Warner's client, and Fist of the Legend is exceptionally well crafted. Its breakout potential is palpable. Given all these factors, Paramount's gamble is justified. Ross is in for a rough time. He must deeply regret alienating the client. Other distribution agents, knowing they stood no chance, watched with pure theatrical delight. 45%. Paramount truly knows how to wield magnanimity. Ross could no longer contain his inner fire, his gaze locked onto Lillard with predatory intensity, as if ready to devour him whole. Losing the distribution rights to Fist of the Legend would merely mean diminished profits, but losing this head-to-head contest would cost Warner Brothers its very dignity. In the arena of commerce, reputation sometimes outweighs profit itself. Thus surrender was not an option. Please, continue your bidding. Lillard remained utterly unruffled, calm, poised, and unassailable as the ultimate provocateur. Oomph. Ross snorted in indignation, turning his back on Lillard and fixing his gaze squarely on Lin Shixiao. Lin, grant me a moment. I must contact headquarters. Clearly the next offer lay beyond his authority. No problem. We'll take a 10-minute break. Lin Shixiao trusted Fist of the Legend's quality and harbored no anxiety over unforeseen developments. Oomph. Oomph. Ross and Lillard exchanged glares thick with mutual contempt before storming off in opposite directions. Lin, you're extraordinary. Jane Fonda rested her chin on her palm, gazing at Lin Shixiao with undisguised admiration. Extraordinary where? Lin Shixiao replied with a roguish grin. Everywhere. Her eyes shimmered with tenderness. A woman from China would likely never dare speak so openly, but Western women possessed that fearless candor. Their nature embraced bold self-expression. 10 minutes passed swiftly. Ross returned with a fresh proposal. After deliberation by Warner Brothers senior leadership, we commit to 50% for Fist of the Legend plus a dedicated marketing budget of 10 million US dollars. Where earlier proposals had lacked sincerity, this one overflowed with it. Other distribution agents exchanged stunned glances, then shook their heads in resignation. All sensed Warner Brothers had gone mad. Even granting Fist of the Legend's exceptional quality, such terms defied commercial logic, exposing Warner to catastrophic financial risk. Plainly, this proposal violated the fundamental principles of sound business. Mr. Lillard, it's Paramount's turn. Ross now wore an air of triumphant swagger. This time Lillard paused, longer than before speaking. Paramount offers 51% and an additional $10 million for promotion. It was unmistakably Lillard's final decisive move. Mr. Lillard, don't you fear losses? Ross exploded, jabbing a finger toward him. Lillard did not bristle. In fact, he laughed. Yielding 51% and doubling promotional investment pained him deeply. Yet witnessing Ross's flustered reaction made every sacrifice worthwhile. Mr. Ross, this remains a fair contest, and the contest is not yet concluded. Warner Brothers may still submit another bid. Lillard's smug, self-satisfied demeanor struck others as faintly absurd, yet to Ross it was nothing but Paramount has no moral bottom line, utterly shameless. And what saint are you, Mr. Ross? Last year one of our films generated outstanding early buzz, until Warner sabotaged it behind the scenes. We'd have reaped enormous returns. Recalling past hostilities with Warner, Lillard's temper flared anew. What underhanded tactics did we employ? Shameless Lillard, produce evidence or cease slandering us. Evidence. Everyone here knows the truth. That's still less disgraceful than deliberate price inflation. Price inflation. Respected Mr. Ross, Paramount competes fairly. Is Warner Brothers simply unable to bear defeat? What do you have to boast about? As Ross and Lillard traded escalating barbs and exposed each other's misdeeds, Lin Shixiao made no move to intervene. After all, they were both foreigners. It mattered little. After 15 minutes of vitriol, both men, exhausted silence finally settled over the room. Oomph. Ross strode out without looking back. Lin Shixiao approached Lillard and extended his hand. Lillard blinked, momentarily dazed, his brain starved of oxygen after the verbal onslaught. Lin, you have my word. Paramount honors its commitments. Though Ross had departed, Lillard could not resist one last dig at Warner. Rest assured, Mr. Lillard, Fist of the Legend will not disappoint you. Lin Shixiao knew Lillard sought Fist of the Legend's distribution rights not only because he genuinely believed in the film, but also to undermine Warner Brothers. Perhaps the latter motive weighed even heavier. Pleasure doing business. Indeed, Lillard proved true to his word, offering no excuses, no delays. With Warner withdrawn, he could easily have manufactured pretexts to stall, but chose integrity instead. Thank you all for attending. We have further matters to discuss, so we won't escort you out. Lin Shixiao nodded courteously to the remaining distribution agents, potential partners all, wishing Fist of the Legend tremendous success. We hope to collaborate with you soon. Lin, you're truly remarkable. Many agents paused on their way out to shake Lin Shixiao's hand warmly. Clearly, Lin Shixiao had taken another decisive step toward conquering the Western market. Mr. Lillard, let's sign the agreement first, then discuss marketing strategy. In the room sat Lin Shixiao, Li Xiaolong, Jane Fonda, Lillard, and several other staff members. The quality of the film is excellent, and I have high hopes for it. However, many viewers have a poor impression of Chinese-language films. To be honest, some films from Hong Kong have been released in Europe and America, but their quality was not very high, which led to a certain resistance from European and American audiences towards Hong Kong films. We must find a way to spark their interest. Lillard was the first to speak. Having offered such favorable collaboration terms to Lin Shixiao, he naturally hoped that Kung Fu Hero could truly become a blockbuster, preventing Paramount from incurring losses on this project. I have an idea. Once everyone looked over, Lin Shixiao continued, I know that people in Europe and America have always looked down on Chinese martial arts, thinking it is just for show. So, Lin, I understand your point. I am willing to step up and accept all challenges. Li Xiaolong exclaimed, his emotion. He had always had a fixation to promote Chinese martial arts to the world. Making films also served to publicize Chinese martial arts, which is why he had only made kung fu movies all along. That's a great idea. Lillard became excited in an instant. He thought Lin Shixiao was simply a genius. Such an event requires little funding, but has an infinitely large impact. Lin, you are a genius. Jane Fonda looked at Lin Shixiao with admiration. The more she interacted with this man, the more she felt his impressive prowess and infinite charm. Thank you for the compliment, Jane. Lin Shixiao felt quite pleased to receive praise from the Hollywood star. Subsequently, they discussed some details. Paramount had significant influence in Europe and America and had promised to spend money on promotion. Lin Shixiao had little to do besides preparing Li Xiaolong. Xiaolong, don't feel pressured, believe in yourself. Lin Shixiao noticed that Li Xiaolong was a bit nervous and Li Xiaolong nodded seriously. At this point, Lin Shixiao had surpassed Xiao Yifu in Li Xiaolong's heart. Lin Shixiao's encouragement had a huge impact on him. 2 days later, a sensational news broke throughout the European and American film circles. Li Xiaolong, the star of Kung Fu Hero, would accept challenges from masters around the world. Regardless of whether you practice taekwondo or boxing, as long as you meet the criteria, you can issue a challenge. Paramount did not need to conduct much promotion, or many people already knew about it. In this era, many Europeans and Americans know a bit about Chinese martial arts due to some kung fu films, but many indeed look down on it, thinking it is all for show. Now, with such an event, people's interest was piqued. In a neighborhood in the beautiful country, a young man named Park Jung-kyu was diligently practicing taekwondo. He was quite famous in the taekwondo scene of his home country, having once been the champion of a national taekwondo competition. He came to the beautiful country alone, renting a place to train hard, waiting for an opportunity to make a name for himself. Park Jung-kyu's legs were incredibly powerful, and the wooden boards could not withstand the strikes of his shins, shattering into pieces. A normal person would likely be hospitalized for half a year after taking a kick like that. This is not an exaggeration. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in his 40s walked in. Jung-kyu, your opportunity has arrived. The middle-aged man waved the newspaper in his hand. Coach, what opportunity? Park Jung-kyu instantly became excited. He had been in hiding for so long, and it was time to get out and make some moves. Moreover, he felt that his physical condition was at its peak and his confidence was soaring. Look at this. The coach smiled and tossed the newspaper to Park Jung-kyu. Kung Fu Hero. Li Xiaolong. Chinese martial arts. Accepting challenges from any opponent. Park Jung-kyu's eyes widened in excitement. Many people are discussing this now, and all challenges will be broadcast live by a television station. If you can issue a challenge to him and win beautifully, your fame will surely skyrocket. The middle-aged man was somewhat excited. He also hoped his disciple could make a name for himself soon. He was not only a master, but also a manager. Without achievements, they would not even have money for meals. I know this person and have seen his films. He has some skills and can represent Chinese martial arts. However, I believe Taekwondo from our country is the king of practical combat. Winning against him should be no problem. Park Jung-kyu was very confident. Great. They'll go buy you some good food. You need to replenish your energy these days. I've already signed you up to be the first to enter the ring. The first contestant will enjoy immense attention. Okay, coach, I understand. He'll continue practicing. At that moment, Park Jung-kyu felt filled with energy, eagerly anticipating his battle with Li Xiaolong. In a country in Southeast Asia known for its excellent elephant training, in an ordinary village, a young man, wearing a headband, was jumping among the trees, occasionally performing elbow strikes. It was evident he was practicing Muay Thai and was highly skilled. Ada, a teenage girl, ran over. Ami, what are you doing here? The young man jumped down from several meters high in the tree, landing steadily. Ada, your opportunity for fame has arrived. Opportunity for fame. Ada's eyes lit up instantly. Since childhood, he had been praised as a Muay Thai genius. He did not waste his talent and practiced diligently, undefeated throughout the country. However, this did not bring him much profit, so he had always wanted to find an opportunity to become famous worldwide and earn a lot of money to improve his family's life. Yes, a huge opportunity. Dad wants you to come back, the girl said excitedly. Let's go. Ada picked up his sister and hurried home. In a high-end community in Los Angeles, a plain car held a man and a woman who were observing a villa. Lin, did my fiancé really deceive me? Jane, please believe me, I'm not that bored. Lin Shixiao smiled wryly. Helping Jane Fonda catch her fiancé cheating was a spontaneous decision. He truly did not want this woman with whom he had shared intimacy to fall into the trap of marriage. In her past life, Jane Fonda's marriage ended in a messy divorce due to her husband's infidelity. This unsuccessful marriage had a significant impact on her, causing her career to plummet. Lin Shixiao did not wish for such a tragedy to repeat, so he had secretly hired a private investigator over the past few days, and indeed found out that Jane Fonda's fiancé was not clean. At that moment, the villa they were watching finally showed some activity. They're coming. The two of them lowered their heads simultaneously. A handsome blonde man drove a Lincoln Continental Mark Series out of the garage, speeding towards the exit of the community. Hurry up. To avoid being discovered by her fiancé, the rented vehicle was driven by Lin Shixiao. No rush, we can keep up. Lin Shixiao calmly waited until the Lincoln Continental was about to disappear from view before starting the car and following it. As they passed the guardhouse, Jane Fonda used facial recognition to gain entry. Lin Shixiao overheard two guards murmuring, seemingly speculating about Jane Fonda's strange behavior. The Lincoln Continental drove slowly down the street, appearing to be out for a leisurely drive, but it occasionally stopped, suddenly showing signs of heightened vigilance. Lin, does he suspect us? Jane Fonda felt extremely anxious, not wanting her fiancé to actually be unfaithful, yet also fearing that they might lose track of him and miss the chance to catch him in the act. At this moment, she actually didn't want to marry her fiancé, as she just needed an excuse for herself. After all, she and her fiancé had gone through many trials to reach this point. No, your fiancé should be used to being followed by paparazzi, so he is quite alert. Lin Shixiao was also new to tracking, but he handled it with ease and expertise. All right. After more than an hour, the Lincoln Continental finally stopped in front of a house. Jane Fonda's fiancé got out of the car, surveyed his surroundings, and then walked towards the house. At that moment, the front door of the house opened, and a languid woman walked out. Although she was at a distance, Lin Shixiao could still determine her age, over 40. Goodness. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but curl his lips. Why would a man not cherish the young and beautiful Jane Fonda, and instead cheat with a woman who was inferior in every way to her? He couldn't fathom what this man was thinking. As Lin Shixiao was pondering, the couple at the door began to kiss. Bang! With a loud slam of the door, Jane Fonda had already gotten out of the car and was quickly walking over. Then Lin Shixiao witnessed an exhilarating scene. Jane Fonda first slapped her fiancé across the face, and then the 40-year-old woman received a slap as well. The three of them began to argue while the political elite seemed to want to explain, but Jane Fonda didn't listen and marched back. She got into the car and coldly said, "Drive." Okay. Lin Shixiao had already started the engine in advance, and with a step on the gas and a quick turn of the steering wheel, the car sped away. Jane. Behind them, Jane Fonda's fiancé let out a reluctant roar. Thank you, Lin. As the vehicle moved, Jane Fonda's vibrant lips had already leaned in. I should, be driving. The car swayed as Lin Shixiao felt uncomfortable from the teasing, so he simply found a secluded spot to stop and enjoy Jane Fonda's gratitude. It was hard to tell how long it had been. The vehicle's suspension had certainly endured a lot during this time. Lin, you're amazing. I have a question. Ask away. Jane Fonda's gaze was tender and affectionate. You didn't know your fiancé was cheating before, so why did you? Lin, do you think I'm a foolish woman? Jane Fonda replied playfully. Lin Shixiao was enlightened. So Jane Fonda had already had a premonition, which was why she grabbed a stranger to go to a bar to drown her sorrows, and then ended up having relations with him. It seemed that his role as a helper was merely to help her solidify her decision. Do you think I'm a bad woman? Jane Fonda suddenly asked seriously. In the days they spent together, Jane Fonda had developed genuine feelings for Lin Shixiao. Of course, both knew that they were destined not to have a serious outcome. But as a star in the industry, Jane Fonda wouldn't want to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Lin Shixiao. How could that be? Lin Shixiao pulled Jane Fonda closer. You are such a passionate, liberated woman with such exceptional skills. Lin, I have something to show you. Oh, this day the hero of the Strong Kung Fu Challenge finally began. This event, which had been brewing for over a week, attracted countless people's attention. The challenge took place in a small sports arena, and the largest television station in beautiful country NBC broadcasted it live worldwide. Ready and absolutely thrilling, today we will witness the battle between Taekwondo from pickled vegetable country and Chinese Kung Fu. The contestants entering the ring are Park Jiankyu and Li Xiaolong. To introduce briefly, Park Jiankyu is a Taekwondo champion undefeated in the country. Regarding Li Xiaolong, many have likely seen the Kung Fu movies he starred in. Unlike other actors, he has genuinely practiced martial arts for many years and has his own understanding of Chinese martial arts. As the host introduced to the audience, the Chinese community was cheering for Li Xiaolong in the background. This event also gathered the Chinese people living in beautiful country. Everyone had left their homeland for a better life, but that sense of patriotism had never been abandoned. Chinese Kung Fu is amazing. Li Xiaolong, go for it. Chinese Kung Fu is amazing. Li Xiaolong, go for it. Some people from pickled vegetable country were also present, but clearly not as many as the Chinese, and their cheers were much quieter. At this time, Park Jiankyu was warming up his kicks, creating a powerful wind that attracted many reporters to Park Jiankyu did not expect such a large turnout for this event, so he only allowed himself to win, knowing that this might be his only opportunity in life. Jiankyu, relax, he's just an actor, not your opponent. The coach encouraged him, having great confidence in Park. Coach, don't worry, I will definitely take him down. Our Taekwondo from pickled vegetable country is the true martial art. This time, Park Jiankyu had another mission to defeat Li Xiaolong and vindicate Taekwondo from pickled vegetable country. Taekwondo is clearly more suitable for real combat, but its reputation internationally has never been able to compare to Chinese martial arts, which has left countless Taekwondo practitioners from pickled vegetable country feeling wronged. Of course, compared to boxing, both Chinese martial arts and Taekwondo from pickled vegetable country lack the same level of influence. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolong was also warming up. Xiaolong, go for it. Defeat him, that guy is so arrogant. I've seen his interview, he doesn't take our Chinese martial arts seriously at all. As soon as Park Jiankyu announced his participation in the challenge, reporters came to interview him. In his words, he showed great disrespect for Chinese martial arts, which was one of the reasons many Chinese people rushed to the scene. Today, Li Xiaolong can only win, not lose. At this moment, Lin Shixiao walked over. Lin. Everyone immediately greeted him, and Li Xiaolong also stopped warming up and respectfully cupped his fists. Go for it. Lin Shixiao patted Li Xiaolong heavily on the shoulder. Soon Li Xiaolong and Park Jiankyu stood under the spotlight. Li Xiaolong, bare-chested, displayed his well-defined muscles resembling a poised black panther. Opposite him, Park Jiankyu stood proudly looking down on Li Xiaolong. He kept testing with bouncing steps, his legs springy and full of explosive power. Are you both ready? The referee stepped between the two. Ready. Li Xiaolong nodded. Okay. Start. With a wave of the referee's hand, Park Jiankyu let out a roar and launched the first attack. Leveraging his long legs, he executed a swift, high horizontal kick aimed directly at Li Xiaolong's face, followed by a barrage of rapid flying kicks, his leg speed astonishing and imposing. Li Xiaolong did not defend like a traditional martial artist, but instead moved with agile footwork, subtly swaying his body to match his opponent's rhythm, his gaze eerily calm as he searched for Park Jiankyu's flaws. The audience held their breath. As the saying goes, a master reveals their skill at a glance. Both Li Xiaolong and Park Jiankyu were top martial arts experts from their respective countries, showcasing physical abilities far beyond ordinary people. Even Jane Fonda was astonished. Lin, they are amazing. Lin Shixiao nodded slightly. At this moment, Li Xiaolong was temporarily at a disadvantage in momentum, yet he felt no concern. Just then, Park Jiankyu launched another heavy kick. Instead of retreating, Li Xiaolong pivoted on his front foot and executed a lightning-fast intercepting kick, striking precisely at the inner knee of Park Jiankyu's supporting leg. This was the essence of intercepting fist, delivering a fatal interruption before the opponent could fully exert force. Park Jiankyu staggered, unable to continue his attack. Before he could adjust, Li Xiaolong's signature side kick slammed into his chest like a battering ram. With a muffled thud, Park Jiankyu was knocked back, crashing helplessly against the ropes. Wow! The audience gasped in astonishment, all taken aback by Li Xiaolong's fierce counterattack, and infuriated Park Jiankyu endured the pain and stood up, leaping into the air for a spinning triple kick aimed at Li Xiaolong's head. He was intent on seriously injuring Li Xiaolong. The hearts of the audience raced, and the timid instinctively closed their eyes. Jane Fonda gripped Lin Shixiao's hand tightly, naturally rooting for Li Xiaolong due to her connection with him. It's fine. Lin Shixiao smiled and patted Jane Fonda's hand. Jane Fonda looked at Lin Shixiao in surprise, puzzled by his calm demeanor. Li Xiaolong's victory or defeat was not only about his own honor, but also impacted the box office of the film Fearless Hero in Europe and America. However, the tense atmosphere left Jane Fonda with little time to think. She widened her eyes, afraid of missing any details. At this moment, Li Xiaolong advanced instead of retreating. He suddenly executed a low sliding step, perfectly avoiding Park Jianqi's flashy attack, and in the blink of an eye closed in. Transforming his fist into a palm, he unleashed the Pa technique, a blend of Wing Chun and grappling, deftly brushing aside Park Jianqi's defenses, followed by a short yet powerful inch punch that struck fiercely at Park Jianqi's abdomen. This punch, lacking significant wind-up, erupted with astonishing penetrating power in the blink of an eye. Park Jianqiu barely had time to scream before he flew backward like a kite, with its string cut curling up in pain while clutching his belly. From the intercept to the inch punch, ending only a few seconds had passed. Li Xiaolong stood firm, casually shaking his hand, as if brushing off a speck of dust. Wow! Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, all captivated by Li Xiaolong's brilliant performance. You? Park Jianqiu spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted. Jianqiu. A group of South Koreans rushed over quickly, taking Park Jianqiu to the hospital. Rest assured, Lin, I know what I'm doing, he won't die. Li Xiaolong looked at Lin Shixiao. Park Jianqiu had been overly arrogant, completely disregarding him and Huaxia martial arts, which is why Li Xiaolong struck hard. It's fine, we have insurance. Lin Shixiao smiled and gave Li Xiaolong a thumbs up. Not only did they have insurance, but every challenger also signed a waiver. Even in the unfortunate event of a death, Li Xiaolong would not bear legal responsibility. Wow, that was spectacular. Impressive taekwondo, but Huaxia martial arts surpasses it. The television host was equally excited. At this moment, she also received feedback that the show's ratings were soaring. Next up is our second challenger, a Muay Thai master from Thailand, Ada, who is also a champion. You are strong, a worthy opponent. Ada's gaze was solely on Li Xiaolong. I've long wanted to spar with a Muay Thai master. Li Xiaolong's fighting spirit rose as well. Being a martial arts enthusiast, such an opportunity to spar with a Muay Thai master was rare. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The two can't wait any longer, but please hold on, we need to take a short commercial break. The television station invested heavily in broadcasting this challenge, but the money went into Paramount's pockets. Lin Shixiao heard there was a betting agreement with higher ratings, meaning more money for Paramount. He wasn't too interested. Giving Paramount a little sweetener wouldn't hurt. Lin, that was amazing, truly spectacular. At that moment, Lillard approached with several people, all looking like business elites. Who are they? Lin Shixiao had already guessed. Let me introduce, these are major shareholders of Paramount. We have high hopes for the box office of Fearless Hero and are very confident about future collaborations. Lillard introduced with a smile, clearly indicating that the attention garnered by this challenge made Paramount more interested in collaborating with Xiaolong Films. In the business world, cooperation for mutual benefit is key. As long as your side doesn't go back on your word like Warner Brothers did, I'm very willing to cooperate. Lin Shixiao felt it necessary to address Paramount to prevent any unpleasantness in future collaborations. Haha, that won't happen. Lillard awkwardly coughed. Although it was Ross doing as a colleague in the same industry, he felt a bit ashamed. Both sides had a genuine willingness to continue cooperating, making the ensuing conversation quite pleasant. Lin Shixiao's foreign language skills were mediocre, so Jane Fonda eagerly translated beside him, creating a harmonious atmosphere until the comparison between Li Xiaolong and the Muay Thai master began. I believe everyone is eager, both contestants are ready, so the pinnacle battle between Huaxia martial arts and Muay Thai begins now. As the host's words fell, the attention of the entire audience was fixed on the stage. Sawati Ka, NAS, the crowd scrutinized Ada closely. They noticed that although his frame did not appear exceptionally muscular, his build was solid and compact, his muscles as dense and unyielding as carved stone. At that moment, he raised both arms high, assuming the classic Muay Thai stance, his gaze brimming with unwavering confidence. And though Li Xiaolong had just effortlessly overwhelmed Park Jianqiu, demonstrating extraordinary martial prowess, Ada's self-assurance remained utterly undiminished. For years he had firmly believed Muay Thai to be the supreme combat art in the world. Taekwondo and Chinese martial arts alike were in his view unworthy of comparison. Hello. And out of courtesy, Li Xiaolong returned the greeting. In that very instant, Ada launched a thunderous, like a tiger descending from the mountains. He unleashed a devastating low kick, a roaring, bone-jarring sweep aimed squarely at Li Xiaolong's calf. And without pause, he followed with a ferocious elbow strike, driving straight toward Li Xiaolong's face. Whoa! And the sheer intensity of Ada's onslaught stunned the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled backward. Faced with Ada's raw, aggressive onslaught, Li Xiaolong chose not to meet force with force, but instead embodied the core philosophy of Jeet Kune Do, using no way as way, having no limitation as limitation. His feet danced with fluid precision, his body flowed like water through the narrow gaps between Ada's strikes. And each evasion was flawlessly timed, rendering Ada's razor-sharp attacks utterly futile. Ada pressed his advantage relentlessly. To the untrained eye, Li Xiaolong appeared wholly reactive, vulnerable at every turn, teetering on the brink of defeat. Lin, your man. And Jane Fonda's face paled, her anxiety reached its peak. Relax. And Lin Shixiao gently patted her arm, a quiet, reassuring gesture. The accompanying staff, witnessing this, felt their nerves settle. They trusted Lin Shixiao's judgment implicitly, Throughout their minds, he was nothing short of omniscient and omnipotent. Just then in the ring, Ada lunged forward with a heavy knee strike and missed. His body locked into a brief, vulnerable rigidity. In that split second, Li Xiaolong moved. He eschewed conventional counterpunching. Instead, with lightning speed, he slapped aside Ada's guard, then surged forward with a powerful, explosive Stepancid kick that landed with surgical precision against Ada's chest. Swift, accurate, and merciless, the blow carried the penetrating power of Jeet Kune Do's inch force. Even a battle-hardened fighter like Ada staggered backward, his breath ragged, his chi violently unsettled. Regaining his footing, Ada erupted into even more frenzied aggression. Elbow strikes and knee thrusts now rained down like a tempest. Li Xiaolong responded with flawless adaptability. No longer merely evading, he began countering with Wing Chun's rapid-fire chain punches. Each strike delivered with machine gun precision into the smallest openings in Ada's defense. Short, sharp, and lethal, every fist struck true, targeting vital points. And within mere exchanges, Ada was already gasping for breath, while Li Xiaolong remained calm, centered, and utterly composed. Seizing the perfect opening, as Ada cocked his elbow for another strike, Li Xiaolong dropped low, seized Ada's arm, and executed a flawless armbar, locking the Muay Thai champion immovably to the mat. Ada thrashed wildly, yet could not break free from that ironclad hold. Defeated, he finally tapped out. And from bell to finish, mere seconds elapsed, but the intensity made it feel like half an hour had passed. Li Xiaolong rose, gazing down at Ada with a cold, knowing smile. In AK Klua. Terrifying, Nance recovered. Ada scrambled to his feet, and without a backward glance strode away. He was utterly shattered, his confidence reduced to dust. And another crushing victory. Muay Thai is formidable, but clearly no match for Chinese martial arts. The host's electrifying commentary echoed across the arena and into countless homes nationwide. And the Thai spectators stood in grim silence, unable to refute a single word. Li Xiaolong had won cleanly, honorably, beyond reproach in every regard. Nay, in the hearts of every Chinese spectator blazed with fierce pride. Li Xiaolong, in Li Xiaolong, in Li Xiaolong. In chants thundered through the arena, many eyes shone with pure, unguarded admiration. Xiaolong, are you all right? Need a rest? Lin Shixiao approached with a warm smile, offering him a bottle of water. Li Xiaolong's victories over the Taekwondo and Muay Thai champions had been well within Lin Shixiao's expectations. Yet his actual strength surpassed even Lin's estimation. Master Lin, I'm fine. No rest needed. Li Xiaolong drained the bottle in one go. Droplets spilled from his lips, tracing glistening paths down his sculpted torso, accentuating his formidable musculature. A number of American women watched, their gazes growing hazy with fascination. Lin Shixiao clapped Li Xiaolong lightly on the shoulder and chuckled, "See, they're already worshipping you." Li Xiaolong felt a quiet thrill. He was after all human, and humans crave reverence. Next came his bout against Yokozuna, the sumo wrestler from Sakura Nation. Yokozuna weighed nearly 300 pounds, his massive frame towering like a living mountain, radiating suffering. From the opening bell, he charged forward like a heavily armored tank, intent on using his signature sequence of relentless palm thrusts to drive Li Xiaolong beyond the ring boundary. Confronted by such overwhelming mass and momentum, Li Xiaolong refused to stand firm. Instead, he wove deftly through the colossal gaps between Yokozuna's thick, sweeping arms. In the fleeting instant they crossed paths, Li Xiaolong employed Wing Chun's slapping hand technique, guiding Yokozuna's own forward inertia with subtle, effortless precision. That seemingly gentle redirection shattered Yokozuna's balance entirely, his immense body lurching forward, staggering precariously on the verge of collapse. After regaining his footing, Yokozuna attacked again, enraged, furious, launching brutal kicks with legs like forged steel. Yet each strike missed its mark entirely. Li Xiaolong anticipated every motion, striking with blinding speed at the knee of Yokozuna's supporting leg before the attack could fully develop. And this was Jeet Kune Do's ultimate expression of offensive defense, neutralizing threat before it takes shape. After several exchanges, Yokozuna was winded and laboring, while Li Xiaolong remained serene, breathing deep and steady. Baka, in frustration, mounting Yokozuna grew increasingly unhinged. Li Xiaolong seized his chance. After Yokozuna swung a clumsy telegraphed arm, Li closed the distance instantly, a feinting jab toward the face, then a searing right cross crashing into Yokozuna's ribs. The punch detonated with the concentrated force of inch power. Yokozuna cried out in pain, his movements instantly sluggish. In Ada, Li Xiaolong prepared to press his advantage, when suddenly Yokozuna dropped to his knees, palms upraised in surrender. The crowd froze in disbelief, then burst into soft, incredulous laughter. Li Xiaolong, in Li Xiaolong, in Li Xiaolong. The Chinese spectators roared until their throats were raw. Li Xiaolong, Li Xiaolong, in Li Xiaolong, in Li Xiaolong. The Chinese spectators roared until their throats were raw. Li Xiaolong's consecutive triumphs over Taekwondo, Muay Thai, and Sumo had unequivocally restored the honor of Chinese martial arts. When it comes to real combat, boxing reigns supreme. At that moment, a bald man strode forward, gold championship belt gleaming at his waist, boxing gloves snug on his fists. Moody, is it really the new world boxing champion Moody? The scene erupted into excitement. The host continued with enthusiasm. In the next match, the new world boxing champion Moody will face off against the Chinese martial arts master Li Xiaolong. Moody bounced around, twisting his neck, his gaze towards Li Xiaolong, filled with mockery. It seemed to say, "Surrender, you are no match for me." Meanwhile, at NBC headquarters, the executives were equally record-breaking viewership. Over 200 million people are watching globally. Chinese martial arts are truly formidable, but I favor the boxer. All the executives wore smiles. Initially, there was some debate about live broadcasting the challenge match, with some believing it wouldn't attract many viewers considering the limited influence of Chinese martial arts worldwide. Now those people had been proven wrong. It turned out that many around the world were interested in Chinese martial arts. Or perhaps they had only heard of it before, but after watching Li Xiaolong's performance, they came to appreciate it. "Li, do you want to take a break? You fought 3 matches in a row." The host asked Li Xiaolong on sight. "No need, it's just a matter of minutes." Li Xiaolong looked at Moody with a similar disdain. He understood now. There was no need to be humble with foreigners, but all that was required was to crush them decisively. "All right, ready and set, Li versus Moody, let's begin." As the host announced the imminent start of the match, the audience reached a peak of excitement. Moody, Moody, Moody. After all, it was the home ground of the beautiful nation, and the cheers for Moody were the loudest. Li Xiaolong, Li Xiaolong, Li Xiaolong. The Chinese audience also refused to be outdone, shouting at the top of their lungs with both sides flushed in excitement. "Lin, do you think Li can win?" Jane Fonda's face was filled with concern. One side had the representative of her country, while the other was Lin Shixiao's friend. She decisively stood with Lin Shixiao. Although Li Xiaolong had already won 3 matches in a row, she still felt some anxiety about this upcoming fight. Because in her subconscious, she always felt that boxing had a significant lethality incomparable to martial arts or taekwondo. "Believe in Xiaolong, he can do it." At that moment, Lin Shixiao's expression grew more serious. Li Xiaolong was fighting the boxing champion. Such a scenario seemed unprecedented in his past life. The boxer's punches held great power, but in terms of agility, Li Xiaolong had the advantage. Therefore, this match promised to be exciting. Even if he lost, the 3 previous victories made this challenge a success. Of course, winning this fight would be even better. If that were the case, the popularity of this challenge match would exceed everyone's expectations. The footage of the challenge match would undoubtedly be replayed on various TV stations worldwide, serving as the biggest promotion for Hero of Jingwu, and it was free. Let's cheer for Xiaolong together. Under Lin Shixiao's lead, the staff, who came from Hong Kong, also shouted loudly for Li Xiaolong. "Go, go, go." At this moment, with a gesture from the referee, the match between Li Xiaolong and boxing champion Moody commenced. "You are not my opponent." Moody had even learned a bit of Chinese on the spot. "You won't know until you try it." Recently, Li Xiaolong had also been diligently studying English. Both sides spoke somewhat awkwardly, but they understood each other. "Okay, go." Moody's smile grew broader. He found this match increasingly interesting. In his heart, he had never regarded Li Xiaolong as a rival. Thus, he intended to finish it quickly. He swiftly approached Li Xiaolong with agile footwork, unleashing a powerful left straight punch, like a cannonball, heading straight for Li Xiaolong's face. Faced with this rapid attack, Li Xiaolong did not choose to stand firm, but employed the wisdom of retreating to advance from the style of Chuanfa. His body leaned back slightly, the heavy punch grazed past his nose, creating a gust of wind. At the moment when the boxing king was exhausted from his previous effort, but had yet to regain strength, Li Xiaolong moved. He gave Moody no chance to catch his breath, stepping in with a unique rhythm, instantly cutting into Moody's inner circle. Once again employing the slapping technique from Wing Chun, he deftly deflected the boxing king's defense, followed by an incredibly swift jab that accurately poked towards Moody's eyes. Moody instinctively closed his eyes and stepped back, his expression somewhat flustered, narrowly avoiding Li Xiaolong's attack. However, Li Xiaolong did not pursue. Instead, he calmly returned to his original position, wearing a faintly indifferent smile. Moody was enraged by Li Xiaolong's teasing actions. He roared and launched a more ferocious attack with a flurry of hooks and swings, crashing down on Li Xiaolong like a storm. However, Li Xiaolong's figure moved like a ghost, weaving seamlessly through the dense barrage of attacks. At times he sidestepped, at others he ducked, every movement perfectly timed, causing Moody's heavy punches to repeatedly miss. After a few rounds, Moody was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, while Li Xiaolong remained calm, as if everything that had just occurred was merely a warm-up. "Time to me." Li Xiaolong seized the moment, taking advantage of the large opening Moody exposed after a full-force swing, instantly lunging forward. His hands moved like lightning, executing a combination attack, feinting a jab to the face followed by a straight punch infused with inch power, striking fiercely at Moody's solar plexus. Moody didn't even have time to scream. All his strength was drained, and he painfully bent over, collapsing help. The venue fell silent, and almost no one among the beautiful nation spectators could have anticipated this outcome. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the referee finished counting down, Moody was still unable to stand. The referee raised Li Xiaolong's right hand high. This match ended with Li Xiaolong's complete victory. That was truly spectacular. Chinese martial arts are indeed formidable. The host from the local television station seemed somewhat stunned. Yay, we won. Oh hitter. The group where Lin Shixiao was erupted in loud cheers. This was considered the most pressured match, yet Li Xiaolong won effortlessly. At that moment, an unexpected situation arose on site. I regret to inform everyone that due to unforeseen circumstances the upcoming jiu-jitsu masters will not compete, as they have withdrawn from the match. The host was also very dejected. If the program continued, the ratings would have continued to soar, as many people were previously unaware of this challenge match. Li Xiaolong's strength was too overwhelming, scaring off the remaining competitors. Chinese martial arts are the best. Li Xiaolong raised both fists, enjoying the cheers from the audience. Now it's certain that Hero of Jingwu will have no chance of low box office in Europe and America. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but smile. In the movie, Li Xiaolong showcases numerous chuanfa techniques, and it can be anticipated that from today onwards Chinese martial arts will become a sensation worldwide, and people will surely flock to cinemas to witness it. After the challenge match, interest in Chinese martial arts surged in Europe and America. Many television stations even opened special columns to explain Chinese martial arts, and people's interest in the movie The Legend of the Swordsman also increased significantly. Some even held up signs outside Paramount Pictures demanding a full release of The Legend of the Swordsman. Against this backdrop, the premiere of The Legend of the Swordsman took place at the largest cinema in Los Angeles. To be honest, both Lin Shixiao and Xiaolong Entertainment have limited influence in the United States. The premiere mainly relied on Paramount's clout, and this would test Paramount's influence and how seriously they took this collaboration. Fortunately, Paramount did not disappoint Lin Shixiao. The premiere was very grand, with many Hollywood stars in attendance, attracting numerous media to cover the event and further boosting the popularity of The Legend of the Swordsman. Since no other powerful movies were released at the same time, the cinema provided ample screening times. It can be said that the objective conditions for The Legend of the Swordsman to achieve high box office have already been met. Everything depends on whether The Legend of the Swordsman can withstand the test and break through in the European and American film markets. At Warner Bros. Headquarters, someone was particularly concerned about the first-day box office of The Legend of the Swordsman. The premiere should be over by now. Has the movie started screening yet? Ross paced in his office, clearly hoping that The Legend of the Swordsman would not perform too well at the box office, as the film was no longer related to him. If The Legend of the Swordsman performs too well, it'll become a laughingstock in the industry. Yes, sir, the film has been released, and the first show was sold out days in advance. The blonde assistant revealed a sweet smile. She knew that Ross had not been in a good mood these past few days. The previous challenge match was so successful that it was normal for the first show to be sold out. The key to the film's box office success lies not in the first show, but in the audience's feedback after it ends. I admit this film is of very high quality. However, whether European and American audiences can accept it is still uncertain. Many people watch the film out of interest in Chinese martial arts, but not everyone will be satisfied with Li Xiaolong's portrayal in the film. In short, we have to see the feedback after the first show. Ross tried to make up for it. Your analysis is very correct, sir. A good assistant knows when to play dumb and never tries to correct all of their boss mistakes. Hang in there, keep monitoring. He'll work overtime tonight, Ross said as he refilled his coffee. The smile on the beautiful assistant's face froze for a moment. She actually had a date, but at this moment she didn't dare to request a leave and could only steel herself. All right, mister. Ross will keep an eye on it. The other colleagues haven't left work yet either. She couldn't manage it all by herself, so some colleagues responsible for monitoring the box office were forced to work overtime. Thank them for their hard work too. By the way, help me buy some McDonald's as compensation. Ross forced a smile through his serious expression. All right, mister. Ross, thank you on behalf of my colleagues. The beautiful assistant nodded and left. After a while, a sigh escaped from the office. In Warner Brothers, you can't afford to make even the slightest mistake. And he had made significant errors. Lin, I was wrong. Ross gazed out the window, mumbling to himself. Lin, great news. Almost all the viewers gave positive reviews. Lin, at least 1 in 10, immediately expressed their desire to see the second show after watching the first. They said they didn't have enough. Lin, the theaters are packed and the tickets for the following days are all sold out. Lin, it's a hit. The Legend of the Swordsman is a box office smash. One good news after another came in, and the smile on Lin Shixiao's face became increasingly uncontrollable. Congratulations, Lin, from today on you'll be the most popular person in Hollywood. Jane Fonda was almost glued to Lin Shixiao, who had completely conquered this woman after several nights of effort. This is just the beginning. Lin Shixiao's tone was somewhat excited. His previous calculations had some errors. If the European and American markets fully opened up, he would be able to earn billions in Hong Kong dollars from movies each year. Thus, the filming of movies must continue, and other matters also needed to be addressed. With this in mind, Lin Shixiao realized he should return to Hong Kong. He had just made a phone call, and his nationwide fundraising plan had raised over 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars for him. Coupled with his own 1 billion in cash, his total capital had exceeded 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, enough for him to operate during the oil crisis. Lin. Jane Fonda's finger lightly traced Lin Shixiao's chest. Do you have any plans to establish a film company at Hollywood? If so, I want renew my contract this year. I'll follow you. Clearly Jane Fonda had become infatuated with Lin Shixiao's charm and found it hard to extricate herself. Establish a film company at Hollywood. Lin Shixiao's heart stirred. Undoubtedly Hollywood's film industry was more developed and conducive to producing large-scale commercial films, in other words more profitable. Sure, but it will take some time. Lin Shixiao playfully pinched Jane Fonda's firm nose. When the time comes, I'll customize 1 or 2 films for you to ensure you become even more famous. Great. Jane Fonda almost jumped up, believing that with Lin Shixiao's talent, he could fulfill his promise. Then it settled. Jane Fonda extended her pinky. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but be taken aback. Where did you learn that? The pinky promise isn't popular in Europe and America, right? Hee, because of you I've started learning about Chinese culture now. Jane Fonda winked playfully. Warmth surged in Lin Shixiao's heart. The age gap between him and Jane Fonda was significant, and they were destined not to have a serious outcome, but that did not hinder them from bringing beauty to each other's lives. It must be said that as the first Western woman he had intimate contact with, Jane Fonda brought him a very pleasant feeling. Next, under Paramount's arrangement, Li Xiaolong conducted interviews and promotions one after another, doing the same thing repeatedly. Yet Li Xiaolong relished it, knowing that this was the price of fame and that his actions were beneficial for promoting Chinese culture. Lin Shixiao followed along for a few stops, witnessing Li Xiaolong's enthusiastic work ethic, and couldn't help but nod in approval. Not to mention anything else, Li Xiaolong's dedication was something many stars lacked, and it was only natural for such a person to become an international superstar. During the film's release, Li Xiaolong was bound to be busy, while Lin Shixiao could not accompany him all the time. He kept delaying his return to Hong Kong until he could delay no longer. On this day, under the watchful eyes of Li Xiaolong, Jane Fonda and others, a plane took off from Los Angeles International Airport, heading toward Hong Kong. At this moment, a person is about to leave. Warner Brothers headquarters. Mr. Ross, please leave the company as soon as possible. In the office, several security guards surrounded Ross. At this moment, Ross looked utterly dejected. I understand, don't rush me, Jeff. I sent you cigarettes before, have you forgotten? Sorry, Mr. Ross, we are also following the company's orders. The security guard's expression remained serious, clearly not buying Ross' excuses. All right, fine. Ross continued to suppress his anger. He slowly packed his things. He desperately did not want to leave Warner Brothers, the company he had worked hard for over the years. At his age, it was difficult to find such a good position elsewhere. But the board of directors wouldn't listen to his explanations. Or rather, at this moment, the board needed a scapegoat, and he was the unfortunate one chosen as the scapegoat. Ignoring Lin Shixiao was certainly not his sole decision. He had high hopes for the legend of the martial hero. But it didn't matter now, as the film was a massive hit at the box office, and they needed a scapegoat. Mr. Ross, please hurry. Another security guard urged him. Ross pretended not to hear, resisting the company's decision in this childish manner. The expressions of the security guards began to darken. They felt they had been very friendly, yet Ross was uncooperative. So one security guard silently walked out. Then he returned with an old man with a white beard. Ross, please leave the company as soon as possible. The old man did not waste any time with pleasantries. Mr. James, let me explain. Ross seemed to have found a savior, walking over and grabbing James' hand, his eyes full of pleading. James held significant influence in the board, and he wasn't present during the voting earlier. Most importantly, his entry into the company was entirely due to James' recommendation. Ross. James raised his hand, signaling Ross not to say more. This may not be entirely your fault, but you failed to argue reasonably, causing the company significant losses. Implicitly, it meant he had to take the blame. Suddenly, Ross wilted like a withered plant. Mr. James. Ross no longer delayed, quickly packed his things, and left the familiar office. Along the way, no one bid him farewell, though some looked at him with a hint of sympathy. After leaving the headquarters building, tears uncontrollably streamed down Ross' face. I was wrong, Ross murmured. He knew he had ultimately made the biggest mistake of his life. The most crucial point was that in the future, no matter how high the box office of the films produced by Lin Shixiao, he would never have the chance to benefit. Ross knew this regret would haunt him for a lifetime. At the newly established training center of Xiaolong Entertainment, 4 boys around 10 years old were practicing diligently. The training content was somewhat tedious, yet none of them complained. Each one gritted their teeth. At this moment, a man and a woman slowly approached. They are indeed excellent prospects. Your eye for talent is commendable. Shen Hongyu smiled at Lin Shixiao. At first, she didn't quite understand why Lin Shixiao valued these kids so much and went through so much trouble to sign them. After getting to know them, she realized how terrifying the talents of these 4 boys were. Each of them had their own specialties. Zhang Zui's singing talent level and vocal conditions were top-notch. It wasn't hard to imagine that with Lin Shixiao's support, he would definitely become a godlike figure in singing. Although Guo Fuqing was shorter than his peers, his dancing talent was extraordinarily high, and he would definitely become a king of dance in the future. Li Ming was handsome with a gentle voice, When he grew up, he would surely charm countless girls. Lu Dehua seemed to lack prominent talents, but learned quickly and was a versatile individual. How could I be wrong about the ones I pick? Lin Shixiao said proudly, immediately earning a big eye roll from Shen. At this moment, the four kids noticed Lin Shixiao and abandoned their teacher, rushing over. Lin Sheng, you're finally back. Did you bring us gifts? I did. Lin Shixiao smiled, patting the heads of the little stars. He made it a point to watch the training of the little stars. At first, the little stars had a bit of a halo around them but as time went on, he discovered that the little stars were just kids if they liked what other kids liked. Immediately, someone distributed the gifts Lin Shixiao brought back from the beautiful country to the little stars. Wow. Godiva chocolate, my favorite brand. Wow. Bubble gum with pictures inside that you can collect. A windmill toy car. Wow. This thing. As soon as the little stars received their gifts, they immediately abandoned Lin Shixiao and started playing. The teacher in charge of their training walked over with an exasperated expression. Lin Sheng, please come back after class now. She felt helpless. Every time Lin Shixiao came, he would disrupt her teaching plan. Xiaolong Entertainment had spent a lot of money hiring her to guide the kids, and she had to do her best. Sorry, teacher, I will pay attention next time. Lin Shixiao said with an awkward smile. This is the last time. The teacher rolled her eyes as she naturally didn't believe Lin Shixiao's promise, as he had assured her several times before. After watching the teacher leave, Lin Shixiao finally sighed in relief. What's wrong? Have a crush. Go chase her. Shen Hongyu with a straight face poked Lin Shixiao in the ribs. Ouch! Lin Shixiao exclaimed, my goodness, be gentle. Lin Shixiao actually had no thoughts about the teacher, but Shen Hongyu always felt he did, and the key was that she did not believe his explanations. At this moment, the little stars finally calmed down. Lin Sheng, thank you. You are the best to us besides our parents. Lin Sheng be our godfather. The four pairs of eyes looked eagerly at Lin Shixiao. This was not just their idea, it was also their parents' intention. Who didn't know that being associated with Lin Shixiao meant never having to worry again? You want me to be your godfather? Lin Shixiao was somewhat surprised yet delighted. Once the little stars became real stars, this godfather identity would be incredibly valuable. You little rascals. Shen Hongyu watched the show from the side. She knew the four little ones had this thought for some time, they just hadn't dared to say it. Yes, godfather. Guo Fuqing, being the boldest, walked over, took Lin Shixiao's arm, and leaned against him. The other three also reacted, coming over and rubbing against Lin Shixiao. Alright, fine, I will be your godfather. Lin Shixiao laughed heartily. The character of the four kings could not be in question, and he didn't need to worry about anyone betraying him in the future. Being their godfather was just fine. Godfather, 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 godfather. The little stars were exceptionally excited, jumping. Alright, let's take you to eat something delicious, and then go shopping. Today is my first day as a godfather. I can't be stingy. Lin Shixiao naturally knew what kids liked the most. Yay, godfather is the best. Yay. Lin Sheng is my godfather, now who dares to bully me? Oomph. The little stars were even more excited than Lin Shixiao. Come on, call her godmother. Lin Shixiao suddenly pointed at Shen Hongyu. Shen Hongyu hadn't reacted, yet when the little stars had already crowded around. Godmother. Hello, godmother. Godmother, do you have gifts? Each of their faces wore mischievous smiles. Yes I do. Shen Hongyu's face turned red from the commotion. Lin Shixiao has returned from the United States. He's back. Li Jiaqing shot upright from his chair. During Lin Shixiao's absence in the U.S., Li had barely slept or eaten in peace. Yes, and their fundraising campaign has already been suspended. Action is imminent. The assistant was visibly elated. He too longed to be free of constant anxiety. Li Jiaqing's mood had been grim. His professional burdens were immense. Excellent. That's truly wonderful. Li paced back and forth, energized. What's our current loss percentage? These past days, the Hong Kong stock market had plummeted relentlessly, the very source of Li Jiaqing's mounting distress. Mr. Li, nearly 30%. The assistant spoke with cautious restraint. 30%. Li Jiaqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't it only 20% just 2 days ago? How could we lose another 10 percentage points in just 48 hours? Though Li had believed himself mentally prepared, hearing 30% sent a jolt of visceral dread through him. He knew the stock market carried grave risk, but he had never imagined its collapse could feel so lethally swift. Everyone assumed the market had hit bottom, so many contrarian investors rushed in to buy low. Then Lin Shixiao suddenly secured massive loans, triggering panic selling, cascading liquidations, and this precipitous plunge. That man. Li Jiaqing ground his teeth. His hatred for Lin Shixiao deepened by the day, yet he remained utterly powerless to retaliate. Since founding Changsha Group, he had never fixated on anyone with such intensity. Mr. Li, once Lin Shixiao begins his own bottom fishing, our losses will vanish overnight. With no daily price limits on Hong Kong stocks, a 30% deficit can rebound in a single trading session. Our entry point wasn't high, and substantial gains still lie ahead. The assistant, previously indifferent to equities, had hastily educated himself, only because Li Jiaqing insisted on buying back the company's own shares. Then let us wait. Li Jiaqing's expression shifted from stormy gloom to cautious optimism. Moments later he declared with renewed fervor, I've just raised another 10 million in cash. Use it to purchase shares of other firms. Choose only those with stellar fundamentals. What? Buy more. The assistant was stunned. This recklessness defied Li Jiaqing's entire history of disciplined investing. Exactly. What's a few million? I can afford the loss. Li Jiaqing clenched his jaw. In truth, he had little room to retreat, withdraw capital now, and lock in losses, or double down committing fully to the gamble. Understood. Right away. The assistant yielded helplessly. He knew better than to reason with Li Jiaqing in this state. As he exited the office, a furrow deepened between his brows. His employer's behavior had undergone a startling transformation, coinciding precisely with his entanglement with Lin Shixiao. It struck him that Li Jiaqing might even be envious of Lin. He understood, while that though Li projected outward composure, deep-seated insecurity, rooted in his humble origins, had forged sensitivities and vulnerabilities within his character. Atop global tower, the investment division of Xiaolong Group hummed with tension. Beyond the core team, Wang Jianhua, Wang Jiqiang, and Wang Huan, several unfamiliar faces now filled the room. Good morning, Mr. Lin. I'm surnamed Qian, dispatched by Mr. Bao to support you wholeheartedly. The elder man beamed with affable warmth. Uncle Qian. Lin Shixiao recognized this venerable Mr. Qian as Mr. Bao's most trusted confidant, having served the shipping magnate for decades. Clearly Mr. Bao regarded this collaboration as critically important. Mr. Lin. Flattered by Lin's evident respect, Uncle Qian swelled with quiet satisfaction. Before arriving, he genuinely worried Lin might adopt an aloof, arrogant demeanor. Few could achieve such extraordinary success at so young an age without becoming insufferably inflated. Yet Lin Shixiao proved an exception. Uncle Qian's estimation of him rose accordingly. My sincere thanks to all my brothers. Lin bowed respectfully toward the others behind Uncle Qian. Their cooperation would determine whether he secured the anticipated profits amid the looming oil crisis. He trusted Mr. Bao's full commitment. But if these individuals harbored resentment or played subtle games, the resulting damage could be catastrophic. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, the petty ghosts are hard to appease. Good morning, Mr. Lin. The others, noticeably younger than Uncle Qian, gazed at Lin with undisguised awe. Clearly they revered him. Once this endeavor concludes, I'll allocate a portion of the profits to reward each of you. Lin knew precisely how to ignite motivation, especially among borrowed talent. Mr. Lin, please, this simply won't do. Uncle Qian waved his hands emphatically. Mr. Bao has already pledged certain benefits to us, so we absolutely cannot accept anything from you. Though deeply tempted, propriety demanded he decline. Mr. Bao's promises are his own, mine are mine. Should he object, I shall personally explain, and assume full responsibility. Lin's tone brooked no dissent. Well, then very well. Uncle Qian acquiesced gracefully. The others beamed. Everyone had heard of Lin Shixiao's legendary generosity. This bonus they knew would be exceptionally generous. Instantly morale surged to unprecedented heights. Breakfast awaits you outside. You're welcome to eat again, even if you've already done so. We'll reconvene shortly. Lin was in effect politely dismissing them. Though their cooperation was vital, they remained outsiders. Many operational details remained classified, inaccessible to external personnel. Understood, Mr. Lin. We're at your call. Uncle Qian signaled discreetly for everyone to depart. Soon only Lin's inner circle remained. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Each member radiated palpable excitement. Hey, Mr. Lin. It's been ages since we've launched anything this bold. You rascal. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we were about to rob a bank. Wang Jianhua chuckled and lightly slapped Wang Jiqiang's crown. Ouch, brother-in-law. Go easy. I've got plenty left to do for Mr. Lin. Wang Jiqiang playfully stuck out his tongue. A light chuckle rippled through the room, briefly easing the atmosphere. Lin Shixiao smiled faintly. Then his expression hardened into steely resolve. Senior Sister Wang, what's the current international oil price per barrel? Lin Shing, the current international oil price is $2.99 per barrel. Lin Shixiao instructed solemnly. He had prepared over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash. The current exchange rate of Hong Kong dollars to U.S. dollars is 5-1. According to the current oil price, buying crude oil would cost about 300 million U.S. dollars, which is 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, the maximum capacity of the fleet under the Charter King. Understood. Wang Huan and the others exchanged glances and immediately sprang into action. The fleet under the Charter King had long been cleared and on standby. Once Lin Shixiao made the purchase, ships would dock to load oil and then sail to an unknown location to wait for the war to break out and international oil prices to soar. Having dominated the seas for so many years, the Charter King naturally had his own secret base. With the order issued, Lin Shixiao had nothing else to do in the company. Buying 100 million barrels of crude oil is not a transaction that can be completed in just a few days. It is not yet the right time to enter the currency exchange market. He still needed to wait patiently. During this trip to the beautiful country, Lin Shixiao actually had one regret, which was not meeting Microsoft founder Bill, who seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even private detectives could not locate him. However, Lin Shixiao had already arranged for someone to keep an eye out. Once Bill returned, he would be notified. With such a large company like Microsoft, Lin Shixiao could not afford to miss out on getting involved early. Once he boarded the ship, he would be able to relax and earn a lot of money. In Causeway Bay, there is the most advanced hospital in Hong Kong, Tunghua. Unlike other hospitals, Tunghua adopted Western architectural design and medical equipment from the very beginning, with very advanced operating rooms and X-ray rooms. In the past, the wealthy of Hong Kong preferred to go to Mary Hospital, but now they go to Tunghua. At this moment, in a deluxe private room at Tunghua, a middle-aged man was sighing. Yaji, I have delayed you. You should have gone to the beautiful country with Shixiao to promote the film. Zhao Guohua looked at his daughter with a face full of regret. Dad, what are you talking about? You are the most important person to me. You fell ill, so of course I will take care of you. There will be many opportunities to go to the beautiful country. It doesn't matter this time. Yao Ziyuan actually felt regretful. The significance of Hero of the Legend to her goes without saying, especially since the film is currently a huge hit in Europe and America. Promoting it would certainly boost her popularity. But no matter when, family always comes first. You just had surgery, say less, Qin Xiaolan said with some concern for her. Hey, Zhao Guohua nodded, but continued speaking. How much does this ward cost per day? It must be quite Don't worry about money, I have it. Yaji, the money is all from Shixiao, right? Zhao Guohua looked at her with a skeptical, yes. Zhao Yazi's face flushed. Lin Shixiao's thoughtfulness made her feel incredibly happy. I wonder if Shixiao has returned yet. He should come to see you. Qin Xiaolan said softly. She had long regarded Lin Shixiao as a son-in-law. With Zhao Guohua being ill, Lin Shixiao, no matter how busy, should come to visit. Hey, the important matters come first. I'm fine now, Zhao Guohua said with a forced smile. Mom and Dad, once Shixiao returns, he will come over. Yaji believed in Lin Shixiao's character. Yes, it was my mom who was being talkative. Qin Xiaolan quickly apologized. In fact, she was already very grateful that Lin Shixiao could take on all the expenses. But deep down, she couldn't help but think more. It wasn't for herself, but for Zhao Yaji. Lin Shixiao's care for Zhao Guohua indicated he cared for Zhao Yaji, which meant Zhao Yaji could live a more comfortable life in the future. She couldn't control Lin Shixiao's private life. She could only hope her daughter could be valued. She also knew that her daughter was now entirely focused on Lin Shixiao. Is anyone there? At that moment, Lin Shixiao's voice sounded from outside. Ah, Xiao. Zhao Yaji jumped up, directly ran over, opened the door, and rushed into Lin Shixiao's arms. With red eyes, Ah, Xiao, you're here. The pressure from her father's illness had been great for her, and she needed to lean on someone. It's okay, Uncle Zhao is fine, Lin Shixiao said with a smile to comfort Zhao Yaji. I'm doing well. Zhao Guohua's hearty voice rang out. However, it was soon followed by a bout of coughing and Chun Xiaolan's complaints. Look at you, why are you so excited? Zhao Guohua needed to rest now. Ah, Xiao. Seeing everyone looking over, Zhao Yaji felt a bit embarrassed and reluctantly left Lin Shixiao's embrace, but she still held onto his hand tightly, unwilling to let go. I've got everything covered. Seeing Zhao Yazi's haggard expression, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Zhao Guohua had fallen ill after he landed in the beautiful country, otherwise he would have been with Zhao Yaji. Yes. Zhao Yaji nodded vigorously, her face full of happiness. Qin Xiaolan saw the two being so affectionate and felt very happy as well. Since I came all the way here, why bring so many things? Lin Shixiao naturally had no reason to come empty-handed. He turned to indicate for a long and a who to put down the items. Lin Shen, we are waiting for you outside. After the two put down the items, they left the ward. Ah, Xiao. As soon as Lin Shixiao appeared, Zhao Guohua's complexion improved significantly. Uncle Zhao, how do you feel? Seeing Zhao Guohua in good condition, Lin Shixiao also felt relieved. The heavens still don't want to collect me. How is it over in the beautiful country? Not just Zhao Guohua, but Zhao Yaji and Qin Xiaolan were also very interested in the matters of the beautiful country, both looking over simultaneously. It is more developed than here. After that, laughter occasionally echoed in the ward. Lin Shixiao made sure to be humorous and witty. He had that ability. After more than an hour, Zhao Guohua began to feel a bit tired. After all, he had just had surgery. Uncle Zhao, I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave for now and come to see you another day. Lin Shixiao timely proposed to take his leave. All right. Zhao Guohua nodded with a smile, looking at Zhao Yaji, daughter, keep Ah Xiao company. After saying that, he even winked. No matter how good their relationship is, it still needs to be maintained. But it's okay, Mom is here, and Shixiao has hired a nurse. There won't be any issues. You've been tired these days, so rest well, Qin Xiaolan said firmly as she pushed Zhao Yaji out of the room. Then she also said to Lin Shixiao, Yaji has been tired these days, please take care of her. There was nothing wrong with her words, but both young people could sense the implication. At that moment, Zhao Yazi's face turned red. Mom. Come on, let me take you shopping. Lin Shixiao took Zhao Yazi's soft little hand. It had been a while since they last met, and he missed this woman. The next day, Lin Shixiao sought out Hua Yingdong and informed him that it was time to begin purchasing gold. Hua Yingdong responded with remarkable efficiency, having already prepared over 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Brother Shixiao, my fortune rests entirely in your hands. Hua Ingdong laughed as he clapped Lin Shixiao firmly on the shoulder. Uncle Hua, haven't you already struck it rich? Lin Shixiao smiled in return. He knew his analysis was infallible. No uncertainty clouded his mind. For Hua Ingdong, buying gold was merely a question of how much profit he would make, not whether he would suffer any loss. Indeed, I once believed myself wealthy, but Hua Ingdong delivered another heavy clap on Lin Shixiao's shoulder, his expression turning solemn. Seeing you, however, makes me feel utterly impoverished and compelled to redouble my efforts to earn more. Lin Shixiao understood perfectly. Unbeknownst to him, his personal wealth had already grown several times greater than Hua Ingdong's. You could entrust this to Brother Jinting and the others. In truth, Lin Shixiao did not wish Hua Ingdong to work so relentlessly. After all, at his age, one ought to save her life. Moreover, with Hua Ingdong's current fortune, even if his descendants lived frugally, it would sustain them comfortably for a century or two. Sigh, I cannot call them worthless, yet beside you my own sons truly seem like failures. A wistful expression crossed Hua Ingdong's face. Comparison, after all, is the cruelest measure. His sons were by no means inept, yet they fell profoundly short of Lin Shixiao's extraordinary caliber. Uncle Hua, as long as you follow my guidance, wealth accumulation remains remarkably straightforward. This was Lin Shixiao's solemn assurance. For at least the next 2 or 3 decades, every investment path he recommended would prove unerringly sound. Hua Ingdong needed only to act upon his counsel to accrue riches effortlessly. Agreed. I shall heed your words without fail. Hua Ingdong clapped Lin Shixiao's shoulder once more. Though reluctant to admit it, Lin Shixiao truly possessed a far sharper acumen for wealth creation than he ever had. The Jinan, the newest and largest crude oil carrier under the fleet of shipping magnate Bao Chuanwang, surged across the open sea, its hull brimming with petroleum. Captain, has our vessel ever carried such a massive cargo of crude oil before? First Mate Lao Chun approached Captain Yen Sun. No, it never has. Yen Sun himself felt deeply unsettled. He had queried his superiors, only to receive no reply. This voyage, it seemed, bore an unusual and unspoken gravity. I spoke with crewmates aboard other vessels. Their ships, too, are fully laden, and they've received orders none may disembark without authorization for the next 6 months, or face severe penalties. Lao Chen spoke quietly. Such strict confinement was exceedingly rare, previously affecting only 1 or 2 ships, but now encompassing dozens. Captain Yin Sun gazed blankly at the distant horizon. I know scarcely more than you do. A disquieting premonition coiled coldly within his chest. Issue orders, raise alert levels immediately. With this volume of oil aboard, any mishap would bankrupt us all. Understood, Captain. As Lao Chun turned to relay the command, Yin Sun called him back. Lao Chun, look. His face had hardened into grim severity. Pirates! Lao Chun cried instinctively. On the radar screen, 3 blindingly fast-moving blips erupted from what should have been empty ocean space, racing toward them with terrifying speed. This stretch of sea was not known for piracy, yet here came a brazen, well-armed flotilla. Yen Sen's earlier caution had been mere prudence, yet fate, it seemed, delighted in irony. Both men paled. Before they could even blink, the 3 blips closed in. Yen Sen seized the radio and roared, hard to port. Now full ahead. Unknown speedboats approaching. Before the chief engineer could react, a rapid staccato of sharp cracks echoed from the port side. The unmistakable report of AK-47 fire-striking steel plating. 3 heavily modified high-horsepower speedboats converged like sharks, scenting blood, locking onto the colossal oil-laden tanker in a lethal triangular formation. Armed pirates, faces masked, brandished weapons wildly. Some hurled grappling hooks tipped with barbed claws, attempting to board by force. Mad dogs. Do they even grasp what lies in our hold? One stray bullet, and we all vanish into the sky. Lao Chen's face drained of color, cold sweat drenched his back instantly. Yen Sun gripped the helm himself, eyes blazing with resolve. He knew the conventional route had been compromised. Only a desperate gamble remained. With a violent twist of the wheel, he steered straight into the forbidden death zone, a treacherous expanse choked with submerged reefs. Brace yourselves, we're entering the gates of hell. The tanker groaned in protest, its metal frame shrieking as it plunged headlong into the churning reef-strewn maelstrom. The pirates, stunned by the tanker's suicidal turn, lost their advantage. One speedboat, caught by a monstrous wave, slammed into an unseen reef and exploded into a fireball. The remaining 2 hesitated, then cursing bitterly veered away, vanishing into the endless night. The crew erupted in jubilant cheers. Men who earned well at sea yet daily wagered their lives upon its fickle. Yen Sun relinquished the helm and pointed decisively at a mark on the nautical chart. Steer directly to this location. What? Captain, what purpose does this place serve? The crew exchanged bewildered glances. By all logic, they should deliver the crude to developed nations. Yet this marked point lay far beyond any sovereign coastline, surrounded by emptiness. To whom then would the oil be sold? Do not ask, just obey. Yen Sun, still shaken from the pirate assault, spoke with quiet finality. Yes, Captain. Trusting him implicitly, the crew complied. A week later, the Jinan arrived precisely at the designated coordinates. What in the world? Crewmen swarmed the deck, awestruck by the sight before them. Beneath the towering shadow-draped cliffs, an endless armada of supertankers lay moored in dense silent formation. Trembling, Lao Chun raised his binoculars and began identifying each vessel. That's the Jinshan, the Haishan, the Queen. Good heavens, the entire Bao Chuanwang fleet is assembled here. Who could orchestrate such audacity? Captain Yen Sen's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. At last he grasped the truth. This was no ordinary shipment. It was a colossal clandestine oil stockpile. This venture must have cost no less than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, perhaps even more. Who in Hong Kong possesses such boldness? Lao Chun assumed the mastermind hailed from Hong Kong, because had it been a foreign entity, Bao Chuanwang would never have risked gathering his entire fleet. On the high seas, armed marauders could seize both ships and cargo in an instant. In today's maritime world, there are few rules, only power and trust. Thus the partner must be utterly beyond reproach. I don't know, and I won't speculate, but I suspect our compensation will be substantial. A faint smile flickered across Yen Sen's face. Only extraordinary rewards could compel Bao Chuanwang to such extremes, and the magnate was famously generous, never stingy with those who served him well. Another ship approaches, not one of ours. First Mate Lao Chen suddenly pointed toward the horizon, where a colossal vessel emerged from the distance. Likely one we chartered. Yen Sun suppressed his mounting astonishment. Unprecedented scale, truly unprecedented. Even Lao Chen felt a surge of incredulous exasperation. Setting aside all else, anyone daring enough to amass such staggering reserves of oil in a single stroke was undeniably a formidable force. At Changsha Group, the assistant forcefully pushed open the door to Li Jiaqing's office. Li Sheng, something's... What happened? Li Jiaqing immediately jumped up from his chair, feeling extremely sensitive. A rumor has it that the over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars raised by Lin Shixiao have all gone abroad. The assistant's expression was very tense. What do you mean? For a moment, Li Jiaqing was still somewhat stunned. Li Sheng, the money Lin Shixiao raised is not for buying stocks at the bottom, but for operations in foreign capital markets. As for what he intends to do, we currently have no way of knowing. Are you sure all his money has gone abroad? Li Jiaqing's face suddenly darkened. Absolutely. I bribed an employee of the Xiaolong Group, and he told me, but his position is too low to know the specifics. I see. Li Jiaqing's body suddenly lost strength as he sat back down in his chair, mumbling repeatedly. How could this happen? How could this happen? He was very clear that without Lin Shixiao buying at the bottom, the Hong Kong stock market wouldn't recover anytime soon, which meant that the 40 million Hong Kong dollars he invested couldn't be recouped in the short term. However, he was currently under great financial pressure and couldn't wait that long. Li Sheng, what should we do? What is our... It's about over 13 million. Over 13 million. Li Jiaqing chewed on this figure repeatedly, his brows furrowing deeply. This loss made him feel immense pain. Should we pull out? The assistant felt that his mouth was a bit dry. It had only been less than a month, and they had suffered such great losses anyone would find it unbearable. Let's wait and see. If the stock market doesn't improve, then we'll pull out. The company needs money now. Li Jiaqing reluctantly made the decision. All right, Li Sheng, I will keep a close eye on the stock market situation and report to you at any time. The assistant didn't know how to comfort Li Jiaqing. Sighing, he walked out. After the assistant left, Li Jiaqing shakily approached the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly outside. He realized he had made a tremendous mistake. He had been too eager for quick success, subjectively and arbitrarily believing that Lin Shixiao would save the market without any basis. He knew that his current situation was all due to Lin Shixiao's influence. Originally, as one of the most successful businessmen in Hong Kong, he enjoyed praise from all sides and had always maintained a steady temperament. Lin Shixiao. Li Jiaqing gritted his teeth. Unknowingly, his hatred for Lin Shixiao increased by another 10%. On that day, Xiao Yifu arrived at Lin Shixiao's office with bags in hand. Hee Lin Sheng. Xiao Sheng. What wind blew you here? Lin Shixiao quickly stood up and walked over to shake hands with Xiao Yifu. Lin Sheng, you shouldn't have forgotten that you are a major shareholder of TVB, right? Xiao Yifu's expression was somewhat... I haven't forgotten. Lin Shixiao felt a bit embarrassed as his focus on TVB had indeed decreased during this time. Or rather, he hadn't really paid much attention at all. TVB's ratings are declining again. Xiao Yifu appeared quite worried. Without even thinking, Lin Shixiao knew that Xiao Yifu was intentionally exaggerating. Not to mention TVB was currently the only television station in Hong Kong. Even if ratings had declined, it would be quite limited. Moreover, some movies would be aired for free after being shown in theaters, so the ratings couldn't be too poor. Lin Sheng, you need to think of a way. Xiao Yifu continued to frown. All right. Seeing the items Xiao Yifu brought, Lin Shixiao knew that if he didn't provide an explanation today, Xiao Yifu wouldn't leave. Just wait a moment. Lin Shixiao gestured for Xiao Yifu to give him some time to think. There were many classic television programs in his past life, but now it was 1973, and he had to consider whether they would be suitable after being brought over and whether they could meet expectations. All right, take your time, Lin Sheng. I have plenty of time today. Xiao Yifu was not polite and sat down in front of the coffee table brewing tea for himself. Lin Shixiao sat opposite him and when Xiao Yifu finished brewing the tea, he consciously picked up his teacup. Xiao Yifu didn't brew tea often. There were probably very few people in Hong Kong who had such a fortune. Lin Xing, have you thought of anything? The tea was brewed, but Lin Shixiao had yet to come up with a plan. Xiao Yifu's hand holding the tea paused in midair. Xiao Xing, aren't you afraid of getting burned? Lin Shixiao couldn't help but murmur. This temperature, I can still handle it. Xiao Yifu forced a smile, saying it was impossible not to feel the heat, but he endured it. Alright, I have a plan. Lin Shixiao hurriedly took the teacup. If Xiao Yifu were to get burned, the media in Hong Kong would start spreading rumors again. Those who didn't understand would think he had mistreated Xiao Yifu. You have a plan. What plan? Xiao Yifu suddenly, he had thought for several days but hadn't come up with a good idea. The main issue was that Supergirl had been too successful, making it difficult for subsequent programs. Currently, TVB had gathered the most talented television people in Hong Kong, but even so they couldn't compare to Lin Shixiao, otherwise Xiao Yifu wouldn't have come today. The talent show, eh? Xiao Yifu thought for a moment, but still didn't know what this so-called talent. Lin Sheng, please explain it in detail. Seeing that Lin Shixiao's cup was empty, Xiao Yifu quickly poured another. The so-called talent show, as the name implies, is to find some people with extraordinary skills to perform on the program. These skills can be of various types. For example, someone has great strength enough to push a truck, or someone's beard is very resilient, able to pull a small car, or someone can hit high notes so high that they can shatter glass. Lin Shixiao listed over a dozen examples in a row, and Xiao Yifu's eyes grew brighter. This program is great, really fantastic. As expected of Lin Sheng, there are so many ideas. Xiao Yifu could already foresee that when the program aired there would be a surge of viewership in Hong Kong. Moreover, such programs generate significant discussion. A single talent can lead newspapers to dedicate an entire issue to coverage. Under Lin Shixiao's influence, Xiao Yifu began to value discussion, which is often referred to as public opinion. I've already shared the plan, I don't need to follow up on the implementation, right? Lin Shixiao squinted his eyes. Xiao Yifu felt a bit of pressure. Now that the television industry is filled with talent, the project will be flawlessly executed. Just please wait for the results, Lin Sheng. Xiao Yifu patted his chest confidently. That's good. Lin Shixiao smiled slightly. While TVB might not bring him high profits, the uniqueness of this industry meant he wouldn't give up. However, his energy was limited, and he couldn't fully immerse himself in the television station. Over an hour later, Xiao Yifu left contentedly, and the people of Hong Kong were about to welcome a new phenomenon-level program. On Lama Island, in a beautiful undeveloped coastal area, several graceful women were running on the beach. This place is truly beautiful. Zhao Yaji hadn't smiled so freely in a long time. Her father had been moved to a regular ward, and now that his health was stable, she finally had the leisure to come out and have fun. The key is that there are few people here we can play freely. Shen Hongyu wore a red bikini today, her proud figure unmistakable. However, this beautiful scenery could only be savored by one man. I never expected there to be such a paradise in Hong Kong. A young woman with an exceptionally proud figure sighed. She was the girl known as Hong Zhu that Lin Shixiao picked up at the television station. Now Hong Zhu was the leading actress in several dramas, and her rise to fame was just a matter of time. Of course, her sister Hong Yan was also doing well, having landed several important supporting roles even if she hadn't become a lead. Not to mention being a huge star, making it as a top-tier actress was not a problem. All of this was thanks to Lin Shixiao. So when her sister Hong Yan heard there was an event today, she immediately urged her younger sister to participate. Hong Zhu, why isn't your sister coming? A melodious female voice came, the owner of which was the immensely popular Deng. Until now, Deng Lijun had not moved out of Lin Shixiao's villa. Some things were already unspoken between them. My sister has something to do. Hong Zhu's expression fell slightly. It wasn't that Hong Yan had something to do, she felt ashamed and didn't want to. Oh, Deng Lijun asked casually, and then went to pick up shells. Qingxia, your filming has wrapped up, right? Zhao Yaji looked at Lin Shixiao. The two were of similar age and very talented in acting, so they got along quite well. Yes, basically it's wrapped up unless there are reshoots. Lin Shixiao smiled, though there was a hint of fatigue on her face. She wanted to act, and Lin Shixiao had supported her, which made her quite tired lately. Don't work too hard, you can never finish filming everything. When Zhao Yaji said this, she felt a sense of unreality. Other artists were eager for roles while they had to consider the problem of too many scripts balancing work and rest. I plan to take a half-month break. Lin Shixiao said, playfully sticking out her tongue. Zhao Yaji could only be speechless. Alright, undoubtedly a workaholic. She had also been quite the hard worker, but a serious illness of Zhao Guohua had made her realize many things. While a career was important, health and family were even more crucial. Speaking of family, Zhao Yaji instinctively looked in Lin Shixiao's direction. Seeing him sitting alone, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Qingxia, you have fun, and I'll go over there for a bit. Zhao Yaji pointed towards Lin Shixiao. Okay, go ahead. Just make sure Lin Xing doesn't drag you into the woods. Lin Qingxia teased with a smile. Zhao Yaji felt a rush of shyness. It had been a while since she and Lin Shixiao had been intimate. He'll go over first. Alright, I won't disturb you. Lin Shixiao had a look of amusement. Zhao Yaji knew that staying silent at this moment was the wisest choice as she stepped towards Lin Shixiao. Hey, Zhao Yaji stood with her hands on her hips looking quite domineering. Beautiful girl, what's up? Lin Shixiao immediately smiled, his eyes gleaming mischievously. He had seen Zhao Yaji in a swimsuit many times, but for some reason today, she looked exceptionally attractive. Perhaps it was because Zhao Yaji had lost some weight while caring for her family. He feeling bored. As she spoke, Zhao Yaji sat down beside Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao naturally didn't hold back, pulling this woman into his arms. What do you think? Am I good to you? Zhao Yaji said in a playful tone. Yes, my Yaji is the best. Lin Shixiao began to act a little unruly. This place. Zhao Yazi's face turned red. What about this place? Lin Shixiao's mischievous smile grew more pronounced. I won't talk to you. Zhao Yazi's voice gradually lowered. She felt a strong sense of something unusual. An ambiguous atmosphere lingered, and neither spoke further, enjoying their time together until the delivery worker. It's not quite appropriate to say delivery after all. The concept of delivery hadn't emerged in this era. But as one of the most capable young men on Hong Kong Island, Lin Shixiao could indeed get delicious food delivered anywhere with just a phone call. Hey everyone, stop playing, come eat something. Zhao Yaji quickly jumped off Lin Shixiao. With others around, she felt. Lin Shixiao rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Thanks, Lin Sheng. Several women rushed over. They didn't hold back, selecting their favorite foods and feasting. Delicious. Deng Lijun said simply and directly. Blue skies, white clouds, delicious food, a great joy in life. Good poem, good poem. Zhao Yaji immediately praised. Their relationship had improved even more than before, all thanks to Lin Shixiao. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Yaji. Shin Hongyu smiled with her eyes squinted. She wasn't naturally a smiling person. Previously, she bore the heavy burden of bringing Hongyu Daily back to glory and didn't dare to laugh easily. Now Hongyu Daily had become a giant in Hong Kong's newspaper industry. At this moment, everyone noticed that Deng Lijun hadn't spoken for a while and seemed to be daydreaming. Jun, what are you thinking about? The handsome guy is right here. Shin Hongyu waved her hand in front of Deng Lijun's eyes. I was thinking, can Lin Sheng buy this place? Deng Lijun looked at Lin Shixiao with anticipation. Buy it. The other women were stunned, then quickly reacted. Yes, it's so nice here. If we buy it, we can reclaim land from the sea and turn it into a unique vacation area, doing whatever we want. Although Repulse Bay is good, it is still somewhat far from the beach. I support this plan verbally. Everyone became excited, looking eagerly at Lin Shixiao. Everyone knew Lin Shixiao was wealthy and had a good relationship with the governor of Hong Kong Island, so buying this beach shouldn't be a problem. Buying this place. Lin Shixiao felt a stirring in his heart. Such actions would definitely not be allowed in the future, but it was 1973 now, and there was plenty of room to maneuver. Moreover, he had already purchased the necessary crude oil, and now he just needed to wait for the outbreak of war in the Middle East, making this period relatively free for him. Alright, I'll ask Musa about it tomorrow. Lin Shixiao said thoughtfully. Without hesitation, the next day Lin Shixiao found Musa. Lin, it's been a while. Musa was very happy to see Lin. Lin Shixiao was straightforward, directly handing over a brand new bankbook. Governor, this is your share of the earnings from the cinema line over the past few months. Earlier, to deal with the sudden trouble caused by Jia He, Lin Shixiao sought Musa's help and urgently built many cinemas, promising Musa a 5% share of the net profits. Oh. Musa smiled as he took the bankbook, ignoring Lin Shixiao's presence, and opened it to check the numbers. His smile became even brighter. As expected of Lin, you keep your promises. Musa couldn't help but give Lin Shixiao a thumbs up. In fact, they had not signed any formal agreements, it was just a verbal promise. Lin Shixiao could easily find excuses to delay or avoid paying him. Of course, as the governor, he had his own, but since Lin Shixiao was willing to pay, it meant less trouble for everyone. Throughout their interactions, Lin Shixiao had received many tangible benefits from Musa, and it also brought Musa considerable financial income, making their relationship mutually beneficial. Governor, it's only natural. Lin Shixiao smiled and looked around, and Musa understood, immediately signaling his subordinates to step back. Perhaps he would worry about security with other visitors, but with Lin Shixiao, he felt completely at ease. Lin, is there something you need me to handle again? Musa's face showed anticipation. To be honest, Governor, there isn't. Lin Shixiao smiled. Please take a seat. Musa gestured for Lin Shixiao to sit down quickly and personally brewed a cup of tea for him, presenting it solemnly. Lin, feel free to say anything. If I can help, I will definitely assist. Musa wished Lin Shixiao would come to him every day, as it would mean countless extra earnings for him. Hong Kong Island would eventually return to the mainland, and during this limited time, he just hoped to earn more income. Governor, yesterday, I took a few friends to Lama Island and found the beach there to be beautiful. The scenery was stunning, so I was thinking. At this point, Lin Shixiao deliberately paused. Are you thinking of buying that place? Musa immediately understood Lin Shixiao's intention. To be honest, I have had others mention it to me before, but I didn't agree. In principle, no beach on Hong Kong Island can belong to anyone in any way. Musa's expression seemed somewhat serious. Lin Shixiao did not give up and continued to smile. But I know the governor must have a way. Musa chuckled awkwardly and poured himself a cup of tea, slowly sipping it. We are old friends, so I won't beat around the bush. 2 million, and this matter can proceed. 2 million. At the mention of this figure, Lin Shixiao's brows furrowed slightly. This amount was a bit beyond his expectations. Actually, 2 million is really not expensive. Seeing Lin Shixiao's expression change, Musa quickly explained. Normally, if you want to buy a beach regardless of the size, it would cost no less than 20 million Hong Kong dollars, and it can only be leased. If you give me 2 million, I can help you secure permanent ownership. Even if Hong Kong Island returns to the mainland for the sake of stability, they won't touch your asset. Plus, I can give you a discount on the beach's purchase cost. Musa was almost coaxing him. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Shixiao's expression softened slightly. He pulled out a map of Lama Island from his pocket, which had an area of about 1,000 square meters circled. Governor, how much would it cost for this area? Musa instinctively frowned. Lin, this is a bit off. Musa took a pen and recircled an area for Lin Shixiao. You can take this spot. I have been to Lama Island. The scenery here is more beautiful, and it is an undeveloped area. If you secure this place, no one will complain. The only downside is that you will need to spend more on construction. Can permanent ownership be obtained here? Lin Shixiao pointed to the area Musa had circled. Yes, I will have the relevant departments provide authoritative documentation. Musa replied decisively. It's 2 million, right? Correct. Musa's eyes were somewhat fiery, clearly eager to finalize this deal. Okay, let me go check out this place. If everything is fine, we'll get started. Lin Shixiao slapped the table. Now both he and Musa could trust each other, making many matters much easier to handle. Finding a trustworthy collaborator like Musa is not an easy task, which is why Musa values him. People like Musa do not easily trust others. Subsequently, Lin Shixiao gathered a few women, took 3 cars, and headed back to Lama Island to the area Musa had circled. This was a beach surrounded by small hills with fine sand and azure waters. Because it had not been developed, reaching the beach was not easy. Wow, this place is even more beautiful. The area is large enough and ensures privacy. The women immediately fell in love with this spot. The surrounding hills acted as a natural barrier. During development, a wall would only need to be built around it, and whatever happens inside would remain unknown to others. Lin, this place is very suitable for land reclamation, and the cost will be much lower than over there. Lin Shixiao had brought in relevant experts. How much area do you think can be reclaimed here? This was Lin Shixiao's concern. Musa promised that whatever area was reclaimed, he would give him that amount. This, 1 or 2,000 square meters, is not a problem. The experts were internally shocked. What man wouldn't want to own a beach entirely for himself in Hong Kong, let alone one that could be considered a paradise? What's the budget? It won't exceed 100 million Hong Kong dollars. The expert was very decisive. Can you do it? A casual comment from Lin Shixiao sent the expert into a frenzy of excitement. In response, I will give it my all. This type of project is rare in a lifetime. Anyone who refuses it would be a fool. We will start work tomorrow. Oh. The expert was still a bit taken aback. He was not used to Lin Shixiao's decisive style. Usually people wouldn't start such a large project without at least a year or half a year of planning. You can't do it. Lin Shixiao narrowed his eyes. He had inquired and knew the expert owned a construction company capable of handling this project. I can't. The expert gritted his teeth in agreement. Even if there were countless difficulties, he would take on this project. Great, you can go prepare. I will handle the other matters. Lin Shixiao sent the expert away. Wow, Lin is so handsome. As expected of Lin, so imposing. Zhao Yaji and the others became excited. They couldn't wait to stay in this place permanently. You few, who wants to be the supervisor? Lin Shixiao smiled as he looked at the women. I'm not good at it. Well, I'm very busy. Suddenly the women all backed out. Only one woman seemed a bit distracted and didn't. Shen, it's time for you to work hard. Lin Shixiao smiled at Shen Hongyu. Why me? Am I a lady? Has the affairs of the Xiaolong group decreased? Shen Hongyu protested immediately. But her protest was ineffective. Zhao Yaji and the others quickly reasoned with her. Hongyu, those who are capable must work harder. Sister Hongyu, you are my idol. Sister Hongyu, you are the coolest. In the end, the majority ruled, and Shen Hongyu had no choice but to accept the task. In fact, Lin Shixiao had already made the decision, leaving her with little choice. Although they usually joked around, she never forgot that she was Lin Shixiao's subordinate. Although Lin Shixiao often took advantage of her, he had also given her a lot. Nowadays, whenever people mentioned Shen Hongyu in Hong Kong, they would show her respect. Many young female college students even regarded her as an idol, dreaming of achieving the same success as hers. On this day, the entrance of TVB was particularly lively. Xiao Yifu acted swiftly. The show proposed by Lin Shixiao talent show landed within a week and entered the recording phase at the television station. Lin Shixiao initially did not want to participate, but after being persuaded 3 times by Xiao Yifu, he reluctantly agreed to record the first episode. As soon as he arrived, all the available artists under the banner of Xiaolong Entertainment showed up. Zhao Yaji, Deng Lijun, Lin Shixiao. Mr. Lin, you finally made it. Xiao Yifu had been waiting early at the entrance of the television station. As soon as Lin Shixiao's car arrived, he eagerly rushed over to open the car door. Hello, Mr. Xiao. A hint of resentment flashed in Lin Shixiao's eyes. Anyone forced to work would wear such a face. Xiao Yifu understood and chuckled. Mr. Lin, TVB is your company. All right, since I'm here, let's go. Lin Shixiao pretended not to see Xiao Yifu's outstretched hand. Hee. Xiao Yifu was refused when he extended his hand, but did not take offense. He wanted to follow Lin Shixiao, but was discouraged by a single remark from him. This is my company, I know the way. Mr. Xiao, you go ahead and be busy. Xiao Yifu was the director of talent show overseeing everything, so he would be very busy today. Lin Shixiao did not want to delay matters because of himself. Alright, Mr. Lin, take your time. Xiao Yifu continued to watch Lin Shixiao's disappearing figure before he quickly walked into the adjacent building. There's someone was waiting for him to solve a problem. Hee, I've never seen Mr. Xiao like this. Zhao Yaji found Xiao Yifu's earlier demeanor quite amusing. Only with Mr. Lin would he act this way. Hongzhu looked at Lin Shixiao with admiration. After that incident at the television station, Lin Shixiao had not gotten close to her, and during many nights, she had tossed and turned in bed. So now, whenever there was an opportunity, she would follow. Of course, Mr. Lin is now the most prominent figure in Hong Kong. Shin Hongyu said this in a strange tone. Recently, she had been running back and forth between the company and the beach, leaving her looking somewhat haggard, and naturally her resentment towards Lin Shixiao was deeper. That's because Mr. Xiao knows how to handle people. Lin Shixiao endured the compliments from everyone. As night fell, the show officially began. Hello everyone, I am a car mechanic. I can identify a car brand just by the sound of its engine down to the specific model. Wow, that's amazing. We have prepared several audio clips of engines. Do you want to take a challenge? If you answer correctly more than 80% of the time, you can enter the next round. Currently, the more significant programs at TVB are hosted by Wang Mingquan. I accept the challenge. The contestant was very confident, and the audience in the studio and in front of the television held their breath in anticipation. You can tell what car it is just by listening. Is it really that amazing? I don't believe it. I've specifically noticed that some models have very similar engine sounds, and it's hard to distinguish them by sound alone. Regardless, this program is still quite interesting. Previously, there had never been a program like Talent Show in Hong Kong, so even though it was a new show, many Hong Kong residents were glued to their televisions. Puff, 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 guru. What car is this? Wang Mingquan immediately handed the microphone to the contestant. Without a moment's hesitation, the contestant replied, the car is a Ford Mustang Mach. Let's see if this answer is correct. Wang Mingquan guided everyone to watch the big screen. When the answer displayed on the screen matched the contestant's response, the venue erupted in excitement. Wow, he can really tell? That's impressive. Not necessarily, maybe it was just a coincidence. If I went up, I might get one or two right too. There is always someone with inexplicable confidence. However, having only answered one correctly did not inspire confidence. It seems you really have some skill. Wang Mingquan feigned amazement. To ensure the show's quality, all contestants who took the stage were verified. Of course, bring it on. The contestant patted his chest, clearly emboldened by the confidence from answering correctly. This program offered a substantial prize, and he hoped to continue advancing. Alright, let's play the second audio clip. The audience in the studio and in front of the television can guess along. Wang Mingquan did not forget what Lin Shixiao had previously mentioned. The most important thing about making a show is to give the audience a sense of participation. What car is this? Volkswagen Beetle 1303. The contestant answered rapidly. The audience in the venue focused on the big screen, eagerly awaiting confirmation. Wang Mingquan did not hesitate. Alright, let's see if the answer is correct. Volkswagen Beetle 1303. Correct again. Awesome. This time it shouldn't be a guess. This person is truly impressive. Many of the crowd's doubts faded. Wang Mingquan followed the prepared script. Can you tell us how you were so sure it was a Volkswagen Beetle 1303? This was also a question on many audience members' minds, so when Wang Mingquan asked, both the studio and television viewers held their breath, not daring to miss a single word. The carburetor on the Beetle 1303 has some issues. When the engine starts, there is a mix of electrical and mechanical sounds, which is very distinctive and easy to recognize. Oh, the audience erupted in surprise. After hearing the contestant's explanation, everyone was even more convinced of his abilities and found the program even more interesting. Thank you for sharing. Next is the third question. If you can answer correctly, you will advance to the next round and also win a bonus for advancing. Are you nervous? Nervous. The contestant cooperated enthusiastically. Alright, let's listen to the third audio clip. Cadillac Eldorado. As soon as the sound was played, the contestant immediately buzzed in with the answer. The audience laughed, looking at the screen in the center, believing the contestant's answer to be correct. Cadillac Eldorado. Sure enough, the answer displayed on the screen matched the contestant's response completely. Congratulations, you've advanced. Wang Mingquan loudly announced the contestant's advancement. Now let's welcome. Ratings have exploded. Xiao Yifu chuckled wryly. What do you mean ratings exploded? Lin Shixiao feigned ignorance. The talent show. Xiao Yifu wasn't offended. High ratings pleased him deeply. Oh. Lin Shixiao's response remained subdued. Just oh. Xiao Yifu was dissatisfied with Lin Shixiao's lack of enthusiasm. It was inevitable. What's there to celebrate? Lin Shixiao lifted his gaze and stared at Xiao Yifu with feigned astonishment. Oh Xiao Yifu slunk away dispiritedly, his dejected posture evoking quiet sympathy. You really must learn to show people a kinder face, Shun Hongyu remarked, unable to bear it any longer. I trusted him completely, entrusted TVB entirely to him. Yet here he is failing even to produce a single program, and still daring to come ask me for advice. Tell me, how could I not be furious? Shen Hongyu knew this was Lin Shixiao's peculiar brand of humble brag, and turned her full attention back to the stage, ignoring him entirely. Over 2 hours later the show concluded, but the live audience lingered in lingering excitement, animatedly discussing the performers. Observing their reactions, Lin Shixiao knew the talent show would surpass its predecessor in success. In this era, entertainment options were scarce, making audiences far more loyal and easily captivated by a single compelling program. Xiao Yifu reappeared. Hehe, Mr. Lin, there's a celebration banquet later. Would you join us? What? You want me to help you secure advertisers? Lin Shixiao instantly saw through Xiao Yifu's intention. TVB had become a golden goose in the eyes of advertisers. The moment a hit program aired, sponsors clamored to pay premium rates. His presence would further ignite advertiser enthusiasm and drive bids even higher. Hehe, nothing escapes your perception, Mr. Lin. Xiao Yifu grinned sheepishly. He had long grown accustomed to shedding all pretense before Lin Shixiao. No, I won't go. Xiao Yifu froze, stunned into silence for 3 full seconds. Mr. Lin. Xiao Yifu tried to plead further, but Lin Shixiao had already strode purposefully toward the exit. As he moved to follow, Shen Hongyu gently blocked his path. Mr. Xiao, please stop. If you keep flattering him like this, his tail will soon brush the heavens. All right then. Xiao Yifu offered an awkward smile and halted. Goodbye, Mr. Xiao, Shen Hongyu said warmly as she bid him farewell. Goodbye. Xiao Yifu composed himself instantly, reverting to the dignified, solemn demeanor expected of Mr. Xiao. A month later, on an ordinary day, Lin Shixiao had barely stepped into the investment department when he received astonishing news. Mr. Lin, it's begun. It's broken out. Wang Jiqiang, having kept vigil all night, was nevertheless electrified with exhilaration. Has war erupted in the Middle East? Lin Shixiao had been waiting precisely for this moment. Yes, global oil prices surged instantly, already breaching $5 per barrel. So soon? Lin Shixiao was startled. Just 2 days prior, the price had stood at $3.5 per barrel. Indeed, it may well surpass $6 today, Mr. Lin. You're truly unparalleled. Zhuge Liang Reborn. Wang Jiqiang could find no words adequate to express his awe of Lin Shixiao. Since meeting him, every single one of Lin Shixiao's predictions had proven flawless. Mr. Lin, you're destined to become the world's richest man. Wang Jianhua was equally elated. Though Lin Shixiao's profits bore little direct benefit to him, merely bearing witness was itself profoundly thrilling. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Wang Huan remained the calmest of the three. This is merely the beginning. The greatest gains lie ahead. Lin Shixiao restrained his inner excitement. Though he was already the wealthiest man in Hong Kong, and thus less driven by material need, he recognized that wealth at times was pursued not for spending but for the sheer intoxicating satisfaction of mastery. Mr. Lin, what do you estimate the peak global oil price will reach? All 3 men, Wang Jiqiang, Wang Jianhua, and Wang Huan, fixed their hopeful gazes upon him. That? I'm uncertain. Lin Shixiao shrugged helplessly, not from reluctance, but because his memory of the precise historical peak had grown hazy. Wang Jianhua's brow instinctively furrowed. Then at what price should we sell? Yes, when exactly should... Wang Jiqiang scratched his head. He simply couldn't make such a judgment. Though I cannot pinpoint the absolute peak, we can anchor our decision in geopolitical developments. Sell the moment the United States intervenes. Sell in tranches. Lin Shixiao had long prepared this contingency. With no pressing financial need, he could readily accept sacrificing a portion of potential profit. As always, he refused to chase perfection. Never attempt to sell at the absolute top. So all we need to do now is monitor U.S. actions closely. Wang Jiqiang's eyes lit up. He felt unmistakably that he had just leveled up. He realized investment could transcend mere market analysis. It could be rooted in the tectonic shifts of global power. Exactly. Lin Shixiao nodded. Understood, Mr. Lin. We'll watch intently. The moment anything unusual occurs, we'll report to you immediately. Wang Jianhua resolved to remain at the office around the clock. Given Lin Shixiao's massive capital deployment, and the fact that half of it was borrowed, he dared not afford even the smallest misstep. Thank you. This means a great deal. Lin Shixiao felt genuine warmth. Though Wang Jianhua and his colleagues might lack extraordinary talent, they were steadfast, diligent, and utterly reliable, making them indispensable. And he would never fail to reward them. Wealth would flow endlessly. Just 1% of his future fortune would ensure their lifetimes of ease. Meanwhile, Li Jiaqing had finally uncovered the destination of Lin Shixiao's liquid assets. Mr. Li, confirmed intelligence indicates Lin Shixiao has invested all his cash in international crude oil. With prices soaring, he's reaping colossal returns. The assistant's eyes shimmered with envy. Compared to Lin Shixiao, industrialists like Li Jiaqing earned only hard-won, sweat-drenched income, working tirelessly for an entire year, yet earning less than Lin Shixiao did in a single day. I anticipated as much. Li Jiaqing set aside his financial newspaper, every page dominated by reports on the Middle Eastern conflict and surging oil prices. Tell me, is this man a celestial being descended to Earth? Li Jiaqing suddenly blurted out. Huh. The assistant was momentarily stunned. I mean, each time he invests he strikes the perfect moment, always positioning himself well in advance. If he's no immortal, how does he possess such uncanny foresight? The Hong Kong stock market is understandable. There's room for maneuver. But global oil prices, they're beyond the control of any individual or even a small group. And war, that's impossible to predict in advance, isn't it? Li Jiaqing gazed expectantly at his assistant, hoping for insight, but disappointment was inevitable. Mr. Li, I confess, I'm just as baffled. The assistant offered a rueful smile, his role growing ever more demanding, requiring ever deeper understanding. Fine, go ahead and leave. Li Jiaqing waved dismissively, signaling the assistant to withdraw so he could gather his thoughts. Mr. Li, might you consider entering the market yourself? I suspect the conflict won't end soon. There's still profit to be made. The assistant meant well, but overlooked a critical flaw. I know you mean well, but you'd be endangering me. Oil prices have risen dramatically already. Entering now carries risk far exceeding any possible reward. Li Jiaqing suddenly flared with agitation. He'd already suffered losses in the stock market. Now he lacked the courage to gamble on crude oil. My apologies, Mr. Li. I spoke out of turn. The assistant immediately recognized his error, bowing repeatedly as he backed out of the office. Once the assistant departed, Li Jiaqing swiftly shut and locked the door, then paced restlessly across his office, muttering softly to himself like a man unmoored from reason. How does he know? How does he know? I must find out. At the manor of the Baochuan king, he was quietly savoring tea in the courtyard. On the surface he appeared calm, but tumultuous waves surged within him. When he initially reached an agreement with Lin Shixiao, to be honest, he had worried that if the international oil prices did not soar this year, Lin Shixiao would not profit and he would have to bear the risk. The reason he agreed to cooperate with Lin Shixiao was entirely due to Lin Shixiao's formidable track record. He admitted that he had been somewhat rash in this matter, unlike his former self. Now, with the Middle East war erupting as expected, international crude oil prices surged. It was foreseeable that Lin Shixiao's wealth would multiply several times. He himself would also benefit. This child is a genius, a great monster. The Baochuan king couldn't help but exclaim. The sound of footsteps approached as old Qian walked over. Bao Sheng, is everything all right over there? For now, yes. Lin Sheng said we need to wait some more days. When it's time to sell, he will give me instructions. I have people stationed there 247, so it won't delay Lin Sheng's matters. Old Qian had followed the Baochuan king for many years and was one of his most important and trusted subordinates. You handle things and I have no worries. The Baochuan king nodded in approval. After that, neither of them spoke, both lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, the Baochuan king spoke again. During this time by Lin Sheng's side, have you learned anything? The Baochuan king sent old Qian to also train him. Although old Qian was somewhat older, the shipping group still needed experienced individuals like him. If only I had a son as capable as Lin Sheng. Without waiting for old Qian to respond, the Baochuan king sighed. Old Qian did not pick up on that, but answered the previous question. Bao Sheng, to be honest, I haven't learned much. Lin Sheng's appearances at the Xiaolong group have been limited, and each time he just issues directives and leaves. Generally speaking, such a large investment requires multiple validations and numerous meetings, but with Lin Sheng, it is completely different. Of course, I can't say I learned nothing. Lin Sheng's decisiveness, insight, and sharp vision are all aspects we need to learn from. To be honest, old Qian had been very observant of Lin Shixiao's work, but unfortunately Lin Shixiao's activities at the Xiaolong group were too few, and he hadn't learned much. Hearing old Qian's words, the Baochuan king wore a helpless smile. That's also his strength. Others want to imitate, but they can't. Predicting the future is the hardest. The Baochuan king stood up and stretched. As one gets older, even sitting for long periods becomes difficult. Before Lin Shixiao appeared in Hong Kong Island, the Baochuan king would never admit he was aging. Bao Sheng, although you are getting older, your abilities still surpass many. Old Qian sincerely complimented. If you say that I feel much better, I almost let Lin Sheng bring me down. The Baochuan king shook his head helplessly. Anyone who spends too much time with Lin Sheng will inevitably feel inadequate. Old Qian remarked. The Baochuan king smiled and nodded in agreement. The weather is nice today. Walk with me in the courtyard. The Baochuan king had gotten rich early and his land was vast. Just the courtyard spanned several hundred square meters, making a leisurely stroll no problem at all. The two walked and chatted. Bao Sheng, are you planning to implement Lin Sheng's previous suggestion? Old Qian's main purpose for coming today was this. Are you talking about the acquisition of the shipyard? The Baochuan king stopped in his tracks, stroking his chin in contemplation. Old Qian did not disturb him, patiently waiting. I was quite hesitant before. After all, acquiring a shipyard is simple, but managing one well is difficult. I'm getting older and somewhat lack the boldness. However, seeing oil prices soar now, I don't want to miss this opportunity. Lin Sheng doesn't always guide people. He said the shipyard has great future prospects and long-term profits are inevitable. Plus, with the current surge in oil prices causing a significant reduction in international shipping, the value of shipyards is at a low point. Buying in now is indeed very cost-effective. I am quite hesitant, so please help me with some advice. Old Qian had already considered this before coming. Baoxing, I do have some thoughts, but they might be quite bold, so please, go ahead. How long have we known each other? The Baochuan king glared at Old Qian. Although Lin Shixiao previously said he didn't plan to involve himself in shipyard matters, if you give him some shares I suspect he won't refuse. We don't expect Lin Shixiao to do anything else. As long as he can help us grasp the overall direction, I think the shipyard will do just fine. Even though the value of the shipyard is currently low, giving Lin Shixiao some shares is still a considerable amount. Old Qian's proposal is indeed very bold. Let me think. The Baochuan king continued, stroking his chin in contemplation. At Happy Valley, Hui Yingdong's private residence. Huasheng, good news, tremendous good news, international gold prices have risen. Steward Chun rushed in excitedly. Slow down, if you trip I would feel guilty. Huasheng, forgive my jest. Steward Chen chuckled. You're not just happy because gold prices have risen, are you? And because Ah Xiao's judgment was correct, right? Hua Yingdong had an all-seeing expression. Nothing escapes Huasheng's insight. Steward Chun, like a child, scratched the back of his head. How much has it risen? Hua Yingdong's expression grew serious, eagerly looking at Steward Chun. I thought Huasheng wasn't concerned about this. Nonsense, I invested so much money, several hundred million, how could I? Hua Yingdong's voice rose. It has risen by 30%, not as much as the oil prices. I wish I had purchased international crude oil back then. Steward Chun looked regretful. Compared to the rise in crude oil prices, gold has indeed increased less. Hua Yingdong's expression turned serious. If I had bought crude oil back then I would certainly have made more, but I would also have to bear more risks. I don't want to take on risks, so naturally I have to accept slightly lower returns. Of course, if not compared, our returns are still considerable, and this is just the beginning. As the world becomes more chaotic, gold becomes more valuable. We just have to wait to collect our money. Hua Yingdong, who could build such a large enterprise, had a temperament that Steward Chun could not compare to. Huasheng remains calm. Steward Chun sincerely gave a thumbs up. Have you heard about Li Jiaqing's recent affairs? Hua Yingdong suddenly said. Steward Chun was taken aback and then revealed a playful expression. I've heard quite good. The two were playing a guessing game, yet both knew what the other was referring to. On this day, after concluding the overseas film promotion, Li Xiaolong and his party arrived at Hong Kong International Airport, where news had already spread, resulting in a crowd gathering to welcome them. Among the crowd were fans and media reporters. Over a month after the release of The Legend of Bruce Lee, the box office in Europe and America officially surpassed $100 million. This is an extraordinary achievement. At this moment, the highest international box office stands at $400 million. For The Legend of Bruce Lee, a film wholly produced in Hong Kong, to achieve such box office numbers is nothing short of a miracle. Countless people in Hong Kong feel proud. Li Xiaolong's fame in Hong Kong has soared. Naturally, he has also gained numerous fans internationally, becoming a rising star in martial arts cinema. Many Hollywood film companies threw olive branches at Li Xiaolong, even willing to pay breach of contract fees to sign him, but he rejected them all. Li Xiaolong did not forget who helped him achieve his current glory. He also understood that by aligning himself with the right people, he could continue to shine even brighter. Lin Shixiao came to the airport to greet him. Lin Shixiao, I missed you so much. Upon seeing Lin Shixiao, Li Xiaolong's eyes turned red. Did Paramount mistreat you? Lin Shixiao joked. Of course he was just joking. Now Paramount viewed Li Xiaolong as a cash cow and would hardly mistreat him. Martial arts stars are quite different from other celebrities. They possess a strong competitive edge, especially someone like Li Xiaolong, who has his own unique martial arts style, making it exceedingly difficult for others to replicate. Paramount has already made several phone calls hoping Lin Shixiao can quickly produce a second film to follow up on The Legend of Bruce Lee. It turned out their own film projects had been shelved. Clearly, promoting films under Xiaolong Films aligns more closely with Paramount's current interests. The risks are low, the investment is small, yet the returns may not be any less than other projects. Lin Shixiao is already selecting scripts. After all, there won't be significant changes in the Middle East in the short term. He just needs to wait for the international oil prices to rise. During this time, he needed to find something to do. While Li Xiaolong's popularity is high, producing a few more martial arts films and promoting Chinese martial arts to the world is also very meaningful for Lin Shixiao. Li Xiaolong merely smiled and remained silent as a staff member interjected. They are treating Along well over there, almost sending girls to him. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaolong's face turned red. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but laugh heartily. It was clear that Li Xiaolong's original intention had not changed, which is quite rare. Lin Xing, may I interview you? Many reporters nearby were anxiously waiting. Li Xiaolong's return was the most discussed event in Hong Kong today. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaolong's face turned red. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but laugh heartily. It was clear that Li Xiaolong humbly declined. I'm not a star, why should I accept so many interviews? Go ahead. Lin Shixiao waved his hand, his gaze firm and unyielding. Now Lin Shixiao's unintentional demeanor exuded immense pressure. This is the aura of a person who has attained a certain level of success. All right, Li Xiaolong nodded obediently, ready to face the media. If anyone has questions, just ask. Xiaolong, you visited many countries this time. Oh, what was your biggest impression? Indeed, I went to quite a few places, and my biggest impression is the food in other places is not good. Huh. Li Xiaolong's humorous reply elicited laughter from the audience. With the legend of Bruce Lee achieving such great success, who are you most grateful to? Of course, the person I'm most grateful to is Lin Shixiao. Li Xiaolong turned to Lin Shixiao with a grateful smile. Before continuing, of course, I also want to thank Xiao Shang. If it weren't for Xiao Shang's support, I wouldn't have received such a good project. I am very sincere. Everyone is eager to see your next movie. Is there any news yet? As soon as this question was asked, the scene fell silent, clearly indicating everyone's keen interest. This still needs to be asked of Lin Shixiao. Li Xiaolong wore a helpless smile. He was very clear that if the next film did not involve Lin Shixiao, it would be hard to achieve such great success again. No one in Hong Kong could match Lin Shixiao's insight into the market and scriptwriting ability. The concept is almost ready. Your filming should start soon. Reluctantly, Lin Shixiao could only respond. This immediately stirred up a hornet's nest, with countless reporters rushing forward, eager to interview Lin Shixiao. Continue interviewing along. Lin Shixiao waved his hand, signaling the reporters to remain calm. The reporters, knowing Lin Shixiao's temperament, did not press further and continued to interview Li Xiaolong. After a flurry of activity, over half an hour later, everyone finally managed to board the vehicle leaving the airport. At this point, Li Xiaolong was drenched in sweat. I didn't expect so many people. Isn't it a good thing to have many people? Lin Shixiao handed over a bottle of cola. Thank you, Lin Shixiao. Li Xiaolong was not polite, gulping it down in one go. Normally he avoids such drinks to maintain his physique, but today was an exception. Lin Shixiao, is there really a next project? Li Xiaolong couldn't wait to ask this question. What? Don't you want to take a— Lin Shixiao instinctively chuckled. I'm fine. I don't want to rest. Li Xiaolong has always been a workaholic. Alright then, let's go straight to the company. Lin Shixiao knew that if he did not provide Li Xiaolong with an answer today, the guy would probably not be able to sleep when he returned home. Thank you, Lin Shixiao. Li Xiaolong suddenly became excited. You're welcome. You're helping me make money. To be honest, Lin Shixiao did not expect the legend of Bruce Lee to earn so much money. He had underestimated the global influence of Chinese martial arts. There was no way around it. Although he understood the trajectory of certain developments, he had never experienced them firsthand, leading to some cognitive biases, which is normal. When the convoy arrived at the company, Lin Shixiao had just stepped out of the golden Rolls-Royce when he spotted someone. Baosheng, what brings you here? Lin Shixiao had not seen Bao Chuanwang for a while. I have something to ask of you, Bao Chuanwang said with a cheerful smile. Lin Shixiao was taken aback and quickly led the way. Baosheng, let's talk upstairs. What an impressive office you have. Bao Chuanwang was visiting Lin Shixiao's office for the first time. Not long ago, Lin Shixiao had asked Shun Hongyu to leave their shared office. After working together for some time, he found sharing the space with her increasingly wearisome. Lin Shixiao was well aware of his own flaw, taking things for granted once obtained. Yet now he possessed the stature to refuse compromising himself anywhere. If Shun Hongyu grew upset, he would soothe her with affection or gifts like luxury items. But should she persist in causing trouble, he would no longer tolerate it. After all, he already had many admirers around him, a one more or less made little difference. Naturally, he hoped the women in his life would be intelligent, never resorting to petty rivalry or jealousy. Jealousy might linger quietly in the heart, but scheming was absolutely forbidden. Unknowingly, Lin Shixiao's worldview had begun to shift, just as all things naturally evolve. If you enjoy it, Baosheng, feel free to visit often. I truly value our conversations. He meant those words sincerely. His current success stemmed largely from memories carried over from a past life. Without them, he would still fall far short of Bao Chuanwang in nearly every regard. Then I'll take you at your word. Bao Chuanwang spoke with earnest gravity. Should he acquire one or two shipyards, he knew he'd need Lin Shixiao's counsel on numerous matters. Lin Shixiao paused briefly before nodding. At that moment, Shin Hongyu had just finished brewing the tea. Please, Baosheng. Many thanks, Director Shun. In Chinese tradition, tea is the customary gesture of hospitality. Do enjoy your discussion. Knowing Bao Chuanwang's visit must involve something important, Shin Hongyu withdrew gracefully and closed the door behind her. Watching Shun Hongyu's retreating figure, Bao Chuanwang smiled with quiet amusement. Mr. Lin certainly knows. Don't assume tycoons from Hong Kong are always stern, only because you've yet to reach their social stratum. In truth, they differ little from ordinary people. I'm just an ordinary man with ordinary inclinations. Lin Shixiao offered no pretense or evasion. As someone who's walked this path before, I'd like to share some hard-won advice. Bao Chuanwang's expression turned suddenly serious. Lin Shixiao's pulse quickened instinctively, and his demeanor followed suit. Please, Baosheng, speak freely. Leaning forward, Bao Chuanwang lowered his voice. Never rush into marriage. Trouble will follow, and it won't be small. Lin Shixiao was utterly unprepared for such counsel. Your wisdom humbles me, senior. Regardless, he expressed sincere gratitude. Bao Chuanwang's intent, after all, was wholly benevolent. I'd never say this to just anyone. It'd cost me, face old as I am. Bao Chuanwang stroked his imaginary beard. Understood. Without realizing it, their rapport had deepened further. Bao Xing, you came today for something important. Yes, indeed. Bao Chuanwang nodded, gathered his thoughts, and spoke with deliberate calm. I've decided to follow your suggestion and acquire 1 or 2 shipyards, but I lack industry experience. I fear missteps. So I thought. Bao Chuanwang, please speak without reservation. Then I shall. Go ahead. I'd like to appoint you as advisor to the shipyard, not requiring daily presence, merely occasional guidance. And I won't ask for your time in vain. 10% profit-sharing rights. How does that sound? 10% profit-sharing. Lin Shixiao was genuinely stunned. This felt like fortune falling from the sky. Just occasional input. Just occasional input. Nothing more. Bao Chuanwang's eagerness was palpable, as if terrified Lin Shixiao might decline. In that case, I accept. Lin Shixiao agreed after only brief consideration, not solely for personal gain. Earlier he'd urged Bao Chuanwang to acquire shipyards primarily to support the naval shipbuilding capacity of the People's Republic of China. Having even partial influence over a shipyard would make certain initiatives far more feasible. Though their friendship ran deep, offering unsolicited advice from outside the operation would be inappropriate. Excellent. Bao Chuanwang clapped with childlike delight. Have you identified suitable acquisition targets yet? Yes. I'm focusing on shipyards in neighboring countries, the Republic of Korea and Japan. I'm confident I can secure them. Bao Chuanwang wore the look of a man brimming with ambition. Lin Shixiao's brow furrowed faintly, as if recalling something unsettling. Mr. Lin, please speak freely. Long term, I believe we must build our own shipyard in Hong Kong. That said, acquiring foreign yards remains valuable. Currently, we lack critical expertise. By absorbing these facilities, we can cultivate homegrown talent and master core technologies, making future domestic construction far smoother. Moreover, shipyards are currently undervalued. Reselling them later would entail no loss. Relying on shipyards abroad posed an enduring vulnerability, one Lin Shixiao had previously overlooked. For now, relations between China and its neighbors remained cordial, but only because China's power had not yet reached its full potential. Once it did, neither Korea nor Japan would willingly permit a Chinese national to control vital shipbuilding infrastructure within their borders. Thus, Lin Shixiao's proposal to build a fully sovereign shipyard was a strategic act of foresight, insight unlikely to arise without knowledge of the future. So indeed, the 10% profit sharing was richly deserved. Very well, I'll follow your lead. Though founding a shipyard demanded immense capital, Bao Chuanwang acknowledged the soundness of Lin Shixiao's reasoning. Moreover, if operations proved profitable, the new shipyard could become self-sustaining, requiring no external funding for its establishment. Bao Chuanwang lingered a while longer before reluctantly taking his leave, convinced Lin Shixiao's mind held countless untapped insights he longed to uncover. Alas, Lin Shixiao was as elusive as an old fox, impossible to draw out. Mr. Lin finished already. No sooner had Bao Chuanwang departed than Li Xiaolong burst eagerly into the office. Can't wait, huh? Lin Shixiao's throat felt dry after speaking so much. He reached for his teacup only for Li Xiaolong to snatch it up first. Haha, let me serve Mr. Lin. Lin Shixiao smiled indulgently, offering no objection. Clearly unaccustomed to such service, Li Xiaolong fumbled slightly. Still, the notion of an internationally renowned martial arts star personally brewing his tea stirred a quiet satisfaction within him. Enough. Gather everyone. Let's discuss our next project. Knowing Li Xiaolong had been waiting, Lin Shixiao wasted no time. Long live Mr. Lin. With a triumphant shout, Li Xiaolong dashed off to summon the others. 10 minutes later, the conference room was filled. Some attendees were outsiders, uninvolved in execution, drawn only by curiosity to observe. Mr. Lin, may we listen in? No objections, I hope. Wang Jianhua beamed with ingratiating charm. The investment department had been unusually idle lately. No pressing matters arose. Of course, you're welcome. Lin Shixiao remained generous toward his inner circle. By standard protocol, the next project was confidential. Outsiders ought not attend. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Wang Jiqiang cried out, elated. Let's begin. Lin Shixiao produced printed documents and gestured for Shun Hongyu to distribute them. I'll do it. Fearing Lin Shixiao might rescind the offer, Wang Jiqiang scampered over, eager to seize the Legend of Wang Feihong, a Series A. This time the paper prepared by Lin Shixiao was obviously thicker, and everyone thought that he was just overly prepared. Little did they know that when they opened the paper, it was not just one movie, but a series of films inside. The Legend of Wang Feihong, the heroic spirit. The Legend of Wang Feihong, a man should stand strong. The Legend of Wang Feihong, the Lion King confrontation. The Legend of Wang Feihong, the King's aura. The Legend of Wang Feihong, the annihilation of Dragon City. The Legend of Wang Feihong, the lions of the western regions. Lin, are you planning to shoot them all at once? Many people became excited, and they had no doubt that Lin Shixiao had the capability to do so. While others would struggle to invest in 1 or 2 films, who was Lin Shixiao, the king of cash in Hong Kong. For him, investing in movies was a trivial matter. At this moment, Li Xiaolong's face flushed with excitement. Just a glance at the film's content made him realize that this series of movies would surely elevate him to an even higher pedestal. Of course we won't shoot them all at once. Lin Shixiao smiled slightly, looking at Li Xiaolong. There's something I haven't told you yet. Xiao Sheng has already agreed to let you go to me. What do you think? Lin Shixiao was not that generous. Li Xiaolong was now an international superstar, and in the future, he would need to offer Li Xiaolong many scripts, all of which held significant value. If Li Xiaolong were not his person, he would feel uncomfortable. Although Li Xiaolong was a rare martial arts talent, if he wanted to, he could still find a substitute. He was well aware of the methods to create idols in the future. Replicating another Li Xiaolong would not be too difficult. Of course, he would not do so unless absolutely necessary. After all, his ambitions were never in the film industry. Li Xiaolong was not surprised. He smiled. Xiao Sheng has already talked to me about it. I'm willing. Li Xiaolong was even a bit excited. Xiao Yifu treated him well, but he clearly understood that following Lin Shixiao would provide a greater future. All right, I will compensate Xiao Sheng. Lin Shixiao nodded. Xiao Yifu was generous and he would not be stingy. He planned to transfer some shares of TVB to Xiao Yifu at a reasonable price. TVB was currently at a peak value, and without competitors its revenue would only continue to improve. Lin Shixiao was not short on money. Under normal circumstances, he would not sell shares of TVB. Giving Xiao Yifu a bit more shares would encourage him to work harder, as Lin Shixiao truly could not manage TVB. Lin, let me handle this. Li Xiaolong's expression was resolute. For the film, The Legendary Hero, he would not only receive a salary, but also 5% of the box office share. He planned to give Xiao Yifu some monetary compensation. Although Xiao Yifu did not lack money, it was a gesture of his goodwill. Lin Shixiao raised his hand. You do your thing, I'll do mine. They want conflict. Hearing this, Li Xiaolong paused for a moment and nodded. All right. Having interacted with Lin Shixiao for some time, he knew that once Lin made a decision, it was generally, can we talk about the script now? While the two were talking, most people in the room dared not breathe. Only Shin Hongyu had the courage to break the silence. Where did we leave off? Lin Shixiao smiled apologetically. You mentioned that this series would not be shot altogether. Shin Hongyu rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh. Lin Shixiao coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention, then said slowly. I plan to start with The Legend of Wang Feiheng. A Man Should Stand Strong. A Man Should Stand Strong was the most successful film in the Wang Feiheng series from his past life. Lin Shixiao had watched it numerous times, and he could recite the classic lines and reproduce all the martial arts scenes perfectly. Of course, in his past life, The Legend of Wang Feiheng, A Man Should Stand Strong did not star Li Xiaolong, as in that timeline Li Xiaolong had passed away many years ago. However, Li Xiaolong was the most suitable actor. With his involvement, this film would undoubtedly be even more successful than in the past. The people around were momentarily stunned, quickly looking down to flip through pages, rapidly checking the relevant content of A Man Should Stand Strong. Shin Hongyu looked curious. Respected Lin, could you share the main selling points of this film? She was not questioning Lin Shixiao, as she was responsible for the film's promotion, and knowing the selling points would enable her to promote it better. Of course. Lin Shixiao took a sip of water and continued. In The Legendary Hero, Xiaolong primarily uses Jeet Kune Do and other close combat techniques. But in A Man Should Stand Strong, I plan to have him use weapons, specifically improvised ones. For example, during his battle with his greatest opponent Nailin Yuanshu, he will use a long bamboo. In short, we want to showcase the diversity of Chinese martial arts to both domestic and international audiences. As he spoke, Lin Shixiao's tone became impassioned, making it clear to everyone that he was taking this film very seriously. Lin, the design of the martial arts action depends on you to work hard. At this moment, Li Xiaolong was exceptionally excited. He had longed to try different things, and Lin Shixiao's design resonated deeply with him. It sounds very good. Shin Hongyu couldn't help but smile. The man she liked was this impressive. Who will play Nailin Yuanshu? It sounds like this actor needs to have a strong martial arts background. Shin Hongyu's brows could not help but furrow again. I already have someone in mind. Lin Shixiao's eyes sparkled as he aimed to innovate in A Man Should Stand Strong by incorporating some comedic elements. After all, people go to the cinema to relax, and overly intense martial arts scenes could easily lead to visual fatigue. Then came the discussion of how to implement the project. Lin Shixiao's proposals were generally uncontested, and after more than an hour the meeting concluded. The project would begin preparations immediately, and with the current efficiency of Xiaolong Entertainment, they could start filming within a week. Lin Shixiao sat in his office chair pretending to nap. He had spoken too much during the meeting and felt slightly fatigued. Oh, it seems I shouldn't overexert myself at night. Recalling the absurdity of last night, Lin Shixiao still felt somewhat unreal. Under his constant influence, the women around him were becoming increasingly liberated. Some scenes from the small films he had watched in his past life were gradually being recreated, which also fulfilled a small wish in Lin Shixiao's heart. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the office door was knocked on. Come in. Just as Lin Shixiao straightened his posture, Cheng Long walked in. Lin, you were looking for me. At that moment, Cheng Long was a bit excited and anticipative. Yes, please sit down. I have good. Lin Shixiao pointed to the chair in front of him. All right, Lin. Cheng Long sat down with lightning speed. Long has also starred in several films, and while his box office results may not compare to Li Xiaolong, his achievements are still quite commendable. In simple terms, if it weren't for Li Xiaolong, Long would be the most profitable male actor in Xiaolong film. It's all your own hard work. Lin Shixiao was also very satisfied with Long's performance. At first he indeed had a bit of a filter regarding Long. After all, in his past life Long was someone Lin Shixiao could only admire from afar, without even the chance to shake hands. But now Long was just over 20 years old, about the same age as him, and his maturity in all aspects was far from complete. Gradually Lin Shixiao became more serious when speaking to Long, fearing that Long might become too famous too quickly and get carried away. It's all thanks to Lin Sheng's guidance. Without Lin Sheng, I would still be a stand-in. Long stood up excitedly. Lin Shixiao, feeling a bit helpless, gestured for him to sit down. Thank you, Lin Sheng, he. Long, who was revered by thousands outside, appeared like a primary school student in front of Lin Shixiao. What do you think of Li Xiaolong? Off. The sudden question from Lin Shixiao left Long a bit taken aback, and he instinctively wanted to stand up again. But seeing Lin Shixiao's slightly serious gaze, he could only sit back down reluctantly. He then cautiously replied, Brother Li is my idol. Really? Really? Long nodded vigorously, even widening his eyes, as if afraid Lin Shixiao wouldn't believe him. A smile appeared on Lin Shixiao's face. That makes me feel relieved about your collaboration. He wasn't being overly cautious. If Long had any negative opinions about Li Xiaolong, he wouldn't have given the role of Nailan Yuanshu to him. In the entertainment industry, mutual disdain is prevalent. Though he wished otherwise, everyone was an adult, and sometimes things couldn't be controlled, nor did he want to bother. Collaboration. Long's eyes widened involuntarily, and he even began to breathe more rapidly, looking eagerly at Lin Shixiao. Well, do you wanna? Lin Shixiao was deliberately teasing Long. Of course I wanna. Long nodded vigorously once more. Playing the villain. Anything is fine, even without lines is okay. It was clear that Long was extremely excited. Lin Shixiao nodded, tossing a stack of printed pages. This is the script, take a look first. I intend for you to play Nailan Yuanshu, bringing your humorous martial art style into this film to add flair. Is that possible? Long found it hard to believe. He had watched Li Xiaolong's films, all of which featured very serious opponents, completely different styles from his own. Of course, Li Xiaolong's martial arts foundation far surpassed his own, showcasing the charm of Chinese martial arts. Since he couldn't match that, he thought of taking a comedic approach. It can be done. Good, I will do my best. Long felt his heart might leap out of his chest. Not only would he collaborate with Li Xiaolong, but he could also inject his own style into the film, making him feel somewhat unreal. First read the script. Later we will design the fight scenes. Alright. Long gathered his thoughts and focused with utmost energy. Although he was just a supporting character in this project, he would invest 200% of his effort and absolutely would not disappoint Lin Shixiao. A few days later, Shin Hongyu announced that Li Xiaolong's next film would be Huang Feihong, A Man Should Be Strong, with Long joining the cast. After the immense international success of Jingwu Hero, many began to pay attention to the details of Li Xiaolong's next film. Immediately related news topped the headlines of all major media outlets on Hong Kong Island, even being reprinted by major international entertainment newspapers. Li Xiaolong can now be said to be extremely sought after. If it weren't for Shen Hongyu rejecting numerous media interview requests, it's likely Li Xiaolong wouldn't even have time to go to the bathroom in a day. Of course, the fact that the script was personally written by Lin Shixiao, and that he personally directed the action scenes, was also a focal point of public attention. Lin Shixiao had already proven that every script he worked on was of top-notch quality. A couple of days later, Huang Feihong, A Man Should Be Strong, quietly began filming. Lin Shixiao, having nothing to do, would also visit the set as he placed significant importance on this film. Like Jingwu Hero, this film's budget was also unlimited and the benefits provided to the staff were substantial, which motivated everyone greatly. On this day, Lin Shixiao finally received the good news he had been waiting for months. International oil prices officially broke $10 per barrel. Immediately, Lin Shixiao rushed to the company, pushing open the door of the investment department without delay. Start selling oil gradually. Although international oil prices were still rising, Lin Shixiao, who had lost part of his memory, didn't want to take risks. Securing profits was the right choice. Okay, Lin Sheng will handle it right away. Old Qian, not daring to slack off, immediately contacted the fleet. Lin Sheng, have we tripled our investment? Wang Jiqiang was so excited he could hardly contain himself. It has only been a few months. Lin Shixiao had invested around 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars to buy crude oil, and now the price had increased by more than 3 times, with the purchased oil being worth over 4.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. If that 1.5 billion had been invested in the Hong Kong stock market, no matter how it was operated, it wouldn't have earned this much money in these few months, because the capacity of the Hong Kong stock market is limited. Even if you push a stock to new heights, if no one takes over, it won't yield profits. This time, following Lin Shixiao and trading international crude oil, Wang Jiqiang felt he had seen the world again. This is just the beginning. Wang Jianhua slapped Wang Jiqiang's head. Did you not hear Lin Sheng say? This is just the start. We still need to deal with foreign exchange. All right, right? Let's do foreign exchange. Lin Shixiao, give me a hint, is the foreign exchange market even more thrilling? Can we earn more? Wang Jiqiang's eyes lit up again. He knew that as long as he followed Lin Shixiao for a few more years he could go out on his own, and by then he would completely have the capability. Of course he wouldn't do that. Yes, the foreign exchange market is much more treacherous than crude oil. Lin Shixiao took a deep breath. Crude oil is just an appetizer. Fiddling with foreign exchange is the main course. Eventually he would be up against some famous capital from the international scene, even the will of nations, and he was very much looking forward to it. On the distant sea beneath a cliff a few ships were slowly sailing out. Captain finally moving. The brothers have been cooped up for months. On the Jinan ship, first mate Lao Chun approached Captain Yin Sun. Yes, we've all been cooped up, but you should know that the employer has offered a very generous payment. Yin Sun was also feeling cooped up, but he hadn't forgotten his responsibilities. Understood, Captain, I was just saying. Lao Chun smiled awkwardly. Seeing Yin Sun's expression soften a bit, he continued, Captain, I heard that international oil prices have risen a lot in the past few months. Over these months they had been almost cut off from the outside world, and no information had been relayed to them. Lao Chun knew this, because it was accidentally revealed by a very well-informed crew member. Yes, it has risen significantly. By the time we reach the trading location the oil price should surpass $11 per barrel. What? It risen that much? Lao Chun was shocked by this information. Then that means the employer has made a lot of money. Lao Chun felt his throat go a bit dry. With so many ships hoarding crude oil this time, at least 20 billion Hong Kong dollars would be earned. What do you think? Yin Sun shot Lao Chun a glance. He was also very envious inside, but he couldn't express it. He needed to maintain his composed persona. He was feeling quite stifled. Lin Shixiao took a whole month to sell the crude oil in his hands, during which international oil prices slowly rose, making the selling process relatively smooth. He finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, the ship was drifting on the sea, and in case anything went wrong, he would be somewhat powerless. Lin Shixiao, I've calculated that our accounts together amount to nearly 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Wang Huan reported excitedly. Have the expenses from the Charter King been settled? Lin Shixiao barely maintained his composure. It seems that the profits this time are a bit excessive. It has all been settled. As per your instructions, we even gave a little extra. Wang Huan's voice trembled slightly. At the beginning we had 2 billion, and now it's 5 billion, which means we earned 8 billion in just over 2 months. And that doesn't even account for the unused 700 million. Wang Jiqiang's voice also trembled. This rate of profit is indeed faster than stocks. Wang Jianhua clenched his fists tightly, originally wanting to stay calm, but he couldn't help but fail. Now even the cash of the top 10 tycoons in Hong Kong combined does not exceed that of Lin Shixiao alone. Lin Shixiao was undoubtedly the richest man in Hong Kong, with no controversy. You three can split the part exceeding 5 billion. Lin Shixiao, that's nearly 90 million Hong Kong dollars. Wang Huan couldn't believe that Lin Shixiao would share so. Calculating it out, each of them could receive about 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Lin Shixiao, that's a bit too much. Wang Jiqiang bit his tongue hard. 30 million was undoubtedly an astronomical figure for him. With this 30 million, he could buy a luxury apartment in Shallow Water Bay, and a Rolls-Royce would be easy. As for women, he wouldn't need to mention it. He could have as many as he wanted. Lin Shixiao, it is indeed a bit much. Wang Jianhua naturally wanted the money, but he was also afraid it was a severance payment, as Lin Shixiao was indeed giving too much. Compared to 30 million, he preferred to stay by Lin Shixiao's side, because that way he could learn more whose value far exceeded 30 million. His horizons had broadened significantly, and his mindset was different from before. If he was previously satisfied with owning a villa in Shallow Water Bay, now he wanted to create a career and no longer be content with material gains alone. Alright, if you want to continue working with me, take this. The next few months will be very tough for you. Lin Shixiao said in an unarguable tone. Wang Huan and the others exchanged glances and nodded helplessly. Okay, Lin Shixiao, we will listen to you. As they said this, their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. They couldn't quite believe that they had already become millionaires and in cash. They'll give you all a week's vacation, during which you should learn about foreign exchange knowledge. They'll test you later. Lin Shixiao left these words and walked out. He knew that the three of them had acquired a fortune and would surely have many things to do. Lin Shixiao, take care. Thank you, Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao, you are my second parents. Cheers erupted in the room. Brother-in-law, what are you planning to do with this money? Wang Jiqiang's fists were still clenched. I plan to go back and discuss with your sister, maybe buy a house first, and then get her some cosmetics or something. Wang Jianhua scratched his head. In fact, he didn't know how to spend this money at the moment. How about we get a place in Shallow Water Bay together? That way we can be closer to Lin Shixiao. Wang Huan suddenly suggested. With the sharp decline in Hong Kong stocks, the price of villas in Shallow Water Bay had also dropped significantly compared to the previous year, and now one could get a place for about 4 to 5 million. Sure. Wang Jianhua thought for a moment and nodded excitedly. But Lin Shixiao is currently filling the sea on Lama Island. Oh, will he still live there in the future? Wang Jiqiang raised his concerns. He should still be there, right? Buying a place anywhere is still buying. A Shallow Water Bay is relatively good anyway. Oh, Lin Shixiao will definitely not sell that villa. Wang Huan replied. That's right, Lin Sheng said that the villas in Shallow Water Bay will be worth over $1 billion in decades, so we can consider it an investment. Wang Jianhua concluded decisively. Okay, brother-in-law, I will listen to you. Wang Jiqiang chuckled foolishly. Just as Lin Shixiao came out of the investment department, he was blocked by Shen Hongyu. What is it beautiful? Lin Shixiao was in a very good mood after making a fortune. I heard you made a lot of money. Shen Hongyu put her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward with a smile. Who told you that? Lin Shixiao smiled back. Who else needs to tell me? When you bought crude oil, how much was it per barrel, and how much is it now? Shen Hongyu rolled her eyes, fiercely looking as if she was saying, don't think him stupid. I made a couple of billion, right? Just a couple of billion. Shen Hongyu didn't believe it at all. How much do you want to earn? Lin Shixiao stared at Shen Hongyu. It definitely can't be just a couple of billion, that's not your style. If you only earned a couple of billion, why would you borrow money from the people of Hong Kong? Shen Hongyu was not a foolish woman. On the contrary, she was becoming increasingly clever. Does that matter? Lin Shixiao changed the subject. Of course it matters. Your money. I can spend too. Shen Hongyu said in a domineering manner. Alright, what do you want to buy? Lin Shixiao knew that women needed to be pampered. After all, he had the money and could afford to pamper her. I want to buy a car. Shen Hongyu smiled with her eyes squinted, looking as if she had succeeded in a cunning plan. Don't you already have a car? Who has only one car? That makes sense. Lin Shixiao nodded in agreement. He was a bit tired of driving the Rolls-Royce lately and wanted to buy a few more cars to take out for some mountain driving when he had time. They want you to only buy for me. Shen Hongyu hadn't forgotten her good girlfriends. Alright, call them all. Lin Shixiao's face was filled with a smile. Every woman around him was impressive, and just thinking about the scene of all these women appearing in one place made him. Shall I make a call then? Shen Hongyu bounced away to leave. Wait. What is it? As Shen Hongyu turned back, Lin Shixiao's lips had already pressed against hers. This woman's current dressing style was very bold, and Lin Shixiao had tasted her countless times, often still feeling the sensation. In public, Shen Hongyu still felt a bit shy. She wanted to push Lin Shixiao away, but felt somewhat powerless. Nearby company employees silently watched this scene. Their hearts were filled with envy. Envious of Shen Hongyu. I really want to replace Shun as my boss. A beautiful female employee spoke up. If my future boyfriend is even 1/10th as excellent as Lin Sheng, I would be satisfied. Another female employee chimed in. In today's Xiaolong group, aside from those who were already married or had boyfriends, over 95 of the remaining female employees had illusions about Lin Shixiao. There was no way after coming into contact with Lin Shixiao, they could no longer tolerate other men. A few minutes later, Lin Shixiao finally let go of Shen Hongyu. Bad guy. Shen Hongyu laughed and ran away. Lin Shixiao watched Shen Hongyu's back and let out a hearty laugh. At the flagship store of Taiga Car dealership, many employees stood at the entrance. Passers-by turned their heads and curious onlookers paused to observe. What's going on? Such a grand spectacle. I have no idea. Is the governor coming? That makes sense. Only the governor could make Shen Sheng come out to greet personally. Just as people were discussing, a Rolls-Royce gleaming with dazzling golden light drove over. It's Mr. Lin has arrived. Suddenly the crowd stirred. In today's Hong Kong, Lin Shixiao is the most renowned figure without a doubt. Many children might not know Hua Yingdong or Li Jiaqing, but they all know Lin Shixiao. Because many movies they love have scripts written by Lin Shixiao prominently labeled with his name at the beginning and end, Lin Shixiao, in large characters. Most importantly, they admire the speed at which Lin Shixiao earns money, hoping that one day they can be as wealthy as. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Shen Zhongfu, with a beaming smile, opened the car door for Lin Shixiao. Sorry to bother you, Shen Sheng. Lin Shixiao extended his hand and shook hands with Shen Zhongfu. The relationship between the two was relatively friendly. Welcome to all the beautiful ladies at Taiga Car dealership. As Shen Zhongfu delivered his welcoming speech, several reporters suddenly appeared, followed by a flurry of camera flashes. Miss Xiao Yaji, please look this way. Mr. Shen, could you please look at the camera? Miss Deng Lijun, please. Lin Shixiao's entourage of beautiful women was undeniably formidable. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, for the publicity, please don't mind. Shen Zhongfu looked apologetic. Time was short, and he didn't have a chance to communicate with Lin Shixiao beforehand. I understand. Lin Shixiao, who dared to bring these women out, was not afraid of being photographed. Thank you. Shen Zhongfu felt relieved. He was genuinely worried that Lin Shixiao would be upset. Putting aside other matters, Lin Shixiao was now the man with the highest purchasing power in Hong Kong, and he was here to spend. If Lin Shixiao turned around and left, Shen Zhongfu would be devastated. Since it's for publicity, let them follow along as long as they don't disturb us, Lin Shixiao said with a smile. After all, he was just a young man in his early 20s, and his spending today would not be small. He also hoped to be known by more people. To put it bluntly, he wanted to show off a bit. That's just great. Shen Zhongfu clapped his hands excitedly. The original plan was for the reporters to take a few photos and leave, as Lin Shixiao and his group might not enjoy being followed. Being able to capture the process of Lin Shixiao buying a car would undoubtedly create more topics and benefit the publicity of Taiga Car dealership. The dealership seems to have expanded even more. Lin Shixiao surveyed his surroundings. The golden Rolls-Royce was bought right here. He had a good memory, and some— Yes, business has been good lately, so we acquired additional space around here. Shen Zhongfu smiled broadly. The stock market crash was a disaster for many, but some people avoided it by liquidating their assets early. Most of these individuals made substantial profits during the bull market. With profits comes the urge to spend, and Shen Zhongfu's car dealership was thriving. As expected of Shenxing, business is booming. Lin Shixiao praised with a smile. Shen Zhongfu's expression stiffened. He compared to Mr. Lin, my business is just a small fish in a big pond. I haven't made any money lately. Mr. Lin, don't be modest. Shen Zhongfu suddenly leaned in and whispered, Mr. What told me that you just made a fortune in the oil market. When you borrowed money from me, I was worried about your risks, but it seems I've underestimated you. Loki. Lin Shixiao forgot that Shen Zhongfu had a good relationship with Huang Dong. He had not concealed his oil trading activities from Huang Dong. Thank you for supporting the business, Mr. Lin. Shen Zhongfu wore a beaming smile. He was open-minded and did not feel jealous of Lin Shixiao's recent windfall, instead being grateful for Lin Shixiao's patronage. It's only right. As they spoke, the two had already walked into the showroom. Welcome, Mr. Lin. At this moment, the showroom was also filled with many people, all dressed in uniform attire, their eyes shining brightly as they looked at Lin Shixiao. Shen, what a grand affair. Lin Shixiao smiled even brighter. Being a mere mortal, he enjoyed the feeling of being valued. It's only right. Seeing Lin Shixiao smile more, Shen Zhongfu was extremely excited. When people are happy, they tend to spend generously. Let's introduce some new cars. Lin Shixiao looked up and saw several new cars in the showroom. Sure. Knowing Lin Shixiao was coming, Shen Zhongfu indeed put in some effort. He was also diligent in his daily work, having participated in nearly all the dealership's operations. This is the Cadillac Fleetwood 75, the longest production car currently available, with a length of over 6 meters. He'll take it. I said I'll take it. Lin Shixiao maintained his smile. Mr. Lin, I haven't finished the introduction yet. Shen Zhongfu was taken aback. He felt as if Lin Shixiao was not buying a car, but rather grocery shopping. I believe Mr. Shen would not import inferior cars. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lin. This car's cost price. Lin Shixiao's visit brought immense publicity to the dealership, so Shen Zhongfu planned to sell everything at cost price with no intention of making a profit. No need for that, earn what you should. Lin Shixiao stated firmly. Mr. Lin. No need to say more, or I'll turn around and leave. Lin Shixiao exhibited the demeanor of a newly wealthy individual. Shen Zhongfu could only scratch his head. It seemed Lin Shixiao indeed made a significant amount of money in the international oil market. All right then, thank you for supporting the business, Mr. Lin. Shen Zhongfu's smile was exceptionally radiant. Perhaps Lin Shixiao's spending today equaled half a year's sales for the dealership. Flashes of light frequently illuminated Lin Shixiao's handsome figure. Lin Shixiao's looks were already impressive and his aura had improved dramatically. Now any newspaper featuring Lin Shixiao's photo would see a spike in sales, particularly among young women buyers. After purchasing the newspapers, they would cut out the parts with Lin Shixiao's photos and stick them on their bedroom walls. It can be said that while Lin Shixiao was not a celebrity, he surpassed all celebrities. Alright, Mr. Lin, this is the Stutz Black Hawk, produced in extremely limited quantities with only a few hundred in the world. The interior features 18-karat gold walnut and genuine lambskin. Many major stars love it. They'll buy it. As soon as Shen Zhongfu finished the introduction, Lin Shixiao made his decision. Mr. Lin, this car costs 2 million Hong Kong dollars. A small amount. Don't just stand there. Start inspecting the cars. Lin Shixiao turned back and realized the women had been following closely behind him. At this critical moment, they had unexpectedly grown reserved. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, may we ask about your budget? The women continued their polite charade. No budget constraints, and no limits on quantity. Buy whatever you like. If a particular model isn't available here, you may place a custom order with Mr. Shen. Lin Shixiao spoke impassively. Absolutely. Custom orders are available. Some vehicles even offer bespoke interior configurations. Shen Zhongfu hurriedly assigned sales staff to escort Lin Shixiao's circle of confidants through the showroom. Yaji. Lin Shixiao beckoned to Zhao Yaji. Zhao Yaji obediently approached. Though now an internationally acclaimed star, she remained quietly deferential in Lin Shixiao's presence. Buy one car each for your parents. But that's unthinkable. Zhao Yaji began to protest, only to be silenced by Lin Shixiao's stern, unyielding gaze. Do as I say. That commanding authority filled Zhao Yaji's heart with unexpected sweetness. Yes, of course. Blushing deeply, she turned and walked away. Shen Zhongfu, watching nearby, felt a pang of profound envy. Only Mr. Lin could cultivate such devotion. He himself maintained several romantic relationships, but had long struggled to harmonize them, leaving him perpetually frustrated. When a man possesses true capability, women naturally follow his lead. Lin Shixiao's remark left Shen Zhongfu speechless, realizing with quiet resignation that his own accomplishments simply fell short. Shen Zhongfu felt a wave of dejection. Indeed, measured against Lin Shixiao, his abilities paled. Hong Kong's emergence of such an extraordinary prodigy placed immense pressure on countless peers. According to his knowledge, many executives who had already planned retirement were now redoubling their physical training and plunging back into ambitious ventures, galvanized by Lin Shixiao's example. Hours later, as Lin Shixiao's entourage departed, Taigu Automobile Gallery crowds had already gathered along the surrounding streets. Mr. Lin, Zhao Yaji, Teresa Tung. Fans waved placards, their excitement palpable. Fortunately, police officers on site managed, barely, to maintain order and ensure the group's safe departure. Inside the gallery, journalists lingered instead of dispersing immediately. They surrounded Shin Zhongfu in a tight semicircle. Mr. Shin, might you disclose Mr. Lin's total expenditure today? I cannot reveal the exact figure, but it exceeds 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Shin Zhongfu replied with a serene smile. Taigu Automobile Gallery had never witnessed such media fervor, nor such a concentration of press. 50 million. Are you certain? The assembled reporters wore expressions of stunned disbelief. Indeed, most premium models in the showroom were purchased outright by Mr. Lin, and he also placed orders for several exceptionally high-end vehicles which will be delivered gradually over the next 2 to 3 months. Extra. Mr. Lin's unprecedented spending spree at Taigu Automobile Gallery. Read all about it. An hour later, the swiftest newspapers had already published special editions. Rumor has it Mr. Lin anticipated the oil crisis and profited enormously. On the streets, newspaper boys shouted energetically, "1 copy, please. 2 for me." Within moments, their stacks vanished, prompting those who missed out to rush toward every newsstand in the city. That evening, Lin Shixiao's lavish automobile purchases at Taigu and his astonishing maneuvers during the oil crisis dominated dinner table conversations across the city. Some even speculated that Lin Shixiao himself had engineered the oil crisis. When word reached him, he paused in bemused silence, then shook his head helplessly. He's truly extraordinary, isn't he, Mr. Lin? Shin Hongyu laughed until she nearly doubled over. It was late at night. She had just finished bathing and wore a delicate translucent nightgown. In the next instant, Lin Shixiao pinned her down with effortless authority. Aunt! Her startled cry pierced the stillness of the night. At Los Angeles International Airport, Paramount Pictures executives arrived, led by Lillard. Their delegation of over a dozen people drew immediate attention from observant onlookers. Isn't that Lillard? And those others are all Paramount executives. Whom could they possibly be greeting? No idea. But thanks to Fist of the Legend, Paramount's annual performance will far surpass every other studio. Fist of the Legend is truly exceptional. I watched it twice in theaters. 3 times for me. I'd have gone more often, if only time permitted. Is the film nearing its theatrical run's end? Likely soon. It has already grossed over 200 million US dollars, outperforming numerous Hollywood blockbusters. Who would have imagined a Hong Kong film achieving such box office success across Europe and America? I'm seriously considering taking up martial arts. So am I. The depth and sophistication of traditional martial arts dwarfs Taekwondo by an immeasurable margin. I couldn't agree more. Those with no pressing engagements lingered nearby, eager to discover the identity of the person Paramount's leadership had come to greet. Then they saw a procession emerge from the terminal, led by a strikingly handsome young man. The moment he appeared, a collective gasp rose from the crowd. Beyond his undeniable handsomeness, his aura was singular, like a prince descended from celestial realms. His glances held a bold, untamable charisma. Wow, he's absolutely stunning. A blonde girl blurted out, astonished. She'd previously held little affinity for East Asian men, but today she resolved to revise her entire worldview. Notice his watch. A platinum Rolex Daytona, Royal Custom Edition. Only 5 exist worldwide, each valued at over 100,000 US dollars. He must be incredibly wealthy, perhaps a scion of old money. The blonde girl's eyes sparkled with growing fascination. Just then a slightly aged voice interjected. You don't even recognize him? He is Mr. Lin of Hong Kong, the screenwriter and producer of Fist of the Legend, Hong Kong's current wealthiest individual, and a self-made titan who amassed vast fortune during the oil crisis. All this information comes from a relatively obscure newspaper. He's Lin Shixiao. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The blonde girl flushed with chagrin. So I'm the only one who didn't know who he was. Damn it. I've only just discovered this magnetic man today. Instantly, she resolved to obtain every available detail about Lin Shixiao. By then, Lin Shixiao's group had already begun conversing with Paramount's executives. Mr. Lillard, thank you for welcoming us. Lin Shixiao spoke with poised equanimity. In that era, many Hong Kongers instinctively deferred to Westerners, a bias rooted in deep-seated cultural perceptions. Lin Shixiao, however, harbored no such inclination. Moreover, Fist of the Legend's extraordinary box office triumph meant Paramount now sought his favor, not the reverse. Welcome, Mr. Lin, to the celebration banquet for Fist of the Legend. Lillard grasped Lin Shixiao's hand firmly, as though fearing he might slip away. Beyond the banquet, Paramount had prepared a long-term strategic partnership agreement. They wished to become the exclusive North American distributor for Kowloon Pictures, with a duration as extended as possible. Thus Lin Shixiao stood, unquestionably, as Paramount's most esteemed guest. The evening celebration banquet was held at the most luxurious hotel in Los Angeles. Paramount, in a show of sincerity, not only covered all expenses, but also invited many stars from Hollywood. Jane Fonda was naturally among the invitees. After some time apart, this woman had gained even more charm, or perhaps that is the magic of love. She had completely broken up with her ex-boyfriend with no lingering ties. Now her whole heart was devoted to Lin. Lin, you have such a cruel heart. After such a long time, not even a phone call. In the car heading to the hotel, Jane Fonda nestled in Lin Shixiao's arms. Busy. Lin Shixiao could only touch his nose. He felt embarrassed to admit that he had forgotten. Although Jane Fonda was beautiful, she still couldn't compare with Zhao Ya. For foreign women, he found it difficult to invest genuine feelings. Perhaps it was the Yin Huang bloodline in him at play. Men. Jane Fonda wore an expression of deep grievance. But she wasn't truly angry, as she loved this man and would tolerate all his faults. In the next moment, Jane Fonda suddenly lowered her head. There's a driver. Lin Shixiao instinctively exclaimed. Who would have thought that a dream lover for countless men could be so audacious in private? Until the car stopped, the outside flashes of cameras blinked incessantly, pulling them back from their blissful moment. At that moment, Jane Fonda's eyes sparkled with emotion, captivating to the utmost. Tonight, stay with me. Lin Shixiao domineeringly turned Jane's face towards him. All right, Lin, I will do as you say. If it weren't for being at the banquet, Jane Fonda would have probably been unable to hold back. She had never thought she could be so infatuated with a Huaxiao man. Lin. So handsome. Totally stunning. As soon as Lin Shixiao got out of the car, the crowd of onlookers erupted in screams. Today's Lin Shixiao had meticulously dressed himself. His hair was neatly combed, clad in a custom suit, and wearing genuine leather shoes. He truly looked like a prince stepped out of a comic. The male stars from Hollywood present were overshadowed by him. Lin, over here. Lin, look this way. Lin Shixiao became the object of frenzied pursuit by the gathered reporters. Some self-proclaimed young and beautiful Hollywood actresses could not contain themselves and ran over directly. Lin, can we get to know each other? Jane, could you introduce us? Those pairs of beautiful eyes were like wolves and tigers. In their eyes, Lin Shixiao was not just a handsome guy, he was also a powerful benefactor. Youthful and handsome coupled with wealth was a deadly attraction for these Hollywood actresses. Sorry, he is my man. Jane Fonda, usually gentle, was surprisingly domineering at this moment. Jane, don't be so stingy, we just want to get to know him. Those Hollywood actresses were unwilling to give up easily. Opportunities to interact with Lin Shixiao were rare, they had to seize them. It's not that I'm stingy, but it's that Lin doesn't like you. Jane Fonda directly threw the question to Lin Shixiao. Ladies, you can contact Lillard. In public, Lin Shixiao naturally had to consider Jane Fonda's feelings. At that moment, the surrounding entertainment reporters were clicking their camera shutters like crazy. Lin Shixiao was being mobbed by a group of Hollywood actresses. This was truly explosive gossip. Lin, you made it. Lillard had been waiting over there for a while before coming over. Lillard, if you didn't come soon, I would have left. What Lillard said was reasonable. Given Lin Shixiao's youth, he wouldn't invite older actresses. In other contexts it would be fine, but today it's not quite appropriate. As he said this, Lin Shixiao glanced in Jane Fonda's direction. Lillard nodded quickly. Lin, I understand, I'll arrange it another day. Alright. If Xiao Yaji and others were around, Lin Shixiao wouldn't have played so flamboyantly, but one Jane Fonda couldn't restrain him. Now Lin Shixiao had become increasingly able to let himself go. Before the banquet began, there was a brief interview session. Li Xiaolong had not come, so Lin Shixiao naturally became the focal point. Fortunately, Lin Shixiao could now calmly and confidently handle such occasions. He and Lillard exchanged some commercial flattery, allowing the interview to conclude in a pleasant atmosphere. Then came the cocktail party. Although Jane Fonda strongly discouraged it, she couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the Hollywood actresses. Lin Shixiao drank to the point of slurring his speech and danced with countless Hollywood actresses. This part was not allowed to be photographed, so the actresses let loose, allowing Lin Shixiao to take advantage of them. Of course, only Lin Shixiao could do this. If it were someone else, these actresses probably wouldn't have been so generous. In fact, several Hollywood actresses hinted that they could go to a room to discuss life. If it weren't for Jane Fonda keeping a close watch, Lin Shixiao might have truly gone. After all, these actresses were all beautiful and not Huaxiao people, so Lin Shixiao felt no psychological burden. By the end of the banquet, Lin Shixiao was already quite tipsy. Fortunately, Along and who had been vigilantly guarding him, so safety was not a concern. Lin, come to my house tonight. Jane Fonda had also had some drinks and was already unable to hold back. Alright Jane, I won't let you down. After being teased by a crowd of Hollywood stars all night, Lin Shixiao was also not in a good state. The craziness of that night goes without saying. In the days that followed, Jane Fonda did not pester Lin Shixiao. At the Paramount headquarters in the conference room, one side was occupied by Paramount executives while the other side was comprised of Lin Shixiao and the executives from Xiaolong Film Industry. Lin, here is the comprehensive strategic partnership agreement we drafted. You can take a look. We are very sincere. Lillard smiled as he handed over several draft agreements. All right. Lin Shixiao appeared slightly dejected, but his mind remained very clear. After a few minutes, everyone finished reviewing the agreement and felt that there were no issues. Mr. Lillard, we felt Paramount's sincerity. In principle, this agreement has no issues, but I would like to add some content. Paramount indeed offered great sincerity, whether in terms of profit sharing or publicity. They promised a lot. After all, when Lin Shixiao negotiated with other film distributors, he couldn't possibly get better terms. I think we can establish a joint film company and produce great Hollywood blockbusters together. Lillard was taken aback. He truly did not expect Lin Shixiao to have such an idea. Immediately, he exchanged glances with the other executives. Can we discuss this a bit first? Although Lin Shixiao's proposal was quite sudden, Lillard still took it very serious. Of course, Lin Shixiao remained very calm. This was also a form of confidence. All right, please wait a moment. Lillard and several Paramount executives temporarily left the room. They returned after a dozen minutes. At this moment, Lillard was all smiles, clearly having reached a consensus. Lin, we all agree with your idea, but we're curious if you have any specific thoughts regarding this company. It's simple. Lin Shixiao did not even lift his eyelids. I provide the script and creative ideas, you provide the location, labor, and all expenses. I take 51% of the shares, and you take 49%. The profits will also be split accordingly. Lillard immediately looked bitter. Your conditions are rather harsh. If it weren't for the great box office of The Legend of the Swordsman, he would have already kicked Lin Shixiao out. To demand 51% of the shares for just providing the script and ideas was an insult to Paramount. The expressions of the other Paramount executives were also not pleasant. Hey, erase a script I just wrote, you can take a look. Lin Shixiao took out several sheets of paper from under the table and slapped them on the surface. Lillard was momentarily stunned, but still took the papers. Lin, please allow us to review this first. He knew that The Legend of the Swordsman was a script written by Lin Shixiao, and many movies produced by the Xiaolong Group also came from Lin's creative ideas, all of which had performed very well at the box office. However, Lin Shixiao had never written a Hollywood blockbuster script, so he needed to review it before making a decision. If Lin's script was impressive enough, the proposal for the joint film company could be considered. Of course, it couldn't be entirely according to Lin Shixiao's wishes. If further communication was necessary, he believed Lin still had room for compromise. The meeting room was filled only with the sound of pages turning as Lillard and the others whispered to each other, clearly discussing their views on the script. After another 10 minutes, the discussions came to a halt. Lillard's expression turned serious. Lin, you truly are a genius. I feel this script, if turned into a movie, could be a blockbuster. Lin Shixiao smiled slightly. Of course, and this is just the beginning of a series that could produce 3 films. Are you implying that Titanic has 3 parts? Lillard was taken aback again. Yes, in my plan this movie spans several hours. Oh, one film can't contain it all. Lin Shixiao had not initially considered making a Hollywood blockbuster, but the impressive box office of The Legend of the Swordsman changed his mind. Why not profit from the Americans? Although The Legend of the Swordsman performed quite well to truly break the ceiling, it still needed to be a Hollywood blockbuster. There was no way around it, as this was the territory of the Westerners. Well, we can only discuss this after you finish the script. Lillard's brows were tightly knitted, clearly still hesitating. Actually, we could sign a betting agreement. If the movies produced by the joint film company incur losses, I will cover them. This was Lin Shixiao's sincerity and confidence. He believed that the movies he participated in would not incur losses. Moreover, having crossed over from his past life, he knew which films would perform well at the box office. Furthermore, he considered himself a semi-professional, now capable of improving upon the flaws in some past films. Those remade movies would surely perform better. Lin, you really are sincere. Lillard finally got excited. With Lin Shixiao's assurance, Paramount's concerns diminished significantly. Quickly communicate with the board. My time is limited. I hope we can finalize this soon, otherwise I will look for other companies. Lin Shixiao felt it necessary to apply some pressure on Lillard. Although he found Lillard's character quite decent over this time of interaction. Okay, give me half an hour. Lillard did not hesitate and left the meeting room immediately. Lin, you are true. It's like pulling off a heist. How can you say that? Lin, you provided the script. The value of the script you wrote is no less than $10 million. Once the joint film company is established, the Hollywood box office rankings will change drastically. The other Xiaolong Film employees became excited. They came here mainly to assist Lin Shixiao with the final touches on The Legend of the Swordsman, such as calculating box office figures to avoid getting shortchanged by Paramount. Nobody expected Lin Shixiao to drop a bombshell. Is there anyone willing to work in the beautiful country? Lin Shixiao asked. Once the joint film company is established, many employees will need to be arranged here, and the proportion of Hong Kong employees in the new film company cannot be low. I'm willing. Me too. Lin, can we still return to Hong Kong? We don't have to stay here all the time, right? Some employees had questions. Of course you can go back, and you can also stay long-term. It depends on your personal choice, Lin Shixiao said with a smile. He had worked before and understood how employees felt. Yay, then I also want to stay. Haha, opportunities to stay in the beautiful country are rare. Aside from those already married, basically everyone wanted to stay. I will arrange accommodation for you and your salaries will also see an increase. I love you, Lin. Lin is great. Another round of cheers erupted in the meeting room. For workers, following a generous boss was a joyous affair. Lillard took exceptionally long this time, but he returned with good news. Lin, I did not let you down, the board agreed, but they requested the betting clause be included in the contract. No problem, let's draft the contract. Lin Shixiao was never fond of dragging things out. Paramount might not be the most suitable company, but he didn't have the time to investigate other companies. Alright, just a moment. Lillard became excited. The board had just stated that as long as he maintained a good relationship with Lin Shixiao, he would soon become the CEO of Paramount Pictures. That day, both parties signed the agreement and completed the signing. Related news had already leaked ahead of time and naturally caused a huge stir in Hollywood. Lin Shixiao had no time to pay attention to all of this as he had even more important matters to attend to. In a high-end private club in Los Angeles apart from Lin Shixiao and Lillard, there was no one else. Lillard smiled wryly. The United Film Company had just been established, and he had a lot to attend to, but Lin Shixiao insisted on pulling him aside. Lillard, do you have any acquaintances in the foreign exchange market? Lin Shixiao was looking to trade foreign exchange, and certainly needed to find collaborators in the beautiful country. Lin, are you planning to trade foreign exchange? Lillard was clearly surprised. The United Film Company had just been established, and he thought Lin Shixiao would focus on the film company. Lillard, don't worry, I'll write the script when I have time, but I have something more important to attend to. Lin Shixiao had hired a private investigator to look into Lillard. This guy might have some issues, but overall he was decent and had no history of betraying friends. Most importantly, Lin Shixiao had no real friends in the beautiful country. I do have a friend who is familiar with foreign exchange, Lillard said thoughtfully, but he doesn't hold a high position, so he might not be able to help you. Lillard, introduced him to me, as long as he is familiar with the foreign exchange market. Lin Shixiao looked at Lillard with anticipation. Lin, you can't be asking him to come over right now, can you? Lillard's expression grew more bitter. This is a great opportunity for him to make a fortune, Lin Shixiao said with certainty. Lillard observed Lin Shixiao's expression and slowly nodded. Alright, I'll give him a call, he probably hasn't finished work yet. Lillard stood up to make the call. He hadn't walked far when a somewhat attractive, elegantly dressed woman sat down across from Lin Shixiao. Excuse me, can I sit here? The woman exuded charm. I'm sorry, ma'am, I have important matters to attend to. Lin Shixiao replied with an apologetic face. If it weren't for important business today, he wouldn't mind experiencing such an encounter. Sir, hey, raise my number. The woman didn't linger, leaving a note before leaving, glancing back several times, clearly intrigued by Lin Shixiao. So sometimes being too charming is also a burden. Out of politeness, Lin Shixiao still took the note. He couldn't bring himself to discard the note in front of others. A few minutes later, Lillard hurried back. Lin, he'll be here in half an hour. Okay, I'll wait for him. If you have other matters, you can leave first. Lin Shixiao had already noticed that Lillard seemed restless. Unexpectedly, Lillard's expression changed, slightly shaking his head. Lin, you are my best friend. Ooh, I can't leave you alone. Lin Shixiao was slightly taken aback. Whether or not Lillard was telling the truth, those words were touching. Lillard, it's the right choice for you to stay. Lin Shixiao smiled mysteriously, and then fell silent until a man who looked like a financial elite appeared. This is Peter. Peter, this is Lin from Huaxiao, the richest man in Hong Kong, and the behind-the-scenes boss of Ip Man. It was clear that Lillard had made an effort to impress Peter about Lin Shixiao. Lin, I know you, you're impressive. Surprisingly, Peter spoke in Mandarin, albeit not fluently. Peter, I hope we have a pleasant collaboration in the coming months. Lin Shixiao extended his hand, shaking firmly with Peter. Pleasant collaboration. Peter looked at Lillard in surprise. Don't ask me, I asked him, I don't know either. Lillard shrugged, looking helpless. Lin, are you planning to trade foreign exchange? The market is a bit volatile right now, I don't really recommend it. Aren't you supposed to suggest I invest more? Lin Shixiao was a bit surprised that despite meeting for the first time and him investing in the foreign exchange market, it seemed Peter was offering the most honest advice. Indeed, for ordinary people this was not the right time to enter the foreign exchange market, due to the high risk. But he was different. He could predict fluctuations in the market, and the greater the risk, the greater the potential profit for him. Lin, Peter is always sincere with friends. Lillard unabashedly praised Peter. I can see that. Lin Shixiao replied with a warm smile. With recognition, the subsequent exchanges became much simpler. Lin, do you really intend to trade foreign exchange? To be honest, the recent market is so unpredictable that even I am planning to take a break. Peter, your inability to read the market is because you haven't realized that the US dollar is about to depreciate. Lin Shixiao struck home. The wave of foreign exchange fluctuations triggered by the oil crisis in '73 hit the US dollar the hardest. Of course, several countries closely tied to the beautiful country didn't escape unscathed, such as Japan. The US dollar is going to depreciate. Peter was taken aback by Lin Shixiao's insight. The US dollar had always been very strong. No one thought it would depreciate. Your sources should be more informed than mine. Think carefully, hasn't the US dollar reached the point where it should depreciate? Lin Shixiao smiled. He didn't understand foreign exchange. It was all due to the memories from his past life. But that didn't stop him from leaving Peter. It seems that might actually be the case. With Lin Shixiao emphasizing this, Peter also began to think the US dollar might plummet. Even if the US dollar is going to drop, how will you make money? Lillard, who had never traded foreign exchange before, didn't even know how to profit in the market. Oh, Lillard, don't say I'm your friend when you go out. Peter rolled his eyes. To put it simply, if you think a currency will appreciate, you can set a position in advance, and as long as the exchange rate rises later, you can profit from the difference. Of course, if you think a currency will depreciate, you can also short it, but the shorting system isn't very well developed right now. You can play with small amounts, but not large sums. If you want to amplify your returns, you can leverage, say, 10 times. If the US dollar drops by 10%, you can realize 100% return on your principal, but remember, with leverage, while gains are amplified, losses can be too. Peter also knew the risks in the foreign exchange market. He had never explained this knowledge to Lillard before, so that Lillard was somewhat tempted. No wonder several guys on the board are trading foreign exchange. Lillard, if you trust me, you can play a bit this time. All along, Lin Shixiao believed that to solidify relationships, there must be a connection of interests. For instance, making the other party money. This time, he was not only going to stir things up in the beautiful country's foreign exchange market, but also planned to make some waves in Japan. The more capital from the beautiful country that went over, the less the Japanese could do about him. Otherwise, if he just transferred money to Japan and hadn't started causing chaos, they might just find an excuse to freeze his funds. That would truly be a heavy loss. Is this really possible? Lillard appeared somewhat hesitant. Lillard, you can give it a try. For some reason, Peter felt that Lin Shixiao could succeed. Perhaps if Lillard followed along to buy some, he might actually make a profit. Even if he didn't, the losses wouldn't be significant. All right, Lin, I'll buy some with you. Lillard was already prepared for a loss, considering it a support for maintaining his relationship with Lin Shixiao. Lin, how much are you planning to invest? Peter looked at Lin Shixiao with some anticipation. A few $100 million US dollars, but I'm not certain yet. Lin Shixiao had a total of $1 billion US dollars ready, but he wouldn't reveal his bottom line to Peter just yet. Lin, you really are a wealthy man. Peter couldn't help but give a thumbs up. In his years in the foreign exchange industry, he had rarely seen anyone as lavish as Lin Shixiao. A few $100 million. Lillard's jaw dropped in disbelief. Lin, are you going that big? Yes, high risk brings high rewards. If you want to make money, you have to invest. Lin Shixiao maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of the hundreds of millions he was about to invest in the foreign exchange market. Lin, you have great courage. You will undoubtedly become a successful trader. Peter once again gave a thumbs up, noting that a successful investor must possess boldness. Hesitation often leads to greater losses. I'm just an ordinary person, Lin Shixiao casually remarked. At that moment, both Lillard and Peter could only exchange wry smiles. Peter, I called you here mainly to ask you to keep an eye on the trends in the foreign exchange market and to facilitate my trading in Lin Shixiao needed an insider to help monitor the forex market. He then added, of course I won't let you work for free. I'm willing to share 1% of the profits from forex trading with you. Lin Shixiao had worked before and knew how to motivate someone. Peter would be crucial in the upcoming forex operation. If Peter were to slack off, for instance, by delaying insider information by a few minutes, the losses could be incalculable. Peter's expression became animated. Lin, you are Lillard's friend, and also my friend. I will definitely help you with my best efforts. All right, I will start trading from tomorrow. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Shixiao extended his hand proactively. To a successful partnership, Peter hurriedly reached out his hand and shook hands firmly with Lin Shixiao. He never expected that the person before him, this Huaxiao individual, would change his life. In a relatively secluded villa in a wealthy area of Los Angeles, several Huaxiao individuals were busy. I finally found a house. I'm so tired. Wang Jiqiang plopped down on the sofa. Just sit for a bit. Hurry up and pack your things. Lin Sheng will be coming over soon. Wang Jianhua reminded him hastily. Just thinking about what we have to do next makes me extremely excited. Wang Huan looked somewhat fatigued, but also exhilarated. According to Lin Sheng, this time we will earn even more than trading oil. I can hardly imagine it. Wang Jiqiang lay back briefly before immediately getting up to help tidy up the house. What Lin Sheng said is definitely correct. He has never been wrong before. Wang Jianhua's tone revealed his admiration for Lin Shixiao without reservation. If a year ago someone had said that the richest in Hong Kong would change hands because of a young man in his 20s, I would never. Wang Jiqiang had already said this many times before. Lin Shixiao was the person he admired most in his life, without exception. The greatness of Lin Sheng is beyond our comprehension. Meeting him is the greatest honor of our lives. Wang Huan found a towel and began wiping the table. We three now each have millions in assets, yet we work so hard. Why? Because we are following Lin Sheng. If it were someone else, I would have given up long ago. Wang Jianhua laughed. That day when he showed his bank savings to his wife, she couldn't help but scream, causing the neighbors to think something was wrong at their home and nearly call the police. Seeing the shock and disbelief on his wife's face greatly satisfied Wang Jianhua's vanity. So even though Lin Shixiao gave him a large sum of money, he remained as devoted and diligent in working for Lin Shixiao, because he knew that Lin Shixiao would give him even more in the future. and being by Lin Shixiao's side meant he could learn. You should also take the time to learn more. While we may not keep up with Lin Sheng's thinking, we should at least not hold him back. Lin Sheng will certainly have many more things to do in the future, and we need to become his trusted aides, so we won't be replaced. Wang Huan said earnestly. During this time, she had never stopped learning. Lin Shixiao was trading in international crude oil, and she familiarized herself with international oil. Lin Shixiao wanted to trade Forex, so she learned about Forex and often stayed up late reading books. I am reading. Wang Jianhua glanced at Wang Jiqiang. I haven't been reading much lately, but don't worry, I will read more. Wang Jiqiang felt a bit ashamed knowing he wasn't as hardworking as Wang Jianhua and Wang Huan. Previously his goal was to have his own house and car. Now that those goals had been achieved, he had new aspirations. He had learned a lot by being around Lin Shixiao, and his perspective had broadened. He felt he had changed significantly. Wang Jiqiang used to love playing with childhood friends, gaming, chasing girls, and singing karaoke, but now he preferred making money and had envisioned himself breaking into the top 10 richest in Hong Kong. Yes, let's go. Wang Huan gave Wang Jiqiang an encouraging look. Wang Jianhua, as Wang Jiqiang's brother-in-law, often suppressed him. She felt that although Wang Jiqiang had some flaws, his character was good, and he was a worthy young man to cultivate. At that moment they heard a car stopping outside, and the three immediately became tense. Is Lin Sheng here? Wang Jiqiang was about to open the door. Wait. Wang Huan stopped him. Did you forget how Lin Sheng instructed us before? In an instant Wang Jiqiang froze in place. Sorry, I got too excited. At this moment Wang Jianhua had reached the window and was cautiously peering outside. After a while he relaxed completely. It's Lin Sheng. He'll open the door, you all stay inside. As he spoke, Wang Huan opened the door and walked out. Lin Shixiao had deliberately changed his appearance, wearing ordinary clothes and a duckbill cap. Unless someone was very familiar with him, they wouldn't recognize him at first glance. Although trading Forex was not something to be ashamed of, he was preparing to target beautiful country and Japan, so he needed Lin Sheng. Wang Huan lowered her voice. This place is quite nice. As Lin Shixiao walked in, he surveyed the surrounding environment. Feeling praised, Wang Huan was internally thrilled. We put a lot of effort into finding this place. Yes, let's go in. Lin Shixiao walked briskly into the house. For a long time to come, this would be his small base for trading Forex. Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng. As Lin Shixiao entered, Wang Jianhua and Wang Jiqiang stood ramrod straight, like soldiers awaiting inspection. Well done. Lin Shixiao nodded, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. No time for pleasantries. Trading begins tomorrow. Let me outline the key points. He pulled out a black and white photograph from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is Peter. His contact information is on the back of the photo. Should any issue arise during trading, you may call him directly. Wang Huan, give him the villa's telephone number tomorrow, so he can reach us immediately if anything urgent occurs. The foreign exchange market will experience significant volatility in the coming period. Staying abreast of market developments is therefore critical. Neither Peter nor Wang Huan, Wang Jianhua, or Wang Jiqiang should remain at the trading floor for extended durations. Lin Sheng, can we place full trust in this man? Wang Huan asked. He appears reliable, but we need not disclose every detail of our operation to him. After all, he is a foreigner. Lin Shixiao replied solemnly. Understood. We'll follow your instructions. Wang Huan, Wang Jianhua, and Wang Jiqiang all nodded vigorously, fully alert, determined not to miss a single nuance. Also, I've just learned that the Los Angeles foreign exchange market has adopted an electronic trading system. We'll no longer need intermediaries to execute our currency trades. This will greatly streamline our operations. His voice carried a subtle tremor as he spoke. Computers remained luxuries in those days, prohibitively expensive. That Los Angeles had implemented electronic trading underscored the United States' status as the undisputed global financial capital, wealthy, formidable, unassailable. Electronic trading. What exactly is that? Wang Huan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. You'll ask Peter about it when the time comes. Without hands-on demonstration, I can't explain it adequately. Lin Shixiao rubbed his temples faintly. None of the three had ever used a computer. Concise explanations would prove futile. Fortunately, the trading interface itself was unlikely to be complex, and all three were intelligent enough to master it swiftly. Lin Sheng, shall all three of us go to the trading center together tomorrow? Wang Jianhua requested. Yes. Lin Shixiao nodded. You may accompany one another tomorrow, but moving forward avoid appearing together publicly lest you attract undue attention. Also refrain from wearing identical attire daily. Subtle disguises would be advisable. Hearing Lin Shixiao's grave tone, Wang Jiqiang instinctively blurted, Lin Sheng, are we turning into undercover operatives, or something? Precisely, we are becoming undercover operatives. Until further notice, you are forbidden from any leisure outings without my explicit permission. Once this phase concludes, you may indulge freely. I'll cover every expense. His expression hardened further. Trading foreign exchange in the United States, especially with such colossal capital, and leveraging it tenfold, amounted to nothing short of plucking teeth from a tiger's maw. Above all, caution must be absolute. Don't worry, Lin Sheng. We grasp the gravity of this. Wang Jianhua nodded earnestly. He knew Lin Shixiao had committed nearly all his liquid assets. Failure was simply unthinkable. Good. Lin Shixiao then reviewed several operational details before the four retired to separate rooms for rest. Tomorrow marked their first foray into foreign exchange trading. He too felt a quiet knot of tension. The next morning, Wang Huan, Wang Jianhua, and Wang Jiqiang arrived early at the foreign exchange trading center. From afar, they spotted Peter waiting and approached him. "Are you Mr. Peter?" "I am. And you? Are you Lin Sheng's people?" Peter appraised the trio with him. Wang Jiqiang had deliberately dressed more sternly today. His bearing indeed projected an intimidating aura. "Yes. We require the opening of multiple foreign exchange trading accounts. We hope for your assistance, Mr. Peter." As Wang Huan spoke, her eyes swept the surroundings vigilantly, ready to abort the day's plan at the first sign of irregularity. Caution remained paramount, as Lin Shixiao had insisted profits could wait, but the principle must remain inviolate. "How many trading accounts do you need opened?" Peter furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Shixiao had just handed him a formidable challenge. "Start with 100 for now. We'll add more if necessary." Before departing for the United States, Lin Shixiao had instructed the trio to disperse their 1 billion in funds across numerous bank accounts. This may entail certain fees. Please don't misunderstand. These aren't personal commissions. Peter waved his hands emphatically, clearly anxious to avoid misinterpretation. Wang Huan seemed unsurprised. "How much per account?" 100 US dollars. "I've collaborated with your associate for years. Never a single mishap." Peter didn't handle account openings himself. He merely worked at the trading center. $10,000. That's exorbitant. Wang Jiqiang exclaimed instinctively. Just opening accounts would cost HK 5000, a stinging sum. Silence. Wang Jianhua, heedless of the public setting, delivered a sharp tap to Wang Jiqiang's head. Then, lowering his voice, "Have you forgotten Lin Sheng's briefing before departure? Do you still wish to stay under his wing?" "Brother-in-law, I apologize." Wang Jiqiang shrank back, realizing his indiscretion. Fortunately, Peter's attention remained elsewhere. "The fee is acceptable. Additionally, we require tenfold leverage on each account. Will that pose any difficulty?" Wang Huan watched Peter anxiously. Given the foreign exchange market's relatively muted volatility, high returns demanded aggressive leverage. Peter chuckled outright. "No issue whatsoever. I'll refer you to reputable financing firms. You'll negotiate terms directly with them." Unspoken, of course, was Peter's likely commission from those firms, a fact Lin Shixiao had already disclosed, so Wang Huan feigned ignorance. "Kindly recommend several firms. We'll compare options." Wang Huan spoke with practiced seriousness, though her true concern was whether a single firm could absorb the sheer scale of required financing. "That is perfectly fine." After clarifying further details, Peter escorted the trio to complete the necessary procedures. By the time they finished, the morning had slipped away. "I'll phone Lin Sheng now, you wait here." Wang Huan excused herself and strode toward a nearby payphone. "Brother-in-law, foreigners really are quite amiable, aren't they? Not nearly as fearsome as we'd imagined." Wang Jiqiang had encountered numerous people that morning. "They're amiable because we're bringing them money." Wang Jianhua spoke while scanning their surroundings. "Brother-in-law," Wang Jiqiang leaned in, "so we now command access to 10 billion in capital." Lin Shixiao's initial capital was 1 billion. Leveraged tenfold, it became 10 billion. Naturally, the borrowed funds carried interest. "Are you excited?" Wang Jianhua glanced sidelong at Wang Jiqiang. "Thrilled." Wang Jiqiang nodded eagerly like an obedient child. "Then don't show it." Wang Jianhua raised his hand as if to strike again, then restrained himself. Just then Wang Huan hurried back. "Lin Sheng's instruction: begin purchasing US dollars this afternoon." In the blink of an eye, it was 3 in the afternoon, and the foreign exchange market reopened. "Sister Wang, it has dropped." At the moment the market opened, Wang Jiqiang couldn't help but exclaim. According to Lin Sheng's instructions, by 100 million first. Wang Huan decisively issued the command, showcasing her growing independence. "Got it." Wang Jianhua and Wang Jiqiang nodded simultaneously and rushed to the trading platform to execute the order. Earlier in the morning, Peter had informed the three of some details about electronic trading. In less than a minute, both of them returned simultaneously. "Done." "I'm done too. Next we observe for half an hour. If there are no anomalies in the market, we will buy another 900 million. Lin Sheng said that the US dollar can be bought as long as it is below 100. Wang Huan's gaze remained fixed on the electronic screen in the middle. The benchmark for the US dollar is 100. If it exceeds 100, it indicates an appreciation of the US dollar, while if it falls below 100, it signifies depreciation. Individual traders can buy US dollars at any price point using their purchase price as the benchmark. If the US dollar rises afterward, individual traders will profit. This is the typical method for ordinary traders to trade Forex, but Lin Shixiao employs a different strategy because he knows that the US dollar is about to plummet. Understood. Understood. Wang Jianhua and Wang Jiqiang were clearly excited. It was their first time handling such a massive amount of capital, and for the sake of training, the three, Lin Shixiao did not accompany them. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the US dollar did not show a significant rise. "According to the plan, let's buy another 900 million, and then we can wrap it up." Understood. Understood. In the following days under Lin Shixiao's guidance, Wang Huan and the others quietly purchased over $2 billion in US dollars. Alright, we've bought enough US dollars now, let's purchase other currencies. Lin Shixiao continued to remotely command from the villa. Okay, Lin Sheng. After receiving the instructions, Wang Huan and the others collaborated separately to buy other national currencies linked to the US dollar. The trends of these currencies generally move in the opposite direction to the US dollar. When the US dollar rises, they fall, and when the US dollar falls, they rise. After a full 2 weeks, Wang Huan and the others completed the task assigned by Lin Shixiao, spending all of the remaining US dollars. Lin Sheng, we have fulfilled our mission. Wang Huan and the others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. I never thought it would be so difficult to spend all 1 billion. Wang Jiqiang looked regretful. Lin Shixiao opened numerous accounts to avoid detection by prying eyes, making even simple purchases challenging. They had to ensure that the account passwords they entered were correct. Lin Sheng, what should we do next? Wang Jianhua looked at Lin Shixiao with anticipation, knowing that the preliminary preparations had been completed. Next, we hit hard. I've been observing during this time, and the fundamentals of the US dollar are very unstable. At the slightest disturbance, it will inevitably collapse. As he said this, a glint of sharpness flashed in Lin Shixiao's eyes. Hit hard. Lin Sheng, doesn't that mean we'll incur losses? Wang Jiqiang instinctively exclaimed. Wang Huan and Wang Jianhua were also momentarily taken aback. That's right. The US dollar will surely incur losses, but if the US dollar does not lose, how can we make money elsewhere? A smile gradually appeared on Lin Shixiao's face. I understand now. Lin Sheng aims to strike against the US dollar and boost other national currencies. Wang Huan instantly grasped the idea. I was puzzled earlier as to why Lin Sheng bought so little US dollar, but so much of other national currencies. Wang Jianhua clapped excitedly, finally resolving some previous doubts. Lin Sheng, I've recently observed that you can now be considered a giant in the forex market. However, we have operated so discreetly that no one has noticed. Haha. Wang Jiqiang felt somewhat smug. Notify Peter and Lillard. They can start acquiring some other national currencies tomorrow morning. At this crucial moment, Lin Shixiao did not forget about his 2 friends, which speaks to his integrity. In truth, at this stage, he hardly needed Peter anymore. Okay, I'll call right away. Wang Huan did not dare to be slow. Get a good night's sleep. Lin Shixiao looked at Wang Jianhua and Wang Jiqiang. Tomorrow we will watch the grand spectacle. Lin Shixiao was somewhat excited. The feeling of stirring the winds and clouds in the foreign exchange market was exhilarating and fulfilling. No matter how much he stirred, the ones who would suffer were other nations, while Huaxia and Hong Kong might benefit, so he had no psychological burden at all. All right, Lin Sheng. Wang Jianhua nodded vigorously. He was also excited, but he tried to suppress his emotions. Maturity and composure might better meet Lin Shixiao's expectations. Lin Sheng, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. I'm too excited. Wang Jiqiang frowned. Then you can stay in the villa tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Lin Shixiao pretended to have a stern face. At that moment, Wang Jiqiang nearly jumped up. No, Lin Sheng, I can sleep. What a joke, such an important scene. If he couldn't witness it with his own eyes, he would regret it for a lifetime. Then that's settled. Lin Shixiao said, leaving without looking back. He also needed to catch up on some sleep. Tomorrow would be a day of heightened mental tension. After Lin Shixiao left, Wang Jianhua's gaze remained fixed on Wang Jiqiang. Brother-in-law, what? What's wrong? Wang Jiqiang still felt a bit intimidated by Wang Jianhua. Wang Jianhua brooded for a long time before suddenly slapping Wang Jiqiang on the head. Have some spirit. Oh, brother-in-law, I understand. Next time go easy on me. Wang Jiqiang rubbed the spot that had been hit, looking aggrieved. He felt that Wang Jianhua wasn't actually angry, yet he still hit him so hard. The next morning, Lin Shixiao made his first appearance in the foreign exchange trading hall. Of course, he had undergone some disguise as he was somewhat well known in the beautiful country. It's really lively here. Lin Shixiao noticed that there were quite a few people around the trading hall, many of whom were dressed in suits, clearly business elites. Lin Sheng, trading starts at 9 o'clock. Wang Jiqiang said eagerly, noticeably bending his waist a little more in Lin Shixiao's presence. Lin Shixiao nodded and was the first to walk inside. Peter was already waiting ahead. Lin, Wang told you right. Lin Shixiao lowered his voice. He did, and he'll buy as soon as the market opens. Peter spoke while observing the surroundings, appearing even more cautious than Lin Shixiao. I need a dedicated trading machine that no one else can use while I'm using it. Is that possible? Today's operations would be very numerous, and Lin Shixiao did not want to compete with others for a trading machine. Even 1 second of delay would be a loss. Okay, he'll think of a way. Peter gritted his teeth and agreed. Lin Shixiao was helping him make money, so he had to show some sincerity. From previous financing, he had already profited quite a bit. Thank you. Lin Shixiao patted Peter on the shoulder. See you later. Peter quickly left. Completing Lin Shixiao's request would not be easy. He would have to use all his connections. Soon it was 9 in the morning, and the foreign exchange trading officially began. Lin Shixiao kept his eyes glued to the trading center's screen, awaiting the right moment, a moment to strike. He held $20 billion in his hand, a considerable amount of power, but he needed to leverage it to unleash maximum destructive force. Wang Huan and the others stood quietly on either side, not daring to disturb him. Wang Jiqiang didn't even dare to breathe. At 9:35 Lin Shixiao finally uttered 2 words softly. Start. Oh, understood. Wang Huan was momentarily stunned before reacting. She immediately rushed to the trading machine and began selling US dollars aggressively. Lin Shixiao chose the perfect moment, and at that time there was no support for the US dollar, and as he sold in large quantities the dollar plummeted. 95, 94, 93, 90. In an instant it dropped nearly 5 points. Suddenly the previously calm trading hall erupted into chaos. What's going on? What happened? How could this be? People whispered among themselves, eager to uncover some insight. However, they couldn't find out anything. The instigator of all this was not even an American. Those who reacted quickly had already started selling their US dollars. Sell orders surged while buy orders were sparse, causing the US dollar to continue its decline. 88, 87. The downward trend seemed unstoppable. Lin, the mark has risen. The Japanese yen has also increased. Good news came one after another. The international foreign exchange market reacted swiftly, except for the US dollar. All other currencies were rising. Very good, keep going. Lin Shixiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. So far everything was going smoothly. Okay, Lin. Wang Huan and the others were clearly excited. Lin Shixiao thought for a moment and reminded them, be careful with your strength, don't go too hard. Oh, shouldn't we take advantage of their weakness? Wang Jiqiang asked in confusion. Don't forget where we are. If we push too hard and they resort to state measures, we won't have a place to cry. The speculation on the US dollar is just an appetizer. Lin Shixiao's real profit would come from Japan. He had already figured this out long ago. No wonder, Lin, we never thought of this. We were only thinking about making money. Wang Jianhua felt embarrassed. He realized that the gap between the three of them and Lin Shixiao was still very large. Okay, Lin, I understand. Wang Hua nodded. Although she continued to sell aggressively, the intensity was noticeably reduced. A dull knife cuts flesh. The American government wouldn't dare to intervene too harshly. After all, they pride themselves as the center of the world, promoting trading freedom. Unless absolutely necessary, the American regulatory departments wouldn't want to tarnish their own reputation. Although the intensity of Lin Shixiao's selling had decreased, other traders were selling the US dollar recklessly, causing it to continue to decline. That day, the US dollar closed at 85, plummeting over 10 points in a single day, also setting a record for the largest single-day decline. American financial media referred to it as a day of foreign exchange disaster. At 8 in the evening in a wealthy villa, Wang Huan reported some account situations to Lin Shixiao. We lost over 2 billion on the US dollar, but on other currencies, not only did we recover the losses, but we also made a profit of 1 billion. On the US dollar. So much. Lin Shixiao was somewhat surprised. His original estimate was around 500 million in total. It seems that a lot of international capital is also waiting for the US dollar to collapse, so other countries' currencies have risen significantly today, with some nearly increasing by 20 points. Wang Huan had recently been brushing up on foreign exchange knowledge and knew very well what a nearly 20-point increase meant. This was unprecedented. Oh, it seems we just helped others make a fortune. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but smile. In fact, he had anticipated this situation, but he didn't expect international capital to be so aggressive. To be precise, he had only set the stage for today's market, and international capital made the show even more spectacular. Wow, my capital has doubled in a day. Wang Jiqiang seemed a bit slow to realize. Previously, Lin said the foreign exchange market was where the real money was made. I was still somewhat skeptical, but now I truly feel it. Wang Jianhua also found it hard to believe. It's just today that we made a lot. Tomorrow, I estimate the relevant funds will start to protect the market. Lin Shixiao made a judgment. Does Lin mean the US dollar won't drop any further? Wang Jiqiang looked at Lin Shixiao eagerly. In Wang Jiqiang's eyes, Lin Shixiao was no different from a deity. If I keep selling aggressively, it might drop a bit more, but doing so carries great risk. Just as Lin Shixiao finished speaking, the phone rang. Wang Huan went to answer it. Lin, it's Peter looking for you. Okay. Lin Shixiao didn't need to think. He already knew why Peter was looking for him. Hello, Peter, how are you? Having just made a fortune, Lin Shixiao was in a very good mood. Lin, you are too ruthless. Peter's tone on the phone carried a hint of shock. Peter, what are you talking about? I don't know anything at all. Lin Shixiao laughed. Don't worry, Lin, I won't say a word. Peter spoke very seriously. He knew he couldn't make any mistakes on this matter. He had no doubt that someone as ruthless as Lin Shixiao wouldn't engage in any illegal activities. He only had one life and hadn't lived enough. Peter, this is just an appetizer. What follows will be even more exciting. I believe you made quite a bit right. Lin Shixiao's voice carried a smile. He was happy to see his partner making money, as it would strengthen their relationship. Not much, just over 70%. As the conversation went on, Peter couldn't help but laugh. A 70% profit in a single day was something he had never imagined. Of course, he had also used 10 times leverage. Congratulations. Congratulations. Lin, I need to tell you something. I've received news that the higher-ups are very concerned about today's unusual situation. I advise you to operate cautiously going forward. Peter spoke with great seriousness. Thank you for the information. It's very useful. Lin Shixiao politely expressed his gratitude. Though he had already made a decision, Peter's news confirmed the correctness of his choice, leaving him with no further. The two chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. Lin Shixiao could tell that Peter was intent on solidifying their relationship, which he was happy to see. He truly needed someone like him in America. In the future, he might also invest, allowing Peter to get closer to some political and business figures in America. As a Chinese, it was somewhat conspicuous for him to do certain things which was not very convenient. In the following days, Lin Shixiao noticeably reduced his intensity in shorting the US dollar, yet the dollar continued to decline, with a certain inertia, albeit at a much smaller rate. Today it dropped a point or two, and tomorrow it might fall by half a percentage point. Meanwhile, the appreciation of other national currencies was also slowing down. At this point, Lin Shixiao no longer hesitated and made the decision to withdraw completely. However, he did not sell blindly, being unaware of the market stability. Sell a little, then buy a little. In short, he aimed to maintain market stability as much as possible. Otherwise, if others sensed something amiss and started selling too, his profits would shrink. After half a month of operations, Lin Shixiao's first forex operation concluded successfully. Excluding financing interest, our cash assets have already exceeded $2.5 billion. The available funds exceed $12.5 billion. In a secret base of a wealthy villa, Wang Huan excitedly reported, "Oh my God, in just 1 month we've earned $1.5 billion, equivalent to 9 billion Hong Kong dollars. This money comes in faster than robbing a bank." Wang Jiqiang couldn't help but exclaim. The speed at which Lin Shixiao made money was something he truly couldn't keep up with. Not just him, no one on the entire Hong Kong island could match Lin Shixiao's earning speed. Moreover, this was just the beginning. According to Lin Shixiao, he planned to stir things up in the Japanese forex market next. At that time, he couldn't even imagine how massive Lin Shixiao's cash assets would grow. Everyone gets $1,000 US. You all get a week's vacation, and then we will head to Japan. Lin Shixiao was never a stingy person. This is just part of your reward. Once this matter is concluded, there will be even bigger rewards. Yage, wow. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Wang Jiqiang and the others burst into joyful laughter. During the previous oil crisis, Lin Shixiao had distributed 30 million Hong Kong dollars to each of them. It was needless to say that this time it would surely be more, and all three had reason to fantasize about becoming billionaires. I've long wanted to take a good look around the beautiful country. I must say they have developed really well. Wang Jiqiang said, while it's all fun and games, be careful about what you say and what you shouldn't say. Wang Jianhua reminded Wang Jiqiang in front of Lin Shixiao, fearing he would be careless. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I know. Wang Jiqiang nodded earnestly. When he spoke, he was looking at Lin Shixiao. I plan to check out the nearby attractions. Wang Huan yawned. This month the physical exertion was secondary, the mental strain was immense, and he needed to relax. As Lin Shixiao would put it, work and rest in harmony. What about you? Any plans? Lin Shixiao smiled at Wang Jianhua. I want to buy some things for my wife and children. Also buy a few things for me too, Lin Shixiao said with a smile. At first, Wang Jianhua didn't quite understand Lin Shixiao's meaning until Wang Jiqiang reminded him. Brother-in-law Lin Sheng wants to buy gifts for the boss's wives. Oh. Wang Jianhua understood and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Lin Sheng, he'll choose well. Although the affairs of the big shots in Hong Kong were no secret, few reached the level of Lin Shixiao. Perhaps he didn't have the most women, but the quality was certainly the highest. Each one was truly impressive. Sister Wang, transfer 1 million to Jianhua. Although Wang Jianhua is older than me, I've gotten used to calling him by his name now, and he finds it more comfortable that way. If you were to call him brother or something, it would put a lot of pressure on Wang Jianhua. Sometimes when one reaches a certain position, being overly polite is not always appropriate. In a relatively private cafe in Los Angeles at a booth. Lin, you are truly remarkable. If I hadn't known some inside information, I definitely wouldn't believe that the previous forex market fluctuations were caused by you. Peter looked at Lin Shixiao with excitement plastered on his face. To be honest, he had developed some admiration for Lin Shixiao. I just got the ball rolling, it's all thanks to other capital. Lin Shixiao was humble. As long as the money is made, he didn't want to give lectures in the future. He didn't really need the Lillard was overjoyed. He got lucky, and his principal doubled. He called me and said he wanted to find a few starlets from the beautiful country to accompany me, but I declined. It wasn't that he didn't like starlets, but he had been drained by Jane Fonda over the past few days. This woman had gone to great lengths to take revenge on him for being missing for more than half a month. There's a rumor that he has a great chance of becoming the CEO of Paramount. Peter said mysteriously. Oh, that's great. Lin Shixiao naturally hoped that Lillard would secure an important position at Paramount, ensuring a solid foundation for their cooperation. If a new leader came in and suddenly didn't want to cooperate, it would be troublesome even if he wouldn't incur any specific losses. It's all because of you. Peter gave Lin Shixiao a thumbs up. I watched the movie, it was very well done. If given the chance, I would also like to learn Chinese martial arts. Peter had not previously seen Fearless. If you get the chance, I'll have Li Xiaolong teach you. Lin Shixiao said with a smile. Others couldn't invite Li Xiaolong, but for him, it was just a matter of a word. Of course, he wouldn't casually waste Li Xiaolong's time. Really? Thank you so much, Lin. I hope we can always be. Peter raised his coffee. Cheers. Lin Shixiao was taken aback for a moment and uttered 2 words. Cheers. Peter reacted quickly. Of course the two didn't actually clink their cups. Lin Shixiao was not used to drinking coffee which he found bitter. Today I called you here to discuss an important matter. Lin Shixiao's expression suddenly turned serious. Lin, go ahead. Peter promptly straightened his suit. I plan to stir things up in Japan, but going alone is not very safe. If you could rally some capital from the beautiful country to join in, that would be much better, Lin Shixiao said with a smile. Although he had dispersed his money across many accounts in various countries, without the participation of capital from the beautiful country, if the relevant departments in Japan were to indiscriminately freeze funds, he would suffer heavy losses. After all, once he caused a stir, Japan's economy would be severely impacted, and the relevant departments in Japan would find it hard to sit idly by. Lin, no problem. Recently many people have been asking about you. Fortunately, I'm pretty tight-lipped, haha. If I let it slip, many would be interested in going to Japan. Peter patted his chest. Where there is money to be made, capital will flock. This is not a difficult task for him. Very well. I hope as many capital from the beautiful country as possible joins us. Let's turn the Japanese forex market upside down. Lin Shixiao's tone grew passionate. He certainly held no affection for Japan. Making Japan hurt would be incredibly satisfying for him. All right, I will do my best. Peter raised his coffee cup again. Cheers. Cheers. 1973 marked the zenith and turning point of Japan's economy. Prior to the outbreak of the oil crisis, Japan's economy had soared to remarkable heights with growth rates peaking at 9%, propelling it to become the world's second-largest economy. Yet the oil crisis delivered a devastating blow, abruptly halting economic expansion. Skyrocketing oil prices triggered severe cost-push inflation across the nation. At that moment, Japan's economy teetered precariously on the edge of chaos. Precisely, Lin Shixiao. That day, a large passenger jet touched down at Japan's international airport. After several minutes, a group of Chinese men wearing sunglasses emerged from the terminal. Are you Mr. Lin? A middle-aged man immediately stepped forward from the crowd of waiting passengers and approached them eagerly. Yes, I am. Are you old Yang? Lin Shixiao appraised the man before him. Indeed, am old Yang. Mr. Hua has already briefed me. Though Hua Ingdong's business operations in Japan were modest, he maintained a permanent office there, and old Yang had served him loyally for many years. Have accommodations been arranged? Yes, Mr. Lin, they're all set. Excellent. Let's go. Lin Shixiao and his party moved with quiet discretion. Aside from a few curious glances from young Japanese women, they drew little attention. Meanwhile, the headquarters of Japan's Ministry of Finance buzzed with unusual activity. Mr. Iwasaki, you've arrived too. Mr. Harita, you're here as well. Iwasaki Koimeda was president of Mitsubishi Corporation, the precursor to the globally renowned Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Harita Sozo served as president of Sumitomo Bank and stood as a symbolic figurehead of the Sumitomo Group. Both Mitsubishi Corporation and Sumitomo Bank ranked among Japan's top 10 enterprises. When the Ministry of Finance summons, how dare I refuse? Iwasaki Koimeda replied with light-hearted banter. But truth be told, he would not have attended had the ministry's top official not personally called him. At his stature, even senior government officials commanded little deference from him. I hear this meeting concerns something highly consequential. Harita Sozo leaned in and murmured. Oh, do you have reliable intelligence, Mr. Harita? Iwasaki Koimeda's interest quickened. He had just scanned the room, and nearly every CEO of Japan's top 10 corporations was present, a rare occurrence indeed. I've caught a whisper or two, but nothing confirmed, Harita Sozo replied with a wry smile. He dared not speak recklessly on uncertain matters. Very well, let's proceed inside. Iwasaki Koimeda sobered instantly and strode briskly toward the conference hall. His gaze fell immediately upon Naoto Maruta, director of international finance and exchange rates. Mr. Maruta. Both men hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Iwasaki. Mr. Harita, thank you both for honoring us with your presence. Maruta said, his expression weighed down with quiet gravity. It is our privilege. The honor is entirely mine. Iwasaki Koimeda and Harita Sozo exchanged courteous pleasantries. The meeting begins shortly. Please do enter. With that, Maruta excused himself to welcome others. Every attendee carried immense prestige. He could afford to neglect no one. Especially now, for in the days ahead it would be he who needed their cooperation, or rather Japan itself. Maruta strode solemnly to the center of the room. Thank you all for coming. Let me share a matter of urgency. Through confidential channels we have learned that certain U.S.-based capital groups plan to destabilize Japan's foreign exchange market for speculative gain. To counter this threat, we urgently seek your support. As you know, Japan maintains close ties with the United States. Were our government to intervene directly, it would invite criticism and raise difficult questions from Washington. After all, Japan has always welcomed foreign investment. Yet allowing such external capital to run rampant through our forex market runs contrary to Japan's national interests, and surely contradicts your own. A murmur swept the room as attendees grasped the gravity of the situation. Harita Sozo rose to his feet without hesitation. Mr. Maruta, I pledge a portion of my resources. As banking sector representative, currency volatility threatened his interests directly. An active participation might yet yield profit. Thank you, Mr. Harita, deeply grateful. Maruta bowed profoundly. He knew once one leader stepped forward, others would follow. True to expectation, Iwasaki Koimita spoke next. Mitsubishi's success stems entirely from Japan's robust domestic economy. We happen to hold surplus liquidity, and I pledge a significant portion to this critical effort. We stand ready to join. Let those meddling U.S. funds withdraw from Japan's shores immediately. Others swiftly voiced their commitment. Privately, they all understood having accepted the summons withdrawal without contribution was unthinkable. Excellent. My deepest thanks. Maruta bowed again. His eyes glistened faintly. Since learning of the impending U.S. financial maneuver, he had not slept soundly. He knew well the ferocity of American capital. Any misstep could inflict severe damage upon Japan's economy, especially given its fragile state following the oil crisis. His superiors had issued an unequivocal mandate to stabilize Japan's foreign exchange market at all costs. Yet one restriction applied: official intervention was strictly forbidden lest it provoke diplomatic friction with the United States. At times Maruta felt exasperated. Japan was now the world's second largest economy, second only to the United States, and deserved to stand tall unburdened by subservience. Yet some remained psychologically cowed by America, unable for now to break free from old habits. Policy-making lay beyond his reach. His duty was simply to execute with unwavering fidelity. Subsequently, Maruta spearheaded the formation of a temporary coalition to counter foreign capital, serving as its head with Harita Sozo as deputy director overseeing operational execution, while other members contributed financial resources. Should the operation succeed, all members would share in the profits, distributed proportionally according to individual contributions. Meanwhile, Lin Shixiao had arrived at his lodging. Mr. Lin, is everything to your satisfaction? Old Yang beamed broadly. Old Yang, you've built quite the empire. Lin Shixiao's gaze swept across the pristine white interior. He had never imagined that Old Yang, one of Huangdong's most trusted lieutenants, ran a flesh trade. And judging by the elegant petite Japanese women before him, the enterprise appeared remarkably prosperous. They smiled sweetly at Lin Shixiao. In his past life, he had visited Japan several times and partaken of its famed hospitality. He believed Japanese women held unparalleled mastery in the art of attending to men. It's a special arrangement for operational convenience. Old Yang left unsaid what exactly required such convenience, but Lin Shixiao quickly deduced staying here would guarantee exceptional security. Japan's authorities would never suspect that the mastermind behind the impending disruption of its foreign exchange market resided within the heart of its pleasure district. Though certain Americans arriving in Japan would certainly indulge in local customs, they would never lodge in such establishments. Their ingrained pride forbade it. On that day, a handsome young man from the beautiful nation stepped into the land of fireworks. Is Lin Sheng here? Who are you? Old Yang scrutinized the young man before him with vigilance. My name is Peter. Lin Sheng should have mentioned me to you, Peter said with a smile. This way, please. Old Yang relaxed his guard a bit. In fact, he recognized Peter at first glance, but asked out of caution. This place of yours is quite convoluted. Peter had thought from the outside that this place couldn't be too large. But upon truly entering, he discovered he could understand why Lin Shixiao chose to live in such a place. In case the Japanese authorities took action, Lin Shixiao could escape promptly. After a few minutes, Peter finally met Lin Shixiao. At that moment, Lin Shixiao was lying in the embrace of several Japanese women, utterly content. Peter was taken aback. Lin, you truly know how to enjoy life. Do you know the idiom, when in Rome, do as the Romans do? Lin Shixiao's smile was broad. Yes, I just learned it. Peter sat down, and immediately several Japanese girls rushed over to him, pressing close. Peter felt somewhat uncomfortable, but fearing to be looked down upon by Lin Shixiao, could only grit his teeth and remain still. Have you been studying Mandarin recently? Lin Shixiao inquired with interest. Yes, I want to hang out with Lin Sheng in the future, so I'm learning a bit. Peter was quite frank. Although he understood some Mandarin before, he couldn't claim to be proficient. It seems you have a strong ability to learn. Your spoken language has improved greatly. Lin Shixiao had already noticed this as soon as Peter spoke. He appreciated such a cooperative partner. If someone could be diligent in small matters, there would be no issues in larger matters. Not for any other reason, but because Lin Shixiao was his financial benefactor. Have your friends all arrived? They've all arrived. We just need Lin Sheng's command to launch our offensive. Peter's tone grew somewhat excited. Having tasted success from speculating on the U.S. dollar with Lin Shixiao before, he had reason to expect even greater profits from this trip to Japan. Very well, let's do it tomorrow. Is that okay? Lin Shixiao appeared indifferent, as if the events to follow were of little, but that was not the case. Sure. Peter nodded, his expression growing serious. Lin, I need to tell you something. The Japanese Ministry of Finance already knows we are here and has organized some companies for precautionary measures. We need to be careful. Wasn't it one of your people who leaked this, say? Lin Shixiao's gaze became somewhat contemplative. He also knew that such a large-scale mobilization would be hard to keep confidential. Of course, he hadn't thought about keeping it a secret. It was better that the Japanese were taking action, otherwise things would be a bit dull. Cough, cough. Peter awkwardly cleared his throat, looking sincerely at Lin Shixiao. Lin, believe me, I absolutely did not leak this. I believe you. Hearing Lin Shixiao say this, Peter felt relief. After that, the two discussed some details before parting ways. At the Japanese Ministry of Finance, the Foreign Capital Sniping Office, Horita Shozo was listening to his subordinate's report. Horitaken, the inside source, reports that they plan to take action today. It is highly likely they want to build a position. Regardless of whether they want to raise the value of the Japanese currency or suppress it, they must have goods on hand. Alright, I understand. Horita Shozo nodded. This situation was not difficult to guess. Horitaken, how Yurita no, she looked at Horita Shozo nervously. In terms of foreign exchange operations, his experience was not as rich as Horita Shozo's. Let them rush. I've already bought a lot in the past 2 days. If they push up the price of the yen, I will sell and make a hefty profit from the price difference. Horita Shozo appeared confident. Seeing this, Yurita no, she felt reassured. Good, it all depends on you, Horitaken. No need to be polite, Yuritaken. Horita Shozo was very pleased. After all, Yurita Naoshi was a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Finance, and usually wouldn't be so humble. After the Japanese foreign exchange market opened, an extremely lively scene unfolded. Originally due to the oil crisis coupled with the recovery of the U.S. dollar, the value of the yen had been steadily declining. Once the capital from the beautiful nation, led by Lin Shixiao, began to buy in large quantities, the price of the yen skyrocketed like a rocket. 96, 97, 98. Soon it broke through 100. Very good, just like this. Let's continue waiting. The price should go even higher. In the temporary command center of the Ministry of Finance, Horita Shozo's lips curled upward. Meanwhile, Wang Huan consulted Lin Shixiao. Lin Shang, the yen has broken through 100. Should we continue buying? No more buying. Let those people buy. Lin Shixiao waved his hand. Bringing in the capital from the beautiful nation was originally to take advantage of it. Understood. Lin Shixiao's side stopped buying, and some capital from the beautiful nation also ceased purchasing. However, since everyone was acting independently, without a unified strategy, some individuals continued to buy, and the value of the yen continued to rise. 102, 103. It wasn't until it reached 105 that the upward momentum began to slow. Now is the time. In the temporary sniping command center of the Ministry of Finance, Horita Shozo decisively issued the order to sell. The cost of the foreign exchange in his hands was generally around 96, and now he had almost a 10% profit. Horitaken, should we sell everything? Yes. Selling above 105 is too risky. I believe that these capital from the beautiful nation won't dare to buy again. Horita Shozo appeared confident. Yes, sir. His subordinates executed the order. Although Horita Shozo sold a large amount of foreign currency, causing a certain impact on the Japanese foreign exchange market, the influx of capital from the beautiful nation was so substantial that the yen did not plummet significantly. It only experienced slight fluctuations around 105. Lin Shixiao naturally noticed this situation. He immediately called Peter. Peter, tell your friends that now is the time to launch a full-scale attack. Although the current price carries considerable risk, as long as we control most of the yen in the market, the pricing power will be in our hands. Understood. Peter, of course, trusted Lin Shixiao unconditionally. Thus, most of the capital from the beautiful nation continued to buy in large quantities, and the value of the yen soared. Not good, Horitaken, it's still rising. A subordinate reported in a panic to Horita Shozo. What? Horita Shozo was taken aback for the first time. How could this happen? Are those capital from the beautiful nation going insane? The price of the yen is too high, severely impacting Japan's economy. Keep selling to bring the price down. Horita Shozo nearly shouted. Horitaken, we don't have many chips left, and it seems we can't influence the price significantly. Everyone in the temporary command center looked grim. Now everyone realizes that Horita Shozo's decision to sell all his yen for profit was a grave mistake. Horitaken, you must find a way. Maruyama Naoshi patted Horita Shozo on the shoulder, his expression very serious. Maruyama-kun, don't worry, this situation won't last. They're not fools. At such a high price, no one will buy yen anymore. Eventually they will sell, and the price will drop. Horita Shozo braced himself. Now waiting was his only option. Even if he wanted to buy back, and the other investors would not agree. Although everyone claimed they wanted to stabilize the market, the premise was not to lose too much principal. A businessman is always a businessman. Alright, I trust you. Maruyama Naoshi gritted his teeth and patted Horita Shozo's shoulder again. Now, besides trusting Horita Shozo, he had no better options. The people Horita Shozo brought in were already experts in foreign exchange from Japan. In the following days, due to the speculation by American capital, the yen was pushed up to around 120, a nearly 30% increase in a short time. Originally, according to Horita Shozo's estimate, at this price buyers would be very scarce. Domestic buyers in Japan visibly decreased. After all, 120 is too high with risks of a collapse at any moment. However, Harita Shozanson overlooked one situation: other foreign capital, especially short-term funds. These investors don't care about the price level. As long as there's profit to be made, they dare to buy. After all, they are doing short-term trades. Who cares if long-term prices drop? When international short-term funds surged and the yen shot up to 125, even Lin Shixiao didn't anticipate this price. This is madness. In the land of fireworks and Willow Alleys, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but exclaim, "If only we had bought more earlier, now we would have profits of over 10 points. Wang Jiqiang looked regretful. After 105, Lin Shixiao didn't buy in again, keeping his position low, so now that the yen has risen to 125, it doesn't really relate to him. Jiqiang, do you know what the most important thing in foreign exchange speculation is? Lin Shixiao's expression remained calm. What is it? Wang Jiqiang asked earnestly. It's about being steady, following your own judgment, and not being swayed by the market. Although my judgment made a slight error this time, I will not change my original operation plan. Let the American capital and yen stabilization funds exhaust each other. I am adopting a strategy like a mantis stalking a cicada while the yellow sparrow waits in the back. The time is not yet ripe. Even if the yen rises to 200, it is of no concern to me." After finishing, Lin Shixiao closed his eyes. During these days in Japan, he had not had a moment of peace at night. One must admit the women in Japan are truly understanding. Not just Wang Jiqiang, but Wang Jianhua and Wang Huan also gained insights. "Thank you for your guidance, Lin Xing. I was too shallow." Wang Jiqiang finally understood Lin Shixiao's perspective. For the greater good, one can forego immediate temptations. Many people cannot do this. Although this approach prevents Lin Shixiao from seizing every opportunity, it ensures stability. In a market as volatile and risky as foreign exchange, only by being steady can one survive long-term. In another part of the land of fireworks and Willow Alleys, a group of Americans were happily drinking. Beautiful women from Japan surrounded them. "Let's toast together." "Steve, you seem happy." "Tom, are you not happy? Everyone has almost doubled by now, right?" Steve's face was flushed, clearly having drunk too much. When people are happy, they tend to drink too much. "I entered the market late. I almost doubled my investment." Tom looked regretful. He didn't fully trust Lin Shixiao's directives, missing the chance to buy decisively at 105, resulting in a higher cost. "Tom, I'm not saying you, but your courage is too small. That mysterious big shot can command the foreign exchange market. Anyone following the speculators to Japan this time will make substantial profits." Steve highly praised Lin Shixiao, though he only knew that a very powerful person was pushing this trip to Japan, not knowing precisely who it was. "I do lack some courage." At other times Tom might have retorted, but this time he truly realized that being timid had cost him earnings. Seeing that others' account profits were at least 30% higher than his, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. "All right, you can listen, there's still hope." Steve was even more smug. "Next, are you planning to sell some stock?" Tom asked quietly. "Shoo." Steve leaned in, lowering his voice. "I have already sold some. Though that big shot hasn't issued a clear directive, I believe the influx of international short-term funds is our best chance to escape." Tom's expression changed. It was evident that he was a step behind again. "All right, I'll start selling tomorrow too. Sell slowly, don't rush, and also don't tell others. If everyone sells at once, the profits will shrink." Steve said seriously. "Okay, I understand." Tom nodded vigorously. At this moment he was feeling a bit anxious. He wasn't foolish enough to think that besides Steve no one else was retreating. "Come, let's drink and enjoy the women of Japan." "Ha." Seeing Tom a bit distracted, Steve immediately pulled him up and pushed him into a group of Japanese women, and the private room became lively. The next day, as soon as the foreign exchange market in Japan opened, there was immediately a great uproar. 124, 123, 120. In less than 10 minutes the yen dropped by 4 points. And without a doubt a panic had already formed. "Sell all, sell all." In the luxury hotel, Tom issued sell orders to his subordinates. Yesterday, under Steve's influence, he got drunk and missed the opening time. "All right, mister. Tom, I've placed the sell orders, but there are quite a few sellers now, so it may not go through." The voice on the other end of the phone was somewhat flustered. Only on site can one feel the tense atmosphere at this moment. Everyone wants to escape. If they delay, their profits will significantly shrink. Meanwhile, the international short-term funds were also silent. No one is foolish enough to buy in when prices are tumbling. "I know, I'll try my best." Tom hung up the phone, feeling he was still too late. He still couldn't match Steve. Poor Talkin, it's dropped. A big drop. The atmosphere in the temporary command center of the Ministry of Finance finally eased a bit. The yen had remained at a high level, and there was a lot of discontent domestically, putting them under great pressure. "It's good that it dropped, it's good that it dropped." Harita Shozanson finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the past few days he had been living in the command center, hardly getting any sleep. Clearly those investors have started to show divisions. It will be much easier to handle from now on. Harita Shozanson wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Oryakin, should we consider buying a bit?" suggested a subordinate. The reason foreign capital has been able to push up the yen so smoothly this time is that they do not have enough chips in hand. If there were a few more chips, we could completely sell at the right moment, bringing the price down. Sometimes the market is just a reflection of emotions. If investors are suppressed and do not fall into madness, the price of the yen will not rise to previous levels. We can consider it let's buy some around 110. Horia Shozo showed signs of struggle. In fact, buying at this level carries significant risk. If foreign capital were to leave just like that, he would end up as the one buying high. Yet he dared not gamble, feeling too passive without any chips. All right, Horyakin. The subordinates nodded in unison, believing that Horia Shozo's actions were not too flawed. In the following days, the yen remained in a state of oscillating decline. Capital from the foreign country showed some divergence. Some people took their profits and left. Others, after selling their yen, chose to remain inactive. Having already made some profit, they could accept leaving like this, but they were not very satisfied and wanted to earn a bit more. Lin Shixiao had not acted for several days, and Wang Jiqiang was becoming restless. Lin Xing, shouldn't we make a move? We should take action. Lin Shixiao withdrew his hand from a soft surface. Buy. The price seems a bit high. Wang Jianhua frowned. Currently the yen is at 105, neither high nor low. Wang Huan also frowned. Buying in large quantities at this moment clearly does not seem wise. Since buying is not appropriate, let's sell. Lin Shixiao spoke in a languid tone. He still had some chips in hand. He had not intended to profit in the first phase. Sell. What a good idea. Wang Jiqiang exclaimed, snapping his fingers. Right now everyone is indecisive. We just need to add a little downward pressure, and the yen can continue to drop. Wang Huan perked up. Lin Sheng, I'll handle it. Wang Jianhua prepared to take a step forward. The foreign exchange market for the yen also utilized electronic trading. Wang Jianhua only needed to operate on the instruments at the trading center. Sell off all the chips, depending on the situation. The lower the price, the better. Currently there are still some profit-seeking orders in the market. Oh, let's scare them out. Lin Shixiao's expression became serious. Lin Sheng, will the Japanese Ministry of Finance protect the market? After all, they dislike the yen rising and falling drastically. Wang Jiqiang looked somewhat worried. Lin Shixiao waved his hand. No, they should have been accumulating stock for the past few days, or if I'm not mistaken, they shouldn't have many chips left. As long as the Japanese government does not intervene and relies solely on private contributions of funds, their strength will be limited. This is also why Lin Shixiao dared to come to Japan. Understood. Wang Jianhua nodded and did not linger, quickly walking out. I'm going to. Wang Jiqiang also could not sit still. Hee. Lin Shixiao looked at the amber-colored drink in his cup, revealing a profound smile. This battle is not so easily concluded. If the Japanese Ministry of Finance thinks the wave of attacks has ended, they are gravely mistaken. Half an hour later, as Wang Jianhua placed sell orders, the yen experienced a steep decline. What's going on? Where are all these sell orders coming from? In the Ministry of Finance, Horia Shozo was caught off guard. Horyakin, what should we do now? Yurita Naoto rushed in upon hearing the news, his face grave. Just a moment ago, Horia Shozo had confidently asserted everything was under control, and now this situation had arisen. Damn, I underestimated it. Horia Shozo was somewhat flustered. Yurita Naoto did not want to hear his explanation. His expression grew cold. Horyakin, what I need is a countermeasure. Currently, there is no suitable plan. Horia Shozo gulped down a large glass of water and spoke urgently. Many people are selling now, including the remaining profit-seeking orders. We have very few chips left, and we cannot stop this. If we sell in tandem, it will only cause the yen to drop even faster, which could easily trigger domestic panic. Baka. Yurita Naoto almost wanted to slap Horia Shozo. This guy was overly confident in his actions. I don't care what methods you use, I only need results. Yurita Naoto left angrily. He needed to report to the higher-ups. If this sniper operation fails completely, he probably wouldn't be able to keep his position. Horyakin. In the room, everyone looked at Horia Shozo with anxious expressions. Some had ideas in mind, but at this critical moment, no one dared to speak up for fear of taking responsibility. Spend all our remaining funds and try to prop up the market. Horia Shozo was becoming somewhat reckless. As soon as this command was issued, some people's expressions changed drastically. Horyakin, if we do this and the other party continues to sell, we will have no means left. Baka. Horia Shozo glared at the person who spoke. Do you have any better methods? Huh. Horyakin, I was just reminding you. At that moment, everyone collectively fell silent. After all, they were just there to assist. If things went well, there would be recognition, and if not, the taller person would take the blame, and they would not bear the consequences. Buy quickly. Buy it all. I want to show those short sellers our strength. Horia Shozo had almost lost his mind. All right, Horyakin, we will buy immediately. The subordinates got busy. Those with nothing to do pretended to be occupied to avoid scolding. Baka. Horia Shozo stood with his arms crossed, his furious gaze sweeping around. Now that his last means had been exhausted, all that was left was to pray. At this moment, the yen slightly stabilized, and Wang Jianhua called Lin Shixiao. Lin Sheng, the Ministry of Finance, should have intervened to stabilize the market. We have no chips left. What should we do? Lin Shixiao had originally had little foreign exchange in hand, and after such a desperate sell-off, it quickly ran out. Buy in small amounts in batches, then dump them all at once. Do you understand? Lin Shixiao calmly issued the order. He had anticipated almost all situations and had corresponding counter-strategies. Understood. Wang Jianhua felt a surge of excitement. Lin Shixiao still had over 12 billion US dollars, a massive force. It's rising. It's rising. In the Ministry of Finance, there was jubilation. As expected of Horyakin, well handled. Yurita Naoto ran back after reporting to the higher-ups. Thank goodness. The short sellers probably don't have any yen left. Horia Shozo patted his chest excitedly. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although the cash in hand was exhausted, it brought about a good outcome. Next, let the market oscillate for a few days. I believe that at this price level bullish capital will enter. Horia Shozo stared at the screen ahead. 96. This is the current position of the yen. Very good. Yurita Naoto smiled and patted Horia Shozo's shoulder. Horyakin is indeed the most knowledgeable person about foreign exchange in our great Japan. However, Horia Shozo never anticipated that the temporary stabilization of the yen was merely Lin Shixiao reaping the rewards. The next day, as the market opened, the yen plummeted by 3 points. It briefly touched the critical 90 mark. This immediately triggered some panic selling. After struggling for half an hour, the yen fell below 90. Nanny. At the Ministry of Finance, Horia Shozo could hardly believe his eyes. Horitaken, what should we do now? Everyone in the room looked grim. Deep down, they all understood that Horia Shozo had limited options, mainly because he was out of funds. It was said that Horia Shozo urgently visited several business magnates the night before, hoping they could inject more capital, but all were refused. Initially, everyone involved in this matter thought they could make some money. Now it seemed that making a profit was difficult. Avoiding losses would be a great outcome. Since the money had already been spent, they had done their part. Even if there was no additional funding, the Ministry of Finance couldn't do much to them. I don't know. Horia Shozo gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. He felt as if the sky had fallen. Then, should we sell some? The losses on the account exceed 10%. Someone exclaimed. We can't sell. If the yen continues to drop, there will be protests in the streets tomorrow. Unknowingly, Horia Shozo's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, Murayama Naoto had business elsewhere today, otherwise he would likely have been beaten up. As the head of the foreign capital strike team, Murayama Naoto was under immense pressure. Lin Sheng, the yen has been completely cleared from our hands. Outside the foreign exchange trading center, Wang Jianhua called Lin Shixiao. Understood, buy it back, just keep the increase within 3 points. Okay. Then the yen began to rise again. At the Ministry of Finance, the temporary strike command center erupted in cheer. Horitaken, it's rising, it's coming back. Someone almost jumped up. Got it. Horia Shozo forced a bitter smile, sensing that whatever rise the yen experienced now would eventually fall back. Sure enough, the next day, as the market opened, the yen fell below 90 again. The people at the Ministry of Finance exchanged glances. Many of them had already become numb. Who is manipulating this? Are they playing with us? Baka. Horia Shozo slammed the table hard, and then issued the command, continue to observe, do not act. Hi. Over the next few days, Lin Shixiao repeated the cycle of low buying and dumping, causing not only Horia Shozo, but all other investors to feel anxious. Many people handed over their chips, choosing to wait and see. Lin Shixiao was also open to all offers he received. However, many chips others were willing to part with. Thus, the yen fluctuated around 90, failing to rise or fall significantly. Horia Shozo sensed the presence of a super big player, but he did not report it because he felt powerless. One day, Horia Shozo noticed a sudden decrease in trading volume, and his heart sank. Is this guy about to raise the price? Logically speaking, if the yen was about to rise, he should be happy, especially since his position was currently losing. But he sensed that things wouldn't be that simple. Lin Sheng, our position currently exceeds 10 billion US dollars, and in the past 2 days we have barely received any goods. In a brothel district, Wang Jianhua reported the recent situation to Lin Shixiao. That's enough, leave over 2 billion as a reserve, let's raise the price. Lin Shixiao's tone showed a hint of excitement. After operating for more than half a month, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Lin Sheng, what's the plan for the price increase? There are many methods of raising prices, including rapid increases, slow increases, and fluctuating increases. Today, let's raise it above 100 so that relevant funds will take notice. Remember, only buy, do not sell. Lin Shixiao smiled slyly. Understood, leave it to me. Wang Jianhua patted his chest vigorously. He had been waiting for this moment. Lin Sheng, I have a question. Wang Jiqiang seemed to have held back for a long time. Go ahead. What if those at the Ministry of Finance come out to dump the price? Dump the price. Lin Shixiao narrowed his eyes. If they dare to dump, I will follow suit, and see who can't hold on first. Wang Huan added from the side. Currently their accounts are in a losing state, so their investors' patience must have been worn thin. The people at the Ministry of Finance also need to keep their accounts profitable. Then what happens after they become profitable? Wang Jiqiang continued to ask. Are you implying that if they make a profit, they will have the motivation to dump the price? Lin Shixiao wore a half smile. Wang Jiqiang nodded vigorously. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but smile broadly. Do you think my back-and-forth efforts during this period were just to collect a few goods? Lin Sheng means. Wang Jiqiang still didn't fully understand. Wang Huan explained with a laugh. Lin Sheng's previous operations were meant to make the opponent suspicious, so they wouldn't dare act rashly. Understood. Awesome, Lin Sheng. After realizing it, Wang Jiqiang gave a thumbs up. It's rising. It's rising. 95, 96, 97, 100, finally back to 100. In the temporary command center, everyone was jubilant except for Harita Shozo, whose face was ashen. Horitaken, the yen has rebounded, aren't you happy? Murayama Naoto was clapping. He didn't understand much, just knew that the yen's rebound would lessen the pressure he faced. Murayama. I am happy. Harita Shozo forced a strained smile. He was almost driven to the brink of a nervous breakdown by Lin Shixiao's tactics and dared not make any judgments at this moment. On that day, the yen closed at 101, with a daily increase of over 10%. Like a super bomb thrown into a calm surface of water, many observing capital began to stir. The next day, without Lin Shixiao needing to intervene, the yen surged to 105 in less than half an hour. At this point, after deducting previous losses from operations, Lin Shixiao's total account profit exceeded $1 billion. However, this was just the beginning. On the third day, the yen closed at 118. On the fourth day, the yen experienced slight fluctuations in the morning and closed at 120. On the fifth day, after yesterday's back-and-forth battles, the yen surged like a runaway stallion, rising 5 points in the morning, appearing poised to break through 130. At this point, Harita Shozo could no longer sit still. The yen's value was too high, which was also detrimental to the yen economy. Dump. Let's get rid of all the chips we hold. Harita Shozo gritted his teeth and issued the command. Hi. At Harita Shozo's command, his subordinates sprang into action without hesitation, immediately placing massive sell orders. A torrent of selling pressure crashed down, and the yen plummeted instantly. Within minutes, it breached the 120 threshold. Yoshi. Inside the temporary command center, tension dissolved into palpable relief. Harita Force, excellent work. Maruta no Hero exhaled deeply. Lately, he had grown accustomed to staying here, even during lulls, dreading another crisis, though he well knew he possessed few means to avert one if it arose. Observe first. Harita Shozo wiped cold sweat from his brow. After past ordeals, he dared not declare victory, ever. Minutes later, the market regained its footing, and traders rushed to offload accumulated profits from the preceding days. 118, 115, 110. In under 30 minutes, the yen plunged 10 full points. Mr. Lin, how should we respond? Wang Jianhua dialed Lin Shixiao again from the Foreign Exchange Trading Center. In their 2 prior calls, Lin Shixiao had instructed absolute inaction. Hold steady for now. Let those who wish to exit do so freely. His voice remained utterly calm. This unshakable composure alone inspired Wang Jianhua's deep admiration. Understood, Mr. Lin. I'll report back immediately if anything arises. Infused by Lin Shixiao's poise, Wang Jianhua's own nerves steadied markedly. Stay calm. This was fully anticipated. That they held back this long is already remarkable, Lin Shixiao remarked, tone level and unruffled. In truth, Lin Shixiao knew that had his earlier rally been less aggressive, Japan's Ministry of Finance might never have resorted to dumping its vast yen reserves en masse. After all, through prior maneuvers, he had already instilled extreme caution in them. Caution bordering on paralysis. Yet restraint served no purpose for Lin Shixiao. 130 was merely the beginning, not the end. This time he intended to stun not only Japan, but the entire world. Understood, Mr. Lin. I know precisely what to do. After hanging up, Wang Jianhua stood motionless for a long while. By now, Lin Shixiao controlled over 10 billion US dollars worth of yen, each 1 point fluctuation representing $100 million. Even those privy to the correct strategy would likely falter, their hearts too frail to bear such stakes. Lin Shixiao, however, seemed born with an ironclad heart, capable of mastering any crisis. Wang Jianhua knew this was the chasm that separated them most profoundly. Without Lin Shixiao's stabilizing intervention, the yen's descent appeared unstoppable. 103, 102, 100. At one point it even touched 99. Yet momentum waned sharply at that level. Harita Shozo's reserves were fully depleted and profit-takers had already fled the market. Buy low. Lin Shixiao issued the order without hesitation, seizing the window before Harita Shozo could react, intent on maximizing his position. Understood, Mr. Lin. Wang Jianhua had not left the Foreign Exchange Trading Center since the outset. At that moment, market sentiment still favored selling over buying. Yet many hesitated to part with their holdings at such depressed prices, preventing further decline. Then a formidable buyer emerged, prompting immediate decisive action from holders. The yen stabilized, but once it rose above 102, Lin Shixiao halted purchases, allowing the yen to dip once more. Mr. Harita, abnormal activity detected. Someone is aggressively accumulating yen. Should we follow suit? Our funds remain abundant. A subordinate rushed in from the Ministry of Finance. Observe first. As long as our capital remains intact, we retain full response capability. Harita Shozo, shaken by prior setbacks, adopted a rigid wait-and-see stance, convinced the yen, even if rebounding, could rise only marginally. Hi. His subordinates saw nothing amiss in his approach, and complied without question. Mr. Lin, only $1 billion US dollars in liquid capital remains. The market likely holds no remaining short positions. 30 minutes before market close, Wang Jianhua reported to Lin Shixiao. Excellent. Ramp it up. Blow it wide open. Lin Shixiao's voice crackled with fierce intensity. His meticulously orchestrated campaign had entered its final phase. Those still holding yen were now staunchly bullish, offering minimal resistance to his upward push. Understood. Wang Jianhua hung up and rushed to the trading terminal, posting a $10 million buy order that effortlessly lifted the yen to 106. Without pause, he placed a $20 million order, lifting it to 110, then followed with a $50 million sweep, surging the yen all the way to 118. Sell-side liquidity was scarce, Wang Jianhua encountered almost no resistance. Meanwhile, market participants sensed the presence of a dominant force and braced themselves ready to ride the wave. To exit now meant forfeiting all chance of re-entry. 125. 130. Just before closing, the yen decisively breached 130. Inside the foreign exchange trading hall, cheers erupted alongside anguished groans. Those cheering held yen. Those groaning had chosen timidity, opting for empty hands and missed opportunity. At the Ministry of Finance's Temporary Intervention Office, silence reigned absolute. Harita Sozo stared blankly at the screen before him, frozen as if struck motionless by an unseen hand. Baka. Long moments passed before Harita Sozo roared in fury. He realized he had been utterly outmaneuvered, but the market had closed. There was nothing he could do. Mr. Harita, you owe me an explanation. Maruta Naohiro was livid. Harita Sozo had emptied his positions entirely, holding 0 yen, and thus lacked even the means to counterattack. Mr. Maruta, please contact the media immediately. Release statements warning of a catastrophic market crash tomorrow. Broadcast every conceivable negative signal you can muster. Harita Sozo gazed pleadingly at Maruta Naohiro, the only stratagem he could conjure. Very well. I pray it proves effective. Maruta Naohiro shot Harita Sozo a searing glare and strode out. All eyes turned back to Harita Sozo, many faces grim with dismay. They had all grasped the irreversible truth: the foreign exchange market had slipped entirely beyond control. Some hidden financial titan had toyed with them like puppets. Gentlemen, let us pray together. Harita Sozo's expression was one of utter desolation. Some even felt a pang of sympathy for Harita Sozo. Having witnessed every twist they knew, they themselves could not have fared better. Over an hour later, Japan's leading financial media outlets issued urgent public advisories, urging citizens to brace for foreign exchange volatility. Prominent economists went further, declaring the yen's recent surge dangerously unsustainable and calling for decisive government intervention. Instantly, retail investors' confidence wavered. Many resolved to dump their yen at tomorrow's open. Yet institutional players grew more resolute in holding, precisely because the government's alarmist response signaled its loss of market command. Fortune favors the bold, great wealth demands great risk, and they harbored no fear of governmental crackdowns. By now, vast yen reserves rested securely in the hands of U.S. capital. In the best hotel in Jingdong, 3 young people from the beautiful country are toasting in the presidential suite. Peter, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, Steve and I would have returned home. If we went back, we would miss this opportunity to make money. Tom and Steve looked at Peter with gratitude. You're welcome. I also have limited funds, which is why I wanted you to help. Peter put on a modest appearance. In fact, his retention of Steve and Tom was entirely under Lin Shixiao's instructions. The beautiful country's capital had made a fortune, and many indeed wanted to leave. However, this did not align with Lin Shixiao's interests. His purpose in bringing the beautiful country's capital in was to block bullets. If everyone left, who would block the bullets? At that time, if the Japanese government resorted to some shameless tactics, he would truly have no way out. However, who to retain was entirely up to Peter, which also served to benefit him. If others made money, they would surely be very grateful to him, and in the future Peter would not have to worry about finding investors. Peter was very grateful to Lin Shixiao, so after arriving in Japan, he was busy and did not rest for a moment. Make money. Make money. In a burst of laughter, the 3 champagne glasses clinked together. The next morning, there were unusually many people outside the Jingdong Foreign Exchange Trading Center, all eager to see the trend of the Japanese yen after the market opened. At the Ministry of Finance, in the temporary sniper office, Harita Sozo clenched his fists, muttering to himself, drop, drop, drop. His hair was disheveled, and he had serious dark circles, clearly not having rested well. The others silently lowered their heads to work, aware of the pressure Harita Sozo was under at this moment. Finally, the time came for the market to open at 9 in the morning. Drop, 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 drop. The voices in the office grew louder. Everyone understood that only if the Japanese yen dropped could they escape this calamity. Yoshi. It dropped. It seemed their sincerity moved the heavens, or perhaps the confidence of the investors was completely shaken. A few minutes after the market opened, the yen fell from 130 to 126. Just as Harita Sozo and the others were preparing to celebrate, a strange scene occurred. A large influx of funds suddenly surged in, and the yen skyrocketed. 130 was instantly recovered. 135. 140. 150. Crazy. This was the only thought in Harita Shozo's mind before he fainted. Quickly send Mr. Harita to the hospital. Roundfield Naoki was completely frantic. He wished he could stomp on Harita Shozo's chest, but he also knew that everything in front of him could not be entirely blamed on Harita Shozo. No need. I'm fine. No one expected that just as Harita Shozo was about to be carried out of the room, he woke up again and resolutely refused to go to the hospital, leaving Roundfield Naoki with no choice but to comply. Horitaken now we shut down the market. Harita Shozo closed his eyes in pain, fully aware of what shutting down the market meant. It meant that the Ministry of Finance would openly admit defeat and that the fair environment Japan had built over the years would be destroyed. Horitaken, is there really no other way? Roundfield Naoki stumbled back 2 steps. To use this method meant failure, and he could not escape responsibility, only resign. Roundfield can look. Harita Shozo weakly pointed at the screen ahead. 160. This was the current position of the yen. Roundfield Naoki felt a wave of frustration in his chest. Alright, temporarily close the market. After saying this, he closed his eyes in pain. He had worked so hard for many years, finally reaching this position, and now he was going to lose it all. Lin Shixiao, it's not good. Japan has closed the foreign exchange market, claiming there is an anomaly in the market. How shameless. Wang Jianhua reported to Lin Shixiao immediately. Unexpectedly, Lin Shixiao showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. Don't worry, someone will help us speak out. Wang Jianhua was puzzled, but Lin Shixiao did not explain. At this moment, in a luxurious presidential suite of a hotel in Jingdong, 2 young people from the beautiful country were fuming. Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. That damned little Japan actually closed the market. I want to protest. Steve, take me with you. The Japanese government must give a response to this matter. Tom's expression was unusually serious. If the Japanese government did not take action, the yen could completely break through 200 today, because the market had completely descended into madness. Although the profit of 200 was definitely out of reach, they must secure the profit at the 160 point. It wasn't just Steve and Tom who were angry. Other capitalists from the beautiful country holding yen were equally furious. That night, the Japanese government faced a stern protest from the beautiful country, and the rhetoric from the beautiful country was very severe. There were even rumors that if Japan did not provide an explanation, the beautiful country would take corresponding measures. In fact, with Japan's rise, the relationship between the 2 countries was no longer as close as before. The beautiful country only wanted to raise a little brother, not cultivate a competitor. Moreover, this time Japan was indeed in the wrong, so it was very normal for the beautiful country to take advantage of this. The next day, the Japanese Ministry of Finance held an expanded meeting. After a whole day of discussion, they decided to buy back yen from investors at the 160 point and would continue to close the foreign exchange market until a perfect risk-resistance system was developed. Clearly, if Lin Shixiao wanted to continue profiting, it wouldn't be so easy. Subsequently, Lin Shixiao exchanged yen for US dollars from the Japanese government in batches. This process lasted for more than half a month. He was very cautious, fearing that the Japanese government would notice something. Fortunately, the Japanese government did not intend to stir up trouble, otherwise Lin Shixiao's exchanges would not have gone so smoothly. It wasn't until he boarded the plane to the beautiful country that Lin Shixiao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, that scared me. In first class, Wang Jiqiang patted his chest excitedly. Look at how pathetic you are, as if someone were going to catch you. Wang Huan couldn't help but roll her eyes. A smile was always on her lips, clearly in a good mood. We made so much money. I was genuinely afraid Japan would get heated and keep us here. Wang Jiqiang still looked somewhat apprehensive. Actually, I was worried too. Wang Jianhua surprisingly resonated with Wang Jiqiang. How much did we earn this time? Lin Shixiao's voice suddenly raised. Since the first class had already been booked by him, he was not afraid of being overheard. Returning to Lin Shixiao, this trip to Japan, we earned about $6 billion US dollars. Currently, your cash assets have exceeded $8 billion US dollars. Wang Huan looked at Lin Shixiao with great admiration. Wang Jianhua and Wang Jiqiang felt the same. Words could not describe the impact they felt inside. When they left Hong Kong Island, they only had $1 billion US dollars. In just 2 months, it had multiplied 8-fold. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, that is 40 billion. Now Lin Shixiao could practically do as he pleased in Hong Kong Island. The car drove into a road not shown on the city map. Lin, this is the wealthy district of Los Angeles. Peter enthusiastically introduced. On this trip to Japan, he made a considerable amount of money and is now an unquestionable billionaire. However, upon hearing that Lin Shixiao was planning to buy a house in Los Angeles, he immediately volunteered to be Lin Shixiao's guide. Is this the secret villa you mentioned? Lin Shixiao surveyed his surroundings. It was quiet with excellent greenery. Each household had a large area, and there were spacious courtyards, each courtyard surrounded by tall trees and vegetation, greatly enhancing privacy. He also had some connections that allowed him to bring Lin Shixiao here. Where's the person you mentioned? Waiting by the house. Okay. After about 10 minutes, Lin Shixiao met a slightly plump blonde woman, the real estate agent Peter. Lin, welcome. Is this the best house here? Yes, Lin, I know your status. The plump woman exchanged glances. After receiving the task, she indeed inquired about Lin Shixiao's background. She was shocked to discover that this seemingly young man was actually the richest person in Hong Kong Island, and had just made a fortune in the foreign exchange market. Alright, let's go inside and take a look. Lin Shixiao stepped inside. Lin, let me introduce you. The blonde woman spoke ahead of Lin Shixiao. Before them stood several two-story ranch-style houses primarily built with wood and bricks. Compared to other places, the buildings here seemed a bit shabby. Lin, the initial purpose of the secret villa was to be an equestrian community with excellent equestrian facilities, including dedicated riding paths for you to enjoy horseback riding whenever you have the leisure time. This is the largest property in this community, covering over 10,000 square feet. The plump woman shut her mouth after speaking, having realized that Lin Shixiao was not like other clients. What about the price? Lin Shixiao's expression showed little fluctuation. Peter also dared not speak carelessly, standing quietly to the side. It will be slightly more expensive. The plump woman slightly furrowed her brow. She had promoted this property many times, and many people felt the price was a bit steep, leading to no further interest. State the price. Lin Shixiao seemed somewhat displeased. The plump woman quickly smiled apologetically. Lin, it's 1 million. If you're sincere, I believe the owner will be willing to lower the price a bit. 1 million USD. Yes, Lin. He'll take it. Huh. The plump woman's pupils dilated in shock. She could hardly believe such happiness had come so suddenly. But she did not know that Lin Shixiao was secretly delighted. 1 million to acquire such a large piece of land was a tremendous bargain. It wouldn't be long before the value of this property doubled. Of course, Lin Shixiao did not care much for this amount of money, but it was always a good thing when the bought items appreciated in value. Don't just stand there. Peter nudged the plump woman's arm. Quickly call the owner over and tell him someone is sincerely interested in his house, and ask him to lower the price a bit. Alright, Lin, please wait a moment. The plump woman reacted quickly and immediately ran out to make a call. Lin, you truly are a wealthy person. Spending 1 million is like spending $10 for me. Peter looked at Lin Shixiao with a wry smile. Don't you have 1 million as well? Lin Shixiao's expression remained largely unchanged. Lin, during this time following you, I have indeed made some money, but the house I bought before was only a few tens of thousands, and suddenly. Make sure to earn what you can and spend what you should. You can buy a place here too, and help me look at houses when you have time. Lin Shixiao patted Peter's shoulder. After this time of interaction, he felt that Peter was quite a reliable person. Alright. Peter gritted his teeth and nodded. Lin Shixiao allowing him to help look at houses was a sign of trust he could not let down. He understood very well that he must hold tightly to Lin Shixiao's leg, otherwise if opportunities to earn big money came in the future, it would not involve him. Half an hour later, the plump woman returned with several people. Lin, the owner is here. Hello. Hello. The owner was slightly surprised to see a person from Huaxia. He was indeed eager to sell the house, and was quite straightforward, reducing the price by $50,000. Thus, Lin Shixiao bought the most expensive house in Los Angeles for $9,500 USD, specifically the house, along with a large piece of land. It took several days to finalize the paperwork, and Lin Shixiao did not plan to live there, so he called Wang Huan. In a few days I will return to Hong Kong Island. You three stay behind and renovate this place to make it our base. Find someone to design an underground room. The beautiful country does not prohibit hot weapons. Find a way to get some of the house can be a bit casual, but the security must be top-notch. Lin Shixiao understood clearly that he could not stay in Hong Kong Island forever. After all, that place was too small, and it was becoming somewhat unsuitable for his ventures. His future focus would definitely be on the international capital market. Alright, Lin, we will make sure to do our best. Wang Huan was somewhat excited. This piece of land is vast and can accommodate several villas. Constructing a swimming pool and other amenities is not a problem. If done well, this place can entirely become a happy base for the few of them. Lin, please rest assured. Wang Jianhua said seriously. Of course I trust you. Lin Shixiao patted Wang Huan and Wang Jianhua on the shoulders, smiling as he continued. If you're willing, after this place is done, we can bring your relatives from Hong Kong Island over. If they want to play, they can stay here. If they want to settle down, they can buy houses in this community. Thank you, Lin. Thank you, Lin. Wang Huan and the others were somewhat moved. Lin Shixiao's concern for their families made them feel greatly respected. Alright, I need to make a trip to Paramount, so I won't be joining you for dinner today. Lin Shixiao smiled and walked out. Outside, Along and who were already waiting along with several black Cadillac SUVs, all containing armed security. After all, he was now a billionaire and would still pay attention to safety. Lin, Along and who were now dressed sharply in suits exuding a certain aura. Head to Paramount. Lin, it's truly not easy to see you. As soon as Lin Shixiao got out of the car, Lillard approached with a broad smile, firmly shaking his hand and unwilling to let go. In this foreign exchange battle, Lillard also benefited from it, making several tens of millions of dollars. In his eyes, Lin Shixiao was no different from the god of wealth. Lillard, I heard you've become the CEO. Lin Shixiao smiled as he looked at Lillard. This guy didn't even mention such a big piece of news. Hee. Lillard glanced around before leaning closer to Lin Shixiao's ear and softly said, the official appointment hasn't come through yet, there are still variables. Though he said that one could tell from Lilith's smile that it was almost settled. In any case, congratulations. I hope our future cooperation goes smoothly. This was the point Lin Shixiao cared about the most. Lin, to be honest, whether I'm the CEO or not, our cooperation will go smoothly, because in the eyes of the Paramount board members, you are the one who can bring enormous profits. Lillard said sincerely. Oh, is that so? While knowing Lillard was exaggerating a bit, Lin Shixiao still felt pleased. These foreigners were quite proud, and as a Huaxiao person, being valued by them was not easy. Lillard led Lin Shixiao into a massive conference room. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Most of the people in the conference room were Americans, but at this moment everyone greeted Lin Shixiao in Mandarin, which was a sign of respect. Hello everyone. Lin Shixiao increasingly felt that cooperating with Paramount was indeed a very wise choice. Lin, the main purpose of calling you here this time is to discuss the movie Titanic. Originally, according to Lin Shixiao's intention, Titanic wouldn't be launched so quickly, but Paramount was right. Alright, let's begin. Lin Shixiao sat down in a chair. Lillard immediately handed over a stack of papers. Lin, this is the revised script based on your suggestions. Please take a look, and if there are any issues, let us know, and we will adjust it on the spot. Lillard's tone was filled with eagerness. Okay. Lin Shixiao didn't hesitate, and immediately began to browse through it. The conference room was very quiet with everyone watching him. Without a doubt, Lin Shixiao was the leader of this project and could decide any detail. It took him nearly half an hour to roughly go through the entire script. Overall, there are no major issues, but some details need to be revised. I'd like to ask, who are you planning to cast for the male lead? Lin Shixiao looked at Lillard. There are currently some candidates, but nothing has been finalized. According to their previous agreement, the female lead was Jane Fonda. This was Lin Shixiao's repayment to her. Although she was a bit older, she maintained herself well and could easily portray a woman in her 20s. If the male lead hasn't been confirmed yet, I have a candidate in mind. Lin Shixiao's heart stirred. Lin, please share. Lillard fully respected Lin Shixiao's suggestions. He valued not only the current project, but also future prospects, so how much Titanic earned wasn't important. What mattered was Lin Shixiao's satisfaction with their collaboration and his willingness to continue working together. I'm planning to let a Hong Kong actor play the role. I'll make a call first. After Lin Shixiao finished speaking, he left the conference room, leaving Lillard and the others exchanging glances. Ahem. Lin's doing this must have his reasons. Lillard rubbed his nose. He naturally hoped that an American actor would play in this film, as that would guarantee box office success. Half an hour later, Lin Shixiao returned with some materials. Here's the actor's information. He handed the materials. Lin, let me take a look first. Lillard smiled politely, took the papers, and began to read through them carefully. Zhou Ruanfa. Looks not bad. Everyone take a look. Lillard then passed the materials to the other staff. During this half hour, Lillard hadn't been idle either. He was contemplating how to advise Lin Shixiao. But after reviewing Zhou Ruanfa's information, he changed his mind. Zhou Ruanfa seemed to be a very charming man, and a love story between a Huaxiao man and an American woman seemed quite appealing. It seems feasible. I think we can give it a try. Alright, let's discuss the script details next. This male actor is already on his way, and will arrive the day after tomorrow. Lin Shixiao was always decisive. The reason he felt Zhou Ruanfa could play this role was that he found Zhou Ruanfa's gaze to be quite melancholic, particularly when he was smoking. It was particularly captivating. Moreover, Lin Shixiao had a bit of selfishness. He hoped to push more Huaxiao male actors to the world, allowing Western women to go crazy for Huaxiao men. This was also a part of promoting Huaxiao culture, at least in Lin Shixiao's view. Zhou Ruanfa was already an artist under Xiaolong Entertainment. At the international airport in America, as a passenger plane landed a few minutes later, a man wearing sunglasses and a trench coat hurriedly walked out of the arrival hall. Beside him was a very attractive woman who also wore large sunglasses. Although the sunglasses covered half of her face, male travelers easily concluded that she was very beautiful. Zhou Ruanfa seemed to hold this woman in high regard, purposely keeping a distance. At that moment, he saw the people there to greet him and felt a bit overwhelmed. Mr. Lin, how dare you trouble yourself to come personally? Zhou Ruanfa appeared somewhat excited. At this moment, Zhou Ruanfa was only 18 years old, younger than Lin Shixiao, and in Zhou Ruanfa's heart, Lin Shixiao was the idol among idols. You're about to become an international superstar. It's only right for me to come and welcome you. Lin Shixiao chuckled, of course, joking, as he was mainly there to greet the woman. Ungrateful thing. Shen Hongyu was a bit sulky since Lin Shixiao hadn't paid her any attention for so long. In fact, she didn't need to come this time, but for some inexplicable reason, she did, claiming that she preferred to handle some matters herself for peace of mind. Oh, what a beautiful lady. Is there a man? If not, will you stay with me tonight? Lin Shixiao said playfully, even whistling. At that moment, Shen Hongyu's chest heaved violently. Looks like Mr. Lin is living quite lavishly in America. Shen Hongyu smiled as she scrutinized Lin Shixiao. Then she noticed something unusual. There were some fresh red marks on Lin Shixiao's neck. Mr. Lin, what are these? Have you caught a contagious disease? Shen Hongyu leaned closer, ready to admonish him. Lin Shixiao was taken aback for a moment before realizing. I've been a bit allergic to seafood lately. These marks were naturally left by Jane Fonda last night. I can't believe you. Shen Hongyu rolled her eyes. Usually a woman would likely throw a fit and leave at such a moment. Even if she was angry on the outside, she couldn't bear to leave Lin Shixiao in her heart. In the luxurious hotel suite, Shen Hongyu and Jane Fonda locked eyes. Shen Hongyu turned to look at Lin Shixiao, her gaze filled with resentment. Lin, shouldn't you introduce us? As she spoke, she bit down hard on her teeth. Lin Shixiao scratched his head, pointing at Jane Fonda. This is Jane. And then pointing at Shen Hongyu. Jane, this is Shen Hongyu, my company's general manager. Just a general manager. Shen Hongyu's eyes widened immediately, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Shixiao's introduction. Just as Lin Shixiao hesitated, Jane Fonda smiled cheerfully. Lin, no need to introduce, I already know. Then she graciously extended her hand. Shen, nice to meet you, I hope we can become friends. She spoke in Mandarin. Since dating Lin Shixiao, she had been diligently learning Mandarin and understanding Chinese culture, hoping to have more common ground with him. You are very beautiful. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With Jane Fonda's friendly demeanor, Shen Hongyu found it hard to maintain her stern expression. In truth, she knew that someone like Lin Shixiao could never avoid attracting women in the beautiful country. For now, she should be grateful. Thank you. Jane Fonda smiled sweetly. Though she was older than Shen Hongyu, her personality was more vibrant, especially after being with Lin Shixiao, which had greatly improved her appearance. That smile seemed to brighten the entire room. You, my friend, have quite the eye. Although Shen Hongyu was a woman, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of attraction toward Jane Fonda. Of course, it was the appreciative kind. Hee, that's only natural. All the women around me are top-notch beauties. Lin Shixiao rubbed his nose. His words indirectly complimented Shen Hongyu, causing a smile to appear on her face. All right, I won't stoop to your level. Thank you, my lady. Lin Shixiao took the opportunity to joke. Shen Hongyu immediately shot him a big eye roll. Who's your lady? How shameless. Despite saying this, her blushing cheeks revealed that she was actually quite pleased. Shen, this is your first time in the beautiful country, right? Los Angeles has many fun places, let me take you around. Jane Fonda was speaking to Shen Hongyu, but her gaze was fixed on Lin Shixiao, as if to say, look, I am quite considerate, aren't I? Lin Shixiao immediately made an okay gesture indicating that he understood and would reciprocate. At that moment, Jane Fonda's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, she always thought that Chinese people lacked fighting spirit, but after meeting Lin Shixiao, she realized what true happiness for a woman meant. The exchange between the two did not escape Shen Hongyu's eyes, but she feigned ignorance. She stepped forward and took Jane Fonda's hand. Sure, I could use a guide. She then extended her hand toward Lin Shixiao. What for? To get money, I didn't. How can I shop without money? Shen Hongyu said with conviction. Lin Shixiao scratched his head and pulled out a bank card from his pocket, handing it over. Spend freely. How much is on the card? Don't try to fool me. Shen Hongyu quickly grabbed the card playfully. 100 million. Lin Shixiao said with a straight face. In Hong Kong dollars. Shen Hongyu tilted her head. In US dollars. Lin Shixiao glared. US dollars? Shen Hongyu held the bank card up to her eyes and realized it was exquisitely designed, clearly a card meant for high-value clients. Yes. Don't like it. Give it back to me if you don't like it. Lin Shixiao pretended to snatch the card back, but Shen Hongyu was quick and hid it behind her. What if I run out? You can spend that much. Lin Shixiao's eyes widened. This was the 1970s. The purchasing power of 100 million US dollars was no joke. I meant what if. Shen Hongyu emphasized each word. She was clearly being playful. If you run out, then so be it, or I'm afraid you won't have the capability to spend that much. Lin Shixiao currently did not place much value on money. He enjoyed the process of making it. Even now, he could live comfortably without doing anything, simply keeping his money in the bank. Thank you, Lin. Shen Hongyu exclaimed excitedly. She ran over, stood on her tiptoes, and gave Lin Shixiao a hard peck on the cheek. She felt the immense affection Lin Shixiao had for her. Jane Fonda watched with a smile. She felt no jealousy at all, as Lin Shixiao had just given her a bank card too. Though it didn't have as much money as Shen Hongyu's, she was already satisfied. After the two women left, Lin Shixiao had his own matters to attend to. He went to the hotel lobby and called for Zhou Ruinfa. Let's go, I'll take you to Paramount headquarters. Lin, what if they don't agree? Unexpectedly, Zhou Ruinfa hesitated at this moment. Lin Shixiao was momentarily stunned, realizing that he had no filter regarding Paramount, as from the very beginning Lillard treated him like an elder. But to outsiders, Paramount was one of the largest film distribution companies in the world, and Zhou Ruinfa, being an actor, had an even thicker filter. It was understandable to feel a bit intimidated. Don't worry, they don't have the guts to refuse. Lin Shixiao confidently declared as he quickly walked toward the parking lot. Zhou Ruinfa stood frozen for a while before quickly following. He began to realize that Lin Shixiao's influence in the beautiful country was far greater than he had imagined. Lin, no problem. Looking at it this way, Zhou is quite suitable, but let him be the male lead. At Paramount headquarters, after meeting Zhou Ruinfa, Lillard immediately fully endorsed him for the lead role. Thank you, Mr. Lillard, thank you. Zhou Ruinfa was extremely excited. He could hardly believe he would become the male lead in a blockbuster. Of course, he also did not forget who he should thank the most. Thank you, Lin. Thank you for your guidance. Do well, and don't let me down. Lin Shixiao smiled and patted Zhou Runfa's shoulder. The related supporting staff would gradually arrive to help Zhou Runfa integrate into the studio. Lin, don't worry, I will take care of Zhou. Zhou, don't feel pressured, Lillard said with a smile. As Lin Shixiao's person, Zhou's treatment was naturally different. Thank you, Mr. Lillard, thank you. Before coming, Zhou Runfa had some worries as he was an unknown actor at the studio and would undoubtedly be looked down upon. But after some interactions, he found that things were completely different from what he had imagined. Both Lillard and others treated him with great courtesy. This gave him a sense of unreality. Alright, you stay here, Lillard, and General Shun will arrange everything else. Lin Shixiao instructed a few more things before leaving Paramount headquarters. He had a plan for that evening, so he prepared to go to the supermarket to buy some seafood and cook a meal himself. The luxurious hotel suite was also equipped with a kitchen. In the evening, when Shun Hongyu and Jin Fangdao returned home loaded with goodies, they were greeted by the rich aroma of food as soon as they entered. Shun Hongyu had been on her feet all day and was already starving. There were many delicacies in Los Angeles, but most of them were not to her taste. At that moment, Lin Shixiao, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen carrying a pot of soup. Elder brother, no way. Shin Hongyu widened her eyes in disbelief. You cook? Having known Lin Shixiao for so long, she could count the times he cooked on one hand. What? Is it not allowed? Lin Shixiao smiled slightly. Flattery out of nowhere must be deceitful. Shin Hongyu declared confidently. Lin Shixiao ignored her, his gaze falling upon Jian Fangda. Jian, help me serve the rice. Sure. Jian Fangdao walked over, giving Lin Shixiao a quick peck on the cheek, not caring whether Shun Hongyu was present. Shun Hongyu once again experienced the boldness of foreign women. While shopping at the mall earlier, she had an urgent need to use the restroom. As she was relieving herself, she suddenly heard some strange noises. At first, she didn't react, or rather she couldn't believe that someone would do such things in a public restroom in broad daylight. Driven by curiosity, she leaned in to listen before leaving. After confirming that someone was indeed engaging in such activities, she was deeply shocked. At that moment, she realized that Lin Shixiao's previous actions were nothing in comparison. No wonder so many people wanted to come to the beautiful country. It turned out to be so wild. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and help serve the dishes. Lin Shixiao shot her a glare as he noticed Shin Hongyu still lingering. Oh, okay, coming. For some reason, Shin Hongyu did not argue this time. How is it? Is the food all right? Lin Shixiao held the bowl, but didn't eat, instead watching the two women eagerly. After working hard for half a day, he still needed some affirmation. It's quite good. Jian Fangda immediately affirmed. However, Shin Hongyu remained silent for a long time. Lin Shixiao, not one to hold back, directly pressed down on Shin Hongyu's hand as she tried to pick food. What's wrong? Speak. Lin Shixiao's face turned stern. Is there such a thing? What do you mean by that? Let go. Shin Hongyu struggled a bit, but couldn't break free, helplessly saying, well, it's just okay. Okay. Immediately Lin Shixiao's eyes widened. Shin Hongyu, give me a proper evaluation. Jian Fangda thought they were genuinely arguing and hurriedly intervened. Give me some face, don't act like this. He. Shin Hongyu burst into laughter. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but laugh as well. Jian Fangda didn't understand their way of interacting, so it was normal for her to be confused. Jian, we're just joking. Jian Fangda looked at Lin Shixiao and then at Shin Hongyu, somewhat incredulous. But you guys obviously seem very serious. Jian, you're too cute, haha. Shin Hongyu was amused by Jian Fangda's expression, laughing uncontrollably, even spitting out food. Lin Shixiao was left speechless, tapping the table with his chopsticks. Beauty, could you hold back a bit? Shin Hongyu stuck out her tongue, feeling embarrassed. In front of Jian Fangda, she still felt a bit of pressure to maintain her image as a beauty. The meal was relaxed and enjoyable. Lin Shixiao called the waiter to help clear the dishes, and the three sat on the balcony, watching the stars. Jian, you're not going back tonight, right? As soon as Lin Shixiao said this, Shin Hongyu cried out. All right, Lin Shixiao, I was wondering why you were so diligent today. The fox's tail has finally been exposed. It's only natural. Lin Shixiao, having his secret exposed, didn't blush at all. Only natural. Shin Hongyu's eyes widened again, full of disbelief. Beauty, why don't you go sleep next door by yourself? That way no one will disturb you. Shin Hongyu was taken aback and promptly refused. No, I'm not going. Why should I? What a joke. The main purpose of coming to the beautiful country this time was. Then shut up. Lin Shixiao intentionally spoke harshly. He had already decided to deal with Shin Hongyu first. Lin, if Shun has no objections, I can. Jian Fangda's face flushed slightly, her eyes glimmering. Although she had never experienced such situations, she had heard about them from people close to her, and she felt a bit of longing. Mainly her heart was completely attached to Lin Shixiao. No matter what request Lin Shixiao made, she couldn't bear to refuse. Oh. Lin Shixiao snapped his fingers in excitement. Men pursued essentially a few things. He was no exception. Moreover, with the increase in wealth, his desires grew wilder. At Cambridge International Airport, a man and a woman hurriedly exited, followed by two burly bodyguards. Lin, where are we going? You're not planning to sell me, are you? Shin Hongyu said loudly on purpose. Having been tormented by Lin Shixiao all night, she felt a bit resentful after being dragged to the airport early in the morning. Sell you? No way. Lin Shixiao examined Shen Hongyu seriously, then shook his head vigorously. If I were to sell a woman ID, want one who's prettier. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Hongyu's hand was already on the soft flesh at Lin Shixiao's waist. She bared her teeth. What did you say? Say it again. It seemed that if Lin Shixiao said anything wrong again, she would be ready to go down with him. Go look for a high school student. A high school student. A girl. Shen Hongyu's attention was successfully diverted. A boy, you still have a chance. Lin Shixiao's lips curled slightly. A boy. An illegitimate child. Shen Hongyu applauded her own cleverness. Yes, the one I had with you. Lin Shixiao shot back. Instantly Shen Hongyu quickly closed her mouth. She had never come out on top in a verbal spar with Lin Shixiao. Over an hour later, Lin Shixiao finally arrived at their destination. Harvard University. My goodness, you're quite At the entrance of Harvard University, Shen Hongyu walked back and forth with excitement. In her heart, Harvard was one of the best schools in the world. Yes, he is quite impressive, but he isn't my brother yet. Thinking about meeting that person soon, Lin Shixiao was also very... Classmate, do you know who Bill Gates is? Lin Shixiao asked someone. Shen Hongyu was filled with countless questions in her mind. After some effort, Lin Shixiao finally found his target, a curly-haired youth who hadn't even turned 12 yet. Are you Bill Gates? Lin Shixiao scrutinized the young man. At that moment, the youth still bore a childlike innocence, and Lin Shixiao seriously doubted whether he had found the right person. Was this really the founder of Microsoft, the future world's richest man? Mr. Lin, you wouldn't be changing your tastes, would you? Shen Hongyu looked at Lin Shixiao with suspicion, glancing left and right, failing to see anything unusual about the curly-haired youth. Shut up. Lin Shixiao pretended to scold her. May I ask, what is it that you need? Bill Gates was also sizing up Lin Shixiao and Shen Hongyu, as he had never come this close to anyone from Huaxiao before. Do you like computers? Lin Shixiao's question seemed a bit off. How do you know? A look of shock flashed in the young man's eyes. Then I was not mistaken. Lin Shixiao sighed in relief. The last time he came to the beautiful country, he wanted to find Bill Gates, but for some reasons he couldn't find him. Now he finally achieved his wish. What exactly do you want from me? Bill Gates instinctively took 2 steps back. Lin Shixiao's earlier gaze made him feel uneasy. Don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. Lin Shixiao smiled very kindly. He absolutely could not scare away someone who could bring him immense wealth in the future. Are you sure? Bill Gates still looked a bit skeptical. If I had any intentions toward you, I wouldn't have brought her along. Lin Shixiao pointed at Shen Hongyu with a smile. Lin Shixiao, what do you mean? Shen Hongyu protested loudly. Regardless of Lin Shixiao's intentions, she disliked being looked down upon. However, Lin Shixiao ignored her. Shen Hongyu felt embarrassed and stomped her foot, turning away to look into the distance, no longer paying attention to Lin Shixiao. It seems to be the case. Seeing Shen Hongyu's genuine reaction, Bill Gates no longer had any doubts. Sir, what do you want from me exactly? I want to invest in you. Lin Shixiao did not hesitate. Invest? Me? Bill Gates pointed at his nose, a bit incredulous. He thought there was nothing about him that was worth Lin Shixiao's investment. He had some ideals, but those ideals were still castles in the air. That's right. Lin Shixiao nodded vigorously, suggesting, can we find a place to talk properly? If you don't mind, we can talk in the school cafeteria? Bill Gates hesitated for a moment before saying, sure. Lin Shixiao also wanted to see what the famous Harvard University cafeteria was like. Are you going? Lin Shixiao smiled at Shen Hongyu. Of course, why not? Free food is the best. Shen Hongyu took the lead and walked forward. This way. Bill Gates quickly corrected himself. At that moment, Shen Hongyu suddenly froze. Fortunately, she had a thick skin. Turning around, her face was unembarrassed, and she said, I was just stretching my... She changed direction and strode forward. Sir, your girlfriend is quite amusing. Bill Gates was a typical science and engineering man. Although the atmosphere on this side of the beautiful country was rather open, he had never been in a romantic relationship. Women can be troublesome. Lin Shixiao said meaningfully. Bill Gates looked puzzled, clearly unable to fully grasp Lin Shixiao's meaning. Enough of that, let's go. Lin Shixiao grabbed Bill Gates' arm and hurried after Shen Hongyu's figure, seemingly afraid that Bill Gates would run away. Though it was 1973, Harvard University's cafeteria was already quite impressive. If it weren't for the occasional person coming out with a lunchbox, Shen Hongyu would hardly believe that the grand building before her was a cafeteria. Wow, what an incredible building. Shen Hongyu seemed a bit dazed. Haven't you been to school? All you can say is... Lin Shixiao seized the opportunity to tease her. Sometimes bantering with Shen Hongyu was quite an amusing affair. Alright, you've been to school, so describe it. Shen Hongyu placed her hands on her hips, looking very serious. However, Lin Shixiao had no interest in doing so. Mr. Gates, please. Thank you, Lin. The two had exchanged basic information on the way over. At this moment, Bill Gates still did not know that Lin Shixiao was a very wealthy person. Naturally, the meal was paid for by Bill Gates, and Lin Shixiao felt justified in enjoying it. However, Shen Hongyu was a bit unaccustomed to the food, constantly picking at what was on her plate. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, then don't. What's all this fuss about? Lin Shixiao remarked with a straight face. You? Shen Hongyu initially wanted to argue with Lin Shixiao, but seeing Bill Gates listening intently, she quickly shut her mouth. Are you adapting well to university life? It's okay. What have you been busy with lately? Reading, studying. Are you planning to establish Microsoft? What Microsoft? When Lin Shixiao mentioned Microsoft, Bill Gates' mouth fell open, and he couldn't close it. He had never heard of this company, but for some reason it felt somewhat familiar. No, it's nothing. I was just saying it, Lin Shixiao smiled. In fact, Microsoft had not even begun to take shape at this time. Bill Gates filled his stomach amidst a myriad of complex emotions. Lin, can you introduce yourself in detail? Bill Gates had been holding some questions for a while. I'm a billionaire, the kind that's very rich, Lin Shixiao said proudly. But how come I've never heard of you? Clearly Bill Gates did not easily believe. Do you know Paramount Pictures? Lin Shixiao realized he had been a bit too hasty in this trip. Yes, I really like the movies they released recently. Bill Gates nodded vigorously. You know their newly appointed CEO Lillard, Mr. Lillard. I've seen him on TV a few times. Bill Gates became slightly excited. In fact, he was very interested in Lin Shixiao's so-called investment. He had never been a person to settle down. If someone truly dared to invest in him, then he could quickly come up with something. All right, I'll call him over so you won't doubt me, Lin Shixiao said as he was about to get up to make a call. Wait. Bill Gates stopped Lin Shixiao. Lin, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I have a friend in Los Angeles. I can ask him to find Mr. Lillard at Paramount. Is that all right? That's fine. Lin Shixiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. As expected of the future founder of Microsoft, his mind was sharp. Half an hour later, Bill Gates stared intently at Lin Shixiao. Are you really a billionaire? Absolutely true. Are you really a self-made man? Sort of. How much cash assets do you currently have? Guess. 500 million. Less. 1 billion. Bill Gates' eyes widened. Less. Still less. Bill Gates' voice rose. 20 billion. Less. Still less, say. Bill Gates was completely stunned. Lin Shixiao looked only 2 years older than him, yet had achieved such great success, leaving him somewhat shaken. You will definitely be a billionaire in the future. Lin Shixiao smiled. I believe so too. Compared to their first meeting, Bill Gates was obviously more flamboyant now. I plan to invest in you. Lin Shixiao brought up the old matter. How much will you give? Whatever you want. Lin Shixiao looked serious. Really? Bill Gates' eyes shifted. What if? I want 100 million. Done. Lin Shixiao did not hesitate. At this point, Bill Gates paused for quite a while. I won't give you any guarantees. I don't want your guarantees, I just want you. Really? Bill Gates felt a bit flustered. It was the first time he heard of someone chasing after money and being, how about this? If 100 million isn't enough, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. That's enough, 1 million is enough. Bill Gates hurriedly interrupted Lin Shixiao. Although he had never started a business, he knew that capital isn't so easy to obtain, even though Lin Shixiao said there were 100,000 won't do, at least 100 million, or I'm leaving now. After saying this, Lin Shixiao really stood up. He knew he had Bill Gates completely under control at this moment. All right, 100 million it is. Bill Gates gritted his teeth and agreed. You? This is giving away money. Shen Hongyu, who was beside them, finally couldn't help but speak. Everything happening before her looked somewhat surreal. I'm laying eggs. Lin Shixiao smiled. His mood was laying eggs. That's right. Lin Shixiao knew Shen Hongyu was puzzled, but he didn't explain. Simply put, he was investing in Bill Gates as a person. 100 million now would yield at least 100-fold return in the future. Lin, you really shock me. Rest assured, I won't let you lose money. Bill Gates' eyes were filled with eagerness. He actually had many ideas, but was afraid to try for various reasons, mainly due to lack of funds. Now there was money, and it was a substantial amount. If I lose, there's still more. Bill Gates fell silent. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but laugh. Afterward, he called for a lawyer, and both sides drafted an. In general, it stated that whatever project Bill Gates undertook in the future, Lin Shixiao would have the right of first investment, and that 100 million would naturally convert into equity. We'll take a look. If there are no issues, just sign. The funds will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Although Lin Shixiao said there were no restrictions, there were still some conditions in the contract. Bill Gates had anticipated this and didn't delve into it further. No problem, but do you really want to invest 100? Bill Gates looked at Lin Shixiao with longing. 100 million is nothing. Bill Gates was speechless again. He finally understood what it meant to be extravagantly rich. Afterwards, Lin Shixiao and Bill Gates solemnly signed their names on the investment agreement. Bill, I look forward to you bringing me immense wealth. Lin Shixiao smiled and extended his hand. I'll do my best. Bill Gates' expression was complex. He felt immense pressure at that moment. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Go for it. Lin Shixiao patted Bill Gates' shoulder heavily. I will. The flame ignited in Bill Gates' eyes. Afterward, Lin Shixiao didn't linger and left Harvard University. On the way to the airport, Shen Hongyu appeared to be struggling to say something. Lin Shixiao originally didn't want to pay her any mind, but seeing that this woman was having a hard time holding back, he smiled and said, if you have any questions, just ask. What do you see in him? The so-called him naturally referred to Bill Gates. Without me, he'd be the richest man. In the previous timeline, Bill Gates was the richest man in the world for a long time. But in this world with Lin Shixiao around, no one else has the chance to become the richest. Shen Hongyu's mouth slightly opened. She was truly shocked. Some of her previous remarks were jokes, but she knew Lin Shixiao never engaged in losing business. Just wait and see. Lin Shixiao smiled and closed his eyes. Explaining too much now would be pointless. Once Bill Gates brought Microsoft to prominence, everything would be clear. Thinking of Bill Gates, another name flashed through Lin Shixiao's mind: Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook. However, computers weren't widespread yet, and there was no soil for applications like Facebook to flourish. In the future, when the timing is right, Lin Shixiao might replicate what he did with Bill Gates. By then, his assets would probably be astronomical. At Hong Kong International Airport, a man and a woman had just walked out when they were surrounded by a multitude of reporters. What information did you leak? Unjust. Clearly you leaked the information. Shen Hongyu shot Lin Shixiao an unkind glance. Just before the plane landed, the two had been fighting in first class, so their relationship was now quite good. Lin, I heard you made a fortune in beautiful country this time. Microphones surrounded Lin Shixiao. Cough, cough. I went for a trip. Lin Shixiao playfully blinked. After all, he was still just a young man under 21. Lin, I heard that Zhou Ruinfa is going to star in a Hollywood blockbuster. Is this true? A reporter asked anxiously. Everyone's information is quite informed. Lin Shixiao paused for several seconds before nodding. That's right, he's not starring in an ordinary Hollywood blockbuster. It's going to break global box office records. In the past life, Titanic created a box office miracle. This time, with his support, there was no reason it would be worse than in the previous life. The surrounding reporters fell silent for a moment before throwing out the next question. Lin, are you planning to repay the money? Previously, to speculate on crude oil, Lin Shixiao borrowed $12 billion from the residents of Hong Kong Island and promised high interest. His every move affected the hearts of the people. Lin Shixiao reined in his smile and adopted a serious expression. That's right, I'm preparing to repay the money, and in addition to the promised interest, I will also give everyone some dividends. This time, being able to earn so much money is inseparable from that 12 billion Hong Kong dollar loan. Most importantly, everyone lent him money out of trust, and Lin Shixiao felt he had to give back. Dividends too. The reporters exchanged glances, all not expecting Lin Shixiao to do this. Some had doubted he would run away to beautiful country. Yes, dividends. Mr. Lin, may we ask how much you plan to distribute? A wave of excitement rippled through the room. Some among the crowd had even lent money to Lin Shixiao. The interest rate had already been exceptionally high, and now dividends were being added. A truly unexpected windfall. How much would you like? Lin Shixiao turned his gaze toward one particularly animated journalist. The more the better. The journalist scratched his head sheepishly. What if I offer an additional 10% of the principal, on top of interest? A warm smile never left Lin Shixiao's face. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. The journalist nodded vigorously. 10% was already generous. Mr. Lin is truly magnanimous. No wonder he's Mr. Lin, responsible and upright. Those who had declined to lend money now regretted their decision bitterly. Are you truly satisfied with just 10%? Lin Shixiao's smile deepened. A subtle shift hung in the air. The journalist sensed something momentous. Mr. Lin, tell us now, what's the exact dividend figure? Microphones surged forward, nearly brushing Lin Shixiao's face. Please remain calm. He gently pushed them back. Though Los Angeles was more cosmopolitan, he still preferred Hong Kong Island. Its air always felt intimately familiar. Mr. Lin, hurry, tell us. Someone stamped his foot impatiently, undoubtedly a lender. All right, no more teasing. Lin Shixiao straightened his jacket and spoke deliberately. The dividend is 50% of the principal. He had originally intended to offer 100%. After all, $1 Hong Kong dollar. 2 billion meant little to him. At the last moment, he tempered his words. A full 100% would have seemed implausible. Yet even 50% remained astonishingly generous. 50% dividends. Oh my God. I'm going home to scold my wife. She forbade me from lending. Some erupted in jubilation, others drowned in remorse. My apologies, everyone. I must depart. Lin Shixiao signaled to Long and Hu to clear a path ahead. The crowd swelled dangerously dense. He feared an incident. Mr. Lin, how much did you earn on this trip? Yes, Mr. Lin, just how much did you make? Astute journalists had already deduced that Lin Shixiao must have amassed an extraordinary sum. Otherwise, even his famed generosity could not justify such lavish dividends. I'm afraid I can't disclose that. With effortless grace, Lin Shixiao waved farewell and stepped into his gold-trimmed Rolls-Royce. Unless he chose to reveal it himself, no one could ascertain his precise net worth. His assets were dispersed across numerous subsidiary accounts. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Even as the golden Rolls-Royce sped far into the distance, people chased after it. Journalists and young women alike captivated by Lin Shixiao. Mr. Lin, you're truly a man of rare virtue. Long at the wheel couldn't help but murmur in awe. Hong Kong teemed with tycoons, but none possessed Lin Shixiao's extraordinary generosity. Joy shared is joy multiplied. They placed their trust in me. I owe them a meaningful return. Lin Shixiao lowered the window, letting the night sea breeze stream freely into the car. Long and Hu exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. Lin Shixiao's magnanimity was a virtue they knew they could never fully emulate. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lin, such a striking gentleman. How suddenly you've returned. As Lin Shixiao stepped into his repulse bay villa, he was instantly surrounded by women. Zhao Yaji, Deng Lijun, Lin Shixiao, Hongzhu. Each woman standing alone could command a crowd's rapt attention. Lin Shixiao had provided them with substantial financial support, giving each unwavering confidence. Premium skincare regimens were uninterrupted. Their skin glowed with dewy, luminous vitality. Do you miss me? Lin Shixiao beamed with delight. He spread his arms wide, awaiting a willing embrace, yet none came. His lips instinctively curled downward. Haha. Instantly the women burst into laughter. What's so Lin Shixiao feigned sternness. Nothing at all. Just hey. Deng Lijun replied, covering her mouth while her shoulders trembled with mirth. Oh, is that so? Am I truly that amusing? Almost involuntarily Lin Shixiao stepped forward and swept Deng Lijun into his arms. Both stiffened instantly, and the laughter ceased altogether. All eyes locked onto the pair. Their mutual affection had long been an open secret. Let go of me. Deng Lijun's body flushed with warmth, her resistance dissolving entirely. Not a chance. Seeing no anger in her eyes, Lin Shixiao grew bolder, holding her tighter. No, not here. Deng Lijun, so poised on stage, now blushed furiously. I see. Lin Shixiao deliberately misinterpreted her, lifting her effortlessly and striding deeper into the villa. Deng Lijun gasped instinctively, then fell silent, forgetting even how to resist. Zhao Yaji and the others watched their silhouettes vanish, then exchanged stunned glances. None had anticipated such boldness from Lin Shixiao. Sister Yaji, shall we? Hongzhu's cheeks flushed crimson. Though she had known intimacy, her experience remained limited, and her youth made her easily flustered. Go in for what? Zhao Yaji calmly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. We're all adults. Hongzhu and the others exchanged another glance, then pressed their lips together in quiet, knowing silence. Meanwhile, Lin Shixiao was thoroughly aroused, until one sentence dropped him from euphoria to despair. My monthly visitor has arrived. Lin Shixiao could scarcely believe his ears. My monthly visitor has arrived. Deng Lijun smiled faintly at the corner of her lips. Damn it. Frustrated, Lin Shixiao paced furiously around the room, then stormed into the bathroom to douse himself in icy water and regain composure. That very night, several newspapers rushed out special editions breaking the news of Lin Shixiao's unprecedented dividend announcement, triggering an immediate sensation across Hong Kong Island. Many lenders lay awake, hearts pounding. 50% dividends. Plus interest. Is this really? Multiple outlets are reporting it. Must be genuine. News about Mr. Lin is rarely false. Who in Hong Kong dares fabricate rumors about him? Good heavens, 50%. In just a few months. If only such fortune struck every year. I suspect Mr. Lin's generosity stems from enormous profits. Now that he's wealthy, he'll no longer need to borrow from us. Others wore grim expressions. Who cares? This time we'll get paid, Before dawn the next day, crowds gathered outside the headquarters of Xiaolong Group, awaiting Lin Shixiao's dividend distribution. Spectators flocked to the scene, turning it into a sea of humanity. Still, some remained skeptical, doubting whether Lin Shixiao would truly disperse such staggering sums. After all, $1 Hong Kong dollar, 2 billion was enough to crown him Hong Kong's wealthiest man. They demanded to witness it firsthand. Meanwhile, tycoons like Li Jiaqing watched closely. At the headquarters of Changshe Group in the chairman's office. How much do you think he made this time outside? At this moment, Li Jiaqing was distracted from his work. There are rumors that he made several hundred billion, but I find that hard to believe. The assistant slowly shook his head. Several hundred billion. Li Jiaqing couldn't help but scoff. Do they think it's ghost money? How could anyone make that much in just a few months? As an entrepreneur, Li Jiaqing knew very well how difficult it was to make money. Although he himself had a fortune of several billion, it was accumulated over many years with a fair share of luck involved. I estimate it's in the tens of billions, otherwise he wouldn't be so generous. The assistant's expression was quite serious, mainly because he was afraid that Li Jiaqing would be in a bad mood. If Lin Shixiao was doing too well, it would reflect poorly on Li Jiaqing's mood. Tens of billions. This guy must have had a stroke of luck. Li Jiaqing also found this figure relatively believable. The assistant cautiously glanced at Li Jiaqing and said, perhaps he didn't even earn tens of billions. We can't trust everything the media writes. Maybe some people misheard. He's planning to distribute 5%, not 50%. The interest he's offering is already quite high. He said this to make Li Jiaqing feel better, mostly as a form of comfort. However, Li Jiaqing took it seriously. Yes, you're right. It must be like that. Li Jiaqing surprisingly became excited. Deep down, he didn't want to see Lin Shixiao doing well. Li, should I go? Check it out in person. The assistant knew that Li Jiaqing actually wanted to witness it firsthand, but due to his status, he couldn't do so. As his assistant, he should help alleviate Li Jiaqing's worries. Sure, you go. Li Jiaqing slapped the table. Then, Li, if there's nothing else, I'm off. The assistant spoke while heading out. Watching the assistant leave, Li Jiaqing nodded in satisfaction. Although the assistant had some flaws, like being overly cautious of Lin Shixiao at times, he was generally quite useful. Meanwhile, at the private residence of Hua Ingdong in Happy Valley, old Chenai heard that a Xiao has returned. Hua Ingdong had recently fallen ill and wasn't in a good mental state, mostly feeling drowsy. Yes. Butler Chen handed Hua Ingdong a cup of ginseng tea. He called last night and said he wanted to see you, but by then you were already asleep, so I didn't let him come. Nonsense. Hua Ingdong suddenly shouted sharply. He glared at Butler Chen and said, as long as I'm not dead, you must not stop a Xiao from coming to see me. Did you hear that? Hua Ingdong was genuinely angry. He increasingly felt that his health was failing and had begun to consider his legacy. Building a good relationship with Lin Shixiao was to secure a strong backing for the Hua family. His several sons were unworthy, yet the family business could only be passed down to them. Lin Shixiao looked down on the Hua family's modest assets. Sometimes Hua Ingdong found it amusing. When he took Lin Shixiao as his adopted son, he never imagined that one day the Hua family's assets would be less than a fraction of Lin Shixiao's. Although some people claimed that Lin Shixiao's earnings of several hundred billion Hong Kong dollars were untrue, Hua Ingdong was convinced that if Lin Shixiao hadn't made that much money, such rumors would not have surfaced. He understood Lin Shixiao. His adopted son had that kind of ability. Why get it? Butler Chen quickly. He was very clear that in Hua Ingdong's heart Lin Shixiao was the most important person. Haha, a Xiao is indeed generous, distributing over $1 billion as a dividend. That's a big move. Hua Ingdong certainly wouldn't genuinely blame Butler Chen. Yeah. Butler Chen smiled bitterly. Now the wealthy on Hong Kong Island must reassess their fortunes. If it can motivate a bunch of old guys to get out of their sickbeds, a Xiao has indeed done a great deed. Hua Ingdong, he knew that many old men would mutter about Lin Shixiao behind his back. Haha, I can't comprehend a Xiao's future. Butler Chen sighed and shook his head. He had followed Hua Ingdong for many years and was no ordinary butler. To put it bluntly, if he ventured out to establish his own path, he could also become a big shot on Hong Kong Island. He had a keen eye for people, but now he couldn't understand Lin Shixiao. Don't say you can't understand who I can't either. Hua Ingdong said with a sigh. Then he glanced towards the door. Is Hua planning to go to the scene? After following Hua Ingdong for so long, Butler, going out for some fresh air might just help my illness. As he spoke, Hua Ingdong had already stood up. Alright, Butler Chen did not stop him. He felt that Hua Ingdong should go out for a walk. Perhaps seeing Lin Shixiao would cure. As noon approached, the street in front of the global building was packed. Lin. People were calling for Lin Shixiao over and over. Why hasn't Lin arrived yet? If this goes on, I fear things will spiral out of control. Employees of the Xiaolong Group were on high alert. With so many people, if they stormed the building, the consequences would be unimaginable. I've already called. Lin said he would be here soon. Hurry up. Everyone shouted until their throats were hoarse, but the situation still looked like it could get out of hand at any moment. Finally, beep. A deep, powerful sound of a car horn rang out. Lin has arrived. Quick, let's go out to welcome him. The employees of the Xiaolong Group were overjoyed. They were already very familiar with the sound of the golden Rolls-Royce's horn. Lin has arrived. Make way. Lin has arrived. Wonderful. We're about to get our money. Lin Shixiao's appearance did not escalate the chaos. Instead, it calmed many people down. Now in Hong Kong Island, Lin Shixiao's prestige was unmatched. The pressure of immense wealth on ordinary people was incredibly strong. Beep, beep. The golden Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the building. A few minutes later, Lin Shixiao appeared before the crowd. Everyone quiet. With a wave of his hand, the scene truly quieted down. Everyone was very obedient. You are here for the money, to see Lin. How many fools could lend money to Lin Shixiao? Alright, everyone calm down. Looking at the crowd before him, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. If the crowd lost control, his life would likely be in danger. We won't lose control. The people responded in unison. Though they claimed not to lose control, many emotions were swirling in their eyes. Do you want to know if that dividend is real or not, right? Yes. Then let me tell you. It is real. I have instructed the bank to process it, and I believe everyone will soon see money in their accounts. With so many borrowers, paying them back was indeed a complicated matter. Oh, Lin is years old. Lin is powerful. Handsome, I want to have your child. The crowd went complete. Afterward, Lin Shixiao comforted everyone, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Many young women left with a strong desire hidden in their eyes for Lin Shixiao. At 21, he was the most successful man in Hong Kong Island. If Lin Shixiao truly took a liking to someone, their next life would be filled with luxury and worry-free. Most importantly, Lin Shixiao was incredibly handsome and exuded great charisma. Even without much wealth, many women were willing to be with him. Alright, everyone, take a break. You've all worked hard. Lin Shixiao continued to comfort the staff. He was very pleased with how the staff responded. Not hard at all. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. The employees looked at Lin Shixiao with fervent eyes. As the saying goes, those close to the water tower get the moonlight first. The employees knew some information that outsiders did not. It was easier for them to develop a sense of admiration for Lin Shixiao. Go buy some things and put it on the company account. Lin Shixiao called over a manager. Yes, Mr. Lin. The manager hurried off. If Shen Hongyu were here, he wouldn't have had the chance to catch Lin Shixiao's attention. He cherished this opportunity. With such a promising boss, he had to follow him wholeheartedly. Mr. Lin is so powerful. Mr. Lin is so handsome. Mr. Lin, I love you. The employees joked around. Lin Shixiao responded nonchalantly. At that moment, he received some news. Hua Ingdong had arrived at his office. Okay, I'll head up right away. Lin Shixiao didn't dare to delay and quickly walked toward the elevator. Hearing that Hui Yingdong was ill, he felt very anxious. Although he no longer relied on Hui Yingdong's connections during the initial stages, Hui Yingdong had provided immense support which he would never forget. Uncle Hua. When Lin Shixiao arrived at the office panting, Hui Yingdong came forward and looked him up and down. Not bad, Xiao, you look even more handsome. So how many wives do you plan to marry in the future? In this era on Hong Kong Island, as long as you had the capability, having multiple wives was possible. Of course, not every wife had to be registered. One is enough. Ooh, I can't handle more than that, Lin Shixiao replied with a smile. Seeing that Hui Yingdong looked good, he breathed a sigh of relief. Once Mr. Hua arrives here, your complexion improves a lot. Xiao, it still depends on you. Steward Chen said with a smile. Is that so? Then Uncle Hua should come more often. I'll arrange an office for you, or rather this one will do. I appreciate the good intentions, but I don't want to work lately. Hui Yingdong felt very pleased, and the smile on his face never faded. In a way, Lin Shixiao was more filial than his several sons. What illness does Mr. Hua have? Lin Shixiao looked at Steward Chen. This? Steward Chen found it hard to say. It's nothing, just exhaustion, or it's normal when one gets older. Hui Yingdong waved his hand, indicating he was fine. Lin Shixiao didn't press further. He took out a box from the drawer. I went to Japan this time and happened to come across this, so I bought it back. Uncle Hua, since you're not feeling well, it's just right for you to use it. As the box opened, a pleasant medicinal fragrance filled the room. 1,000-year ginseng. Steward Chen recognized its value and exclaimed, Xiao, is this really 1,000-year ginseng? This item is rare and cannot be bought with money. Hui Yingdong was also astonished. Lin Shixiao's fortune was indeed abundant. It's not quite 1,000 years, just a bit short in age, Lin Shixiao laughed. But it's still very impressive. Hui Yingdong took the box and excitedly examined the ginseng, occasionally gasping in admiration. He had never seen such precious Chinese medicinal material. Lin Shixiao smiled at Hui Yingdong. Uncle Hui, you must accept this. Later find an old Chinese medicine doctor to have it prepared for you. The more precious the medicinal material, the more attention it requires, and this ginseng cannot be boiled alone. It needs to be paired with other herbal ingredients, which Lin Shixiao was not skilled in. All right, with your kind intentions, I'll accept it. Hui Yingdong did not refuse. Sometimes when interacting with others, there's no need to be overly calculative. Declining back and forth would be ungracious. Xiao, if this gets out, it will give the people of Hong Kong Island something to talk about for days. Your current popularity on Hong Kong Island exceeds imagination. Steward Chen said with a smile. It's an honor for everyone to pay attention to me. Lin Shixiao had long been accustomed to this feeling of standing in the spotlight. Deep down, he sometimes felt a bit proud. Xiao is the best and no one can compare. Hui Yingdong sighed. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe that such an excellent young man exists in this world. Uncle Hui, please don't flatter me. Lin Shixiao playfully shrank his neck. At that moment, Hui Yingdong burst. In the following days, the people of Hong Kong Island, who lent money to Lin Shixiao, gradually received their principal interest and dividends. Their gratitude towards Lin Shixiao reached its peak. I want to build a temple for Mr. Lin. I want to marry my daughter to him. If there's a next time, I'll sell my house and give the money to Mr. Lin. People never imagined that lending money to Lin Shixiao could yield such high returns. Moreover, Lin Shixiao's integrity earned him immense respect. Lin Shixiao's reputation on Hong Kong Island was unmatched. Kowloon Tong, Zhao family residence. Lin Shixiao brought Zhao Yaji back. Uncle Zhao, auntie. Lin Shixiao hadn't been here for a while. Xiao, you came, but why did you buy so many things? Zhao Guohua was very pleased with Lin Shixiao's visit. Yes, there was no need to buy anything. Just being able to see you makes us very happy. Chen Xiulan felt the same. The smile on her face was hard to contain. Lin Shixiao coming to see them indicated that their daughter held a decent place in his heart. She was an open-minded person and didn't care how many women Lin Shixiao was involved with as long as her daughter was happy. The neighbors around praised Lin Shixiao, giving a thumbs up and saying that Zhao Yaji had found a good man. Lin Shixiao smiled and responded, Auntie, uncle, I have money now, so don't worry about these things. He even patted his chest. In front of Zhao Guohua and Chen Xiulan, he could be a child. He good. Zhao Guohua and Chen Xiulan were even happier. To be honest, with Lin Shixiao's rising achievements, they genuinely worried he might change and look down on them. Now that everything was the same as before, it was a huge relief for them. Brother-in-law, where's my gift? Just then Lin Shixiao's brother-in-law Zhao Wenjie jumped out from his room. What? Zhao Guohua immediately frowned. Dad. Zhao Wenjie felt a bit wronged immediately. Uncle Zhao, I bought it. Lin Shixiao smiled as he took something out of his pocket. Xiao bought this in Japan, or it wasn't cheap, Zhao Yaji added from the side. At that moment her face was full of a... Let me see. Zhao Guohua took the item, inspecting it closely. Then he exclaimed, It's from Jianing. Dad, this is mine and you can't take it.